Hollywood, California, Monday, November 9th. The Lux Radio Theatre presents Pat O'Brien and Madge Evans in Alias Jimmy Valentine with Alan Jenkins and William Frawley. Lux presents Hollywood. Our stars, Pat O'Brien, Madge Evans, Alan Jenkins, and William Frawley. Our guests, Melvin Purvis, greatest G-man in history, and Carolyn Newell, showgirl. Our producer, Cecil B. DeMille. Our conductor, Louis Silvers. To the visible audience with us tonight in our theater on Hollywood Boulevard, and to our unseen listeners the world over, greetings and good wishes from Lux. And now, a brief word to the ladies. Suppose you had spent millions of dollars just for clothes. Wouldn't it be logical for you to spare nothing to safeguard so huge an investment? Well, that's exactly the position motion pictures are in. Yet, go to all the leading studios here in Hollywood, and you'll find they use inexpensive Lux flakes. Try a box tomorrow. Your clothes will wear longer and look newer when cared for in these gentle, marvelously effective flakes. And now, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight's play came out of the darkest chapter in the life of O. Henry. Under his real name, William Sidney Porter, O. Henry served a term in the Ohio State Penitentiary. While there, he met Jimmy Connors, a safecracker, who told the author the history of his life, which O. Henry wrote into a short story, and from this, Paul Armstrong fashioned our play, Alias Jimmy Valentine. Tonight's Jimmy Valentine, Pat O'Brien, made his debut on the stage as an angel in a Christmas pageant. A rather disastrous beginning because his wings kept falling off. Years later, Pat landed on Broadway and came to Hollywood as Hildy Johnson, the star reporter of the front page. Pat has remained a headliner ever since and is seen next in The Great O'Malley. Madge Evans made her screen debut at the age of 3. She has been chosen by 69 universities as the typical American college girl, but she never went to college. Madge, whose current picture is Piccadilly Jim, is heard tonight as Mary Lane. Besides Pat, there are 2 other Irishmen on our program. Alan Jenkins, heard as Red, and William Frawley as Doyle, the detective. And here goes the curtain as the Lux Radio Theatre presents Alias Jimmy Valentine, starring Pat O'Brien in the title role and Madge Evans, with Alan Jenkins and William Frawley. Our story begins behind the grim, forbidding walls of Sing Sing Prison, Ossining, New York. In the gray light of early morning, an endless line of men plods steadily through an endless corridor. Somewhere in that line is a quiet, easy-mannered young prisoner, Jimmy Valentine, number 87403, serving a term for safecracking. As the men near the entrance to the jute mill, the guards keep careful watch.
Halt! Number 87403. Step out, 87403.
Here.
The warden wants to see you, Valentine. Go to his office.
Right away?
Right away.
Thanks.
Ready? Out!
Oh, come in, Valentine.
Yes, sir. The guard said you wanted to see me.
Yes. I suppose you know what it's about.
Pardon?
It came through last night. You'll be leaving tomorrow.
Well, that's certainly good news.
3 years off. I told you to behave yourself in here.
Yes, sir.
It also pays to behave yourself when you're out.
Yes, sir.
What are you going to do, Valentine?
Get a job, I hope.
A steady one?
If I can.
Good. I'm not going to give you the usual talk, Valentine. I don't think you need it. You're smart enough to know your way around, and nothing I can say is going to make much difference. Just remember that from now on, it's up to you. You can go straight, or you can crack a couple of safes and land back here with a second offender's sentence. Now, which is it going to be?
Oh, I'm going straight.
Sure of that?
Positive.
That'll be all. You can report to Wilson now over at the jute mill. Tell him I said you're to be off all duty today.
Thank you, sir.
See you tomorrow morning.
Yes, sir.
Well, Valentine? Warden sent to report to you. I'm off duty today.
Oh, you're going to leave us, eh?
Tomorrow morning.
Well, take your last look at the jute mill.
Thanks. I've seen enough of it right now.
I just wanted you to remember what it's like so you won't be itching to get back.
Don't worry. I'll be hearing this noise in my sleep for the next 10 years. I'm going to get a job in a nice, quiet office where they even put silencers on the pencil sharpeners.
Well, lots of luck.
Well, you seem to know what it's all about, Valentine. You think you could hold down a job like this? Pretty important.
Well, I'd certainly like to try.
Well, I'm almost tempted to let you. Where'd you work last?
Why, I haven't had a job for a long time, Mr. Nolan. You see,
Well,
I've been in prison.
prison.
Yes, I thought I'd better tell the truth about it and maybe...
Prison? I'm afraid that killed your chances, Valentine.
Oh, but I'm straight now. If you only let me out...
I'm sorry. I appreciate your telling the truth, but we won't be able to take you on. Good morning.
You said to come back today, Mr. Sharp. I thought it was all set.
Well, it was. But I've been doing a little investigating, Valentine. You're not the man for the job.
Oh, I get it.
Why didn't you tell me you'd served time?
Would it have made any difference?
Well, I don't know. I'm sorry, Valentine.
All right. Thanks, anyway. Oh, but there must be some mistake. Mr. Whitley told me he was completely satisfied.
All I know is that he doesn't want to see you. You're to get your check from the cashier.
Fired, huh?
I'm afraid so. You see, there was a man in yesterday, a detective, and, well...
Sure, I know. He's checking up on me. Okay. Give me a little time to clean up my desk.
I'm awfully sorry, Mr. Valentine. Maybe you'll get another job, too.
Yeah, maybe.
May have some ham and egg toast and coffee. Let me have it hurry.
Was it black coffee you wanted, mister?
That's right.
Anything else? There's toast on the breakfast.
No, don't bother.
Yes, sir?
Tomato juice, please.
Hello, Valentine.
Huh? Well, if it isn't Mr. Doyle. How's the detective business, Doyle?
Fine. You mind if I sit down?
Suit yourself.
Thanks. I saw you come in here, Valentine, and thought I'd come over and pass the time of day.
Yeah, well, that's nice of you. What time is it?
Oh, still a smart guy, huh? I guess being in the big house ain't changed you any. Who sprung you?
I beg your pardon?
You know what I'm talking about. Who got you out of stir?
Oh, the governor. He pardoned me.
When?
About a month ago.
That's great.
Yeah, you don't seem very pleased, Doyle.
Why should I be? I had enough trouble putting you up there.
Sure you did on framed evidence.
What do you mean, framed evidence?
Just what I said. I didn't pull that bank job in Danville, and you know it. But you bribed a couple of double-crossing stool pigeons to swear they saw me in Danville the night the bank was cracked. You weren't smart enough to get me on your own, Doyle. You had to frame me.
Why, you cheap little crook. I ought to sock you right on the chin.
Oh, sure you ought to. But I wouldn't if I were you. You haven't got me in the jug now. I'm a decent, law-abiding citizen.
Yeah, well, you won't be for long. I'll slap a big stretch on you if I have to follow you to China.
Yeah, but you'll have to get something on me first.
I'll take care of that, mister. Wait till you pull your next job.
How do you know I'm going to pull one?
How do I know? I get you. You're going to hand me that line about going straight, huh? Well, I'd like to believe you, Valentine. I'd be the first guy to give you a break. But guys like you can't go straight. It's in your blood. You'll be cracking another safe inside of a month. And when you do, I'll be right behind you with a pair of bracelets.
All right, copper. But you get this. Until that time comes, I want you to lay off of me. Let me alone.
Oh, no. I'm going to keep my eye on you, Valentine. I'm going to watch every move you make.
Oh, what a nice, pleasant guy you are. A man's got a swell chance to go straight with a flatfoot like you tailing him every minute. I've done my bit, haven't I?
Yeah, part of it.
What are you talking about? I just told you I was pardoned.
I wasn't thinking about the stretch you did for the Danville job.
Oh.
What I meant was that you never served a day for cracking that safe in Springfield.
Springfield?
Now, don't play innocent, Valentine. No one ever did find out who was responsible for that job, but we've been digging up a little more evidence lately, and it looks like you.
You're daffy. I was never in Springfield in my life.
Which Springfield?
No Springfield.
Wait a minute. I happen to know you were, see? In Springfield, Mass. You were there the same night the job was pulled.
Yeah, but you've got to prove that, mister.
Don't worry, I will. It may take a little time, a year, maybe 5 years. But as long as we're both alive, I'll be working on it. So long, Valentine. I'll see you in the DA's office.
Rat. Waitress,
Yes, sir?
give me a check, will you, please?
Okay. Orange juice and 2 cups of coffee. 35 cents.
All right. Keep the change.
Thank you, sir.
Hey, Jimmy. Jimmy!
How are you, fella?
Red. Better than ever. Gee, it's good to see you, Jimmy.
Oh, and that goes double for you, kid.
You're looking swell. No fooling.
Well, I feel all right. I didn't think you were going to come, Red. I've been waiting inside all morning.
Yeah, the train was 2 hours late. I just got in about 15 minutes ago. Then I seen Flatfoot Doyle sitting with you, so I stayed out here.
Oh, come on, we can't talk here. We'll go up to my place.
Sure.
Well, here we are, Red. Not much, but it'll do.
This place is okay. I like the old one, though.
No, the bankroll's not like the old one either. Sit down.
Yeah. Say, what did Doyle want with you anyway?
Doyle? Oh, nothing much, I guess. Just trying to put the screws on me, that's all.
He would.
Says he's got some new evidence about that Springfield business.
You don't think he has, do you?
No, I don't think so. Mostly bluff, I guess. Well, Red, what have you been doing with yourself?
Oh, I've been doing all right. Little jobs here and there out on the coast. Nothing much to speak of. I've been kind of waiting for you.
Yeah.
Say, that reminds me. What was all that junk about you going straight?
What's that?
You know, all that stuff you wrote in the letter about getting a job and going straight.
Oh, yeah, that. Forget it, Red.
Sure. I knew you was only kidding.
You ever try to be honest, Red?
Oh, me? Oh, no.
No? Well, it's a pretty thankless job. I came out of stir a month ago with a mind all made up to go on the straight and narrow. I was going to look for a position, a steady one.
Doing what?
Oh, I don't know. I didn't care much what I did. When I was in the jug, I worked in the jute mill in the morning and on the books in the afternoon, you know, in the office. It taught me a lot about accounting. I thought maybe I could get something in that line.
Accounting, huh? Well,
I guess I should have known better. I haven't got a chance.
Yeah, jobs is kind of scarce.
No, Red, it isn't that so much. It's my record. My record and a couple of rats like Doyle. Keep hounding you every minute of the day, every day of the week.
Yeah, nice guys, them dicks.
Oh, it's not all of them, I guess. Most of the men in the force are all right. They got their jobs, and they do them just like you do yours. But you'll always find a few that are looking for a soft job behind a desk, and they don't care how they get it. Fellas like Doyle. He's hounding me now for something that happened 3 years ago. I told him I wanted to go straight, but what difference did it make? He'd like to send me up for life. He's going to follow me all over the map till he does.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to blow this town on the first rattler I can get.
Where are you going?
I don't know. Sticks, probably, where nobody knows me. I'll change my name, keep on the move till Doyle gets tired of looking for me.
Well, what name are you going to use, Jimmy? I ought to know in case I want to reach you.
Randall. Lee Randall.
Randall, go on.
And I'm going to pull a job. Just one, Red. But it's going to be a pet.
Now you're talking.
I'll make enough in one haul to set me up for life. Catch the first boat for Europe and spend the rest of my days making mud pies on the French Riviera.
Swell. When do we leave for the States?
Hey.
Sure. You ain't going to crack no safe without me, are you?
I'm afraid I'll have to.
All tickets, please. Have your tickets ready. Tickets, mister.
Here you are. What time do we arrive in Glendale, conductor?
4:58.
Thank you.
Tickets, please. Where's your ticket, lady?
My ticket? Well, I've been waiting for you to come to the train, conductor. You see, I haven't got a ticket.
You got on at Warrenstown, didn't you?
Yes, I did. I'm going to Glendale.
Glendale. Let me see now. Warrenstown to Glendale. Now, that'll be $7.32.
Oh, but don't you see, I haven't any money either.
What's that?
No, I lost my purse just before I got on the train. I left it on the counter at the information booth, and my ticket was in it, and, well, I thought perhaps I could explain it to you, and...
I'm sorry, miss, but I don't know just what I can do about it.
Well, my mother's meeting me at the station in Glendale. She'll give you the money then.
Well, we changed conductors 4 stations this side of Glendale. I don't know.
Conductor.
Yes, sir?
I'm getting off at Glendale. I'll pay the young lady's fare.
Oh, well, that'll be all right, then, sir.
Oh, thank you, but I couldn't let you do that.
Please, it's quite all right. Your mother can pay me back when we arrive. See, I think you said 7:32, conductor?
Yes, sir.
There you are.
Thank you, sir. 7:32 and 8 is $7.50, and 50 is $8.
Thank you.
Tickets? Have your tickets, please.
That was awfully nice of you.
No, that's all right.
I feel like a perfect fool.
Well, I've been in the same boat myself. I'll probably be in it again sometime.
Well, I only hope you'll meet someone as kind-hearted as you've been to me.
Thanks.
I don't know what I would have done, really. I haven't a penny with me. You see, I'm not used to being away from home very much.
You live in Glendale?
Oh, yes, I've always lived there. That's where I was born. I suppose I ought to introduce myself. My name is Mary Lane.
Well, how do you do, Miss Lane? My name is Randall. Lee Randall.
How do you do? I'm awfully glad to meet you. I guess I ought to be. You're going to Glendale, too, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Have you ever been there before?
No, this will be my first visit.
I thought so.
Why?
Well, I've never seen you before. It's a very small town, and, well, you get to know everybody. Do you expect to stay long?
Well, that depends.
Oh, this is just a business trip.
Yes, in a way. You see, I have no business. I am just sort of looking around.
You want to invest in something?
No, not exactly. I'm going to look for a job.
Well, why go to Glendale?
Well, I don't know. I just thought I might have more of a chance in a small town.
Oh, I see what you mean. What sort of work do you do, Mr. Randall?
Well, I'm an accountant.
An accountant? Where did you work last?
Last?
Yes.
Well, I worked for the state. Yes, the state.
Oh, a government job.
Yes, you might call it that.
I hope you don't think I'm impertinent asking you questions like this.
Oh, not at all.
But you see, I have a reason. Well, when you said you were an accountant, I thought I might be able to help you.
Help me?
Oh, yes. Not directly, of course. But I think my father might be able to find you something. I'll speak to him tonight.
Oh, no, please, don't bother.
But I'd like to. You were so awfully nice to me, and I'd feel as though I were returning the favor. But at least I could introduce you to him, and even if he couldn't use you himself, it'd be a good contact for you. He's rather a prominent person in Glendale.
Oh, yes?
He's the president of the Farmers Bank.
Oh, I see.
Why, what's the matter? Wouldn't you care to work in a bank, Mr. Randall?
Oh, yes. I think I'd feel right at home working in a bank.
Sit down, Mr. Randall. Sit down.
Thank you.
My daughter tells me that you're looking for a job.
That's right, Mr. Lane. I've been looking for one for quite some time.
You're an accountant, eh?
That's right.
You ever work in a bank?
No, I haven't.
Mary seems to think that I ought to put you on.
Yes, I know. She told me she was going to speak to you. I asked her not to bother.
Well, you understand my position, Mr. Randall.
Why, of course I do. You don't know anything about me. That in itself would be enough reason for not giving me a job.
I'm glad you see it in that light.
Of course.
But on the other hand, the fact that I'm not acquainted with you is not evidence that you couldn't fill a position very satisfactorily. As a matter of fact, we need a teller right now. And I'm quite willing to see what I can do for you.
Oh, thank you. That's very kind.
I suppose you have references?
Yes, I have. I brought them with me, if you'd like to look them over.
I'd like to very much.
The first one here is from the general manager of a firm I worked for several years ago. The Mohawk Lock Company.
The Mohawk Lock? Don't believe I've ever heard of it. What sort of a firm was it?
A manufacturing company. They manufactured safes. I was with the Mohawk Company for about 2 years, and then I got an offer from another firm to go out to Chicago and take over the office. Hello? Long distance? You told me I was connected with New York, but... Oh, I am. Thank you. Hello? Hello, Red? This is Jimmy. Yeah. listen, Red. I landed a job. Wait till you hear. I'm a teller in a bank. Bank. B-A-N-K. Bank.
In a moment, we will continue with the Lux Radio Theatre presentation of Alias Jimmy Valentine, starring Pat O'Brien and Madge Evans. But first, we'll take you to a pleasant home on Outpost Drive, not far from Hollywood Boulevard. 8-year-old Catherine is holding a stepladder while her mother fixes a picture which hangs crooked.
Mommy, do you have to wear old stockings around the house?
These aren't old, dear. I just seem to be unlucky about always getting runs.
I saw a funny in the paper yesterday about cutting down runs.
Oh, there isn't anything you can do about it.
But, Mommy, I have the paper right here. It says washing stockings with Lux cuts down runs because it saves
The word is elasticity, darling.
Well, if Lux says it, Mommy, why don't you try some?
Well, maybe I should. In fact, I will. Let you and I go to the store and get some.
When stockings go into runs too quickly, it's extravagant to throw them away, a nuisance to mend them, and untidy to wear them around the house. That's why more and more women are taking to Lux for stockings. Lux preserves the elasticity of the silk, so stockings give without breaking into runs so easily under sudden strain. Cake soap rubbing and soaps with harmful alkali tend to weaken elasticity. Lux has no harmful alkali, saves elasticity. Make a note to buy some Lux tomorrow. See how it cuts down your run. And once more, Mr. DeMille.
We continue with our story, Alias Jimmy Valentine, starring Pat O'Brien and Madge Evans, with Alan Jenkins and William Frawley. 6 months have passed. The little town of Glendale has gone peacefully on its way. For strangely enough, no burglar alarms have disturbed the quiet of the night, and the Farmers National Bank is still intact. We're in the living room of the Lane home, where Mary is carelessly turning over the pages of the town newspaper. Suddenly, she sees an interesting item in the social column and turns eagerly to her mother.
Look, Mother, it's in the Glendale News.
What, Mary?
About Lee. Listen. Mr. Lee Randall, a newcomer to Glendale, has been making quite a name for himself down at the Farmers Bank. We understand that Mr. Lane has given him 2 promotions within 6 months. More power to you, Mr. Randall. We are glad to have you in our midst. Isn't it marvelous, Mother?
Well, I should say so.
I wonder if Lee's seen it yet. I'll save it and show it to him when he comes.
You like Mr. Randall, don't you, Mary?
Why, yes. Everybody does.
Well, everybody isn't in love with him.
Mother.
Oh, you needn't be so shocked. You are in love with him, aren't you?
Well, yes, a little bit.
I knew you were. Does he care for you, Mary?
I think so. He hasn't said very much, but...
But he manages to give that impression.
Yes.
Well, if I must lose you, I can't think of anyone I'd rather lose you to.
Oh, Mother, you're sweet.
Mother!
Yes, Kitty?
Bobby's making noises in the door. I am not. He's frightening me, Mother.
Bobby, you stop that. I'll be up there in a minute if you don't.
I think that's a big scissors.
Oh, those children.
I'll take it, Mother.
Hello? Hello, Lee? Yes. How are you? What? Why, what's the matter? Oh, I see. Tomorrow night? All right. I'll wait for you to call. Goodbye.
What's the matter, dear?
Oh, he can't come over tonight. He has to stay home and entertain.
Entertain?
Yes. An old friend of his just arrived in town. I think Lee said he was from New York.
What's it all about, Jimmy? What's eating you anyhow?
I don't know myself, Red.
Don't give me that. There's something wrong. Here, I've been waiting to hear from you for the last 6 months.
I wrote to you, didn't I?
Yeah, nice little friendly letters about the weather up here and what a nice little town it is and whose pig had puppies. But nothing about pulling off the job. Not a word about cracking the bank.
What bank?
The Farmers National Bank.
I never said I was going to pull a job there.
Sure you did.
I did not. I told you I was working there, that's all.
Well, for crying out loud, ain't that why you took the job, so you could crack the vault?
Yeah, maybe. But I changed my mind.
Well, now, ain't that noble? Wait a second. Is there a dame mixed up in this someplace?
Well,
is there?
Yes, but she's not a dame, Red. She's a girl.
I knew it. Whenever a guy starts calling a dame a girl, you can expect trouble. You ain't thinking of getting married to her?
Well, I'd like to someday.
You know, I think this country air is going to your head. Have you thought about Doyle?
What about him?
Suppose he catches up with you. He'd follow you to the South Pole if he thought he could hook the bracelets on you.
What for?
For that Springfield job. What do you think? He might have the evidence right now.
I'm not worried about the Springfield job.
Oh, no?
No. I got an alibi, Red. I've been working on it for the last 3 months, and it's a beaut.
All right, so you got an alibi. So what? Even if Doyle swallows it, you'll be in the soup anyway.
You mean you'll tell everyone about my record?
Sure. And I guess that'd be kind of a surprise to that dame. I mean, that girl of yours.
Well, it's a chance I'll have to take, Red. There's one thing I'm sure of. I'm staying here, and I'm staying straight.
And what about those mud pies on the French Riviera? That's out, huh?
Yeah, Red. That's out.
To me, it's very discouraging, Jimmy. Here you are, the best cracksman in the business, the only guy in the world who can open a safe without using tools and nitro, and you're throwing away your whole future for a skirt.
I'm not throwing it away, Red. I'm making it.
I don't suppose there's nothing I can say then.
To change my mind? No. Oh, I got my chance now, Red. I'm not going to muff it.
Well, I guess that's that. I feel kind of bad, Jimmy. I mean, well, we've been pals for a long time.
Oh, well, gee, kid, can't we still be pals?
Yeah, a banker and a crook. That'll make a swell combination.
Well, wouldn't have to be a crook, Red.
What?
You could go straight, too.
Nothing doing. I ain't going to slave my life away in no regular job. 8 hours a day for chicken feed? Oh, no.
Oh, you got the wrong idea, Red. You think a regular job is dull, uninteresting. Well, it isn't. There's a big kick in it.
Not for me, there wouldn't be.
Of course there would. I used to think exactly the same as you do, but look at me now.
Yeah, look at you now. A softy.
Well, all right. But I'm happy. Red, I'm happier than I've ever been in my life. Why don't you take a whirl at it, kid? I can get you a job up here.
In Glendale?
Sure, be right near each other. What do you say?
I don't know, Jimmy. There ain't nothing I can do anyhow.
If I sign something you can't do, will you take it?
Well...
Will you, yes or no?
All right.
Swell.
But get this. I ain't doing it because I want to go straight, see? I'm doing it because you're asking me.
All right, then be tough.
You said it. Now, what do I do?
Well, if a fella's made up his mind to go straight, there's only one thing to do. Expose him to temptation right off the bat. And if he pulls through, he's all right.
Okay, spill it. What's the job?
Red, I'm going to make you a night watchman in the Farmers National Bank. Hello. Randall speaking. Oh, yes, Mr. Williams. Well, you see, I just got to the office. I haven't had time to check on that yet. Suppose you drop in and see me this afternoon. All right. Bye.
Good morning, boss.
Hello, Red. Come on in. How's the night watchman?
I'm all right. Kind of tired, though.
Well, say, you ought to be. If you weren't, it might be a bad sign.
Hey, I ain't sleeping on the job, believe me.
What are you doing around here this time of the morning? You ought to be home in bed.
Yeah, but they're just finishing a new vault. I've been helping them put it in. You seen it yet?
No, only the blueprints. I hear it's a neat job.
It's a pip. Moves like clockwork and safe. Say, I couldn't open that vault inside of a month.
Well, see that you don't try, mister.
Oh, don't worry. I'm satisfied.
No kid. Now you're Red on the level.
Yep. It's funny, ain't it? Sometimes I don't think I'm the same guy.
Yeah, a couple of years can make a big difference.
I'll say. Look at you. Assistant cashier and all set to marry the boss's daughter.
No, she's a great girl, Red.
You're telling me?
Hello. Oh, yes. Tell him I'll be out there in a couple of minutes.
May I come in?
Mary, how are you?
I just dropped by with Kitty and Bobby. They wanted to see Father. Hello, Mr. Davis.
Morning, Miss Lane.
I see they have the new vault in already.
Yeah, I was just telling Mr. Randall about it.
Father's out there now, giving it the once-over.
Yeah? Well, I'll ankle out and see if there's something I can do. Excuse me.
Well, how are you, darling?
All right.
Well, don't I get a kiss?
Think you deserve one?
What do you think? Oh, gee, I'm crazy about you, Mary.
Are you? I love you, too.
You know, honey, I can't wait for next month to roll around. Wonder what it's going to feel like waiting up there at the altar while you come walking down the aisle.
Stumbling down the aisle. I'll probably be so nervous I won't be able to stand. Look, I've been shopping this morning.
Good. What'd you get?
Wait till you see. There. How do you like it?
Say, that's swell. It's beautiful. What is it?
It's material for curtains.
I thought it was the bridal veil.
It has so, Bobby. It has not. It has so. I tell you, it has not.
Kitty, Bobby, what's the matter?
Oh, she says the new vault has a radio in it.
A radio?
Yes, it has, Mary. It has a round thing with numbers.
She means a dial on the outside.
Isn't that a radio? Isn't it, Mr. Randall?
Well, no, Kitty. I'm afraid it isn't, but I'll have one put in if you like it.
There you are, Smarty.
Bobby, behave yourself. I'm going in to see Father, and if you don't stop acting like a young hoodlum, I'll tell him.
I ain't doing nothing.
Well, see that you don't.
Wait a second, Mary. I'll go with you. I want to speak to the teller a minute.
Bobby,
What?
want to play something?
No.
Oh, Bobby, come on. Play something with me.
Well, all right. We'll play banker. I'll be Father and you be somebody that wants to borrow money.
No, I don't want to play that. Let's play elephant. You can be the elephant.
No. I'm going to be a banker.
Now, sit down, madam.
Why? Don't ask questions. Sit down.
All right.
I understand you wish a loan, madam.
Uh-huh.
Well, I thought so. Now, how much?
How much can I get?
No. You say a whole lot at first.
$50,000.
That's a great deal of money, madam.
Well, that's the most I could think of.
Don't talk that way. You'll be put out for saying things like that.
I suppose you've got some kind of security, madam.
Well, I don't know.
Sure you have. You got a farm, haven't you?
Oh, yes, I got a farm.
Well, how large a farm?
A big one.
Well, that's good. Now, what grows on this farm?
Potatoes.
Anything else?
Potatoes and vegetables.
That's silly. Potatoes are vegetables, too.
They are not.
They are, too.
I'm going to ask Mr. Randall. Mr. Randall?
Go ahead and ask him. You'll see.
Mr. Randall? Oh, Mr. Randall.
Oh, I told him I'd see him this afternoon, Smith. You better let me take care of it.
Yes, Mr. Randall.
Mr. Randall?
That'll be all, Smith.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Randall.
Go ahead and ask him. Ask him.
Say, now, what's going on here? Another argument?
Bobby says potatoes are vegetables.
Sure they are.
Are they, Mr. Randall?
Well, now, Kitty, that's a question that requires a lot of thought.
Hey, boss.
Yes, Fred?
I got to speak to you right away. Get rid of them kids.
All right. Now, listen, you youngsters. Run out and play, will you?
Sure. Come on, Kitty. I'll show you the new ball.
Bye, Mr. Randall. Bye.
All right, Red, what's the excitement?
Come into the office quick. I got to speak to you.
Well, what's the matter?
Plenty. Doyle's here.
What?
Doyle, that copper. He's here.
Where?
In Mr. Lane's office. I seen him go in.
Holy...
He's after you, Jimmy. Sure as shooting.
It's about the Springfield job. He said he was digging up new evidence.
He must have found it. Come on, Jimmy. Let's get out of
Wait
here.
a minute. Does he know you?
I don't think so.
All right, then sit tight. I'll handle Doyle.
What do you mean?
Just keep quiet and let me do the talking. I'm going to alibi that guy till he's dizzy.
Alibi?
Now, listen, you get this. I'm not Jimmy Valentine, Red. I never heard of him. I've been straight all my life, and I can prove it.
What are you talking about?
Come here. Let's see, where is that thing? Oh, yes, here we are. Here. See this book?
Yeah?
Scrapbook full of newspaper clippings. Every clipping is about Lee Randall.
Lee Randall? That's you.
Sure, it was also my cousin.
You had a cousin by that name?
That's right. He lived in San Francisco. Went to Alaska a couple of years ago, never came back. This was his book of newspaper clippings. Here, read this one.
San Francisco News, January 12th, 1929. Lee Randall, principal speaker at Club Banquet.
Take another look at that date line, Red.
January 12th.
Mean anything to you?
No.
No? Well, the Springfield job was pulled on January the 11th.
I get it. Oh, wait a minute. You could have grabbed a plane, couldn't you?
No, I checked on that, too. They didn't have 24-hour service in 1929.
And that sounds good. But listen, Jimmy. Doyle knows you. He ain't going to let you walk out under his nose just because you got some newspaper clippings.
No, I got more than clippings. Got a picture. Here. Look at this. Group picture, the banquet. The date on it. And my face right in the front row.
Holy gee, it is you. I don't get this, Jimmy.
Cinch. Had a photographer do a double negative job for me. Took out one of the other faces and put mine in its place. Fred, I've been waiting for this day. Hoping it would never come, but waiting for it just the same. I've been going straight now for almost 3 years. I got a chance to marry the swellest girl in the world. And I'm not going to let anything slip.
But can you get away with it? Will Doyle swallow all that stuff?
He's got to.
Yeah, but if he don't, what do you do then?
I do 10 more years in the jute mill.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Pat O'Brien, Madge Evans, and our all-star cast resume the events of Alias Jimmy Valentine in a few moments. The girl we hear next never made the headlines, but she's an important part of Hollywood, the chorus girl. As captain of a group of Hollywood's fairest, all 12 of whom are in the audience tonight, she leaves this week on an airplane tour to exploit Warner Brothers' musical Gold Diggers of 1937. If you want to meet a screen showgirl, here's your chance. She's not only blonde, beautiful, shapely, but, I understand, capable of completing a whole sentence. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Carolyn Newell.
Oh, hello, Mr. DeMille. Gee, you're cute.
Well, you're not so bad. We're on the air, Miss Newell.
Oh, just like a radio program?
Practically the same.
And everybody hears whatever I say?
Yes, they do.
Oh, goody. Hello, Jack. Hello, Mortimer.
Just a minute.
Mr. Jacoby.
Just
hello,
a minute.
Hello.
Don't say anything until I ask you a question. Then talk straight into this. This is a microphone, Miss Newell, see? Microphone.
But of course, an apparatus for converting audio energy into electrical energy. Anybody knows that.
Well, upon my word.
Microphone, it comes from the Greek word mikros, meaning small.
Oh, you know a little Greek.
Not anymore. I haven't seen him in years. Oh, Nicholas.
Miss Newell, you're quite an enigma.
Oh, and I like you, too.
What I'm struggling to determine is how you got into pictures.
Well, when I was in high school...
You were in high school?
I'll thank you for not interrupting me, sir.
But how did you get into pictures?
Well, a Spanish boy I knew taught me to speak Spanish, and I got a job in a foreign language studio. After that, I was with Jean Harlow's stand-in at Metro, and then I went to Warner Brothers.
Mm-hmm. Are all showgirls like you, are they?
Mr. DeMille, you say the nicest things.
Oh, well. What are your latest pictures?
Stage Struck, Cain and Mabel, and now Gold Diggers.
Do you smoke or drink?
Thanks, but hadn't we better wait till we're through?
What's the showgirl's idea of marriage?
Well, it's like this. If a man came along with plenty of money, I think most of us would like to get married, providing we fell in love. That's important, too. But personally, if a man without money wanted to marry, I don't think it would be fair to either of us. You see, showgirls are really too independent.
I'm afraid that the pilot of that plane is going to find himself in a spin with all you gold diggers aboard. Do you like the idea of flying?
Swell. The only trouble is that with 12 of us in one plane, there won't be much room left for clothes. But we know how to get around that.
How?
Did you ever hear of Lux Flakes?
Well, sounds familiar.
They solve our problem. Each night when we stop off at a hotel, we do a little washing with Lux Flakes. We use Lux all the time at the studio for our sweaters and costumes. And we use it on our trip, not only for convenience, but because we want to look our best always. You ought to try it sometime.
I will. It sounds like lots of fun.
Yes, indeed, Mr. DeMille. This has been lots of fun. If I haven't given the audience a very concrete idea of what a Hollywood showgirl is really like, maybe it's because we're actually no different than other girls. No smarter and, well, I guess no dumber. Just trying to make good and waiting for the right man. Thanks loads and good night.
Good night, Miss Newell. Back to our play, Alias Jimmy Valentine, starring Pat O'Brien and Madge Evans, with Alan Jenkins and William Frawley. It's just a few minutes since Jimmy learned that Doyle was in the bank looking for him. Alone in his office, Jimmy is pacing the floor nervously. The door opens, and Mary enters hurriedly.
Lee.
Yes, Mary?
Lee, I just came from Father's office. There's a man there, a detective. He's been asking Father a lot of questions about you.
About me? Well?
He said you're not Lee Randall. He said your name is Jimmy Valentine.
Valentine?
Lee, what's wrong? What's it all about? I'm frightened.
Oh, now take it easy, Mary. Everything will be all right.
But he's going to arrest you. He said so. I sneaked out of the office to warn you. Lee,
I tell you, Mr. Doyle, this is ridiculous.
Maybe it is, and maybe it ain't.
Lee.
Yes, Mr. Lane?
This man has just been asking me some questions about you. He's a detective.
Oh, yes?
Says his name is Doyle, and...
That's all right, Mr. Lane. You don't need an introduction to me. Do you, Valentine?
Valentine? My name is Randall.
Oh, come on. I wasn't born yesterday. I know your face like I know my own.
Mr. Doyle, you're making a mistake.
No, I ain't. He's Jimmy Valentine, wanted in the state of Massachusetts for cracking a safe in Springfield. I got all the evidence I need.
Maybe you have, but you've got the wrong man.
Of course you have. This is preposterous.
Now listen to me, all of you. I came all the way up here to put the bracelets on this bird, and I'm going to do it, see? Now, do you come peacefully, Valentine, or do I have to use force?
Oh, I wouldn't try that if I were you. You've evidently mistaken me for someone else.
Oh, I told you to can that stuff.
Why should I? I think I'm entitled to a chance to prove to you that I'm really Lee Randall.
Never mind that. How about proving you're not Jimmy Valentine?
He doesn't have to.
That's right, Mr. Lane. The burden of proof rests upon Mr. Doyle. He has to show beyond a reasonable doubt that I am Jimmy Valentine.
I'll do that when the right time comes.
Why don't you do it now?
All right, lady. Well, Valentine, suppose you tell us where you've been for the last 6 years or so.
No, of course, my name is Randall, but I don't mind answering your question. I came to Glendale 3 years ago. Before that, I spent the rest of my life in San Francisco.
You weren't doing a stretch about 3.5 years ago?
Of course not.
And I suppose you weren't in Springfield either on the night of January 11th, 1929.
I've answered that question. I was in San Francisco.
All right. Maybe you can prove that.
Yes, I think I can.
How?
Well, I don't know exactly, but... Wait a minute. I can prove it. Look. You see this scrapbook?
Well?
It's full of clippings about me. Let's see now. Maybe I can find something here. Sure, here we are. I think you said I was in prison 3.5 years ago. That would be 1932, wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Well, this ought to be close enough. Look. San Francisco Times, February 22nd, 1932. There's a list of names of people who attended the holiday ball. You'll find mine at the bottom. See it? See it? Lee Randall.
Yeah, I see it.
So you see? I was there, all right. Well, now maybe I can find something around another time. 1929. January. No. But I can't get the exact date. Wait a minute. Wait, here. You said January 11th, didn't you?
Mm-hmm.
Well, here's a clipping from the 12th. I made a speech at a club banquet. There's a picture, too. Not in the paper, of course, but you can see it must have been the same banquet. The photographer even dated it. Let's see. Where am I in this? There. There I am, right in the front row.
Let me see. Well, I'll be...
Well, I guess that settles it, Mr. Doyle.
You certainly don't want any more proof, do you?
I don't know. I don't understand this.
Why not? It's very simple.
Yeah, that's just it. You know, you look enough like Valentine to be his twin brother.
It's a good thing I'm not. You seem pretty intent on catching up with him.
I've been after him for almost 3 years.
You must want him pretty badly.
Yeah. You see, he's the only man in the country who can open a safe by the sense of touch.
By the sense of touch? Impossible.
Not for him, it ain't. He rubs his fingers with sandpaper, see?
Sandpaper? Ooh.
Yeah. Scrapes the skin clean off them so they'll be more sensitive.
How terrible.
You don't really believe that, do you, Mr. Doyle?
Sure I do. Why not?
Well, I don't believe that any man could have so delicate a sense of touch.
Well, he has. And it's been the ambition of my life to see him work, to catch him with the goods.
Well, for the sake of the community, I hope you do.
Thanks.
What's that? Listen.
It's off near the cave.
Mr. Lane. Mr. Lane.
Hey, Red, what's the matter out there?
Something awful has happened.
What?
It's Kitty.
Kitty? What's the matter with her?
Talk up, man. What's happened?
She's locked in the vault.
What did you
She's
say?
in a new vault. She's locked in there.
Locked in the vault?
Quiet, Mary.
How did it happen?
Bobby, they were playing and he closed the door on her.
My baby, oh, God.
Take it easy, Mr. Lane. Where's the combination?
They haven't sent the combination yet. Nobody knows it.
Oh, Father.
Now, quiet, Mary, please.
I'm going out to the vault.
Stay where you are, Mr. Lane.
But she's locked in there.
Well, you can't do her any good. Red, go out and clear the bank.
Okay, Mr. Randall.
Now, sit down, Mary, please, and be quiet.
Randall, what are you doing?
Hello, Miss Simpson. Give me the Globe Saving Ball Company right away. Might know the combination at the office.
Do you think so, Lee?
Take a chance.
How big is the vault she's in, Mr. Lane?
Oh, it's very small. It's full of safety boxes. Clear up to the ceiling.
That's not so good.
Why? What do you mean?
Shut up, Doyle.
Mr. Randall.
Hello, Red.
They're clearing the bank. Peters is attending to it.
All right, sit tight for a minute. Here we are. Hello. Globe? Randall speaking. Farmers National Bank, Glendale. Listen, I've got to have the combination of that new vault right away. Yes, the new vault. What? Where is it? Oh, let's see. All right.
Lee, what did they say?
They can't get it.
What?
Only one man in the office knows what the combination is. He's out for the day.
Oh, good God.
What are we going to do?
There must be somebody who can open it. There must be somebody.
There's only one person I could think of. Jimmy Valentine. Too bad he ain't here now. Eh, Randall?
Shut up, will you?
She can't last much longer. There's not enough air. She's suffocating.
Oh, Father.
Oh, don't, Mary. We'll get her out of there.
But how? How, Lee?
I know a way. It's an awfully hard way for me, but I'll get her out.
Lee.
How you going to do it, Mr. Randall?
Stick around, Doyle, and watch. Red.
Yeah?
Red, go down to the workshop.
Yeah?
Bring me back 4 sheets of rough sandpaper.
Sandpaper? Well, that's a coincidence.
must be quiet. You can't work if you do that.
Yes, Father.
How's it going, fella?
I don't know yet. I don't know. Can't feel. Give me that sandpaper again, Red.
Here you are. Don't you think I've done enough of that?
Shut up and let me alone.
You please.
So what? Don't talk, I tell you. I heard it. Oh, missed it again. I felt it that time. I felt the dog lift. There it is.
21.
21, right. Remember that.
I got it.
Give me that paper.
Be quiet, miss. It's the only way you can work.
52 left.
52 left.
Now I'm getting there. I can feel every jar of it. How many bolts has door got, Red?
12.
12? Here we are again. This is 11. I think I know this rotation.
11.
Right.
Randall, are you getting it?
In a minute, Mr. Lane.
What's that?
She's kicking the vent against the door again. Stop it, kid. Stop it.
Don't wait your lungs, Red. Keep your nerve. 42.
42.
That's what it ought to be. Now. 1.
1.
See your rotation, all right. 10 off the first. On 2, 3, and back. Now. 1 more, Red.
Hurry. If you can stop, she might be dead.
Oh, no.
Wait a minute. There it is.
Pull it open. Get that door open.
Here it comes.
Kitty! Kitty!
Here she is on the floor.
Give it to me. Is she dead?
No, she's breathing. She'll be all right. Get her down to the bathroom now. Quick.
Someone come with me.
Red, help carry her.
Sure. Let me take her, Mr. Lane. And don't worry. She'll be all right. Just take it easy now.
Oh, Lee. Look at your poor fingers.
Huh? Oh. Oh, yeah. Oh, they're all right.
That was a neat job opening that safe.
Yeah, wasn't it? Guess you win after all, Doyle. I'm ready to go with you.
Go where?
Massachusetts.
Oh, no. I ain't going to Massachusetts. I ain't going any place in particular, and neither are you. She needs you more than the state of Massachusetts.
What do you mean?
I mean that you were right, see? I made a big mistake a few minutes ago. I thought you were Jimmy Valentine. Ain't that a riot? Well, I guess I'll run along. I don't suppose we'll ever meet again, Mr. Randall, so I'll say goodbye for good. But wait a minute. Just to return your respect, Jimmy, don't think I fell for that double negative photograph. So long.
Well,
He's gone.
yes, but he knows who I am, Mary. So do you.
Yes, darling. Your name is Lee Randall.
Alias Jimmy Valentine.
Lee Randall. And we're going to be married next month.
You mean that?
Oh, you know I do.
Gee, that's funny. I told Red once I was going to crack one more safe. I guess that was it.
Jimmy Valentine's last job is finished, but not Pat O'Brien's. With Madge Evans, he returns shortly to the microphone. In the annals of law enforcement, no name struck greater fear in the hearts of criminals, or will be remembered by this nation with greater gratitude than that of Melvin Purvis. Mr. Purvis received his law degree from the University of his native South Carolina and practiced law before entering the Department of Justice. Though he was less than 5 feet 9 inches in height and weighed not quite 130 pounds, he became head of the Chicago office of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the powerful organization which waged a relentless battle against such wanton outlaws as Pretty Boy Floyd, Babyface Nelson, Vern Miller, the Toohey, Carpus, and Barker gangs, Vern Sankey, and John Dillinger. Today, Mr. Purvis is an attorney in San Francisco, as quiet and soft-spoken as when he proceeded to rid the country of its public enemies. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Melvin Purvis.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. I've listened with interest to the story of the safecracker, Jimmy Valentine. Few of Jimmy Valentine's kind are left, but I remember one I met while running down a lead on John Dillinger. he had only the greatest scorn for bank robbers of today. Their greed for large hauls, their quickness on the trigger, and their wanton murders of innocent people thoroughly disgusted him.
Is it true that during the past several months, crime has been at a fortunate ebb?
Yes, but it must be emphasized that whatever gains law and order have attained over organized crime will be turned into disastrous defeat if any apathy is shown now by the public or by law enforcement officials. The last few years have demonstrated that crime can be successfully fought if intelligently fought.
Well, do you agree, Mr. Purvis, with those who think an American Scotland Yard would hold crime in greater check?
No, Mr. DeMille. Scotland Yard, although a highly efficient organization, and one for which I have the utmost respect, is really nothing more than the Metropolitan Police Force of London. In 1935, there were 28 murders in Scotland Yard's territory. In the same year, 375 murders were committed in New York, and 1,630 in Memphis, Tennessee. In other words, the Yard has never had to combat problems like ours.
Then what do you suggest as a means of halting crime?
First, it is the duty of Americans to see that the youth of our country is properly trained by giving more time and money to organizations that take boys off the street and out of dives. Second, modernization of local and state police. This can be done by giving our police at least as good equipment as the criminals have, by rewarding merit and weeding out incompetency. Third, our prison system must be improved. Few men emerge from prison without a Ph.D. in crime, and few fail to put this newly acquired knowledge into practice. Until prisoners are properly segregated in jail, until our parole and prison systems work hand in hand, the penitentiary will remain little more than a breeding place for more crime. Fourth, the public must cooperate with law enforcement officials at all times. Citizens who pay tribute to racketeering thugs only tie the noose more tightly around their own necks. These, ladies and gentlemen, are problems which must be solved. And while the country has a breathing spell, is the time to do something about solving them. Thank you, Mr. DeMille, not only for your courtesy, but for the many hours of excellent entertainment provided by the Lux Radio Theatre. Good night.
Good night, Mr. Purvis. And now, let's get our Irish up and bring Pat O'Brien back to the microphone with Madge Evans.
I guess there'll be no holding Pat, Mr. DeMille, since you told us the real Jimmy Valentine was named Connors, another Irishman.
Oh, I knew that all the time.
Speaking of the Fighting Irish, Pat, how did it happen that you played football for Marquette instead of Notre Dame?
Well, I'll tell you, after the one game I was in against the Fighting Irish, most people thought I did play for Notre Dame.
Why, I understood you ran 95 yards for a touchdown.
No, that was just the dream of a publicity man, Madge. To tell the truth, they carried me off after the first few plays. Took Marquette several years to climb back from where I left them, but look at them now. Unbeaten and untied, and how many of those are there?
It looks like Marquette for the Rose Bowl, Pat. Maybe.
They're practically on the field now. Yes, sir, I'm so happy I could sing.
I dare you to.
Oh, well, there are people listening.
I've never known an Irishman who wouldn't take a dare.
Well, what can a man do?
Well, Mr. O'Brien, what will it be?
Well, all right, then. I'll sing the Charlady's Ball. You asked for it, and you're going to get it. At the Charlady's Ball, people said one and all, you're the belle of the ball, Mrs. Mulligan. We'd 1 steps and 2 steps, and the devil knows what new steps. We swore that we'd never be dull again, be that we had wine, porter, and Jameson. We'd cocktails and cocoa and all. We'd rumbas and tangos, half steps and fandangos, the night that we danced at the Charlady's Ball. I made it. Well, I hope you learned your lesson. Never dare an Irishman.
It was lovely, Pat. But before someone dares me to sing, I want to congratulate Lux for making Monday night my favorite evening at the radio, and to say good night.
Good night, Madge.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. And listen, if you ever have any consideration for your audience, never let an actor sing again. Good night, Mr. DeMille.
Good night, me bye.
Thank you, Miss Evans and Mr. O'Brien. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your announcer, Melville Ruick. Next week's program will be announced shortly by Mr. DeMille. Mr. O'Brien, Miss Newell, and Mr. Jenkins appeared through courtesy of Warner Brothers. Miss Evans, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. Mr. DeMille and Mr. Frawley, Paramount. And Mr. Silvers, 20th Century Fox, where he directed music for the new film, Lloyds of London. 4.5-year-old Joan Field, who plays the part of Kitty, appeared through courtesy of B.P. Schulberg, her discoverer. And now, Mr. DeMille.
I look forward to next Monday night as a highlight in the history of the Lux Radio Theatre. The event will be the presentation of Noel Coward's delightful romance, Conversation Piece, a musical and dramatic play which takes place in France and England during the Napoleonic era. Our stars, Miss Lily Pons of the Metropolitan Opera and Mr. Adolphe Manjou. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theatre brings you Lily Pons and Adolphe Manjou in Conversation Piece. Before closing, may I call your attention to the annual membership drive of the American Red Cross. Had it not been for this great Legion of Mercy, 131,000 families throughout the United States would be facing a tragic future today. The Red Cross has rebuilt and repaired homes, provided food, clothing, shelter, and medical attention for the victims of 105 disasters this year. Millions of Americans are enrolling in the Red Cross in order that its service may continue. Won't you please share in the Red Cross work? Contribute your dollar and enroll now through your local chapter. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
California, the Lux Radio Theatre presents Stella Dallas with Barbara Stanwyck, John Bowles, Anne Shirley, and Barbara O'Neill.
Lux presents Hollywood. It is your loyalty to Lux Toilet Soap that makes this program possible, which tonight stars Barbara Stanwyck, John Bowles, Anne Shirley, and Barbara O'Neill in Samuel Goldwyn's superlative screen production, Stella Dallas. You will also hear T. Keith Glennon, operations manager of Paramount Studios, and music under the direction of Louis Silvers. And now, the producer of the Lux Radio Theatre. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. With this presentation, the Lux Radio Theatre becomes 3 years old. During this week in 1934, we first went on the air, and by coincidence, John Bowles was our leading man then, as he is tonight. For our stars, as well as for us, the past year has been an outstanding one. It's been Mr. Bowles' busiest and most successful year on the screen. Anne Shirley has acquired stardom and a husband. And Barbara Stanwyck has at last come into her own through her magnificent performance as Stella Dallas, which she repeats tonight. I know of no one in Hollywood who merits success more than Barbara. Born in a poor section of Brooklyn, she lost both parents while still a child. Living with 10 different families, whichever would take her in, she never knew what a home was. At 13, she was earning her own living as a clerk. 2 years later, she was a dancer, and her first glimpse of success came with a stage role from David Belasco, who changed her name from Ruby Stevens to Barbara Stanwyck. Now on top, Barbara can at last indulge a lifelong ambition. She's purchased a farm in the San Fernando Valley and will spend her off-screen life raising horses. Our story was written 15 years ago by Olive Higgins Prouty and was brought to the screen by my partner of 25 years ago, Samuel Goldwyn. As in the film, we hear Mr. Bowles as Stella Dallas, as Stephen Dallas, Anne Shirley as Laurel, Barbara O'Neill as Helen Morrison, and, of course, Barbara Stanwyck as Stella Dallas. And now one of the year's greatest pictures comes to the air. The Lux Radio Theatre presents Stella Dallas with Barbara Stanwyck, John Bowles, and Anne Shirley. The year is 1919, and our scene is Main Street, in the little manufacturing town of Millhampton, Massachusetts. It's 10 o'clock Sunday evening, and the picture at the Bijou Movie Palace has just finished. In the crowd, drifting out through the lobby, is Stephen Dallas, assistant manager of the town's factory. And at his side, walking as close to him as she dares, is Stella Martin. Stella looks happy and very proud as the mill hands greet their young executive.
Evening, Mr. Dallas.
Evening, Joe.
Hello, boss.
How are you, Harry?
How do, Mr. Dallas? Hello, Stella.
Hello.
That's the second time this week I saw them together in the drugstore the other night. You mind your own business.
Oh, gee, I'm sorry, Mr. Dallas.
Oh, come on now. You've got to get home. Do you mind our being talked about, Stella?
Mind? I mind? Oh, no, it's just that... Well, I can't believe you like seeing me when you could be out with all the swell.
Oh, but I want to be with you. I like being with you.
Oh, could I take your arm? I mean, is that all right? Is that considered...
Well, of course it is.
Oh, I hope you don't mind my asking those things. It's just that I want to be like all the people you've been around. Educated, you know, and speaking nice, and then
Now, don't be like anyone else. I like you the way you are.
Oh, but I've wanted to be different ever since I met you, and if I was around you long enough, I could be. Why, I could learn to talk like you and act like you, and pretty soon well, you know, you've done a lot for me, even in these couple of weeks.
You've done a lot for me, too, Stella. I was very lonely the day you walked into my office.
Lonely?
Yes. I don't know how much you know about me, but...
Oh, I know your society. I mean,
you mean I used to be.
Yes, and your father died. I read about it in the newspaper.
Dad didn't die. He committed suicide, Stella.
Oh.
He went broke and he couldn't stand it. That's when I came here to start all over again. I guess that was in the papers, too.
Mr. Dallas.
Yes?
That girl, the one you were engaged to when...
Yes?
Wouldn't she wait for you?
She would, if I'd let her. But I couldn't do that, could I? She was married just 2 weeks ago.
Oh. She must have been very lovely.
Yes. Well, here we are.
I don't have to go in right away.
Cigarette?
No, thanks. I don't smoke, and I don't drink either.
Oh, you're sweet, Stella. I was lonely and unhappy, then I'm not anymore, Stella. Stella.
Oh, please, I shouldn't have. You won't have any respect for me. Not for girls who let men kiss them whenever they want. I don't let men... I mean, well, girls shouldn't unless they... Well, unless they know the man is serious.
Shall I tell you I am? Or shall I just kiss you again?
Oh, Stephen.
Here it is in the paper. Stephen Dallas weds Millhampton girl. Gee, wouldn't you just know she'd hook the best? What do you know about this? Mr. and Mrs. Stephen Dallas were just admitted to membership in the River Club. Flying kind of high.
The boys at the mill are congratulating the Stephen Dallases on the birth of a new baby girl. Well, the popular new manager and Stella Martin were married a year ago.
You sure is, honey. Who does she look like? Let me see who.
Oh, let the nurse take her inside, Agnes. You'll have plenty of time for that later on.
Yes'm. This here way, Miss Nurse.
Sit down, honey.
Oh, gosh. Home never looked so good to me.
Oh, poor Stella.
Oh, I didn't mind it. It was just the hospital got on my nerves. And that darn doctor trying to make me stay another week.
Oh, but Stella, he just thought it would be better if
Better for who? It was just to get your money. Stephen, what's all this on the table?
It's mail, honey. You had a lot of friends who wanted to congratulate you.
Oh, Stephen, why didn't you bring him to me? The days wouldn't have seemed half so long. Oh, gosh, and I thought everybody had forgotten me. Stephen.
Yeah?
Look at this, an invitation to a dance at the River Club tomorrow night. I think I can wear my blue dress. I'll let it out a little at the top, and then
Stella, you don't want to go dancing already?
Oh, why not? Before I went to the hospital, I was stuck in this house for 4 solid months without going anywhere. And we just got into the River Club. All my life, I've just about died to go to the real places and get in with the right crowd. And just when I get a chance and get started, I have to give it all up.
Oh, we'll go next time.
Well, I don't want to go next time. I want to go this time. Oh, Stephen, I won't dance much, I promise. Gee, I just want to get a wave and a manicure and get all dressed up again and go hear some music and forget all about doctors and hospitals and nurses.
And babies?
No, but, oh, Stephen, please.
Now, Stella.
Oh, please.
Who is that dancing with Mrs. Dallas, Stephen?
I really don't know.
He's very good. Who is he, Joyce?
His name is Munn. He has something to do with horse races. The girls invite him over for golf, and he gives them tips.
Oh, I see.
Why, you're a wonderful dancer, Mr. Munn.
Well, if I'm any judge of horseflesh, you don't take a mean leg yourself. Say, how did you come to get hooked up to that crowd at your table?
Oh, they're some business friends of my husband.
Business friend?
Uh-huh.
What is he, an undertaker? Say, Stella, why don't you get him to ditch that bunch of mothbacks and come over and join us?
Spencer Chandler's table? Why, we don't even know him.
Well, that won't take long. Do you know what he said after our first dance?
No, what?
He said, Ed, he always calls me Ed.
Uh-huh.
He said, Ed, you can pick winners on a dance floor better than you can at a racetrack.
Yeah? Oh, go on. Don't red apple me.
Oh, no, on the level. Come on, I'll prove it to you.
Wait. I'd have to ask Stephen first.
Oh, forget it. Hey, Spence.
Sit down, Mon.
Spence, I want you to meet a friend of mine. Stella, Mr. Chandler, Mrs. Dallas.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Say, Spence, I want you to prove something to her for me. Didn't you say I could pick him on a dance floor as good as I can on the track?
Yes, but I wouldn't feel too flattered, Mrs. Dallas. Munn hasn't given me a winner in over a month. Won't you sit down?
Thank you.
Or would you rather dance?
Why, yes, I guess I would.
Fine.
Well, Stella.
Oh, Stephen, come here. Stephen, this is Mr. Munn.
Pleased to meet you.
And Mr. Spencer Chandler.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Mr. Chandler just asked me to dance. You don't mind.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chandler. My wife's just out of the hospital. She ought to be home in bed. And that's where she's going.
Oh, well, we'll hurry then. Come on, Mr. Chandler.
Stella.
Hey, Dallas, you wouldn't like to sit down and have a little snifter, would you?
No, thank you. Go ahead, dear.
Thank you. Well, you can start the lecture now that we're home. What have I done this time? Go ahead, begin.
Stella, I asked you not to wear those earrings and that cheap imitation necklace. You took them off, you agreed, and after we got there, you came out of the dressing
Now,
room.
Stephen, I'm perfectly willing to let you tell me how to act, but please don't give me pointers on how to dress. Allow me at least to know more about one thing than you do. After all, I've always been known to have stacks of style. You should have heard Ed Munn, and he's been around a bit, too. He's traveled further, and he's
Al.
All right, then, Father, whichever it is, I don't care. Gosh, I have to think twice every time I open my mouth. And Spencer Chandler didn't seem to have to turn the other way either. And he only happens to be one of the Chandlers.
Stella, please, don't say things like that. Remember, you're my wife now.
Oh, and can't look at another man.
That isn't the point at all.
Oh, that's a laugh. An affair between Spencer Chandler and I. Well, I am coming up in the world.
Stella, won't you try to understand? The fake jewelry's not important. None of these things matter in themselves. But what's to become of us? That is important.
Yes, Stephen.
Stella, why did you marry me?
Oh, because I was crazy about you, silly, and I still am, only you just don't seem to ever
Once, a long time ago, you said you were crazy to learn everything, become someone, didn't you?
Yes, Stephen.
Please listen to me. I'm only telling you this because I love you. Stella, the firm wants to send me to New York to handle the sales department there. I want to go, and I want to take you with me. But I want you to make an effort. I want you to try to be Well, what you want it to be. Give up a few things for me and try to adapt yourself.
Adapt myself? Give up a few things? Well, what have I been doing ever since I met you? And I'm getting a little sick of it, too. How would it be for you to do a little adapting for a change? I don't see you giving up anything. And I'll tell you one more thing. I'm not going to New York. I'm certainly not going to leave here just when I'm beginning to get in with the right people.
Now, Stella...
You go on and go to New York. I'm going to stay here. Hey, cut it out. Oh, here, I'll feed you myself.
She sure is getting big. Cute, too.
Isn't she? You know, Carrie, I used to think girls at the mill were crazy when they got married and right off the bat started having kids.
But, honest, Stella, would you want any more?
Sure, if I could have another one like her. Gee, she's been a regular pal to me. You know, since Stephen's been away in New York so much, I hardly know I have a husband. Why, he's only been home 3 times this summer. And then it was only on account of her. He's crazy about her. And who wouldn't be? Now, who's there? Edna? Oh, where is that girl? All right.
Hi!
Why, Ed Munn!
Well, is that all the welcome I get?
Ed, of all people! Oh, gosh, I'm glad to see you.
Well, I'm glad to see you.
Come on in.
Thanks. Stella, this is my friend Charlie. You remember
Yeah,
Charlie?
how are you?
Hi.
Come on inside. Hey, Carrie, look who's here. Well, for heaven's sake!
Hello, Carrie.
Hello, Ed. Hello, Charlie.
Hi. Well, will you get a load of that kid? Has she grown or am I crazy?
Oh, Lolly, darling, you remember Uncle Ed, don't you?
Well, I remember you.
You want something to drink, Ed?
Sure. And if you don't mind, I'll peel this coat.
Yeah, go ahead. You still play the piano, Charlie?
Yeah, I guess so.
Hey, where you been hiding still? I haven't seen you.
Oh, gosh, Ed, I haven't been out of this house for 2 months.
Huh? You been sick?
No, but... Oh, I don't know. I don't seem to get any fun out of a good time anymore. All the time I'm out, I'm thinking of her and what she's doing and how soon I can get back to her.
Well, here's hoping I'll always be around at the right time.
Oh.
Say, can I pick the kid up?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh. Come on, dear Uncle Ed. That's a girl, Laurel. Come on. Well, what's the matter? Ain't you got a great big smile for
Oh,
Uncle
of
Ed?
course she has. Come on, darling. Smile for Uncle Ed. Come on. Edna. Come on, Lolly, darling. Smile.
Look at those noses. Look.
Edna, who was it? Edna! It's Mr. Dallas, ma'am. Hello, Stephen.
Hello, Stella.
Oh, you remember Mr. Munn.
How do you do?
And Carrie Jenkins?
Oh, how do you do?
How do you do?
Well, I think I'll be getting along.
Oh, all right.
That's a fine baby you got there, Mr. Dallas.
Thank you, I think so.
I gotta be going too, Ed.
Me too. Just a minute. I'll see you to the door.
Forget it. We won't get lost. Well, so long, Stella.
Bye.
Goodbye, Mr. Down.
Well, Stephen, sit down.
Stella, I can't have our child living this way.
Oh, what's wrong this time?
It's not just this time. It's every time I come.
What do you mean? Because there was a couple of drinks? Well, what's wrong with that? Coming in here with that icebergy way of yours.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be rude, but she's my child, too, and I won't have this. I haven't wanted to take Laurel away from you, but if
Take her away from me? What are you talking about?
Here, darling, come to your
How
dad.
dare you say such a thing? Give it to me.
Stella,
Give it to me, I say.
Stella, please, you
Watch
mustn't
out,
do
you're
this.
hurting her. Get out of here.
Stella.
Get out, I say. Oh, did he frighten Mommy's little girl? Don't you cry. Mommy's right here. Mommy won't let anybody hurt you. Yeah, dear. Oh, darling. You're here with Mommy, and nobody in the whole world is ever going to take you away. Nobody. Nobody.
Before continuing with Act Two of our play here in the Lux Radio Theatre, let's drop in for a moment at the publicity office out at one of the major studios. A publicity man is in conference with a very charming young lady, one of Hollywood's leading fashion editors.
You mean girls are going to look more girlish than boyish this year?
Yes, that's it exactly. For instance, they're using richer furs, and the lines of coats and dresses flow more. They're more graceful. The whole idea is to create a softer effect.
Oh, I think that's a lot of rot. Men don't want women to be soft anymore. They want them to be able to take it.
That may be so, but they do want them to look soft. They want women to wear pretty clothes, keep their hair nicely waved, and to have lovely, soft skin. You men are very demanding, you know.
You're certainly right on complexion. I saw a woman around here yesterday. She had beautiful clothes. Even the hat wasn't bad. But I couldn't go for that complexion.
I feel awfully sorry for a woman like that. If she'd only known about Lux toilet soap.
You hear plenty about Lux soap around here. Most all our stars use it. Evidently, you think it's pretty good, too.
I certainly do. It's the best way I know of to guard against cosmetic skin. You know, actually, lots of women ruin their own looks. They don't remove dirt and stale cosmetics from their pores thoroughly.
Well, we use that soap out home. You know, it works up a swell lather even in hard water.
I know, and it's an active lather that keeps pores from getting choked. And if 9 out of 10 screen stars say that, well, that's the way to keep your complexion soft and lovely. That's all the recommendation I need to use Lux toilet soap, too.
Now, Mr. DeMille. We continue Stella Dallas, starring Barbara Stanwyck, John Bowles, Anne Shirley, and Barbara O'Neill. 12 years have passed, during which Stephen Dallas and Stella have been living apart. A few days before Laurel's 13th birthday, Stephen is standing at the book counter of a New York department store. Nearby, a well-dressed woman and her 3 small sons are examining the contents of the toy counter. The woman is Helen Morrison, the girl to whom Stephen was once engaged. She turns toward him suddenly, and their eyes meet with a look of pleased recognition.
Stephen!
Helen!
Oh, Stephen.
I'm so glad to see you.
Oh, and you. Oh, boys, come here, come, please. Stephen, these are my sons.
How do you do, young gentlemen?
How do you do? Oh, this is Mr. Dallas, whom your mother has known for such a long time. John?
How do you do?
Lee?
Lee?
How do you do?
And Cornelius.
Cornelius?
How do you do? Con. He doesn't like to be called Cornelius. I do, too. It was my father's name.
Was?
Oh, Con is the man of the family now, and he looks after us all so beautifully. His father would be very proud.
That's splendid. Nothing but the finest care in the world would be good enough for your mother.
But, Stephen, tell us about you. What are you doing here?
Well, if you mean New York, I'm in business here. If you mean this store, I'm here buying birthday presents for my daughter.
Your daughter?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Stephen.
Wait a minute. I have a picture here of her. Here it is.
Oh, she's lovely. When may we meet her and her mother?
They're not here. You see, Laurel goes to school up near Boston, and her mother spends all of her time with her.
Oh, well, I have so many things to hear and to tell. Can you have lunch with us?
Well, I should be back at the office by now.
Oh.
We'd be glad to have you, Mr. Dallas, if you don't mind carrying your own tray.
John's been saving up for a whole month in order to take us out for lunch.
Really?
It's his treat.
How about it, Mr. Dallas?
Yes, Steve.
Well, I guess I can't refuse an offer like that.
No.
Oh, Mr. Dallas!
Come on, fellas. If you run short, John, I'll lend you a couple of dollars.
Gee, thanks.
Oh, Mother, it's beautiful.
Careful now. Now, don't mash the ruffles. Stand still so I can fit it to you.
Oh, I love the color. It's a beautiful dress, Mommy.
Yeah. Now, I forgot. This goes here on the waist.
Flowers? Oh, no.
Oh, yes. It gives it some snap.
No, please.
Oh, Lolly, for heaven's sake, you're just like your father. You want everything as plain as an old shoe.
Plain with all these beautiful handmade ruffles. Oh, just you wait till Dad sees them. He always notices my dresses.
Yeah? Oh, what did he say in his letter? Anything?
Just that he's expecting me during vacation, and we're going to have more fun than last time, he says, because we're going visiting.
Where?
Oh, I guess you know her, too, an old friend, Mrs. Morrison.
Morrison?
You do know her.
Not me. Take off the dress and let me get to work on it.
Watch out for the pin.
Come on now, pull it over your head.
Oh, what's going on in there?
Come on in, Ed.
No, Mother, wait till I get out.
Molly.
Say, what is this, a Folly's dressing
Mother,
room?
please.
Oh, what's the matter?
You shouldn't see me like this.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Ed's known you since you were knee-high.
Yeah, and even less than that. Now, what have you got to hide from your Uncle Ed? Come on, give us a kiss.
Mother, make him stop,
Ed,
please.
stop.
Come on now, come on.
No, let me alone.
Molly.
Let me alone.
Oh, Ed, I wish you wouldn't tease her like that. You know she don't like it.
Yeah, I know. But I get a kick out of a young one being so finicky.
Well,
Is your car downstairs?
Oh, no, it's in the shop. Why?
Oh, I wanted to go to town. I wanted to get the decorations for Laurel's party.
Well, why not go in on a train? I'll tell you. We'll take the kids, see a show, and have dinner.
No, I don't want her to know what I'm getting.
Oh, I see. Well, I guess I could show you a better time without her.
Ed.
You see those two old dames when I put the itching powder on?
Stop it, Ed. You're killing me.
Oh, gosh, Stella. We have a lot of laughs, don't we?
Oh, I got a pain from it.
Say, Stella.
What?
Stella, why don't you scratch that first entry of yours and give somebody else a chance? Honest, I'd do anything in the world.
Please don't, Ed. It's like I told you. It's not personal, only I don't think there's a man living that could get me going anymore. Oh, I don't know. I guess Lolly just uses up all the feelings I got, and I don't seem to have any left for anybody else.
You got plenty for me, Stella.
Why can't we go on as we are? Gosh, I don't know what I'd have done without you some of the times when Lolly was back with Stephen. You're such a good sport and such a lot of fun, but...
I guess you know what you're doing.
I guess I do, Ed.
Why do you have to go, Laurel?
Laurel must go back to school, dear.
The car's waiting, Laurel.
I'm ready. Let me have Laurel's bag, John. You'll drop it. I will
Oh,
not.
now, don't argue, John. She'll miss her train. Oh, goodbye, Laurel. It's been fun, hasn't it?
Oh, yes, Mrs. Morrison.
We'll be looking forward to your next visit.
I've had such a lovely time. I don't know how to thank you.
Oh, goodbye, dear.
Goodbye, Helen.
Goodbye, Stephen.
Goodbye, boys.
Oh, Daddy, aren't they the nicest boys?
I think so. How did you like Mrs. Morrison?
I think she's the loveliest lady I ever knew.
Do you, Laurel? Do you really?
Oh, I mean, of course I mean, except my mother.
Come on, Lolly. Oh, gee, it's good to have you home again.
Oh, I missed you too, Mom.
We'll leave the bag here for a while.
Oh, Gladys will take it. Gladys!
Oh, she's not here anymore. I let her go.
Mother.
Well, what did I need with a maid around?
Oh, Mommy, you shouldn't have.
Besides, I was glad to have something to do to help pass the time away. You know what I did, Lolly?
What?
I saved enough money out of her wages to pay a deposit on a fur coat for you.
Mother, you didn't.
Uh-huh.
Well, you're just going to get it right back. I don't want a fur coat, Mother. Besides, none of the girls I met at Mrs. Morrison's are allowed to have them yet.
Oh, no?
Uh-uh.
Oh.
Can I help you fix dinner, Mother?
Oh, sure. Come on.
I'll get an apron.
Say, tell me about this Mrs. Morrison. What's she like?
Oh, Mother, she's lovely. She's sort of, well, she reminds me of a flower that grows up in Maine. All pale and delicate. Strong, too. I don't know what you call it.
Oh, gracious, Lolly. I don't care what kind of a flower she looks like. Is she tall or short, dark or light, fat or thin? How old is she?
Well, she doesn't seem to be any special age. You know, she's like one of those goddesses in my mythology book that way.
Oh, come on now. You can tell whether she's 20 or 40.
Oh, she's not 40. No. Well, I guess maybe she's about 25.
And, how did your father happen to meet this goddess?
No, Mother, it's like a story. Con told me all about it.
Con?
Uh-huh.
Is that her husband?
Oh, no, he's dead.
Dead, is he? Well, that's convenient.
Oh, no, it isn't. It isn't a bit convenient. Because when Mr. Morrison died, he left a whole lot of houses and horses and lots of money and things, and Mrs. Morrison has to look out for them all by herself. You know, she said she wouldn't know what to do without Father to help her and advise her.
Yeah, I can just imagine.
Oh, I just remembered. I've got some snapshots of her.
Oh, no, Lolly, I just want to look at you.
Oh, but, Mommy, I want you to see her. She's so beautiful.
Oh, Lolly.
You'll be crazy about
her.
it.
Not now, Laura. We'll look at the snapshots after this.
And this is one of me and Con.
Yeah, hand me that bottle of hair bleach, will you?
Here. And look, this is Mrs. Morrison. You know, the funny thing about her is she's not only beautiful when she's all dressed up, but even when she wakes up in the morning.
Yeah? Well, with her money, she don't have to worry about her look. Say, are those real pearls she's got slung around her neck?
Mommy, look what you're doing.
What?
You're getting the bleach all over her picture.
Oh, I didn't mean to, Lolly. I'm sorry.
Oh, give it to me. Give it to me.
Lolly, I'm sorry.
Oh, Mother. Daddy!
Merry Christmas!
Oh, Daddy, I'm so glad to see you. Oh, please come in.
Where's your mother?
She's getting dressed. When she heard you were coming, she... Oh, here, let me take your coat.
Now, wait a minute. This package is for you.
Oh, thank you. I'll put it right under the tree.
Say, that's a beautiful tree, all right. And a very beautiful young lady.
Do you like my dress? Mother copied it from one we saw in the window of a shop in Boston.
Mm-hmm.
You can hardly tell the difference.
It is pretty, isn't it?
It was my best present.
Oh,
Till you came, Dad.
You darling. Well, Merry Christmas, Stella.
Oh, Merry Christmas to you, Stephen. Oh, it's good to see you again.
It's good to see you.
Sit down.
Thank you. The place looks awfully nice, Stella.
You go to dinner with us?
Well, darling, I came to ask your mother a favor. Stella, I was wondering if you'd let me have Laurel for the holidays this time. I've never had a place for her before, but this time we have an invitation to spend it with the Morrisons.
Oh, well, would you like to go, Lolly?
Yes. Oh, I mean, that is...
Oh, I think it would be lovely. When would you want us, Stephen?
Well, my train leaves in an hour, Stella. I was hoping I could take her back with me.
Today? Oh, no, not today. I couldn't, Father. Mother and I had something all planned.
Well, yes, we did, but, we could do that any time. Well, all right, come on. We'll have to hurry. You go and start packing your things, darling, and I'll be right in.
Yes, Mother.
She won't be very long.
Stella, I'm awfully sorry. Well, when I see all you've done here, and you did have plans, I didn't realize it.
Oh, it wasn't anything really. We were just going to a show and dinner at the Bon Ton. Oh, this will be a real treat for us. Oh, it's been so long since I've seen you. How have you been?
Well, thank you. And you?
Oh, fine.
That's good.
It's too bad your train leaves so early.
Stella, I've been thinking. I don't know why it didn't occur to me before, but there's no earthly reason in the world why you should spend a day all alone just because I've been selfish and thoughtless. There must be a later train.
Oh.
Where's the telephone? Shall we call and see?
Oh, yes. Please. The phone's out here in the hall.
Let me see now. Well, here's the number. Beacon Hill 3700, please.
Hey.
Ed.
I fooled you, didn't I? You put me out of the back way, and I went all the way around and came right in here.
Oh, Ed.
Say, listen, just where is all this company that I'm being kicked out because of? Because I'm going to tell you this. Oh, I beg your pardon, Mr. Dallas. I guess... Oh, gee, I'm sorry, Stella. I didn't mean to... I guess, I guess I'll go now, Mr. Dallas.
He had a little too much Christmas, I guess. He was here a little while ago and brought a turkey, and I had a terrible time getting rid of him. What did you find out about the train?
Stella, I'm afraid it would be too late.
Oh, I see.
I'm all ready. Was I very long, Dad?
Not at all, darling. Goodbye, Stella. I'll take good care of her.
Goodbye, Stephen.
Goodbye, Mother.
Bye.
Oh, thank you for letting me go. Merry Christmas, Mommy. Goodbye.
Lolly. Oh, Lolly.
and Morley. One moment, please.
Excuse me.
Yes?
I got an appointment with a Mr. Morley, a lawyer. He wrote me, Stella Dallas.
Oh, yes. This way, please. Mrs. Dallas, Mr. Morley.
Oh, come in. Won't you sit down, please, Mrs. Dallas?
Yeah.
Mrs. Dallas, I wrote you a letter, and in it I stated...
You don't have to tell me what you stated. Just tell me what you meant.
Mrs. Dallas, it's only natural to suppose that you should wish to legalize your position.
Legalize my position? Oh, I've got our marriage license. Look here, Mr. Morley, what are you trying to give me?
Your freedom. A divorce. Mr. Dallas feels, and I can readily understand why, that you might wish to remarry.
Remarry? Listen, Mr. Morley, let's get down to brass tacks. I haven't the slightest idea of ever remarrying. Now, it don't happen by any chance to be Mr. Dallas who wishes to remarry, does it?
Well, assuming for the moment that it does, surely you could have no objections. Your allowance would be the same. As a matter of fact, Mr. Dallas might even be able to increase the amount he's sending you.
I don't want any increase. Let him keep it and let me keep my daughter.
Mrs. Dallas, Mr. Dallas has no intention of any change regarding your daughter.
Oh, he hasn't. Then what's he been trying to win her away for? Taking her to fine hotels, country places, townhouses, making her dissatisfied with the kind of things I've been giving her. Does he think I don't see what he's after? Well, he'll never get away with it, and I'll tell you why. Because I'm going to give her the same things. Everything her heart's been set on. Fine hotels, fancy friends, she's going to have them all. Only I'm going to give them to her, and he's going to pay for them. And if he's got any extra increases, he can just hand them over. And if he don't, maybe I'll get a lawyer and bring in the name of that highfalutin widow.
But, Mrs. Dallas...
I won't keep you any longer, Mr. Morley. Thank you very much. Just see that the check is mailed to the same place. That's all the benefits I want.
For station identification, this is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
In this pause between the scenes of Stella Dallas, we take our weekly glance into things intimately Hollywood. This week, we're going to catch a glimpse of the workings of a motion picture studio. As operations manager of Paramount, our guest is chief of a studio police force of 55 men. He supervises the building of scenery for every Paramount picture. He has charge of the restaurant where the stars eat and controls an army of 2,000 craftsmen representing 125 different trades. It's his business to see that a script girl gets a new pencil or Frank Lloyd an 1870 steam engine. He'll order the construction of a fleet of battleships one week and the erection of a carnival set the next. He's a practical magician who sees that studio ideas become realities. His name is T. Keith Glennon, and he talks to you now.
Thanks, CB. But there's one more job I do that you didn't mention, a job that makes me feel quite at home here. I've heard a lot of people from Paramount mention Lux toilet soap on this program. But I'm the one who sees that it gets there, especially in the dressing room of the stars. And judging from what they tell me, it is certainly a remarkable soap. However, the real work at the studio isn't done by me, but by the army of 2,000 you mentioned. And the credit should go to the men who directly supervise the activities of these craftsmen. They can make or secure about everything a director can dream up. And believe me, when a director bears down, he can certainly do some dreaming.
Well, that's why we have men like you, Keith, to make our dreams come true.
Thanks. It's getting the unusual things done that make this job interesting.
Like finding that locomotive?
Exactly. Mr. Lloyd needed a genuine 1870 locomotive for Wells Fargo. We finally found what he wanted in Nevada. It hadn't been used for 13 years and was partly dismantled. We bought it, but that only started our problem.
Yes, you could hardly wrap it up and send it home.
Right. We had to get a license from the Interstate Commerce Commission, pass government tests, and secure another license permitting us to operate the engine for motion picture purposes. But without tracks, the engine didn't do us much good. So we made a deal with 2 railroad companies, each of which will operate it for us whenever we need it. It's seen only for a few moments in Wells Fargo, but I'd say our efforts were worthwhile, for already 2 other studios have rented it.
Well, at least I haven't given you that much trouble with the Buccaneer.
Oh, no? Instead of a train, all you asked for was a fleet of warships, a parrot that could talk French, and a dog that could walk the plank, and a few other odds and ends that took us months to find.
And if that aviator doesn't stop practicing skywriting above my set, I'm going to ask you for an anti-aircraft gun.
We took care of that fellow this morning. Paramount, you see, is on a direct line with local airports, which means we can't stop planes from flying over the studio and ruining a certain amount of soundtrack. But a little persuasion with the flying field usually works. Planes don't bother us nearly as much as clouds. Last week, our weather expert reported a black cloud over Pasadena was heading our way and might spoil the light for Mr. DeMille. We warned Mr. DeMille, but it didn't faze him a bit. All he said was to hurry up and head the cloud off toward Long Beach.
And to my amazement, you did it.
Yes, the only request we haven't been able to fill in recent weeks is that of W.C. Fields. We had to supply him with a kiddie car for the big broadcast of 1938. But we couldn't comply with his wish that we carve the wheels out of Charlie McCarthy.
Good night, Steve. Good night, thank you. Barbara Stanwyck, John Bowles, Anne Shirley, and Barbara O'Neill in Stella Dallas. Determined to give her daughter everything her father could, Stella took Laurel to a fashionable summer hotel. But Stella's gaudy style and her unpolished manner soon became the subject of amused comment. Laurel asked to leave. On the night train bound for Boston, the unsuspecting Stella lies awake in a lower berth, listening to Laurel stirring restlessly above. Some girls from the hotel come in from the adjoining car.
We didn't think you were going to make the train at all. Did you have a blowout? But just as I was leaving, I met Ethel. Oh, I gotta get my breath. Here, sit down. I want to tell you what Ethel told me. What? Do you remember that funny-looking woman parading around the grounds this afternoon? No, I didn't see her. Well, if you didn't see her, they just cried. Dressed up to here and painted in thick. Really? She had bells on her shoes that tinkled all the time. Bells? And bracelets up to her elbows. You never saw such a sight. Well, anyway, do you know who she was? No. Tell her. Laurel Dallas's mother. Laurel Dallas? Oh. I can't believe it. You mean that pretty little girl that Dick Grover's been rushing? But are you sure? She seems so lovely and sweet. I know it. Isn't it weird to have such a common-looking creature for a mother? Poor thing. Poor nothing. She's wearing Dick Grosvenor's fraternity. But you won't be wearing it long, I'll bet. Not when Mrs. Grosvenor hears about it. Not with
Your
her.
berth is ready, ladies.
Oh, thanks, Porter. Tell us more about it. Mother. Mommy. Are you awake, Mother?
What?
Have you been awake?
Me? No. I've been sleeping like a log.
Oh, Mommy, it's so lonely up there. I want to come down here and cuddle with you.
Sure, honey. Sure, darling.
Yes?
I'd like to see Mrs. Morrison.
Was it in reference
I
to...
couldn't say it's private. I'd have to see Mrs. Morrison.
Who is it, Brooks?
Oh. Are you Mrs. Morrison?
Yes?
I'm Stella Dallas. Mrs. Stephen Dallas.
Oh, come in, please. We can talk in the library, Mrs. Dallas.
Thank you. I'm sorry to bother you in your home, but
Won't you sit down?
No. What I have to say won't take very long. It's just that...
Well, we may as well be comfortable.
I know you must think it's funny me coming here like this. I'm not going to beat around the bush, but what I want to know is if Stephen was free, if I got a divorce like his lawyer wanted, would you two get married?
Yes, we would. Well, I'm sorry if it's unpleasant, but I'd rather that you knew the truth.
Yeah. Well, what I wanted to know is if you and Stephen did get married, what about Laura? Would you take her too?
Oh, no, Mrs. Dallas. I'm a mother, too. Do you think that I could ever deprive another mother of her only little girl?
Yeah, but if the mother didn't want her, I mean, if she couldn't very well have her, if it was inconvenient.
Inconvenient?
Yeah, you see, Lolly's growing up now, and she's quite a responsibility.
Well, I don't understand.
Well, you see, it's this way. From now on, there's lots of things Lolly ought to begin having. Oh, I don't mean money, but dances and parties, good times. And really, I've never been much on that sort of thing, so I feel that I've done about all I can for her, and I thought that you being so crazy about her father and she taking after him so much that, well, if you and Stephen got married, why, Lolly could come and live with you, and your name being Mrs. Dallas, you see, why, everybody would naturally think that she was, well, they think she was your little girl, and when you went places, you see, you're the kind of a mother that any girl would be proud of.
Oh, I didn't know anyone could be so unselfish.
And I'll say one thing, Mrs. Morrison, you'd never be ashamed of Lolly either. Everybody's just crazy about her. She makes a wonderful impression. She's so refined and elegant in her ways, but, oh, well, you already know that. Anyways, she's crazy about you already. She don't talk as much as she used to, but that's because she thinks I'm jealous or something, and I guess I was a little, but I'm not anymore. And you'll see in a little while she'll forget all about me, and it won't be any time before she loves you just like you were her real mother. And, oh, Mrs. Morrison, she's so wonderful, you don't know.
Oh, I do know. And I know that it hasn't come only from her father.
I have to go now. Lolly doesn't know I've come, and I don't want her to yet. She's awful funny underneath, and I thought it all out. It'll be better to just let her come for the visit here like always, and by that time, it'll all be over. The divorce, I mean, and then you can break it to her. It'll be easier that way.
You ready for bed, Laurel?
Almost. Oh, it's been such a grand evening. I'm so excited.
Oh, your father's coming up to kiss you good night.
I've never seen Father so happy before.
And you, dear, are you happy?
So very for you both. But I've been worrying about something.
Why? What could possibly be worrying you?
Well, I don't know what to call you.
Oh, that's all. I'm glad. Because I have something that I want to tell you, which I hope will make you just as happy as it has me. From now on, Laurel, you're going to be one of us, really, dear. You're going to be a member of this family like Con and Lee and John. They're your brothers. This is going to be your home as much as it is theirs.
This my home?
Yes, dear. You're going to live with us.
Live here?
Here, the house in town, wherever we are. Does it make you happy, Laurel?
Oh, yes. It makes me very happy to know that you want me because, I do love you all so very much. But I couldn't leave my mother.
Oh, you won't be leaving her, Laurel. You'll visit her whenever you like.
Oh, no, I couldn't. Thank you ever and ever so much,
Laurel, your mother, your father, all of us who love you, feel that now that you're getting older, there are many advantages that we can give you.
I know, and I do thank you, but I'm sorry. Father.
Yes, dear?
Father, you don't mean you thought that I could ever live anywhere without Mother?
Well, darling, you lived without me. Your mother and I are just changing places for a while, that's all. Isn't it fair for me to have a little of what she's had all these years?
But that's different, Father. You know it is. I've been with Mother all these years because I needed her. Now she needs me, and you need me less than ever.
Oh, Laurel, don't say that.
I'm sorry, Laura, if you don't see that what we've planned is for your good. We thought it would make you happy. Your mother and I have decided upon what we thought would be best for you.
My mother, does she know?
We both feel that this should be your home for a while, at least.
Oh, I'm sorry, Father, but please understand. My home will be with my mother as long as I live.
No, darling.
Stephen. Laurel, you don't understand, dear. This was all your mother's idea. She planned it herself. She came to see me, and we talked it all over.
My mother came to see
Yes,
you?
dear.
When did she come?
Well, I don't know.
Was it just after we got back from the hotel?
Well, I believe it was, but...
Oh, my poor mother, my wonderful mother. Oh, she wasn't asleep. She heard what those girls said. Oh, I must go to her. I must go to her at once.
Darling, tell us about
Oh,
it.
Daddy, please help me. I can't make my visit here. I want to go to my mother.
Don't, dear, don't.
Hello?
Mrs. Stella Dallas?
Yeah, that's right.
We have a telegram for you. Shall I read it to you?
Telegram? Yeah, read it, will you?
It's from Helen Dallas.
Helen Oh,
it
yeah?
says, Laurel is on her way back to you. When she was told your unselfish plan, she refused to accept it. She loves you very much.
Oh.
Will there be an answer to that?
Huh? No, thanks.
I hate to see that even sun go down.
Mother!
Molly! Well, whatever brought you back?
Oh, I've been waiting here all afternoon.
But I thought...
Oh, Mommy, how could you think? As if I could ever live anywhere except with you.
Oh, I thought you'd like it for a while. No, really, you always seem to have such a good time with your father.
Oh, yes, but good times. Oh, they aren't what make you belong. It's other kind of times. It's when you've cried together and when you've been through things together. Oh, that's when you seem to love them most. It's different when... But didn't they send the telegram? They said they would.
Oh, most likely they tried to deliver it and I was out. I've been on the go ever since you left. Here, put these flowers in water for me.
Oh, they're lovely.
Yeah, from an old admirer. Ed Munn blew into town. I've been stepping out with him for a change.
Ed Munn?
Yeah, now put him in water. I want him all fixed nice when he gets here.
Mommy.
Well, are you going to do it or aren't you?
You don't mean that you and Ed
Oh,
Munn?
Lolly, give him to me. What's the matter with you? You stand there like you was watching a funeral or something. I got a couple of new records after you left. You want to hear them? Oh, boy, I don't like that one.
Oh, Mother, stop it!
Lolly, what did you do that for?
Oh, Mommy, don't you remember? A long time ago we said, and you promised about him.
Oh, Lolly, I know what you're driving at. Now let me tell you something. I've spent the best years of my life on you. A woman wants to be something else besides a mother, you know. Well, you will know when you get grown up. You can't explain everything to a child. Now, go on, run along. Well, what are you waiting for? Go on. All right. All right.
Lolly. Oh, God.
Miss Laurel Dallas, daughter of Mr. and Mrs. Stephen Dallas, this evening becomes the bride of Mr. Richard Grosvenor III in a ceremony to be held in the Fifth Avenue home of her parents.
Brooks, is everything ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, but those curtains, Brooks. I told you they weren't to be drawn. Open them, please.
I beg your pardon, ma'am. But if the wedding is to be held in this room...
Well?
It makes it a big public, ma'am.
Perhaps. But I want those curtains open, please.
Very good, ma'am.
Helen,
Yes, dear?
is that for her?
Yes. She'll be out there, watching from the street. I know she will.
You're sweet, Helen.
I've got to go see Laurel. Laurel, are you almost ready?
Yes.
What's this? You're crying. Oh, my darling.
I was just thinking. I never really thought that my mother... I thought that she would read about the wedding. Even though she was too far away to come, at least she'd write to me.
Oh, my dear, do you think that if she knew, any distance in the world would keep her away?
Then you think she just doesn't know.
I know she loves you, darling.
Look, there's a window. You can see the whole thing.
Front row seats, huh?
All right. Don't shout. Break it up there. Come on. Break it up.
You too, lady. Move along now.
Oh, please. Please, let me stay a minute. Just let me see her face when he kisses her, please. Oh.
All right. Now you've seen it. You happy?
Oh, yes. Yes, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, our play is ended, but our stars return with Mr. DeMille in just a moment. We just want to mention those who so ably made up tonight's cast. They were Lou Merrill as Ed Munn, Bruce Satterley as Cornelius Morrison, Jack Egger as Leo Morrison, Dickie Jones as John Morrison, Wallace Roberts as Mr. Cooper, Sada Cowan as Mrs. Cooper, Hudson Fawcett as Mr. Chandler, Grace Kern as Carrie, James Eagles as Charlie, Teresa Harris as Edna, Frank Nelson as Mr. Morley, Elia Braca as Secretary, Margaret Brayton as Lynn, Joan Taylor as Doris, Margaret McKay as Telegraph Girl, Mary Lansing as a Mill Girl, Ross Forrester as Pullman Porter, and Alexander Lockwood as a policeman. Miss Stanwyck, whose next picture is Breakfast for Two, appeared through courtesy of RKO Studios, as did Miss Shirley. Another hit film from this studio is Stage Door, starring Ginger Rogers, Katharine Hepburn, and Adolphe Menjou. Mr. DeMille is from Paramount, where John Bowles is now filming The Yellow Nightingale. Louis Silver's 20th Century Fox, where he was in charge of music for Lancer Spy. Stella Dallas will soon be heard on the air in serial form. Back now to Mr. DeMille.
Once again, the curtains part for our stars, Barbara Stanwyck, John Bowles, and Anne Shirley. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to say congratulations to the Lux Radio Theatre on his third birthday. As for Stella Dallas, the picture in the radio play, I'm very thankful indeed to have been in it. But the real honors belong to Barbara and Anne. Barbara had to really look it. And Anne had the job of appearing as a 13-year-old girl. And I think even Anne will admit she's a little bit more than that.
Well, I didn't have to use much makeup to look 13, but poor Barbara had to go around loaded down like a moving van.
But I loved it. Chiefly, I suppose, because it was such a fine character part.
While I've changed, I've been accused of aging players without resorting to makeup. I think our listeners would like to know, Barbara, just what we do to add 15 or 20 years to a player's appearance.
Well, it's all a matter of upholstering the hips, stomachs, and ankles. It's done with cotton padding, and it feels a bit like a football player. The pouches I had under my eyes, the lines and wrinkles on my face were done with paint and brush, and so were my hands. I put sags in my cheeks by stuffing my mouth with rolls of cotton, just like the dentist uses when he says, "This is going to hurt us just a little." Yes, if you happened to see me in the picture, you'd swear I never was near a cake of Lux toilet soap in my life. I certainly looked awful.
But don't you worry, Mr. DeMille. Barbara wouldn't be without Lux soap for anything, judging from the way I saw her use it in her dressing room. Neither would I. I think it's grand.
And you'll find Lux soap in my home, too, just as you did on the set. For a nice, smooth complexion, there's nothing like it.
And again, about Anne's age, it may interest you to know that although she played the daughter of Barbara and me in the picture and on the radio, she isn't old enough to vote yet.
Yeah, still, she's been in pictures much longer than either of you. 17 years.
That's because I started off as a baby.
And she's had 4 names.
Yes, I was born Dawn Paris, then I changed it to Dawn O'Day, then to Anne Shirley, and last August I acquired the name I like best of all, Mrs. John Howard Payne. Thank you all, and good night. Good night.
Good night. And now a word about next Monday night. Picture a young husband. Picture a young husband who quits his job to turn writer. A young wife who becomes a dancer in order that he may eat while waiting for success. Then you have the premise of that sophisticated comedy of modern times, Up Pops the Devil. One of our brightest hits when it played on Broadway, and a great success on the screen. The play comes to our microphone next Monday night, starring Fred McMurray and Madge Evans. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theatre presents Fred McMurray and Madge Evans in Up Pops the Devil. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Transcribed. Ladies and gentlemen, the Railroad Hour. And here comes our star-studded show train. Tonight, the Association of American Railroads brings you a popular version of Faust's immortal opera, The Bohemian Girl, starring Gordon MacRae and his celebrated guest from the Metropolitan Opera, Dorothy Kirsten. Our choir is under the direction of Norman Luboff, and our music is prepared and conducted by Carmen Dragon. Yes, tonight another thrilling musical drama is brought to you by the American Railroads, the same railroads that bring you most of the food you eat, the clothes you wear, the fuel you burn, and all the other things you use in your daily life. And now, here is our star, Gordon MacRae.
Thank you, Marlon Miller, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight, I shall be Thaddeus, and Dorothy Kirsten is Arlene, in our Railroad Hour impression of the Bohemian Girl. The wind that blows through the pine tops of the Austrian forests also fans the campfires of the wandering gypsies. There are no marble halls in the mountain wilds, and only the boughs of the forest make a roof over our heads. But a man or a woman can be happy serving in the band of the Gypsy King.
In the gypsy's life you read the life that all would like to lead.
Yes, my love.
Do you ever dream?
All the time. When I'm with you, Arlene, I dream of everything lovely in the world. And I don't even have to close my eyes.
Sometimes this gypsy life we lead seems to be a vision. And the dream I have over and over again and again, my dream seems to be reality.
What have you dreamt, my love? Tell me.
I dreamt that I dwelt in marble halls with apple and surf at my side, and of all who assembled within those walls, that I was the hope and the pride. I had riches too great to count, could boast of a high ancestral name. But I also dreamt, which pleased me more, that you love me still the same, that you love me still the same, that you loved me still
And do you love me still?
My love is as deep as deepness, bright as brilliance, eternal as eternity.
Yet there is a mystery which mars our happiness. Who am I? Where did I come from? Am I worthy of you?
Oh, my love,
This mark on my arm, I have seen you looking at it many times. And on your face there is a touch of memory, a distant pain. Tell me, Thaddeus, help me solve this mystery.
I will tell you.
The wound upon thine arm, whose mark through life will be, in saving thee from greater harm, was there transfixed by me. And on thy gentle head, thy sixth sun had its radiance shed. Oh, while deed who had lain at bay, pursued by hunters, crossed the way. By slaying him, I rescued thee, and in his death throes agony, thy gentle form by his antler gold, this humble arm to thy home restored.
Strange things moved his breast, it never knew before, and bid me hear in all that you reveal the rest.
The secret of her birth to me is only known. The secret of a life whose worth I prize beyond mine own, beyond mine own.
The secret of my birth to you only known. The secret of a life whose worth greater than thee will disown. Speak, tell me, is my fortune home? Speak, secret, evil or good, evil or
I will tell thee, although I lose thee forever.
Tell me,
anything of this gypsy tribe, I order you both to join them in the village of Arnheim.
But he was going to tell me.
My child, it is sometimes better not to know too much. The village fair is to start, and they expect us to dance and sing for them.
My love.
Come, take my hand.
You have long been betrothed according to the customs of the gypsies. Why not make this fair day your wedding day?
I will not force Arlene until she is satisfied in her mind.
I owe you my life. And long ago I gave you my love. Take my hand. Or do you not wish a gypsy bride?
Arlene.
Oh, the gypsy bride, and we fair to the fair. Come on, daisy dance, with the hours and chance. Oh, the gypsy bride, and we fair to the fair. Come on, daisy dance, with the hours and chance. Come with the gypsy bride, we'll so the life beside. Life can give nothing beyond when heart you know will be fond. Will be the cost and obey, the peace content can supply. Will be the court cannot buy, the peace content can supply. And rank in its hold cannot find the calm of a happy mind. And rank in its hold cannot find the calm of a happy mind. Come with the gypsy bride, and we pay to the fair. We'll only dance with the hours and chance. Come with the gypsy bride, and we pay to the fair. We'll only dance with the hours and chance.
You're all invited to our wedding.
An excellent performance. Gypsy Chief.
Yes, Count Anna.
Tell me, who is the beautiful child who dances so exuberantly?
That, Your Excellency, is our bride. Within the hour, she will be married.
Bring her here. I should like to wish her happiness.
Yes, Your Excellency. Arlene, go speak with the Count, but only for a moment, I pray you. We do not wish to delay the wedding ceremony.
Of course. Your Excellency.
My child, I wish you much joy in your lifetime. Long ago, I had a daughter. But now the marble halls of my castle are empty, and I am a lonely old man.
What happened to her, sire?
Stolen from her room many years ago. She was only a child of 6.
Sire.
Someday, perhaps, I shall find her. But do not let me spoil the happiness of your wedding day.
Sire, tell me, would you know your daughter if you saw her again?
Only by a mark.
A mark?
On her arm.
Was it a mark like this?
What? My child. My daughter.
Oh, Father. It is the man who saved my life many years ago who is to become my husband today. Thaddeus. Where has he gone? Thaddeus!
Do not leave me, my child, on the day of our reunion.
I must find Thaddeus! Thaddeus! Oh, Thaddeus, where are you going?
Into the forest, where gypsies live. You must go where you belong, Arlene. To the marble halls you dreamt about. I cannot go with you.
No?
But I only ask and hope that you will think of me and remember. Please remember.
When other lips and other hearts their tales of love shall tell, in language whose excess imparts the power they feel so well, there may perhaps in such a scene some recollection be of days that have as happy been, and
We'll return for the second act of The Bohemian Girl in just a moment. If you were asked what it is that makes possible the world's highest standard of living here in the United States, you would find it pretty difficult to single out any one thing that contributes more than any other to the production and distribution of America's vast wealth of goods. For really, it takes a combination of our rich natural resources, our unparalleled agricultural production and industrial capacity, and the freedom of enterprise of our people to turn out all the things we need and use in our daily lives and must have for our defense. And essential to this combination is our continent-wide mass transportation system, whose backbone is the nation's railroads. Day in and day out in all seasons and in all parts of the country, trains are ever rolling, carrying raw materials and finished goods, the products of farm, forest, and mine, of mill and factory. These trains are doing the nation's big transportation job, supplying the basic service that this big country must have. For our railroads produce more intercity freight transportation service than all other forms of transportation combined. And only railroads can do a job like this, and do it with an overall economy in the use of fuel, materials, and manpower, which no other form of transportation offering general services even approaches. Without this basic, all-commodity and low-cost moving job being done by railroads, we could not produce and live as we do. That's why it's so important to all of us that these essential railroads be allowed to keep themselves strong, ready to go on meeting the big needs of our big commerce and the growing demands of national defense. To be able to do this, railroads must be permitted to charge freight rates, which will produce revenues adequate to meet their cost of operation and yield earnings that will attract the capital investment necessary to continue their large-scale program of improving their service for the nation and for you. And now Act Two of the Lawrence and Lee version of The Bohemian Girl, starring Gordon MacRae as Thaddeus and Dorothy Kirsten as Arlene.
How empty the forest is. Go to her. Claim her. I cannot. I am her father's enemy. Listen. Everywhere I turn, I hear her voice. Oh, my boy, you are listening to the wind and the trees and the sound of your own heart. No, Joseph. Listen, there, again. It is only the wind and the sound of memory. I will never see her again.
How many years have we been friends, Thaddeus? since you escaped from your pursuers, the soldiers of Austria.
Yes, and you gave me refuge here in your green forest.
I shall not stand by and see you hurt again. When you saved that child from death and her father was not grateful, I stole her from her room. Say the word and I shall steal her again.
Oh, my friend, Arlene is no longer a child. She's a woman now. Her home is within the marble halls of Arnhem Castle.
Then go to the castle, stand before them, and fly your banners in the face of your enemy.
I will do it, Devilshoof. For what good is it to live if you die each minute? I shall go to Arnhem Castle.
You are not serious, Gypsy. The daughter of a count cannot marry a forest vagabond.
Father! It is better to die as my comrades on the field of battle have died than to stand before you hearing such words. Call in your soldiers. They will wish to capture me, to kill me, when I tell you who I am.
When the fair land of Poland was plowed by the hoof of the ruthless invader, when might with steel to the bosom and flame to the roof completed her triumph for right. In that moment of danger, when freedom invoked all the fearless sons of her pride, in a phalanx's dauntless as freedom yoked, I fought and I fled by her side. My birth is noble, unstained, my crest as is thine own. Let this attest, my birth is noble, unstained, my crest as is thine own, as is thine own. Let this attest.
Here are my papers. I am a captain in the army of Poland.
Oh, just
your army, Captain Arnhem, the enemy of Austria. But in the forests of the gypsies, your daughter and I were not enemies.
My boy, in your gypsy camp, you have not heard the news from the battlefield. The war is over. We are now at peace, your country and mine. Today, the fair land of Austria clasps the hand of the fair land of Poland.
Thaddeus.
I give you my blessing, and the belated thanks of an old man who thought he had lost a daughter, but who has gained a son.
Arlene, oh, my love, it seems as if a great storm has been raging about us. And now, look, suddenly the sun shines and the whole world is beautiful. And you're in my arms.
Let not the heart for sorrow be, with which the bosom has ceased to heave. Let us not think of the tempest past, if it is a heaven at last. Let not the heart for sorrow be, with which the bosom has ceased to heave. If we reach the heaven at last, if we reach the heaven at last, at last, heaven at last.
Father, I wish to be a gypsy bride, with the costume of the gypsies, and the trees of the forest as my wedding canopy.
Very well, my child.
Oh, Arlene, we shall be always together.
In marble halls and green forests.
Do you remember your dream, my love?
It is very easy to remember a dream, especially when it comes true. I dreamt that you sought my hand, that night upon bended knee, and without no maiden heart could withstand, they pledged their faith to me. When I dreamt that one but no
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Our Bohemian girl, Dorothy Kirsten, will be back in just a moment. And meanwhile, our thanks to Herb Butterfield, who was the Count, to Bill Conrad, who was Devil's Hoof, and to our entire company. Bob's Bohemian Girl was prepared for the Railroad Hour by Lawrence and Lee. The Railroad Hour is brought to you each week at this time by the American Railroads. Only railroads can produce the mass transportation this nation must have to live as it does and defend itself. For this reason, our railroads must be kept healthy and strong at all times. And this can be accomplished only if they are allowed to earn adequate revenues. And revenues will not be adequate unless the railroads are permitted to charge freight rates which are in keeping with today's levels of wages, taxes, and prices. And now here again is our lovely guest star, Miss Dorothy Kirsten.
It was a real joy singing with you tonight, Gordon.
Well, Dorothy, we ought to do it again sometime, like maybe next week.
All right, Gordy. What shall we sing about?
More Marble Halls, Dottie, but very different music. You're going to be a princess, and I'm going to be your brother, the prince, in Cole Porter's delightful Jubilee.
I can hardly wait to begin the game.
And not only that, we're going to take a trip to the moon on Gossamer Wings.
That sounds like a fabulous night. See you next week, Gordy.
All aboard! Well, it looks as though we're ready to pull out, and so until next Monday night, and Cole Porter's Jubilee, this is Gordon MacRae saying good night.
The Bohemian Girl was presented by special arrangement with the Thames Whitmark Music Library. Gordon MacRae can soon be seen in Warner Brothers' Starlit. Our choir is under the direction of Norman Luboff, and our music is prepared and conducted by Carmen Dragon. This is Marvin Miller saying goodbye until next week for the American Railroads. Now keep tuned for your Monday night of music on NBC.
Preceding was transcribed. Next, it's Nelson Eddy on the Telephone Hour on NBC.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theatre presents Leslie Howard and Olivia de Havilland in The Scarlet Pimpernel.
Lux presents Hollywood, the Robin Hood of the Reign of Terror. That was the Scarlet Pimpernel, whose daring defiance, whose colorful romance we bring you tonight with Leslie Howard and Olivia de Havilland. Madame Hilda Grenier, formerly royal dresser to Queen Mary of England, is our special guest, while our music is conducted by Louis Silvers. Before our producer takes over the program, let me remind you that Lux helps you get longer wear out of your stockings. It helps them stay nice and elastic, so they give under strain instead of popping runs. Yes, Lux cuts way down on runs. So give your stockings regular Lux care. Buy Lux Flakes in the large size box for greater economy. Our producer takes over the program. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. They call it the poor man's weather glass. This little crimson flower that lends a splash of color to English waysides and closes up its petals in warning whenever there's a storm approaching. They also call it the Scarlet Pimpernel. And by the mark of this flower only, the mysterious hero of our play, Sir Percy Blakeney, signed his daring exploits. As a play, the Scarlet Pimpernel was performed over 5,000 times, and it's perhaps the most popular screen characterization of the celebrated star who reenacts the title role for Lux listeners tonight, Mr. Leslie Howard. All the acclaim the stage and screen can bring a star has been won by Mr. Howard. He may continue his career as an actor, but should his present plans materialize, he'll also join the ranks of film producers, which I hope he does. Olivia de Havilland, who's been away from our stage too long, is the brown-haired, brown-eyed heroine of Warner Brothers' new production, Dodge City, in which she plays opposite Errol Flynn. She's co-starred tonight as Marguerite, and Dennis Green plays Chauvelin. As producer of the Lux Radio Theatre, I want to take a moment before raising our curtain to thank all of you for your support. Thousands of you have written telling us that you show your appreciation by regularly purchasing our products. With this kind of cooperation, ladies and gentlemen, you can depend upon hearing Hollywood's brightest stars on our program every Monday night. And now for the play. The Lux Radio Theatre presents Leslie Howard and Olivia de Havilland in The Scarlet Pimpernel. Paris, in the year 1793. The French Revolution is over, but the reign of terror casts its gruesome shadow across the city. Every day, the citizens of Paris watch an endless procession of death. Crude wooden carts, laden with the nobles of France, on their last journey through the streets, a journey to the guillotine. Into this maelstrom comes one man to stem the rising tide of French blood, an Englishman, known only as the Scarlet Pimpernel, the object of every nobleman's prayer and every revolutionist's curse. He works silently, mysteriously, and successfully. In his native England, they speak of him with bated breath.
The Scarlet Pimpernel. He's the only hope the French nobles have.
The Scarlet Pimpernel? Does anyone know who he is?
No, madam, but I must confess I feel quite proud when I remember that he is an Englishman.
They say he's always in disguise.
Oh, he's an actor, that man. He speaks French like a Frenchman, they say. And I've heard he can assume 100 disguises in an hour's time. An old hag, a peddler, a captain of the guards. You never know in what dress the Scarlet Pimpernel will strike.
And now the Scarlet Pimpernel is about to strike again. Into a barber's shop in Paris comes an old man in the black robes of a priest. The French barber greets him jovially.
Good morning, Father. You wish to be shaved this morning?
Yes, if you please, Barber.
Sit down, sit down. Have you come from the square, Father? The guillotine is busy again today, eh?
I don't know. I didn't stop.
No? Well, it is always the same. The drums roll, the knife falls, and another aristocrat parts company with his head.
Yes, very monotonous.
And so clumsy. That great, ugly machine. When all they need is a sharp razor like this, a quick grip, and flick.
Oh, please, don't flick quite so close to my throat. I only want a shave.
You? You are all right, Father. But I wish they'd give me a few aristocrats to shave. Can you not see me dealing with the Scarlet Pimpernel?
The what?
The Scarlet Pimpernel, haven't you, eh?
No.
There is a band of Englishmen helping these cursed aristocrats out of the country. Their chief is the only man who ever cheated Madame Guillotine. He is known by the title of the Scarlet Pimpernel.
And who is he?
That is the mystery.
The mystery, of course, yes.
But there will be heads falling today in spite of him. Some very famous heads, Father.
Yes?
We checked off the names last night. The Duc de Tours, the Comte de Terray, Dinijon, the Comte de Tournay and his wife and daughter.
The Tournay? Are you sure, the Tournay?
But certainly I am sure. They were taken to prison over a month ago. Why, Father? You are not a friend of theirs?
A friend? No. No, it isn't safe to know any nobles these days.
Oh, good, very good.
You wish to see the former Comte de Tournay, is that so, Father?
Yes, if you don't mind.
Very well, Father. They haven't long now. You'll find the former Comte de Tournay in that room over there.
Thank you. Good morning. Are you the Comte de Tournay?
Yes. I suppose you have come to offer me the last rites, Father.
In a manner of speaking. If you will just look at this passage I have marked in the book, your spirits will be uplifted.
I am not afraid to die, Father.
Even so, it is sometimes better to live, my son.
To live? What do you...
Read there, in the book.
But there is nothing on the page except a red mark.
Look carefully.
It is a flower. A Scarlet Pimpernel. Father, are you the Scarlet Pimpernel?
Be careful, it will do you no good to know. Just listen to me. Before you start on your journey to the guillotine, I will bring your wife and daughter to you. You will ride in the same tumbril. On the way there will be an accident. The wheel of the tumbril will come off. There will be a commotion. The soldiers guarding the cart will be jostled by the crowd, all carefully arranged for. Look sharp, then. An old hag will drive past in a wagon. There will be a place to hide in the back large enough for 3 people. The old hag will drive you through the city gates. If all goes well, you'll be safe in England in 3 days.
God bless you, whoever you are. God bless you. Well, what is it?
Good evening. Have you a crust of bread for an old lady?
No, I'm sorry. Here, take these.
Thank you, monsieur. Thank you.
Good night.
Oh, wait. Isn't this the home of Monsieur Armand Saint-Just?
Yes, I am Armand Saint-Just. What do you want?
I want to come in, Armand.
Merci. Quickly, quickly. Good Lord,
How are you, Armand?
I'm afraid I will always be startled at these disguises of yours. Last time I saw you, you were a priest.
Now I'm an old hag. Here, help me out of these clothes. I feel silly.
Did you get to the Tournays out of the city?
I got the girl and the countess. What happened to de Tournay? He wasn't in the tumbril.
I know. He was remanded the last minute.
Why?
Because Robespierre wants to see him. And Robespierre wants to see him because the ambassador of the French Republic has come over from London.
Chauvelin? Here in Paris?
Yes. All in your honor, Percy. Your work is becoming even more dangerous than it was.
Our work, Armand. Well, let's hope Chauvelin will go back to England, knowing less than ever. I'll be going back myself for a few days. Then we must lay our plans to free de Tournay.
Yes. Aren't you risking too much? Why do you persist in this mad sport?
Why do you?
Why? Because I'm a Frenchman. This is my country. But you are English. You are Sir Percy Blakeney, an English baronet with a lovely home and a charming wife.
Even if she is your sister.
My sister or not, I'd still say Marguerite is charming. Or perhaps you don't think so any longer.
Why do you say that? Has she said anything to you?
She hinted at it in her last letter. She said you changed, Percy.
Did she? Well, I have changed. I'm rarely at home now, and when I am, I play the fop. I'm insipid, vain, silly. I think only of the latest fashions in clothes, the latest court gossip. But all for good reason, Armand. The greater fool I am in England, the safer I'll be in France.
But you could tell Marguerite.
No.
Just so she would understand.
I said no, and don't you tell her. Armand, you ask me why I live over here in the shadow of the guillotine while heads fall one after another. I can save only a few, I know that. And the rest have to die. People I know and love. Innocent people, kindly people. Herded together like sheep and butchered like cattle.
But what has it to do with you?
Armand, do you remember the case of the Saint-Cyr family?
I think so. You were one of the first families to go to the guillotine.
Yes, because they were betrayed, Armand. Before their execution, they told me who it was who had betrayed them. It was Marguerite.
My sister.
My wife.
It was a lie.
I wish I could believe that, but I can't. I watched that execution, Armand. The Marquis, his wife, his son. And it was my wife who put them there.
So that's why you stopped loving her. What a tragedy.
Stopped? I shall love her till I die. That's the tragedy.
And it's to make up for what she did to them that you are risking your own life, week after week, to rescue the others.
Oh, don't be so heroic, Armand. I got a smack in the eye and took refuge in sport. And what a sport. By gad, I think I shall give up fox hunting this winter.
Percy, don't joke about it.
I have to. It's the only thing that can save me. Well, I'm off for England in the morning, Armand. My love to Monsieur Chauvelin, if you should see him.
Gad, Percy, but it's good to have you at home again.
So far, so good, folks. I've still got my head.
You should hear them talk about you in London. You're the greatest mystery of the age.
Yes, well, I hope no one solves me just yet. But tell me about Marguerite. Has she been well?
As well as a neglected wife can be.
What has she been doing?
Blakeney, please. I can't paint you unless you sit quite still.
I'm sorry, Mr. Romney, but we were just talking of this man they call the Scarlet Pimpernel.
Oh.
He must be quite wonderful, Marguerite. So they say. But it's maddening to think that somewhere there is a man as marvelous as that, and we never see him. He's of no use to us whatever.
Lady Blakeney.
Yes, Sprinkler.
Sir Percy, milady. He's just returned.
Percy.
Good day, ladies. So charmed to see you here. Have you been taking good care of my lovely wife, your servant, ladies? Marguerite, my dear, your slave.
Percy, why didn't you tell me you were coming?
So few things are surprising in this world, my dear. I should like to be one of them. And how are you, Romney? And how is the portrait progressing?
You may see for yourself, Sir Percy.
Yes, the eyes are wrong, aren't they? And is the nose all right? You know, I rather think you've missed the mouth altogether. Yes, you have, Romney. Otherwise, of course, it's the image of her.
I think that will be enough for today.
Poor Mr. Romney. You're tired, and so am I.
Tired. Zoons, I too. You know, dear ladies, I've just been to Bath to be cured of the fatigue. And now I'm so fatigued by the cure that I really think I shall have to go back to Bath again to be cured of the fatigue.
Marguerite, my dear, we must be going.
Yes, goodbye,
Goodbye,
my dear.
Goodbye. Your servant, ladies, your servant.
Well, Percy, what do you think of my portrait?
It's clever. But there's something lacking.
What?
I don't know. There's a look in the eyes. He's lost it.
Perhaps I've lost it. Perhaps it was happiness.
Good gad, my dear, how you could be unhappy, I can't imagine.
Can't you? Percy, can't you?
No, cursed if I can. Why, you're the most courted woman in town.
By whom?
By everybody.
Except you.
Oh, but my dear, I'm your husband.
Months after we were married, we were still happy. And then came this estrangement. Heaven knows it's not of my making.
Can you honestly say that?
Can you honestly deny that you've changed? So changed that I scarcely know you. You're never with me now. You're always away on some pretext or other. I'm always alone.
My dear, the fashionable belief today is that one makes one's own life. I'm trying to make mine. You must try to make yours. And now I must leave you for a while. There's to be a fight for a prize out in the countryside. Mendoza versus Jackson. Quite a battle.
Percy, you've only just come home. Do you have to leave right now?
My dear, the prince himself invited me. I'm trying to make my own life, Marguerite.
I see. Goodbye, Percy.
Mendoza's groggy. He's done for.
Don't you believe it, Your Highness. He's foxing. You wait until the 30th round.
I'll wager 100 guineas he won't last 2 more rounds.
Done. Come on, Mendoza.
Come on, Jackson.
Percy.
Folks, sit down.
Percy, I've got to speak to you at once.
Pardon me, Your Highness. Well, folks?
Percy, it's Chauvelin. He's returned to England.
Chauvelin? Where is he?
He's...
Well, come on, folks. Come on, man. Where is he?
He's at your house, Percy.
My house? Order my carriage. I'm leaving at once.
I would advise you to tell me, Lady Blakeney. You are French. You know these nobles who have escaped. You must know who it was who helped them.
I'm sorry, Monsieur Chauvelin, but I don't know. And even if I did, I wouldn't tell you. You tricked me once into giving you information about the Marquis de Saint-Cyr. And I shall never forgive myself.
I'm sick of this sentimental twaddle about the poor, persecuted aristocrats. Have you forgotten what they did to the defenseless peasantry for centuries? What this very Saint-Cyr did to you?
No, I have not. But I'm no spy.
Then that is your last word?
Absolutely.
I wonder. Oh, by the way, how is your brother, Armand?
He is very well, I hope.
I hope so, too. But yesterday he was arrested.
Arrested?
At Boulogne.
What for?
As a traitor to his country.
Traitor? Oh, you're lying, Chauvelin, trying to trick me again.
I have the proof of his guilt in my pocket. A note he once wrote to the Scarlet Pimpernel. This scrap of paper will certainly send your brother to the guillotine. Unless, of course, you care to redeem it. Bring me the name of the Pimpernel, and this is yours.
But even if I wanted to, I don't know it.
Find it.
How can I, if you can't with an army of spies?
Because you go everywhere and know everyone in his circle. That much I do know. And this also, that he will be among the guests tomorrow night at the Grenville Ball.
So will half the world. The thing's impossible.
To a clever woman whose brother's life is at stake, nothing's impossible. Well?
Do you swear to give me that paper?
The moment I catch the Scarlet Pimpernel.
Zoons,
That name again.
Percy.
I've heard nothing else all day at the club, at the fight, and now here. I protest the fellow's a public nuisance. Oh, I beg your pardon, my dear. Do I intrude?
No. This is an old acquaintance, Monsieur Chauvelin, the French ambassador. My husband.
Charmed, delighted, enchanted. The devilish clever race, the French. How they speak that unspeakable language of theirs defeats me.
You flattered us, Sir Percy.
No. You've got the cleverest heads in the world. The only trouble is you all go to pieces round the neck.
Round the neck?
Yes. Now look at your cravat. Sink me, what a mess. Now, if you'd really like to know how to tie a cravat, I'll tell you. But it isn't easy, you know. It takes all my brains.
Yes, I'm sure it would.
Yeah, of course it would. Now, you see, look here. First of all, the thing goes twice round the neck. And then the front folds back to allow the back to come to the front. Otherwise, of course, the front would be all behind as it was before, you see.
Percy, what are you talking about?
You don't follow me, my dear. It's exactly what I say. It takes brains, doesn't it, Mr. Chauvelin?
One can see that.
Yes, of course one can.
Well,
yes.
Good day, Lady
No,
Percy.
don't go, no. I want you to hear my verse about that Pimpernel fellow. You'll love it, Chauvelin. Now, listen here. They seek him here, they seek him there. Those Frenchies seek him everywhere. Is he in heaven? Is he in... That dim, delusive Pimpernel.
Delightful.
Yes, I wrote it, you know. It's clever. Huh?
Yes, especially that line, those Frenchies seek him everywhere.
Oh, yes. I like that, too, yes. Because, you see, I hear that they do. And that gives the line sort of a something that gives it a sort of a something. If I make myself clear.
Yes, clear as crystal.
Yeah.
Good day, my dear Sir Percy.
Bonjour, monsieur, as the French say. Bonjour, monsieur. Oh, it was a magnificent fight this afternoon, my dear. Gad, I wish you could have been there. What's the matter, my dear?
Percy, who is this Scarlet Pimpernel?
Pimpernel? Gad, Marguerite, how should I know? What's your interest in the Scarlet Pimpernel?
Oh, no more than any other woman's. We'd all like to know who he is.
Yeah, so would your friend Chauvelin, I'll wager.
What makes you say that?
Well, isn't that what he's here for? Didn't he tell you?
Why should he?
Why not? Mind you, the man's clever, but a fellow who can't even tie his own cravat isn't likely to put a noose round the Pimpernel's neck, is he?
Oh, Percy, can't you ever rise above trivialities?
Can't rise above anything more than 3 syllables, my dear. Never could.
You were a man once. A man a woman could look up to. Could turn to in trouble. And now, I wouldn't know where to begin.
Could you begin by telling me what the trouble is?
What's the use? We don't speak the same language. We did once, but I don't think we ever will again.
Really? Well, perhaps you're right, my dear.
You have just heard Act One of The Scarlet Pimpernel, starring Leslie Howard and Olivia de Havilland. During our brief intermission, let's see what the Brownings are doing.
Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in one horse open sleigh.
Christmas spirit. That's Midge and Dot and 10-year-old Bobby practicing for the community sing. And here comes Mother, home from a shopping tour.
Hello, youngsters.
Hiya, Santa Claus. Whoopee, look at the packages.
Oh, what a day. Here's your ribbon and wrapping paper, Midge.
Thanks, Mother. And did you get the,
Yes, here it is, Midge.
Zowie, what's that?
Now, Bobby, no fair peeking.
Well, gee, can't I just feel it?
Nix, you keep away. Mother, did you get the stockings?
Yes, here they are, Dot.
Who are they for, Dot? Mary Lou. She's always running out of them. Running out is right. Gosh, did she pop a runner in chemistry today? Gee, it's something awful, the runs she gets. And snaky scenes, too.
I'm a snake wriggling through the grass.
Oh, Bobby. Oh, I know. Why, what? Why, look, Dot, you could wrap a box of Lux Flakes in with Mary Lou's stocking. Oh, I bet she'd love to know about Lux.
I'm sure she would, dear. Lux cuts way down on runs.
Gee, and we could write a little card like this. Lux these stockings, fine and sheer, to help cut down on runs, old dear. Well, I think that's swell.
Now, that was mighty helpful of Midge, thinking of Lux Flakes for Mary Lou.
In a month's time, I bet Mary Lou will be very grateful to Midge, for she'll be glad to get the special help Lux Flakes gives. You see, Lux saves the elasticity in stockings, so they give under strain instead of breaking into runs so often. If you haven't tried Lux for your own stockings, you'll find it's great, the way it cuts down on runs and helps stockings wear longer and fit better. Buy Lux Flakes tomorrow in the large size package for extra thrift. Now, Mr. DeMille and Act 2 of our play.
We continue with The Scarlet Pimpernel, starring Leslie Howard and Olivia de Havilland. The search continues. The search for the cursed, elusive Pimpernel. Forced by Chauvelin to lend her assistance, Marguerite attends Lord Grenville's ball. As she enters the crystal and marble room, she glances nervously around, wondering which of the guests is the Scarlet Pimpernel, never suspecting her own husband, the vain and foolish Sir Percy Blakeney. Chauvelin appears suddenly at her side.
Well, Lady Blakeney?
I've learned nothing yet.
I only want to know who one person is. If you don't tell me, you know the alternative. The guillotine for your brother.
Monsieur Chauvelin, you can't do this. What if I can't find the Scarlet Pimpernel?
My dear lady, the Pimpernel is under this roof, at this moment, among your friends. You're moved, my lady. And good luck.
I beg pardon, Sir Percy.
Yes, my man?
Sir Andrew Fawkes wishes to speak to you.
Of course, delighted. Good evening, Fawkes.
Good evening, sir.
Well, what is it?
Hastings has just arrived from France.
Any news?
The very worst. The king is doomed. He'll go to the guillotine any day.
Where is Hastings?
He's dancing. Shall I get him?
No, wait. I'll send him a note. Come over here to the desk. It wouldn't do for me to be seen with Hastings. I want you to give him this. Make certain no one sees you. I'm telling him to come to the library at midnight. You better come, too.
Very well.
Here, slip this note in the cuff of Hastings' coat. Then don't speak to him for the rest of the evening.
Ah, Lady Blakeney. Won't you take pity on a lonely compatriot?
Monsieur Chauvelin, are you asking me to dance with you?
Not with me. With Lord Hastings, madame.
Why?
He has a note in his cuff. It was just put there by Sir Andrew Fawkes. I want you to get it for me.
Oh, but listen,
Get
Chauvelin.
it. Hurry, please. It might be important. Come in, please. Well, Lady Blakeney, did you get that note from Hastings?
No,
You didn't?
I couldn't. I think he suspected me. I pretended to turn my ankle. He helped me upstairs, and then while I was sitting there, he read the note and burned it. Then he left.
He burned the note?
Yes, but not entirely. Some of the pieces were left. The note began...
Go on, quickly.
It said, "Start tomorrow myself," and the last sentence was, "Will be in the library at midnight."
Thank you, Lady Blakeney. And now, if your labors have tired you, you are quite at liberty to go home.
Thank you. I will.
Are you certain of this, Fawkes?
Quite certain. Hastings burned the note, Percy, as you've always ordered us to. Then he went back to the room, and she was reading what was left of it.
And she went to Chauvelin?
Yes. You know what that means, Percy. It means that Chauvelin knows that the Scarlet Pimpernel will be in the library at 12 o'clock.
Perhaps. And perhaps he will.
Is this the library?
Yes, Monsieur Chauvelin.
Have you seen anyone go in or come out of this room in the last few minutes?
No, sir.
Who is that on the sofa?
Oh, I don't know, Monsieur. He must be asleep.
Please wake him up and ask him to leave. I have an important engagement here.
It's Sir Percy Blakeney, sir.
Blakeney, that fool. Wake him up and ask him if he'll have the decency to go home and sleep in his own bed.
Yes, sir. Sir Percy. Sir Percy.
What is it? What is it? Is there no peace for the weary? What ails you, man?
The French ambassador, Sir Percy. He would like to have the library to himself.
The French ambassador? Ah, Monsieur Chauvelin.
I am sorry to disturb you, Sir Percy, but I have an important engagement here.
Really, Gad, there's not a comfortable sofa anywhere else in the house. I've tried them all. Sit down, Monsieur. What time is this gentleman to appear?
He's a little late. If you don't mind, I'll wait for him alone.
No, not at all, not at all. By the way, what do ambassadors talk about in libraries at midnight? It must be very fatiguing. Are you afraid England is going to declare war on France?
That does not concern me at the moment.
Is that so? Your revolution now. Now, there's a great bore. How's it going? Do you think you'll win?
We have won, sir.
Oh, you have, I see. Yes. Have I been asleep that long?
I hate to hurry you, Sir Percy, but I'm afraid your presence here is keeping my friend from entering.
Oh, he can come in. Is he outside? Oh, come in, do, sir. Please don't stand on ceremony.
I hardly think that will persuade him.
This must be a very secret meeting. I have it. I'll wager you're expecting that Scarlet Pimpernel. Is that it?
Sir Percy, you're becoming insufferable.
Oh, Monsieur Chauvelin, you would not deprive me. Let me hide behind a curtain. Anything. Just let me be the first in London to glimpse that mystery man. Well, I'll be the most popular man at the club.
It is too late now. He has been warned.
Oh, then I shall miss him. Oh, sink me. Well, good night, Monsieur. Better luck next time. Good night. You've packed my things?
Yes, Sir Percy.
Good. See that Sir Andrew Fulks receives this note, will you?
Yes, Sir Percy.
Well, Marguerite, what are you doing up at this hour? That's all, Brinker.
Yes, Sir Percy.
Well, my dear?
Percy, it's about Armand. He's in the most terrible danger. They've arrested him in Boulogne.
How do you know?
Chauvelin told me.
When?
Yesterday.
Why didn't you tell me when I asked you?
Well, I don't know. He threatened me.
Why are you telling me now?
Because I thought you might do something for Armand. You have influence at court.
Didn't you ask your friend Chauvelin for help?
He promised me that, but I don't trust him.
He promised you the life of your brother. What did you give him in exchange?
What? Oh, Percy, what has happened to you? Why do you hate me?
Why did you denounce the Marquis de Saint-Cyr?
Oh, so that's it. Why did you never ask me what the Marquis de Saint-Cyr did to me?
You didn't even know him.
No, I didn't even know him. But I knew his son. I was only 17 when he asked me to marry him. His father heard about it and had me arrested and sent to Saint-Lazare. Do you know what Saint-Lazare is? Do you know the sort of women that are sent there? I would have killed myself only...
Only what?
The revolution came, the 14th of July, and I was free.
Free to denounce the Marquis. Free to send 2 innocent people to the guillotine. It was your information, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. And yet, I still ask myself, am I really guilty of their death? The Marquis plotted with Austria. I told a friend, a man whom I thought a friend. He denounced him. The terror did the rest.
Who was that friend? Chauvelin? Yes. He promised you your brother's life. What price did you pay for it? What price did you pay for it?
A horrible one. I betrayed the Scarlet Pimpernel.
How?
Fulks gave a scrap of paper to Lord Hastings. I read it and told Chauvelin that the Pimpernel would be in the library at midnight. Oh, what am I to do, Percy? How can I warn him?
Warn him? Against what?
Against the danger that threatens him if he goes back to France.
My dear, if he's the kind of lunatic I take him to be, your warning won't help him.
But he might be going to his death.
Well, that's all the fellow lives for. Besides, he doesn't know that you're in love with him.
In love with him? I admire his heroism, but I don't love him.
Oh, but you do, only you don't know it.
Oh.
I didn't know it myself until a moment ago. You know, it's a dangerous game, falling in love with a phantom, my dear. For all you know, he may be a married man who's deeply in love with his wife.
Never.
Why not?
Would any man who is in love with his wife leave her continually to face death? Would you?
Me? Marguerite, Zoons, I'm much more romantic than you think. In a case like that, I wouldn't leave you, not even to go to my tailor's.
The horses are ready, sir.
Thank you, Brinker.
Are you going away?
Yes, didn't I tell you? Important business in town in the morning. Goodbye, my dear.
Your tailors, I suppose.
Not only my tailors, but also my bootmakers. And incidentally, I want to see what my influence is worth at court. That little matter of your brother, perhaps I can help.
Oh, Percy, if you could, I'd love you all my life.
Gad, I must remember that, my dear. Goodbye.
Milady?
What is it, Brinker?
It's very late, milady.
I suppose you want me to leave this room. I've never been here quite alone, have I?
I know, milady.
I've hardly even noticed the furnishings. Is that portrait of Sir Percy one of Romney's?
Yes, milady. A very fine one, too.
He's a great believer in detail, isn't he? Look at that ring on Sir Percy's finger. You'd think it was... Brinker.
Yes, milady?
Have you ever noticed that ring?
Why, no. It's a seal ring, milady.
Look closely. That flower, engraved on the stone. What is it, Brinker?
Why, bless my soul. It's a scarlet pimpernel.
My lady.
Well?
A letter to be delivered into your ladyship's hands.
From Sir Percy?
No, madam. From His Excellency, the French ambassador.
Give it to me. My lady, I have at last discovered the identity of the Scarlet Pimpernel. I hope to catch him tomorrow, and true to my word... Brinker!
Yes, milady?
Order my carriage at once. I must see Sir Andrew Ffoulkes.
Lady Blakeney. What's happened?
Sir Andrew, there's no time to waste in talking. Just listen to me. Your leader and friend, the Scarlet Pimpernel, he's my husband.
How do you know that, milady?
Don't ask me any questions now. He's in danger. Chauvelin knows that the Scarlet Pimpernel and Percy Blakeney are one and the same.
How does Chauvelin come to know?
Through me.
Ah.
Yes. I betrayed him. Never mind how. Just tell me this. Has Percy left for Boulogne?
Yes.
To save my brother?
And to Tournai.
What is their meeting place at Boulogne?
Why? Do you want to betray him again, milady?
Oh, look at me. Do I look like a woman who wants to send her husband to his death? I want to find Percy, to warn him, to save him, or die with him.
I'll go with you.
Can you bring your friends?
10 of them. The rest of them are in France. Percy has forbidden us to go over. It'll be the first time we've ever disobeyed him.
I'll save Percy if I have to kill Chauvelin. And if he goes to the guillotine, I'll go with him.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. We've dropped the curtain on the second act of The Scarlet Pimpernel. It goes up again shortly when Leslie Howard and Olivia de Havilland bring us Act 3. During this short intermission, we hear from our special guest and Mr. DeMille.
In addition to being foremost authority on the period of tonight's play, Madame Hilda Grenier, like our drama, has been intimately concerned with English nobility all her life. For many years, she had the title of Royal Dresser to Queen Mary and has been on duty at every imaginable royal function from baptisms to coronations. Her background makes her one of Hollywood's most valued technical advisors. If there's a more proper introduction for an ex-royal dresser, Madame Grenier, please enlighten us.
It was infinitely better, Mr. DeMille, than my first introduction to royalty. Princess Charlotte of Germany had granted me an interview. Entering her salon, I tripped on a rug and went flying along the highly polished floor like a sailboat in the wind. When I dared to open my eyes, there I was at the feet of the princess. She laughed, picked me up, gave me my first lesson in poise. And now, sir, I can tell you a little about royalty, a little about the Scarlet Pimpernel. Which would you like first?
Well, we'd like to know a little more about you. Suppose you tell us what a royal dresser is.
In addition to direct supervision over Queen Mary's wardrobe, my duties included the care of her jewels, orders, decorations, messages, and other personal activities. I suppose my greatest responsibility was to see that everything Her Majesty wore was absolutely correct, right down to her umbrellas.
Her umbrellas?
Indeed. Each one in her tremendous collection was named after the person who gave it to her. She'd simply ask me to bring her Lord Chesterfield or Papa. or the Emperor, or Dolly. But far more famous than her umbrella collection is her priceless array of antique furniture. Many of her most treasured pieces originally came to England with aristocrats escaped from France at the time of the Scarlet Pimpernel.
What mementos do you have, Madame Grenier, of your days in the palace?
Several cherished gifts from both the late King George and Her Majesty. I was also given a pair of silk stockings worn by Marie Antoinette, who was the guillotine's most celebrated victim. Handmade, they have a texture like gossamer. Of course, Mr. DeMille, I wouldn't dream of wearing them, as you can well imagine. But just from showing them to my friends, they became soiled, and I finally had to make a courageous decision. I had to wash them. But I did the job myself, and with Lux, they came out perfectly. Mm-hmm. Lux, incidentally, was used in Buckingham Palace during all the years I served Her Majesty.
That's a real tribute. Looking back over those years, what stands out most conspicuously in your host of regal recollections?
And not the pomp and glory, Mr. DeMille, but the little human traits of Her Majesty. I remember how, as Princess of Wales, she wept because she had to leave her little baby, Prince John, for an official visit to India. How, coming home from a new musical show, she would whistle tunes from the play, just as you and I. And I well recall how she'd carefully tear off bits of unused papers from letters and save them for memoranda. She was and is a wonderful woman. Now the word I promised about the play. It may be a surprise to most Americans to learn he actually existed, Sir Percy Blakeney, called the Scarlet Pimpernel. To this day, his descendants are well known in England. As portrayed so excellently by Mr. Howard, he was vain and foppish, but underneath it all, courageous, almost to the point of being foolhardy. Was the Scarlet Pimpernel ever caught? Well, suppose we all listen to the third act of the play and find out. Okay.
You've entertained us royally, Madame Grenier. The Scarlet Pimpernel, starring Leslie Howard in the title role and Olivia de Havilland as Marguerite, with Dennis Green as Chauvelin. Armed with the knowledge that her husband is the Scarlet Pimpernel, Marguerite takes ship for France to be with him in his hour of danger. With Sir Andrew Fuchs, she stands on deck as their boat plows its way across the English Channel. Just ahead lies the coast of France, a few flickering lights in the darkness.
You'd better go below, Lady Blakeney. We'll be coming in soon.
What was the name of that inn, the one you told me of?
The Lion d'Or. Sir Percy's headquarters on this coast.
And he'll be there at 10 o'clock. You're certain?
If all goes well, he'll be there.
But Chauvelin knows that Percy is the Pimpernel. What if he goes there, too?
We can only hope that he won't. If Percy can escape this time, he'll never go back again.
Never again.
If he can free de Tournay and Armand, his mission is over.
His mission that I drove him to. Sir Andrew, will we be there in time?
I think so. Ah, there are the lights now.
Lights?
Yes, the signal. You see the window of that house off there to the left? That's the Lion d'Or. See the lights swinging back and forth? That means it's safe. Up and down means danger. You want to turn back now? I can't go with you, Lady Blakeney.
Don't worry. I shall be all right. He has been risking his life every day for me. I can risk mine once for him.
Who's there?
A message.
Well?
Is this the Lion d'Or?
Yes, madame, but...
Let me in, please.
Madame, what do you want here? This is no place for one of your sort.
I'm the sort that pays well, Citizen Brogard.
For what?
For a seat by the fire. I'll wait here for a friend of mine and yours.
What should I know of your friend?
You signaled to him before. You must be expecting him. What time? What time, please?
10 o'clock. Madame, do you know him?
Yes, I know him. Who is that?
I do not know at this time.
Where can I hide?
Up those stairs, to the room on your left. Hurry.
Open here. Open.
One moment.
Citizen Brogard?
Yes?
Under arrest. Take him, Sergeant.
What for?
Betraying the Republic, helping the enemies of France, smuggling aristocrats out of the country.
That's a lie.
You've got one chance. Take it, I'll hang you now from your own sign. Your leader's coming here tonight, isn't he? Isn't he?
Yes.
What time?
He ordered his boat to be off the point at 10 o'clock.
But he'll call here first for his passengers, won't he?
He might.
Might. You look pretty swinging in the wind. How does he know it's safe? What is the signal? Sergeant, ask him what the signal is. A twist of the arm will help him to remember. Speak up.
Don't. I'll tell. A lantern in the attic window, waved up and down for danger. Across the window when all is clear.
Thank you, citizen. Sergeant, you may take Citizen Broga outside.
Oh, God, let him see the signal. Let him see it. Up and...
Put down that light, Lady Blakeney.
Chauvelin.
We meet again. Permit me, madame, but you were giving the signals incorrectly. Up and down means danger. That will drive the Pimpernel away. You must move the lights back and forth across the window. So. Now he will come to us.
Chauvelin, listen to me. He's my husband.
A fact that you neglected to mention a few days ago.
You've got to let him go. I'll do anything you want. I'll give you any information you can, but you've got to let him go free.
Don't be a fool. You've no more information to give. Even if you had, do you suppose I'd sacrifice my meeting with the Scarlet Pimpernel for it?
Monsieur Chauvelin.
Well?
Coach, monsieur, is pulling up at the door.
Our friend is early. I'll let him in myself. Sergeant, you shall have the privilege of watching over the Republic's most charming prisoner for the rest of the
Brogard. Brogard.
Don't move, Sir Percy. Stand where you are.
Monsieur Chauvelin. Well, this is a surprise.
Yes, I thought it would be.
Yes, a very pleasant one, too. How nice of you to wait up for me.
The time for laughing is past, Sir Percy. I've followed you for a year. Your energy, your ingenuity, your audacity have been quite admirable. But now, the game is over.
Because all the trumps are in your hand, eh?
Precisely. This house is surrounded by my soldiers. I have only to raise my voice.
Yes, of course, I see your point, yes. But suppose I could reach the door. The night is black. The sea is mine. I make a dash.
You won't.
Oh, of course I won't. I don't need to, because... You see, one of my friends might shoot you from behind, hidden in that clock.
What?
Come now, Chauvelin. You know that clock is too small to house a man. But there's still one other avenue of escape, one we could take together. In this pipe there is an ember, and in that cask behind me there is gunpowder. If I drop this ember here, I fly straight to heaven, and of course you know where you fly to.
Get away from that barrel.
Why, it isn't gunpowder. I merely wanted to see you turn pale. Come in the window, folks. You're a welcome sight. I would raise my hands if I were you, Chauvelin.
Another trick. I don't turn this time.
I don't think you'd better.
Why, you...
Now, you see, Fulks tricks us both. He must have sensed that you and I would meet here. Now, Chauvelin, I've had a delightful visit with you. In the meantime, my friends Armand Saint-Just and de Tournay are safely aboard my ship. And in a moment, if you'll excuse us, Fulks and I will join them.
You'll never get beyond that door.
We'll need the password, Percy.
Yes, the password. Yes. Well, Monsieur, do we have to use force?
Not at all, Sir Percy. The password is, the channel is free.
Thank you. Folks, give me your pistol. You get onto the ship, I'll take care of our friend here and join you in a minute.
Very good.
You know, that was quite sensible of you, Monsieur Chauvelin, to give us the password. Huh?
Not at all, Sir Percy. You may go because I know you'll come back of your own free will.
You overestimate the charm of your society.
I told you once the time for jesting was over. I have all the trumps in my hand. In that room upstairs, there is a woman under arrest who has forfeited her life by aiding the enemies of the Republic.
What woman?
Your wife, Sir Percy, who loves you very much.
Marguerite.
Is the game up, Sir Percy? Is this the last adventure?
All right, I give up, Chauvelin. What next?
There is a firing squad outside.
And my wife?
The Revolutionary Tribunal.
That means death.
It would have meant my death if I had not caught you. But don't be alarmed, Sir Percy. I don't want your wife's life. She's free the moment you die.
I offer you a pact. If you promise to say nothing to her, if you'll send her onto my ship immediately, I'll walk up in front of your firing squad.
I accept. Sergeant?
Yes, monsieur?
Bring the lady downstairs, please. You must be very fond of your wife, Sir Percy.
Yes, I am. Is that so strange?
Not at all. A charming woman.
Percy.
Marguerite.
Percy, I came to help you as soon as I knew. I wanted to give my life to save you. And now, oh, forgive me, Percy.
You came to help me. Chauvelin didn't bring you?
No, I came with Sir Andrew.
Oh, Marguerite.
What are they going to do to you? Tell me.
Well, I'm in no danger, my dear.
What? No, you're lying. I know. He's going to kill you. I can see it in his eyes. Oh, Percy, don't leave me. I want to die with you. Oh.
Marguerite. She's fainted.
Some water, perhaps.
No. Our parting would be too cruel now, even for you. Take her while she's still unconscious. Goodbye, my sweet. It's good to know that you love me a little.
Sergeant, carry her to Sir Percy's boat. The boat is to sail the minute Sir Percy dies. The lady is free when you hear the firing squad.
Yes, monsieur.
Well, she's gone, monsieur. Now, are you quite ready?
Yes. By the way, do you like poetry, Monsieur Chauvelin?
That dim, delusive Pimpernel?
No. I mean poetry. This other Eden, demi-paradise, this fortress built by nature for herself against infection and the hand of war, this happy breed of men, this little world, this precious stone set in the silver sea, this blessed plot, this earth, this realm, this England. I forget the rest.
Irish party, hope, round muck.
The firing squad. They're waiting.
Will you come and see me die, monsieur?
No, thank you, no. I shall remain here. I shall picture the scene in my own way.
Oh, yes, of course. Yes, make it as horrible as possible. Yes. Good night, monsieur.
Good night.
Roll.
Present.
Present.
Fire.
Fire.
That dim, delusive Pimpernel.
I'm so sorry, monsieur.
Blakeney!
Yes, you see, I've come back for my hat. It's such a cursed good hat, you know.
You.
Oh, no. Don't look at me like that. Sink me if you don't think I'm my own ghost.
Duroc!
Oh, you mean the captain of your firing squad? I'm afraid it'll be an hour or so before poor Captain Duroc will be able to resume his duties. I regret that I struck him rather violently. Come in, gentlemen. This is my firing squad. Allow me to present Sir Andrew Fulks,
Yes.
Lord Hastings,
Yes.
Lord Belleville, and all the rest of them. But, of course, you know all about them.
Your firing squad?
Yes, you see, those men you hired, excellent men, all of them, but oddly enough, they can't resist a drink of wine. Oh, they'll recover. It was just a mild drug, you know. But for the moment, they're all sleeping very soundly. And now, since the volley of shots has freed Lady Blakeney, I must make haste to join her. Good night.
By heaven,
Chauvelin. You know, I think a cooling off is what you need. Fulks, raise that trapdoor there. You'll find it very cool below, Monsieur Chauvelin, and you will have ample time to think things over. Bonsoir, monsieur. Vive la France. Long live the king.
Percy, you're here. They told me.
Yes. Marguerite, my darling, I'm here. We're on our way to England. That's all you have to know.
Are we free now? Really free?
I'm free, my sweet. But you know, Chauvelin said that you would not be free until the moment I die.
Darling.
And I won't let it be a moment sooner.
We take leave of the Scarlet Pimpernel. You know, hearing the Brownings get all excited over Christmas reminds me of something, and I'd like to tell you about it before Mr. DeMille comes back with our stars. I want to tell you a very snappy way to trim your Christmas tree. All you need is your old friend Lux Flakes. Now listen, pour a large box of Lux Flakes into a big bowl and add 2 scant cups of lukewarm water. Whip it up with an egg beater. Gosh, it's wonderful the suds you get. A big pan full of fine white suds that look like whipped cream in the bowl and like real snow on the Christmas tree. Now, take handfuls of the suds and spread them with your fingers all along the branches of your Christmas tree. If you want an even more glittering effect, while the suds are still moist, sprinkle the tree with artificial Christmas snow, the kind you get in the stores. Boy, what an effect you get. Your tree looks as though it had been out in a real, honest-to-goodness snowstorm. It certainly is pretty, all sparkling and everything. And you know, this is one way to help your tree last longer, because the Lux suds cling to the needles and keep them from drying out and falling off too soon. Want me to repeat the recipe? A large-sized box of Lux Flakes, 2 scant cups of lukewarm water, whip with an egg beater. That's all. Be sure to get the large-sized box of Lux so you can make plenty of snow. Here's Mr. DeMille.
Our stars drop their roles. Lady Marguerite is again Olivia de Havilland, and the Scarlet Pimpernel becomes Leslie Howard.
Well, it was every bit as enjoyable bringing this play to the air, Mr. DeMille, as it was bringing it to the screen. As Madame Grenier told us, the Scarlet Pimpernel really actually existed. I confess I didn't know that until I was making the picture, because surely no character seemed more a piece of elaborate fiction. So naturally, when someone sent me a note and said he belonged to Sir Percy's family, I wondered whether one of my friends had thought up the gag, you know. It was slightly embarrassing not long after when a Mr. Blakeney, a descendant of the original Scarlet Pimpernel, introduced himself to me.
2 weeks ago, Mr. Howard, I heard you say something on this program about turning motion picture director. Earlier tonight, Mr. DeMille added the word producer after your name. Apparently, you're really going into the picture business in all its branches.
Oh, you scare me, Olivia. As a matter of fact, we expect to produce certain pictures in England, but just to be sure that our efforts will appeal to our American audiences, we're going to write our first story right here in Hollywood. It'll be the first time, I believe, that this has been done by an English unit.
Well, there's no reason why the tie that binds the nations can't be made of celluloid. Mr. Haviland, you've been out of Hollywood a long time, filming Dodge Cities. Any adventures on location?
Well, I'm the Dodge City Dodger. I've been dodging kidnappers.
Not kidnappers?
Yes, kidnappers.
Really?
Let me tell you. We were on location near Modesto in the prairie country, and a very fine place, I thought, for a nice, quiet walk. But it seems that 2 very tough-looking gentlemen also decided to take a nice, quiet walk and follow me. And after a couple of miles, they were still right on my heels. There wasn't another soul around, and the only building in sight was a farmhouse. And when I made a dash for that, the 2 men dashed after me. I reached the farmhouse, found it was abandoned, and decided to face it out. I walked right up to the men, demanded what they wanted, and looked them straight in the eye. One of them took something out of his pocket. I didn't dare look. I was too sure it was a 6-shooter. Just as I was about to faint, the man poked it under my nose and said, "We sure would like your autograph, Mr. Haviland." And believe me, gentlemen, I signed. Well, Mr. DeMille, I hate to say goodnight, but I guess it's time to. Thank you for another grand evening.
Yes, with an added thank you to all who worked with us in the cast. Good night, C.B.
Good night, Mr. Howard. Good night, Olivia.
There's a great show awaiting you here next Monday night. Listen for Mr. DeMille's announcement of it shortly. Heard in The Scarlet Pimpernel were Dennis Green as Monsieur Chauvelin, Walter Kingsford as Sir Andrew Ffoulkes, Vernon Steele as Romney, Ramsay Hill as Armand St. Reginald Sheffield as Count de Tournay, Eric Snowden as the Prince of Wales, Gerald Cornell as innkeeper, Keith Kenneth as Brinker, Lou Merrill as a barber, George Pembroke as Lord Hastings, John Toty as a voice, Dave Roberts as a guard, and Geraldine Peck, Ethel Sykes, Coral Colebrook, and Betty Sutter as ladies of the court. Mr. Haviland's current film is the Warner Brothers comedy Hard to Get. Mr. Howard is co-director of the new picture Pygmalion. Our musical director, Louis Silvers, appeared through courtesy of 20th Century Fox Studio, where he was in charge of music for the new picture Kentucky. We want to remind you that this is the time to help the 1938 drive to fight tuberculosis. Help make the world safer. Purchase your supply of anti-tuberculosis Christmas seals now Use them on all your Christmas mail. Show that you are helping, too, to fight the dread disease. Buy seals for Christmas, and you buy health for the new year. Mr. DeMille.
It carries a punch like a prize-fighter's fist, the play you'll hear next Monday night. Kid Galahad. An exciting drama of the squared circle. It's the story of a manager, the boy he picks to win the title, and the women who love this naive thunderbolt called Kid Galahad. The same two stars you saw in the picture bring the play to our stage. Edward G. Robinson and Wayne Morris, and with them, Miss Joan Bennett and Andrea Leeds. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theatre presents Kid Galahad, starring Edward G. Robinson and Joan Bennett, with Wayne Morris and Andrea Leeds. And as the evening's special guest, the former heavyweight champion of the world, Jack Dempsey. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood. The announcer is the Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Good evening. This is Peter Tobin introducing Lux Radio Theatre. Tonight and every Monday night at this time, Lux Radio Theatre presents for your entertainment the finest in radio drama. This week we present Home and Beauty by W. Somerset Maugham, a comedy set in London immediately after the First World War. What happens when a young woman finds herself married to two men at the same time, both of whom she loves dearly? After her husband, Major Bill Cardew, has been reported killed in France, lovely, frivolous Victoria marries his best friend, Major Frederick Lowndes. Their domestic bliss is suddenly and hilariously disrupted by Bill's return from the dead. Victoria adores both her husbands, and they both adore her. But while the two men argue the toss in the most gentlemanly way, Victoria finds her own way of unraveling the matrimonial tangle. Listen in a few moments to Home and Beauty, adapted by Helen Cunningham, produced for Lux Radio Theatre by Rolf Jacobs, and directed by Delphine Lethbridge. Here's an idea that will make you feel soft and beautiful, and you can do it this evening. Just take a long, creamy bath with Lux Beauty Soap. Sink back and relax, and let the extra rich lather of Lux soften your skin to film star smoothness. Think of it, the creamy, moisturizing lather making your skin silky and relaxed. The precious perfume of Lux caressing you all over. Lux is the one beauty soap chosen by most beautiful Hollywood film stars. They choose it for its rich, moisturizing lather and precious perfume. Lux, a beauty treatment as you bathe.
Shield gives a confidence that actually shows
in your eyes.
Put on Shield deodorant and it's dry in seconds. That's the way it stays right through the day. Shield never makes you feel sticky. It just protects you and keeps you dry, feminine, fresh. Wear Shield, and the only thing you show is confidence.
Shield gives a confidence that actually shows
in your eyes, in your eyes.
And now Act One of tonight's Lux Radio Theatre presentation, Home and Beauty.
Victoria, there's someone downstairs to see you.
Who is there? Who?
Mr. Lester Peyton. I didn't know you were still seeing anything of him.
He has been rather attentive lately, yes.
You should have married him instead of Freddie when poor Bill was killed in France. He's made a fortune during the war. He's got a Rolls Royce. And he can, wangle things like butter and sugar.
Mother, don't talk like that. Freddie was Bill's best friend. It's only natural I should turn to him for comfort. And I adore him. Oh, he's a little unreasonable at times, but then so was Bill. I adored him, too.
Yes.
And they both adored me.
All the same,
both so handsome. Oh, look at their photographs side by side on my dressing table.
Yes.
And both DSOs. I flatter myself there aren't many women who'd be married to 2 DSOs.
I know, darling, but...
Bill was very fond of Freddie, and particularly wanted our child to be called after him. And that's why I called him Frederick, although he was born 3 months after poor Bill was killed.
I know, and that's why now you've married Freddie and had a son, you've
called him William. Yes, I thought it was only fair, and Freddie agreed.
By the way, where is Freddie?
Oh, dear, I'm absolutely furious with him. He promised to take me out to luncheon, but he never turned up. Didn't even telephone. I think it's too bad of him. He may be dead for all I know.
What about Mr. Peyton? Are you going to see him? I mean, you can't keep him waiting all afternoon.
I may as well. Go and bring him up, Mother.
You're going to receive him up here? In your bedroom?
Well, certainly it's the only room in the house apart from the nursery where there's a fire. You know how difficult it is to get coal. Oh, yes, we mustn't keep Mr. Peyton waiting. Just give me a moment to put on some fresh lipstick, will you? I hope you didn't mind being dragged up all these stairs, Mr. Peyton. We have to be frightfully economical with our coal, you know. I can only afford to have a fire in my bedroom.
You're not going to tell me that you have any trouble in getting coal. Why on earth didn't you let me know?
You don't mean to say you could get me some?
Well, it's quite out of the question that a pretty woman shouldn't have everything she wants.
I told Freddie that I felt sure he could wangle it, but... well, I mean, what's the use of being at the War Office if you can't have some sort of pull? But he couldn't.
Well, leave it to me. I'll see what I can do.
How marvellous of you.
Now that these men are coming back from the front, no one will look at us poor devils who stayed at home if we don't make ourselves useful.
Well, you only stayed because it was your duty.
Oh, I volunteered, you know. I didn't wait to be called up. The government said to me, you're a shipbuilder, go on building ships. So I built them ships.
And a little bird has whispered to me that the government intends to show its appreciation of your services in the honours list.
Oh, one doesn't ask for that. One's glad to have been able to do one's bit.
Oh, how true that is. That's just what I feel.
Yes, Victoria's worked herself to exhaustion.
I don't know how many committees I sat on or bazaars I opened.
That's true.
At the beginning of the war, you know, I worked in a canteen, but I had to give that up because I could never go out to lunch anywhere. I did think of working in a hospital, but they said I had no training.
Oh, I'm sure you would have made a very good nurse, dear.
I didn't propose being the ordinary sort of nurse. I was quite content to leave that to those who had to make their living by it. But it doesn't need any particular training to be nice to those poor, dear, wounded boys, to shake up their pillows and take them flowers and read to them. It only needs sympathy.
I don't know anyone who has more.
Mm-hmm. With people I like.
Well, darling, I think I'll go and see how my precious little grandsons are.
Oh, yes, Mother, do. Nanny's taken Fred out, but Baby's in the nursery.
Excuse me, Mr. Peyton.
Yes, of course. You have 2 children, haven't you, Mrs. Lyons?
Yes, 2 sons. Fred, who'll be 2 next month by my first husband, Bill Cardew, and William, who's just 4 months by my second husband.
I'm sure you're a wonderful mother.
Oh, I adore my children.
And a perfect wife.
Do you think so?
Doesn't your husband?
Oh, he's only my husband. His opinion doesn't count.
He's a lucky man. I envy him.
Do you?
Shall I tell you what I think of you, Mrs. Lyons?
Oh, no, don't. You'll only exaggerate. You know, there are only 2 qualities that I flatter myself on. I'm not vain, and I am unselfish. Oh, here's my husband now.
Afternoon, Peyton. Oh, good afternoon, Major Lyons.
Freddie, where have you been all this time?
At my club.
But you promised to take me out to luncheon.
Did I? Oh, I forgot all about it. I'm so sorry.
Were you busy?
Yes.
Well, Bill was never too busy to give me luncheon when I wanted it.
Well, fancy that.
Well, I've been getting along. Now the war's over, you fellas can take things easily. My work goes on just the same.
That's a new car you've got, isn't it?
I have to get about somehow, you know.
So do I, but being only a soldier, I manage it on my own 2 feet.
Well, goodbye, Mrs. Lyons, and goodbye, Major.
Goodbye. So nice of you to come and see me. Now, Freddie, I'd be glad to know why you threw me over like that.
Are you obliged to receive visitors in your bedroom?
Oh, you don't mean to say you're jealous, darling. I thought you seemed grumpy. Come and give me a nice kiss.
I'm not in the least jealous.
Oh, you silly old thing. You know it's the only room in the house that's got a fire.
Why the dickens don't you have one in the drawing room?
My poor lamb, have you forgotten there's been a war and there happens to be a shortage of coal? I'll tell you exactly why we don't have a fire in the drawing room. patriotism.
Well, I'm dashed if I can see why it'd be less patriotic to have a fire in the drawing room where we could all benefit from it, rather than here where it's no good to anyone but you.
Darling, you're not going to ask me to do without a fire in my bedroom. How can you be so selfish? Heaven knows I don't want to boast about anything I've done, but after slaving my life out these last 4 years, I do think I deserve a little consideration.
I'll go and see the kid.
It's not as if I grudged you the use of my room. You can sit here as much as you like. Besides, a man has his club. He can always go there if he wants to.
I apologize. You're quite right. You're always right.
I thought you wanted me to be happy.
But I do, darling.
Before we were married, you said you'd make that the chief aim of your life.
I can't imagine a sensible man would want a better one.
Well then, confess you've been a beast.
Oh, brute beast, darling.
No. I asked you to give me a kiss just now. Well, it's not a request I'm in the habit of having ignored.
And I trust it's not one that you're in the habit of making to all and sundry.
Now, tell me why you forgot to take me out to luncheon today.
I didn't forget. I was prevented. I haven't had luncheon myself. I'll just ring and ask the cook to send me up something.
Oh, the cook left this morning.
Again?
What do you mean again? This is the first time she's left.
But hang it all, she's only been here a week. I don't know why on earth you can't keep your servants.
No one can keep servants these days.
Other people do.
Don't speak to me like that, Freddie. I'm not used to it.
I shall speak to you exactly as I choose.
Well, it's so petty to lose your temper just because you can't have something to eat. I should have thought after spending 2 years in the trenches you'd be accustomed to going without a meal now and then.
Oh, for goodness sake, don't make a scene of it.
It's not I who am making a scene. I don't know how you can be so unkind to me. Bill would never have treated me like that.
But I can't imagine how you can...
I'm not exacting. I do everything I can to make you happy. I'm patience itself. Even my worst enemy would have to admit that I'm not selfish.
Victoria, now please, all I wanted was...
Bill wouldn't have taken my poor loving heart and thrown it aside like an old hat. Bill loved me. He would always have loved me. Oh, I adored that man. He waited on me, hand and foot. I'd give anything in the world to have my dear, dear Bill back again.
Well, I'm very glad you feel like that about it, because he'll be here in about 3 minutes.
What? What on earth do you mean?
He rang me up at the club this morning.
Freddie, what are you talking about? Who spoke to you?
Bill.
Bill? Well, Bill who?
Bill Cardew.
But he's dead, poor darling.
Well, he showed no sign of it on the telephone.
Oh, Freddie, how can you be so heartless to joke like
Well, just wait and see for yourself.
Oh, now, Freddie, please, don't be vindictive. I didn't mean what I said. I adore you, darling. You know that. You can have a fire in your study and to the devil with a fuel controller. I'm sorry for all I said just now. There now. It's all right, isn't it?
Yes, perfectly. But it's not going to prevent Bill from walking into this room in about 2 minutes.
But it's not true. It can't be. Poor Bill was killed at the Battle of Ypres. He was actually seen to fall. He was reported dead by the War Office. Oh, you know how distressed I was. I wore mourning and everything. We even had a memorial service.
Yes, I know. It'll want a devil of a lot of explaining turning up like this.
Well, I shall go stark staring mad in a minute. How do you know it was Bill on the telephone?
I recognize his voice.
What did he say exactly?
He said he was at Harwich Station and would be in London at 3:13, and would I break it to you?
But that was before luncheon. Why didn't you come at once and tell me?
Well, to tell you the truth, I was a bit shaken by then. I thought the first thing was to have a double whiskey and a small soda.
And what did you do then?
I sat down to think, and I thought steadily for a couple of hours.
And what have you thought?
Nothing. It's a devilish awkward position for me.
For you? And what about me?
I mean, after all, Bill was my eldest pal. May think it rather funny that I've married his wife.
May think? Do you mean you haven't told him?
No.
He's coming here under the impression that I'm his wife?
Yes.
But why on earth didn't you tell him at once? It was the only thing to do.
Well, it just didn't strike me at the moment. Besides, it's rather a delicate thing to say on the telephone.
Well, someone must tell him.
I've come to the conclusion that you're the person to do it.
Oh, no, I'm not going to deal my darling Bill this bitter, bitter blow. Anyway, it's not my province.
Now, darling, you've got so much tact. I never knew anyone who could deal with a delicate situation as you can. You're so sympathetic, and you've got such a wonderful tenderness.
No. There's only one way to deal with this. You just take him by the arm and you say, "Look here, old man, the fact is..."
No good, Victoria. By George, here he is.
Oh, no, I haven't even parted my nose. Fortunately, I have no personal vanity. Oh, where's that powder puff? Where's my lipstick?
Hello. Well, here we are again.
Bill!
Well, was I right?
I can hardly believe my eyes.
Now, give me a kiss, old lady. Well, Freddie, old man, how's life?
A1, thanks.
Are you surprised to see me?
A little.
In fact, a good deal.
You've neither of you said you were glad to see me.
Yes, of course we're glad, Bill, darling, yes.
Tactful of me to get old Freddie to come round and break the news, don't you think, Victoria?
Yes, darling. And exactly like you.
It's just like old times to hear you calling me darling every other minute.
It's one of Victoria's favourite words.
You know, I nearly didn't warn you. I thought it would be rather a lark to break in on you in the middle of the night.
You what? I'm just as glad you didn't do that, Bill.
What a scene, my word. The Sleeping Beauty on her virtuous couch. Enter a man. Shrieks from the Sleeping Beauty. It is I, your husband. Tableau.
Oh, he really is a little lamb, Victoria. Who's that?
Who the devil do you think it is?
The language. And the voice. Bill Cardews. Who is this man?
Well, I may be a bit thinner.
Don't you come near me or I shall scream.
I was only going to kiss you.
Oh, take him away. Victoria, who is that man?
Well, Mrs. Shuttleworth, it's Bill Cardew.
But he's dead.
He doesn't seem to know it.
Oh, it's a horrible dream. Of course he's dead. That man's an imposter.
Shall I show you the strawberry mark on my left shoulder?
I tell you, Bill Cardew's dead.
Prove it.
Prove it? The War Office announced it officially. Victoria went into mourning. Why, we had a memorial service.
Fully choral.
Yes.
Did you have a memorial service for me, Victoria? Oh, that was nice of you.
I say, old man, we don't want to hurry you, you know, but we're all waiting for some sort of explanation.
Well, I was coming to that. I was just giving you time to get over your first raptures at seeing me again. Well, have you got over them?
I can only speak for myself.
I was wounded at Ypres. Badly wounded.
Yes, a fellow saw you fall. Said you were shot through the head. Just stopped a minute and saw you were killed and went on.
Well, I wasn't. I was eventually picked up and taken to Germany. Next thing I knew, I was in hospital. And my memory had completely gone.
Very strange.
But your memory came back.
Yes, gradually. It only returned fully shortly before we were released.
Well, couldn't you have written then?
They said I'd arrived before a letter or even a telegram.
Well, I suppose it is possible.
Well, I'm not dead, as you can see. And what's more, I propose to live for another 40 years, if not 50. Now, I wouldn't mind getting out of these dirty clothes and into something decent. I'll just go through to my dressing room. I remember I had a blue serge suit that was rather dressy.
Oh, wait a moment. I've put all your clothes away.
Where?
In camphor. You can't put them on until they've been well aired.
Oh, well, I suppose I can... I say, is that the kid? What's his name?
Well, don't you remember just before you went away, you said you'd like him called Frederick if he was a boy?
Yes, I did. But you said you'd made up your mind to call him Lancelot.
Yes, well, when I thought you were dead, I felt I must respect your wishes. Of course, I asked Freddie to be godfather.
Has the old ruffian been a standby to you while I've been away?
I have seen a good deal of him, yes.
I felt you were safe with him, you know. He's a brick.
I say, spare my blushes.
He was very kind to me during my bereavement.
Dear old chap. I knew you were a tower of strength.
I did what I could, you know.
Oh, don't be so modest about it all. Well, I'm going along to the nursery to make his lordship's acquaintance.
Oh, something's got to be done.
Yes, but what? Oh, Freddie, think of something.
I don't know what to do.
Well, you've got to do something, even if it's only something stupid.
The only thing that occurs to me is to stand on my head.
Hey, Victoria. Victoria, I think we've been done.
Oh, dear.
That child. Upon my soul, there's not much of him for a 2-year-old.
That baby was 4 months last Tuesday.
4 months? So you've been busy in my absence, Victoria?
Freddie, for goodness sake, explain. Don't just stand there with your mouth open.
The fact is, you've made a rather absurd mistake, Bill. You've been away so long that naturally there's a good deal you don't know.
Such as?
Well, that infant you saw isn't your son.
I had a sort of suspicion that he wasn't.
The fool.
Well, who the deuce is the father?
Well, in point of fact, I am.
You? You don't mean to say you're married?
Yes, lots of people are. In fact, marriage has been quite a thing during the war.
Well, I'm jolly glad to hear it, old man. I knew you'd be caught one of these days. You were a wily old bird, but... well, we all come to it. My very best congratulations.
Thanks, that's awfully good of you. I'm staying here, you know.
Oh, are you? First rate. Is your missus here, too?
It's rather difficult to explain.
Oh. Don't tell me she's only got one eye.
Look, can't you guess why I'm staying here?
No. You don't mean you've married Victoria's mother?
Oh, good gracious.
Well, no, not exactly.
What do you mean by not exactly? I hope you hadn't been trifling with the affections of my mother-in-law.
Oh, do I look as if I were the mother of that baby?
We live in an age of progress. One should keep an open eye about things.
You misunderstand me, Bill.
Is there nothing between you and Victoria's mother?
Certainly not.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. I should have liked to be your son-in-law. And you would have done the right thing by her, wouldn't you?
Really, Bill, I don't think you ought to talk like that about Mother.
If he's compromised her, he ought to marry her.
He hasn't compromised her, and he can't marry her.
Well, I don't want to be inquisitive, but if you didn't marry Victoria's mother, who did you marry?
Confound you, I married Victoria!
It's hello to Mrs. Felicity Usher, known as Flick. Hello, Flick.
Hello, Mr. John.
Tell me, Flick, what's the biggest wash day challenge that you could possibly imagine?
My son's white shirts. Quite honestly, I think he's the dirtiest boy in the school.
Really? Now, if I gave you a challenge, just one chance to get these dirty white shirts of your son's perfectly white again, how would you do it?
I'd use surf, because surf contains super glue. I think it's most important that white clothes should be white and not grey and grubby looking. And to look smart, they must be white.
Obviously, whiteness is very important to you.
Yes, definitely.
Yes, like Flick, most housewives I've challenged trust the experienced one, surf with super blue for perfect whiteness.
Gosh, Mary, you're lucky to have such a hard-working servant. What do you mean? I haven't got a maid. Well, how on earth do you manage to keep your floors so clean and shiny?
Ah, that's easy. I use Dual.
Dual?
Yes, Dual, the self-shining floor cleaner. It's so easy because Dual cleans and polishes in one go.
How do you mean?
Well, Dual lifts all the dirt out of the floor and dries to a bright, long-lasting shine, all by itself.
So when you use Dual, you don't have to worry about polishing?
No, Dual cleans and polishes in one go.
I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting in this chilly drawing room, but I was still dressing. You're very kind to have come so soon.
What a catastrophe. You must be beside yourself. What in heaven's name are you going to do?
I've no idea. That's why I telephoned you. You have encouraged me to bring all my difficulties to you.
Yes, of course, yes. We must discuss the matter. I suppose you've been having the most terrible scenes.
Oh, heart-rending. You see, they both adore me.
And you?
I only want to do my duty.
How like you. How exactly like you.
It was so sweet of you to come and see me at once. I was afraid you wouldn't have time.
Do you think I'd allow anything to stand in the way when you sent for me?
Oh, but I shouldn't like to think that you were putting yourself out on my account.
I wish I could pretend I were. As a matter of fact, I was only going down to see a place I've just bought in the country, and as I wanted to try my new rolls, I thought I'd kill two birds with one stone.
Oh, I didn't know you were buying a place.
Oh, it's a very modest little affair. The park is not more than 300 acres, and there are only 15 bedrooms. But you see, I'm a bachelor. I want so little.
Where is it?
Oh, it's near Newmarket. A man in my position is bound to do something for the good of the country, and it seems to me that to patronize a good old English sport which gives employment to numbers of respectable men is an occupation which is truly patriotic. I'm going to take up racing.
Oh, I think it's splendid of you. So many men waste their money on their own selfish pleasures. It's such a relief to come across anyone who's determined to make thoroughly good use of it. I've often wondered why you didn't go into Parliament.
For the past 4 years, I've been too busy winning the war to bother about governing the nation.
Yes, but now they want strong men of keen intelligence and dominating personality.
It's possible that very soon I shall have the opportunity to show what sort of metal I'm made of, but not in the House of Commons.
In the House of Lords?
You mustn't ask me to betray the confidence of the Prime Minister.
Oh, you look splendid in scarlet, Nerman.
But it's too bad of me to talk about my own concerns when yours are so much more important.
Oh, but you don't know how I love to hear you talk about yourself. One feels a brain behind every word you speak.
It's easy to be brilliant when one has a sympathetic listener.
Of course, Bill and Freddie are darlings, but their conversation is a little limited. During the war, you know, it was rather smart to talk about guns and flying machines and flea bags, but now...
I understand so well, dear lady.
Why do you call me that?
Well, out of pure embarrassment. I don't know whether to call you Mrs. Cardew or Mrs. Lowndes.
Well, why don't you split the difference and call me Victoria?
May I?
It'll make me feel that you're not an entire stranger. Oh, and I need a friend badly. I'm all at sea. I'm married to 2 men, and I feel as if I were married to neither.
I wish you weren't. I wish with all my heart you weren't.
Why?
Can't you guess?
I must be very stupid.
Don't you know that I dote on you? I curse my unhappy fate that I didn't meet you before you were married.
Would you have asked me to marry you?
Morning, noon, and night, until you consented.
Oh, well, I never want a Paris model so much as when I know it's been sold to somebody else. I wonder if you'd want to marry me if I were free.
Yes, with all my heart.
But I'm not free.
And you, if you were, would you marry me?
I don't believe you're the sort of man who'd ever take no for an answer.
Oh, you're perfectly adorable.
I wonder if you'd take me out to luncheon.
Give me a chance.
Then come back in half an hour, and you'll find me ready.
Victoria! Oh, you're in here, Freddie. Why the devil have you left the window open? It's freezing.
I was trying to warm the room up a bit. Besides, they say it's healthy.
Well, a short life and a merry one for me. I like a fug.
Well, that won't make it any warmer. I tried that.
You silly ass. Oh, why didn't you light the fire?
But don't be so darned unpatriotic. You can't have a fire in the drawing room. Victoria must have one in her bedroom so that Where the devil did you get that suit?
Rather saucy, I flatter myself. Victoria sent it in for me.
Well, she needn't have sent you the only new suit I've had since the war. I think that's a bit thick.
Well, I couldn't go round in the dirty old thing I arrived in.
Well, if you'd had the decency to ask me, you might have had this suit I've got on.
Oh, thanks, but I don't altogether like that one. It's a bit baggy at the knees.
You're very much mistaken if you think you're going to wear all the new clothes and I'm going to wear all the old ones.
If you're going to be shirty about it, where the devil did you get that type in?
Victoria gave it to me on my birthday.
Yeah, well, it's mine. She gave it to me on my birthday first. And where did you get those cufflinks?
Those? Oh, Victoria gave them to me as a Christmas present.
Oh, did she? Well, she gave them to me as a Christmas present before she gave them to you. You jolly well take them off.
I'll see you blowed first. At your death, you left everything to her in your will. If she chose to give them to me, it's no business of yours.
Well, I'm not going to argue about it, but I think it's dash bad form to swank about in a dead man's jewellery.
By the way, did you ever have a hammered gold cigarette case?
Rather. That was Victoria's wedding present to me. Did you get it too?
Thrifty woman, Victoria.
I say, unless I have a fire, I shall turn into the Albert Memorial.
Well, it's all late. Apply a match and see what happens.
I think I will.
Here are some matches.
Oh, thanks. There.
But now I can take my overcoat off. You know, Victoria will be furious.
Oh, that's your lookout. You'll have to take the responsibility.
Me? It has nothing to do with me. You're the master of this house.
Not at all. I am but an honoured guest.
Oh, no. The moment you appeared, I sank into insignificance.
My dear fellow, where did I sleep last night? In the spare bedroom. That proves conclusively that I'm a guest and nothing more.
Nonsense. Where the devil do you think I slept? Down here.
Oh, why on earth did you do that? You were perfectly sober when I went to bed.
Victoria said I couldn't sleep in the next room to hers now that you were back.
Oh, well, I dare say you made yourself very comfortable on the sofa.
Look at the darn thing.
By the way, why has all the furniture been changed?
Well, Victoria had the room redecorated after you were killed. It had too many old associations. She wanted to distract her mind.
Oh, I was under the impression that you'd undertaken that.
I was sympathetic. That is surely what you'd have liked me to be.
Of course. I'm not blaming you.
If you'd seen Victoria in tears, you couldn't have expected a man not to try and console her.
She's the only woman I ever knew who looks as pretty when she cries as when she smiles. It's a great power.
There. I knew you'd take it like a sensible man.
Quite so.
When would you like me to clear out?
My dear fellow, why should you want to do that? Surely you don't for a minute imagine that I shall be in the way. I propose to make my visit quite a brief one.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. Victoria will be very disappointed. But of course that's no concern of mine. You and your wife must arrange that between you.
My dear fellow, you quite misunderstand me. I am not a man to come between husband and wife.
What the devil do you mean?
Well, if it comes to that, what the devil do you mean?
Good morning, Bill, dear.
Good morning, Victoria.
Good morning, Freddie.
Good morning, Victoria.
I went to Bill first because he's been away so long.
Very naturally. And he was your husband long before I was.
I don't want either of you to be jealous of the other. Who lit that fire?
He did.
It was his match.
Of course, you don't care if we run so short of coal that my wretched babies die of double pneumonia. It's simply criminal to use coal in here.
I'm tortured by the pangs of remorse. But if you feel so badly about it, need you get quite so close to the fire?
Well, if there is a fire, I may as well get some benefit from it. Now, as I was saying, I don't want any jealousy. I adore you both, and I'm not going to show any favoritism.
It's quite all right, Victoria. I know quite well that I only came second in your heart. As long as Bill was around, you never had a thought for me.
Oh, I don't know about that. Even the most constant woman likes a change now and then.
No. I know Victoria has a faithful heart. She can never really love any man but you, Bill. Victoria, you know how I adore you. You're the only woman in the world for me. But Bill has come back. And therefore there's only one course open to me as a gentleman and a man of honor. It's a bitter, bitter sacrifice, but I'm equal to it. I renounce all rights in you. I will go away, a wiser and a sadder man, and leave you to Bill. Goodbye, Victoria. Give me one more kiss before we part forever.
Oh, how beautiful of you, Freddie. What a soul you've got.
Goodbye, Victoria. Forget me and live happily with a better man than I.
I shall never forget you, Freddie. Goodbye. Go quickly now. I shall break down.
Goodbye, Bill. Do be kind to her. I couldn't do this for anyone but you.
Nothing doing.
What do you mean? Get away from that door and let me pass.
Only over my dead body.
Bill, why prolong a painful scene?
My dear Victoria, I am not the man to accept a sacrifice like that. No, I'll not come between you.
Oh, Bill, how noble.
Victoria, I'm a gentleman and a soldier. To all intents and purposes, I'm as dead as mutton. I'll remain so.
Victoria will never be happy with me now that you've come back.
Not another word. She's yours.
I understand it all. You're both so noble, so heroic, so unselfish. But I can't have you both. I must have a husband, but only one. I cannot have and will not have two.
Wait, I have an idea. Let's draw lots.
How do you mean, Freddie?
Well, we'll take 2 pieces of paper and make a cross on one of them. Then we'll fold them up and put them in a hat. We'll draw, and the one who draws the cross gets Victoria.
Oh, that'll be rather thrilling.
No, I'd sooner toss for it. I'm lucky at tossing.
You mean to say you funk it?
Well, I don't exactly funk it. It's an awful risk to take.
Oh, it'd be so romantic. Come on, get some paper, Freddie.
Yes, all right.
No, I don't like it. This isn't my lucky day. I saw the new moon through glass. I knew something was going wrong the moment I opened my eyes this morning.
There. Now, whoever draws the blank paper renounces all claim to Victoria. He vanishes from the scene like a puff of smoke. He'll never be heard of again.
I still don't like it. I repeat that I only do it under protest.
Now, Bill, don't be disagreeable the moment you come home.
We'll have plenty of time for that during the next 40 years.
And you seem rather above yourself, Freddie. Supposing you draw the blank.
I saw a dappled horse this morning. Well, the pieces of paper are ready. What shall we put them in?
Well, here's a waste paper basket. That's the best thing.
Right. Now, you do understand. One of these papers has a cross on it. I will put the 2 papers in the basket. There we are. And now Victoria shall hold it. It's agreed that whoever draws a blank shall leave the house at once.
Yes.
Right. Here you are, Victoria.
Now, shake them well.
All right. I say, isn't this thrilling?
Now, you draw first, Bill.
No, I can't. I really can't.
But it's your right. You're Victoria's first husband.
Oh, he's right there, Bill. You must have the first dip in the lucky bag.
Oh,
Come on.
This is awful. I'm sweating like a pig.
Courage, old man, courage.
It's no good. I can't.
Oh, I can see how much you love me, Bill.
Shut your eyes, man, and make a plunge for it.
Oh, well, the only thing is to get it over. I wish I'd been a better man.
Now, the other's yours, Freddie. Come on, take it.
Thank you. Blank. It's blank. Blank.
Oh, I haven't opened mine yet. Oh, my heavens.
Oh, my poor Freddie.
Don't pity me, Victoria. I want all my courage now. I've lost you, and I must bid you goodbye forever.
Oh, Freddie, this is too awful. You must come and see me sometime.
No, I couldn't. That's more than I could bear. I shall never forget you. You're the only woman I have ever loved. Give me one last kiss, Victoria. Goodbye.
Before you go, you might just let me have a look at that other piece of paper. The one with the blank on it.
Why do you want to see it?
Just curiosity.
Now, really, Bill. I don't know how you can be so heartless, giving way to curiosity when my heart is breaking. Anyway, I threw it on the fire.
Oh, no, you didn't. You put it in your pocket.
I've had enough of this. Can't you see that I'm a desperate man?
Not half so desperate as I am. If you don't give me that piece of paper quietly, I'll take it from you.
Go to blazes.
Come on, give it up.
What is the matter? Have you both gone mad?
I'll make you.
Here, don't you touch me.
Now, will you give it up?
Let go of my arm. You're twisting.
Yes, and I'll break it if you don't give me that paper.
Ow, you devil! Stop it! All right, you can have it.
That's better. Hand it over now.
There you are. I don't know how you can call yourself a gentleman.
You dirty dog.
Oh, what's the matter?
Well, look at that.
It's got a cross on it.
They both had crosses on them.
I don't understand.
Don't you? He was making quite sure that I shouldn't draw a blank.
What?
I did it for your sake, Victoria. I knew that your heart was set on Bill. Only you couldn't bear to hurt my feelings, so I thought I'd make it easier for you.
Oh, that was just like you, Freddie. You have such a charming nature.
It almost brings tears to my eyes.
Oh, now that's the baby. I must go and see where Nanny is. Now, don't say anything important till I get back.
How did you guess?
You were so devilish calm about it.
That was the calm of despair.
One might almost think you didn't want Victoria.
Bill, old chap, you know I'm not the sort of man to say a word against my wife.
Nor am I the sort of man to listen to a word against mine.
But hang it all, if a fellow can't discuss his wife dispassionately with her first husband, who can he discuss her with?
I can't imagine, unless it's with her second.
Tell me what you really think of Victoria.
The sweetest little woman in the world.
No man could want a better wife.
She's pretty.
Charming.
Delightful.
I confess that sometimes I've thought it hard that when I wanted a thing it was selfishness, and when she wanted it was only her due.
I did sometimes wish I could call my soul my own.
The fact is, I'm not worthy of her, Bill. As you so justly said, no man could want a better wife.
No, you said that.
But I'm fed up. If you'd been dead, I'd have seen it through like a gentleman, but you've turned up, so now it's over to you.
No. Look here, there's only one thing to do. She must choose between us.
I'd rather toss for it.
I'm not going to risk anything like that. I've had enough of your hanky-panky.
I thought I was dealing with a gentleman.
Here she's coming up.
Oh, really, this is too much. Nanny's given notice.
What?
So I've telephoned Mother to come and fetch the children.
Oh, well, that's all right, then.
No, all the other servants are leaving too, right now.
Oh, well, that's a bit thick, I must say.
Oh, I've done everything in the world for them. And now to walk out like this. They're following the example of that wretched cook, of course.
Oh, well, Freddie and I will do the housework and cooking until you get some more. But there's one thing, Victoria.
Yes?
Well, we've decided there's only one thing to be done. You must choose between us.
Oh, how can I? I adore you both. Besides, there's nothing to choose between you. And I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings.
No, you must decide. Now, take a good look at us, Victoria, and say which of us it's to be.
To tell you the truth, I don't see why it should be either.
What? Hang it all, it must be one or the other.
I think no one can deny that since the day I married you, I've sacrificed myself in every mortal way. I've worked myself to the bone to make you comfortable. Very few men have had such a wife as I've been to both of you. But one must think of oneself sometimes.
How true.
Well, the war's over now, and I think I've done my bit. I've married 2 dear souls. Now I want to marry a Rolls Royce.
But I thought you adored us.
Well, you see, I adore you both. It's 6 of one and half a dozen of the other, and the result is...
a washout.
Hang it all, I think it's a bit thick. Do you mean to say that you fixed up to marry somebody else behind our back?
Oh, you know I wouldn't do a thing like that, Freddie.
Well, I don't get it.
My dear Freddie, have you ever studied the domestic habits of the unicorn?
We're afraid our education was very much neglected.
The unicorn is a shy and somewhat timid creature, and it's impossible to catch him with the snares of the hunter. But he's strangely impressionable to the charms of the fair sex. When he hears the frou-frou of a silk petticoat, he forgets his native caution. In short, a pretty woman can lead him by the horn.
Oh, Victoria, dear, I've come for the children. Oh, and Mr. Peyton is downstairs.
Did he come in a Rolls Royce?
Why, yes.
I'll come down at once. The unicorn's going to take me out to luncheon.
New Skip is the best powder for automatic washing machines. Ask any manufacturer about Skip's low-lather formula and how it works with his machine to give the best results. Admin Power.
It's true. My machine manufacturer recommended New Skip, so I tried it, and it's fantastic. New Skip has oxygen whiteness, and it gets my whites really white. And Skip is great for colors, too. Whichever program I use on my automatic washing machine, Skip gives me wonderful results.
Yes, Skip is best for your clothes and your machine. That's why it's recommended by all 16 top manufacturers of automatic washing machines.
Close-Up toothpaste is for close-ups.
Close up when you're kissing. Yeah.
When you're close to people, really close, you need new Close-Up toothpaste. Clear red or clear green mint. 2 whiteners clean your teeth their whitest white. A real mouthwash gives you fresh breath. Close-Up. It gets breath as fresh as possible and teeth as white as possible.
Close up when you kiss it. Kiss it. Close up when you touch it. Touch.
I say, these coals weigh about a ton. You might carry them up to the drawing room.
I might, but I'm not going to. It isn't my work. I'm doing the cooking. You really can't expect me to do the housework as well.
Are you doing the cooking? Looking round this kitchen, I don't see any sign of it. There's a lot of dirty dishes. I don't see why I've got to sweat my life out.
You see, you have no organization. Housework's perfectly simple, only one must have organization. I have. That's my secret.
I was a mug to say I do the housework. I might have known you'd freeze onto a soft job if there was one.
I naturally undertook to do what I could do best. Cooking is an art. Any fool can do housework. Now just look nippy and get the table laid while I see to the potatoes.
Is it luncheon or dinner?
Well, I don't know yet, but we're having it down here in the kitchen because it's easier for dishing up. Organization again.
What does Victoria say to that?
No, I haven't told her yet.
She's in an awful temper this morning.
Oh, why?
Well, because the water in the bathroom wasn't hot.
Wasn't it?
You know very well it wasn't. You were too lazy to get up in time. So much for your organization.
What do you mean?
Well, ever since I've been at the War Office, I've heard fellows talking about organization, but I never could find anyone to tell me just what it was. It's beginning to dawn on me now.
Well, what is it?
Organization means getting someone else to do your job for you if you can, and if you can't, letting it rip.
I really think it's too bad of you two. I've been ringing the bell for the last quarter of an hour. There are 2 men in the house, and neither of you pay the least attention.
We were having an argument.
Yes. Let me put it before you, Victoria.
It has nothing to do with Victoria. I'm the cook, and I won't have anyone come interfering with my kitchen.
You must do something, Victoria, or you'll get no luncheon.
I shan't be here for luncheon.
Why not?
Because Mr. Lester Peyton has made me an offer of marriage, and I have accepted it.
But you've got 2 husbands already, Victoria. Hello, who's that?
That's my solicitor.
Oh, what?
I told him to come at once. I'll go and open the door, Freddie, will you?
What the dickens does he want?
He's going to fix up my divorce.
You're not letting the grass grow under your feet, are you?
Hurry and answer the door, darling.
All right. I was just taking my apron off.
This is a desperate step you're taking, Victoria.
Well, I had to do something. You must see that the present situation is absolutely impossible.
Well, if you've quite made up your mind to divorce me, I can almost look upon you as another man's wife.
What do you mean by that?
Only that I can make love to you without feeling a thundering ass.
Oh, careful, they're coming. It would never do for my solicitor to find me in my husband's arms.
It would be outrageous.
How do you do, Mr. Raham?
How do you do?
Do you know my husband?
I'm pleased to meet you, gentlemen. I dare say it will facilitate matters if I am told which of you is which and which is the other.
Well, this is Major Cardew, my first husband, and this is my second husband, Major Lowndes.
That makes it quite clear.
How do you do?
How do you do, Major? How do you do, Major? Interesting coincidence. Both majors.
I suppose Mrs. Lowndes has put you in possession of the facts, Mr. Raham.
I think so. We had a long talk in my office yesterday. She is determined to divorce you both. I've told her that this is not necessary, since she is obviously the wife of only one of you.
It's just as well to take no risks.
But do I understand that you 2 gentlemen are agreeable?
Speaking for myself, I'm prepared to sacrifice my feelings, deep as they are, to the happiness of Victoria.
Very nicely and feelingly put. And you, sir, will you give this lady the freedom she desires?
Yes, of course. Certainly.
Well, so far so good. Now, it will save time and trouble if we get up the case against both of you in the same way. Since neither of you will defend the case, there is no need for you to go to the expense of legal advice, and so I propose to go into the whole matter with you now.
You can feel quite easy about taking Mr. Raham's advice. He's arranged more divorce cases than any man in England.
You must be a very busy man.
I assure you, Major, I'm one of the busiest men in London. Well, I will come to the point. In this country, if a couple, for reasons which merely concern themselves, wish to part company, a husband needs only to prove adultery to divorce his wife. But the English law recognizes the natural polygamy of man, and so when a wife desires to divorce her husband, she must prove, in addition, cruelty or desertion. Now, do you wish the cause of offense to be cruelty or desertion?
Well, Personally, I should prefer desertion.
Certainly. I should very much dislike being cruel to Victoria.
And you know, I could never hurt a fly.
Well, then we'll settle on desertion. I think myself it is the more gentlemanly way, and besides, it is more easily proved. I will arrange it all by means of letters. An application for the restitution of conjugal rights will be made, and then 6 months later we shall bring an action for divorce.
6 months later? But when will I be free, then?
In about a year.
Oh, but that won't do at all. I must have my freedom by, before the racing season ends at all events.
Oh, as soon as that?
Well, the Derby, if possible. Certainly by the 2,000 guineas.
Yeah, in that case, it will have to be cruelty.
It can't be helped. They'll have to be cruel.
I don't like the idea, Victoria.
Try and be a little unselfish for once, darling.
I'd never strike a woman.
If I don't mind, I don't see why you should.
Cruelty has its advantages. If it's properly witnessed, it has a convincing air which desertion never has.
My mother will swear to anything.
Servants are better. The judges are often unduly suspicious of the mother-in-law's testimony. But you can leave it safely to me. I've devised my own system and have never known it to fail. I always arrange for 3 definite acts of cruelty. First at the dinner table...
perhaps we could leave the principle for the time being and go into the details later.
Very well. But, let us pass to the last point. Trivial in itself, but essential in order to satisfy the requirements of our English law. Adultery.
That, I think, you can safely leave to us. With the price of a supper in my pocket and an engaging manner, I'm prepared to supply all the evidence you want.
I am shocked and horrified by your suggestion. Do you expect a man in my position to connive at immorality?
Immorality? Well, there must be, shall we say, a soupçon of it, under normal circumstances.
Not at all. I always arrange this part of the proceedings with the most scrupulous regard to propriety. I shall arrange for both of you to come to my office and meet a certain lady.
What's she like?
A most respectable person. I have employed her in practically all the fashionable divorces of the last 15 years.
You amaze me. Does she make money by it?
Oh, sufficient for her simple needs. She charges only 20 guineas for her services.
Well, I'm sure I could get it done for less.
And not by a woman of refinement.
Oh, well, with most of us, it's only once in a lifetime.
Well, I will proceed. You will fetch this lady at my office and drive with her to the Hotel Majestic, where you will register as husband and wife. You will be shown to a suite of rooms which I shall engage for you, and supper will be served in the sitting room. You will partake of this, and you will drink champagne.
I should like to choose the brand myself.
I have no objection to that.
Thanks.
Then you will play cards. Miss Montmorency is a wonderful card player. She has not only an unparalleled knowledge of all games for two, but she can do a great number of tricks. In this way you will find the night pass without tediousness, and in the morning you will ring for breakfast.
Well, I'm not sure I'll have much appetite for it.
Sounds like the devil of a Beano.
I should like to see her first.
Come to think of it, I'd like to see her too. Men are so weak. I'd be much easier in my mind if I'm sure these poor boys won't be led astray.
Well, that's easily arranged. I have Miss Montmorency with me. She is waiting in a taxicab at the door.
Is she that sort of person I should like to meet, Mr. Ray?
Oh, a perfect lady. She comes from one of the best families in Shropshire.
Oh, well, go and fetch her, Freddie.
Very well.
Do you mean to say that with this evidence you'll be able to get a divorce?
No doubt of it. I've got hundreds.
Well, I'm only a soldier, and I dare say you'll not be surprised that I find it difficult to believe.
Brandy.
What's the matter?
Is this the way?
You'll soon see.
Come straight in, Miss Montmorency.
Make it a big one, and have one yourself, too.
Ah, Miss Montmorency.
But this is the kitchen.
Oh, I see what you mean. Let's have another.
I'm afraid it's the only room in the house that's habitable at the moment.
Yes, Miss Montmorency, Mrs. Frederick Lowndes.
I'm charmed to make your acquaintance. The injured wife, I presume?
Yes.
So sad. I'm afraid the war is responsible for the rupture of many happy marriages. I'm booked up for weeks ahead. So sad.
Do sit down, won't you?
Thank you. And now, which of these gentlemen is the erring husband?
Well, they both are.
Oh, really? And which are you going to marry after you've got your divorce?
Neither.
But I naturally concluded that one was the husband you are discarding, and the other the husband you are acquiring. The eternal triangle, you know.
In this case, the triangle is four-sided.
Oh, how very peculiar.
I don't want you to think I've been at all careless, but the fact is, through no fault of my own, they're both My husband's.
Oh, really? Very interesting. And which are you divorcing?
I'm divorcing them both.
Oh, I see. Oh, very sad. But I think I ought to tell you at once that I shouldn't like to misconduct myself. I use the technical expression with both these gentlemen.
Oh, we shall be generous, Miss Montmorency.
I have to think of my self-respect. One gentleman is business, but two would be debauchery.
Mrs. Lowndes is anxious to put this matter through as quickly as possible.
Well, I dare say my friend, Mrs. Onslow Jarvis, would oblige if I asked her as a personal favour.
Are you sure she can be trusted?
Oh, she's a perfect lady. The widow of a clergyman, and she has 2 sons in the army.
Unless we can get Miss Montmorency to reconsider her decision, I'm afraid we shall have to put up with Mrs. Onslow Jarvis.
I am adamant, Mr. Raham, adamant.
Well, I'm all for Mrs. Onslow Jarvis, personally.
Then you fall to me, Major. I didn't quite catch your name.
Cardew.
I hope you play cards.
Sometimes.
Oh, it's such a relief to find a gentleman who's fond of cards.
Otherwise, I suppose the night seems rather long.
Oh, not to me, you know. I'm such a student of human nature. But my gentlemen begin to grow a little restless when I've talked to them for 6 or 7 hours.
I can hardly believe it.
One gentleman actually said he wanted to go to bed. But of course I told him that would never do.
Forgive my asking. You know what men are. Do they never attempt to take liberties with you?
Oh, no. If you're a lady, you can always keep a man in his place.
I can assure you, Miss Montmorency, that you need have no fear that I shall take advantage of your delicate position.
Of course you will divest yourself of none of your raiment.
On the contrary, I propose to put on an extra suit of clothes.
I'm sure we shall have a delightful night. And I know you, Major...
Lowndes.
I'm sure, Major Lowndes, you'll like Mrs. Onslow Jarvis. She has such charm of manner, so much ease. You can see that she did a lot of entertaining when her late husband was vicar at Clacton. They have a very nice class of person at Clacton.
Yes, I shall be charmed to meet her.
I don't know what Mr. Raham would say to our sharing a suite. We could play bridge. She's a very fine bridge player, and we only play 3 a 100 because in her position she can hardly gamble, can she?
I always like to oblige Miss Montmorency, but I hardly think that arrangement would do. You know how fussy some judges are. We might hit on one of them who saw nothing in it.
Well, let's take no risks. Business is business. It must be you and me alone then, Major Cardew. You will let me know in good time when you fix the fatal night. I'm very booked up just now.
Of course, we'll do everything to suit your convenience, Miss Montmorency. And now, Mrs. Lowndes, as we've settled up everything, I think Miss Montmorency and I will go.
I can't think of anything else.
Goodbye, then. I am not going to say goodbye to you, Major Cardew, but au revoir.
Believe me, I look forward to our next meeting.
Good morning, Mrs. Lowndes, and good morning, Major Cardew.
Shall I show you to
No, we shall find our own way out.
Goodbye, Mr. Raham. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Well, this is a bit of all right you've let us in for, Victoria.
Well, darling, it's the only thing I've ever asked you to do for me in all my life, so you needn't complain.
I'll bear it like a martyr.
The only thing left is for me to bid you goodbye.
Already?
You must understand, under the circumstances, it wouldn't be quite nice for me to stay here. Besides, without servants, it's beastly uncomfortable. I should go to Mother.
Oh, your mother?
Where else would you expect a woman to go in a crisis like this? And the children are there already, so,
Won't you even stay for luncheon?
Lester will give me a better one, I think. In any case, I realize it's a painful moment for both of you, and we shan't make it any easier by dragging it out.
True.
Goodbye, Bill. I forgive you everything, and I hope we shall always be good friends.
Goodbye, Victoria. I hope this will not be, by any means, your last marriage.
When everything's settled, you must come and dine with us. I'm sure you'll find Lester has the best wines and cigars that money can buy.
Goodbye.
And now, Freddie, it's your turn. Now that there's nothing more between us, you might give me back that tie pin I gave you.
Here you are.
Thank you. And there was a cigarette case. You've no doubt got it in your pocket.
Take it.
Thank you. They say jewelry's gone up tremendously in value since the war. I'll give Lester a cigarette case as a wedding present.
You always do, Victoria.
Men like it. Goodbye, Freddie, dear. I'll always have a pleasant recollection of you.
Goodbye, Victoria. Would you like a taxi?
No, thanks, I'll walk. I think the exercise will do me good.
Wonderful woman.
Yes, I shall never regret having been married to her. Now, what about lunch?
Annabella, if we could just have a turn to the left. That's enough. Now, smile. Yeah, I think that's just about it. Now we'll move on to the interior shots, and that's it for the day.
International fashion model Annabella G is on location in southern France. Being a top model, you can imagine how Annabella cares for her complexion. She uses Lux Beauty Soap.
Lux is so creamy, so very soft. It cares for my complexion. I wouldn't use anything else.
Like Annabella G, like beautiful women everywhere, choose the creamy, moisturizing lather of Lux to care for your complexion. Lux, a beauty treatment as you bathe.
Gosh, Mary, you're lucky to have such a hard-working servant. What do you mean? I haven't got a maid. Well, how on earth do you manage to keep your floors so clean and shiny?
Ah, that's easy. I use Duo.
Duo?
Yes, Duo, the self-shining floor cleaner. It's so easy because Duo cleans and polishes in one go.
How do you mean?
Well, Duo lifts all the dirt out of the floor and dries to a bright, long-lasting shine, all by itself.
So when you use Duo, you don't have to worry about polishing?
No, Duo cleans and polishes in one go.
In tonight's Lux Radio Theatre presentation of Home and Beauty by W. Somerset Maugham, the part of Victoria was played by Margaret Milner Smythe, with Roger Service as Bill Cardew, her first husband, and Tony Wood as Freddie Lowndes, her second husband. As her mother, you heard Sheila Raymond Jones. John Simpson played the part of Lester Patton, and Peter Lee Hunt that of Mr. Raham, the lawyer. Miss Montmorency was played by Gillian Lomberg. Home and Beauty was adapted by Helen Cunningham, produced for Lux Radio Theatre by Rolf Jacobs, and directed by Delphine Lethbridge.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theatre brings you Margaret O'Brien, Charles Lawton, and Tom Drake in The Canterville Ghost. Ladies and gentlemen, your guest producer, Mr. Hunt Stromberg. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe you've heard that story of two ghosts indulging in a bit of phantom conversation. One turned to the other and asked that question that has troubled ghosts since time began. Do you believe in people? We bring you tonight the story of a ghost who cherished very little confidence in people, and even less faith in himself. Though legend dubs him one of England's most spectacular phantoms. Charles Lawton plays the title role in Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's comic fantasy, The Canterville Ghost. Co-starred with Mr. Lawton is an actress still young on the vine, and shortly to be starred in MGM's Our Vines Have Tender Grapes. 7-year-old Margaret O'Brien, winner of this year's Academy Award. Also in our cast is Tom Drake, who as Cuffy Williams finds himself billeted with an American expeditionary troop in the ancient castle of the Canterville, where what transpires may sometimes challenge your belief, at the same time that it sparks your risibilities. While the setting of our play is wartime England, America has had its share of ghosts, too. In fact, there was a time when it was considered a safe precaution to dunk all suspicious characters in water. If they stayed under, they were innocent of harboring antisocial spirits. Well, we'd hardly tolerate such laundering in our present-day society, unless, of course, we added Lux Flakes to the process. Give Lux Flakes a ghost of a chance, and you'll never work yourself into a skeleton with old-fashioned methods. Nor will your nice things ever wear that haunted look. As we lower the lights in our theater, we suggest you do the same at home and draw up a chair to hear the first act of The Canterville Ghost, starring Margaret O'Brien as Lady Jessica de Canterville, Charles Lawton as Sir Simon, and Tom Drake as Cuffy Williams.
Authorities on the subject of phantoms declare that the most fearsome ghost in all the British Isles is that of a somewhat overweight nobleman named Sir Simon de Canterville. Haunting Canterville Castle for 300 years, this portly apparition has been unique for its shrewd sense of showmanship and its spectacular variety of stunts, shapes, and sound effects. The ghost originated in 1634, when Sir Simon was scheduled to fight a duel. He took one look at his fierce and towering opponent and ran away from the field of honor in a startling display of speed and cowardice. He was chased to his father's castle by his frustrated opponent, Sir Valentine.
Where is he? Where is the cowardly poltroon?
Sir, what means this violation of my hall?
Lord Canterville?
Aye?
I am Sir Valentine of Bolton Manor. Your son, Sir Simon, having accepted my challenge, fled before my sword.
Fled? You lie, Sir Valentine.
My honor has been twice offended. I demand that the fat coward faces me.
You are new to these parts, Sir Valentine, or you would know that cowardice in a Canterville is like snow in July. Every Canterville bears on his neck the Canterville birthmark. It is the badge of valor. The Cantervilles are the bravest men in England. So call off your hounds and leave these halls.
Fine words, my lord, but it seems the hounds have found their quarry. That room there. Why is the door closed, and why do my hounds leap upon it?
No son of mine cowers behind the door.
No? Then my lord can have no objection to sealing up the door with stone and mortar?
I certainly can. I have too great a regard for my house.
For your house, my lord, or for your son?
Childs, Thomas, fetch the stonemasons. Tell them to bring their brick and mortar. One more stone, Sir Valentine, and the room is sealed. Are you satisfied?
Aye.
And you still think my son is in that room? If he's a coward, why is he not called?
He is a coward.
Father!
Ah, he finds his tongue at last. Masons, stop.
I heard nothing. Continue, Masons. Seal up the wall.
Father! It is Simon, my son. My lord.
There's no one in that room. Put in the last stone, I say. Put it in.
Father! It is I. But, my lord, 'twas only meant in jest.
Leave my house.
Aye, but 'tis thy son thou hast entombed there.
And you, Masons, get you hence.
I mean, lord,
Simon de Canterville, full well I know it is thou behind this masonry. But because thou hast dishonored thy proud blood, that room shall be thy tomb. When thou art dead, may thy craven spirit walk the halls of Canterville Castle, until a kinsman shall wear thy signet ring, and perform for thee the brave deed thou didst fail to do.
So did Sir Simon die, and so was born the Canterville ghost. Now it's 1942. Canterville Castle stands silent and deserted, inhabited only by a slightly tired but still fearsome phantom. The only remaining Canterville is Lady Jessica. She and her aunt find living less disturbing in a modest cottage on the castle grounds. Lady Jessica is 7 years old.
Auntie, I just saw him. I just saw the ghost.
The ghost, dear? Where?
On the roof of the castle.
Oh, that was the tinsmith, darling. He's mending the water spouts. We're turning the castle over to some American soldiers.
American soldiers?
Rangers, I believe they're called. Like commandos.
But good gracious, Auntie, can they live in the castle when it is haunted?
Your family did, darling, until 20 years ago.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Oh, yes, Potter.
Everything's ready at the castle.
We were wondering about tea, ma'am.
Oh, of course. I'll be there shortly.
Yes, ma'am.
You're going, Auntie?
Certainly, dear. They'll be our guests. Noblesse oblige.
But, Auntie, you're not well. Remember what the doctor said?
Well, perhaps I shouldn't.
Auntie, what does it mean? Noblesse oblige?
Oh, it's just an expression, darling.
But what does it mean?
Well, noblesse oblige is French. Those of us who are nobly born must prove ourselves worthy by being kind and thoughtful of others. So, when guests arrive, we must see that they enjoy their stay.
Auntie, those Americans, will there be cowboys and Indians?
Some of them, I dare say.
What does one do to make Indians welcome?
Jessica, you're not going to the castle.
Well, someone should greet the soldiers.
But aren't you afraid of the ghost?
Oh, yes, Auntie.
And you still want to go?
Well, I really should. It's my castle. Noblesse oblige. It starts when you're born, doesn't it?
Run along then, darling. The Americans should be there now.
And don't worry, Auntie. Ghosts almost never come out in the daytime.
Attention!
Platoon accounted for, Lieutenant Kane.
I get this. As long as you men are in this castle, you're to conduct yourselves like gentlemen and respect this property. Get a good night's sleep. You'll need it. If you want me, Sergeant Benson, I'll be at headquarters in the village.
Yes, sir.
As you were.
Hey, now that's my chair, Cuffy.
Sorry, Jordan, I'm consolidating this position. Well, not bad. Pup tents are okay for the hoi polloi. Me, Cuffy Williams, I prefer the comforts of the castle. An easy chair, a cozy fire.
Take your big feet off that table, Williams. Where do you think you're at?
Canterville Castle, one of England's most impressive
I beg
estates.
pardon. Shall I serve tea now, gentlemen?
Tea?
After your journey, you may be a bit done in.
Well, okay then, thanks.
Very good, sir.
Now listen, fellas, it says in the book here that when you're in England, you gotta act the way they do. They say tea, you drink it.
Excuse me, gentlemen, but Lady Jessica would like to say good evening.
Well, tell her we'd be honored.
Very good, sir.
Lady,
What do you say to a dame that's a lady?
Do you have to kiss a hand?
Now watch it.
Lady Jessica de Canterville.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Holy smoke! It's a midget.
No, it's a half pint.
How do you do? I want you to all know I'm glad you're here. And I do so hope you'll enjoy your stay in my castle.
Well,
my lady, may I say on behalf of my compatriots that we're very grateful for your hospitality.
Yeah, likewise.
Thank you, gentlemen.
You'll excuse the fellas, I hope. We thought Lady Jessica was a...
I thought a girl had to be married before she was a lady.
Oh, dear no. A lady is a lady when she behaves like one. My auntie says. Which one of you are Indians?
Huh? Oh, that tall fellow, Trigger. He's an Indian.
Oh, to which tribe do you belong?
He's a Hoboken Indian.
I don't believe I've ever read about that tribe.
Tea served, gentlemen.
Oh, of course. Will you pour, my lady?
Thank you, Mr.
Williams, Private Cuffy Williams.
I shall be happy to, Private Williams.
This way, gents.
Would anybody like some more tea?
No. Who did that? Come on now, who did it?
Who did what, Sergeant?
Who made that spot on the rug? Who spilled the tea? Speak up.
Oh, that's not tea, sir.
It ain't?
No, sir. Nothing will remove that spot. It's blood.
Blood? Quite so. The blood of Lady Barbara Modish. She stabbed herself in the throat when she saw him.
Him? Who was him?
Sir Simon, our ghost.
Your ghost, did you say?
Oh, yes, he's quite the most famous ghost in England. And he lives here in this castle.
Now, wait a minute.
Well, if you don't want me to tell you about
Oh,
it...
but we do. Now, give the lady a chance, fellows. If she says her castle is haunted, well, who are we to quibble?
It may sound irregular to you, but I have seen the ghost myself.
No fooling.
That's the door to his bedchamber behind that tapestry. Isn't it, Mrs. Potter?
Aye. He was walled up in there centuries ago.
Holy catfish.
Oh, that's awful.
Yes. And every night now on the stroke of 12, his spirit walks the halls.
Searching for a kinsman with the birthmark of the Cantervilles.
Oh, gentlemen, beware.
I shouldn't tell you this before bedtime, but the Dowager Duchess of Stutfield was found one night on her balcony, stark, staring mad. There's the loveliest picture of her gibbering like an idiot.
Oh, you don't say.
Well, that's awful.
And Lady Margaret Bilton, she drowned herself in the fish pond. Do you know why?
No.
Because there he was again, with long green fingers twitching with palsy, and his eyes burning like coal. The bloodsucker of Bexley Moor.
Bloodsucker? Didn't I tell you, fellas? Who are we to quibble?
What is your name, please?
Cuffy Williams.
Well, Cuffy Williams, I know right well that you've been laughing at me.
Oh, no, m'lady.
But just you wait until midnight.
Nine, 10, 11, 12. Hey, Cuffy, it's 12 o'clock.
Oh, so what?
Oh, nothing.
Boy, this bunk's hot. I can't get to sleep.
Well, fill out a complaint and mail it to the colonel.
Hey, Cuffy, do you think there's anything in this ghost business?
Oh, for crying out loud.
Pipe down, you guys. I said pipe down.
That ain't us, Sarge.
Sounds like somebody dragging ash cans around.
No, it's James.
Hey, look. There's a light on the stairs.
Hey, look, fellas, it's taking shape.
It's the ghost.
Holy smoke.
It's him. It's Sir Simon.
I am the ghost of Sir Simon de Canterville. Did you ever see a man slice off his own head? Observe. It's off. A head without a body without a head. Now it's on. Now it's off. Now it's on again.
Yeah, it's on, but you put it on backwards.
Oh, did I? Excuse me. Is this better?
Scram, dribble puss.
Take care, take care. Take care,
Fellas, I'm gonna let him have it.
Well, let's face it, Sarge. That was a real ghost.
Yeah, I don't believe it. But I say he comes back.
We've got to scare him again.
Scare a ghost?
That's right. And this time, scare him good. Now, listen, you put on our gas masks, take the sheets and wrap...
Company, attention.
Morning, men.
Morning, sir.
Well, from now on, we're officially attached to British Commandos. We're going to celebrate with a 10-hour endurance hike. Forced marching rate 8 hours, double time last 2. What's the matter with the men, Sergeant?
Sir, I'm afraid they didn't sleep so good last night.
Oh, why not?
Well, maybe it was, well, you know how it is, a strange place.
Yeah. Jordan, is that what kept you up, a strange place?
Oh, no, sir. What kept me up was seeing the ghost. Wasn't it, Eddie?
Yes, sir, that's right.
You saw a ghost?
Oh, you should have seen him, sir. He cut off his own head. We shot at him, then we put on sheets and gas masks and scared him away for good. I hope.
All right, Sergeant. What really kept him up last night? Well?
It was the ghost, sir.
Ghost, huh? Form the platoon. I guarantee the men will sleep tonight.
Yes, sir.
All in.
Williams, where'd you get that limp?
Oh, it's nothing, sir. I was just running up the stairs.
Chased by the ghost?
Oh, no, sir. I was chasing him.
Well, you can chase yourself right back into that castle and spend the next 10 hours sweeping the floors.
Yes, sir.
Well, well. Hello there, lady.
Oh, it's you.
Well, who did you think it was?
Oh, no one. I was just bringing these onions into the pantry.
Really? Then why did you take that great circle route?
Auntie thought the mess sergeant might like some onions. I'm a brownie, and brownies raise onions.
Oh, come now. You were afraid I was a ghost.
Well, what if I was?
Well, he's nothing to be afraid of.
Didn't he come last night?
Sure, and we chased him right up the chimney.
Oh, you didn't.
Oh, you think I'm kidding, huh? Well, we'll ask old Foxy Grandpa himself.
Who?
The ghost.
Oh, that won't be necessary.
Now, let's see. This is the door to the room that's walled up, isn't it? Pretty solid. Hey, Grandpa, open up! Oh, what do you know? It wasn't locked.
Oh, no, please. Auntie's expecting me home.
Oh, come on over here. Come on. That's right. Now, look. You just pretend you're not afraid and you won't be. That's all there is to it.
Are you sure?
I'll prove it to you. Come on. Hey, Ghost, where are you hiding?
That must be where he was walled up.
Those bricks look loose. Maybe I could find a Well, what do you know? Look.
What?
Over there on top of the mantel, Sir Simon. He's sitting on the mantel.
Must you invade even my tomb? Will there be no place I could call sanctuary?
What are you doing up there?
Trying to keep out of drafts. I've got a slight head cold.
Well, drift down here. There's someone I want you to meet.
I have already met your colonial ruffians. They pursued me through the halls like ghosts. Humans.
Now, nobody's going to hurt you, Grandpa. I want you to meet Lady Jessica. Sir Simon the Ghost.
Milady.
How do you do?
Not at all well, thank you.
Bless you.
Oh, that a girl. Oh, she's been scared stiff of you. And I just wanted to show her you wouldn't hurt a flea.
Sir, my record speaks for itself. An unbroken reign of terror through 3 centuries.
Well, record or no record, as long as her ladyship's around, you've got to behave yourself.
It is absurd asking me to behave myself, quite absurd. I must rattle my chains and groan through keyholes. I must gibber from the oriel window on the 1st and 3rd Wednesdays of every month. It is my solemn duty to haunt these halls.
That's a lot of ectoplasm.
But, Cuffy, he's the family ghost.
Americans, child. What can a people without ancestors know about ghosts?
Now, wait a minute. You never heard of the Headless Horseman? Or Red Grange, the Galloping Ghost? Or Mrs. Pruneface?
Provincial stuff. Spirits with neither crest nor title.
Titles? Well, what about Count Basie, Duke Ellington, the King of Swat?
Nobility and a democracy, balderdash.
But, Sir Simon, we've had democracy here in England ever since the Magna Carta.
Madam, I have never chosen to recognize it.
But you should, Sir Simon. That's what we're fighting this war about.
That's the stuff, m'lady. You see, you're not afraid a bit.
Oh.
Now that you two Cantervilles are acquainted, you must have a lot of family matters to gab about. So I'll get on with my cleaning. You sure you're all right, m'lady?
Yes, thank you.
I'll see you later.
Unless, Sir Simon, you'd rather be alone.
Oh, no, please, pray sit down. I've forgotten my manners.
Well, if I may say so, you could have been a little more polite to Cuffy just now.
After what he and his band of hooligans did to me, I may have very little else, but I still have my pride.
But you frightened them.
I must frighten people. I have a reputation to uphold. The most fearsome phantom in all England.
Cuffy told me that they chased you up the chimney last night.
That's because they wore those ghastly masks and shrouds. Lady Jessica, I can pretend no longer. Since last night, it is I who am frightened. I who tremble at the slightest noise.
Oh, you poor, poor ghost.
Do you know what it means to be a ghost? To live in emptiness between heaven and earth, with nothing for company but bitter memories?
But do you have to keep on being a ghost?
I am condemned to be a ghost until a kinsman performs a brave deed in my behalf. If I could only rest. If I could only die. Oh, to be buried in the soft brown earth in the garden beyond the pine woods. To have no yesterday and no tomorrow.
Oh, dear. I wish I could do a brave deed for you.
How's it go, lady?
Oh, fine.
Sorry to bust this reunion up, but the Louie will be back in a minute.
Goodbye, Sir Simon. And I'm very happy to have met you.
Milady.
Cuffy, I think you ought to tell your friends not to chase him up the chimney anymore.
Well, that depends on him.
But he's so old and sleepy.
Hey.
Oh!
Hey, take it easy.
I stumbled on my shoelace. It's untied.
Well, stand still. I'll tie it for you.
Cuffy.
Huh?
What's that on your neck? That mark.
That's just a birthmark. Hey, where are you going?
There's something I've got to tell Sir Simon. It's very important. I've got to tell him. Sir Simon. Sir Simon.
Are you back so soon, milady?
Cuffy has a Canterville birthmark on his neck.
What, that American ruffian?
He must be a Canterville. Isn't that wonderful?
Egad, if he be a Canterville, shall I prance around joyously like a saucy antelope?
But if Cuffy is a Canterville, and if he does a brave deed for you, he can save you, can't he?
Can it be that they have concealed from thee why I am still here? Dost fancy it is merely because I cannot find the kinsman?
Well, I've overheard Mr. Potter say that all the Cantervilles always turn out to be cowards. But that isn't true, is it?
Cowards? Gross flattery. Had they twice the courage, 'twould only give them half the name.
Sir Simon.
Thy grandfather, would he mount a horse? Thy father, so fearful of water that he trembled in his bath. Or thyself, swooning at the mere sight of my shadow.
Really now, it's your family too, Sir Simon.
Only too well do I know it.
But Cuffy can save you. I know it. It isn't true that all Cantervilles have to turn out to be cowards. I was a coward, wasn't I? I was frightened to death of you. And now look at me. I'm not afraid of you in the least. Oh, don't you see, Sir Simon?
Nay, it is in the Canterville blood and bones.
It isn't in my blood and bones, and it isn't in Cuffy's. Oh, I'll arrange for you to meet him again. Tonight, in the garden beyond the pine woods. And if it turns out that he is a Canterville, my goodness, maybe you'll be able to go to sleep.
Very well, my child. At 7 I gibber in the portrait gallery, following which I practice horrible hallucinations. If these go well, I'll meet thee in the garden shortly before 8.
Act 2 of The Canterville Ghost, starring Charles Lawton, Margaret O'Brien, and Tom Drake, will continue in a moment. Now, let's listen in on a conversation in one of Hollywood's popular restaurants.
Oh, no dessert for me, just coffee. Oh, dear, this new diet. Why, Betty, what are you staring at? That girl at the table in the corner. She has on a rayon print dress just like yours. Where? Oh, she must have bought it last year, too. What do you mean? Yours looks brand new. Oh, heavens, no. I got it at the beginning of last summer. Well, you'd never know it. Hers looks much older than that, sort of faded and washed out. Meow. She probably did wash it out the wrong way. Better not wash yours, then, if that's what happened. Silly, I've done it lots of times already. No, but they look so different. You must have a knack. No knack, just Lux Flakes. I always use them, and I never had a dress look like that in my life. Shh, not so loud. She's coming this way. Well, it'd do her good to listen.
Yes, it would help that girl to know about Lux Flakes. Actual washing tests prove that gentle Lux Care keeps colors lovely up to 3 times as long. So don't risk wash day methods that are hard on fabrics. Strong soap, hot water, rough handling can make colors look drab far too soon. Let Lux keep your washables lovely longer. We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Act 2 of The Canterville Ghost, starring Charles Lawton as Sir Simon, Margaret O'Brien as Lady Jessica, and Tom Drake as Coffee Williams. Nightfall envelops the massive turrets of Canterville Castle. In a garden beyond the pine woods, Lady Jessica and Coffee Williams patiently await the ghost of Sir Simon. Suddenly, Jessica sees a faint phosphorescent glow. Her face brightens in response.
Here we are, Sir Simon. Here we are. See, I brought him.
Hiya, Sir Simon. What's cooking?
Cooking?
Yeah, I mean, what's all the mystery?
Go on, Sir Simon, asking.
Tell me, prithee, dost thou by any miracle remember aught of thine ancestors?
Ancestors? Well, my old man would never look his up. Said he was afraid one might turn up that ended in the hot seat.
Hot seat? Nowadays, England and America have everything in common, except, of course, the language.
Think back, Cuffy, and try to remember.
Well, I had an Aunt Martha. She was a little wacky on the subject. Traced my mother's family tree back to some guy that landed in Massachusetts, way, way back. Name was, Marmalade. No, Montmorency. No, Marmaduke.
That same Marmaduke who fled to Salem after Cromwell scattered the chivalry of England to the four winds?
Oh, Sir Simon.
You knew him?
The son of my brother Anthony.
Oh, now, take it easy. How do you know it's the same Marmaduke?
By the birthmark of the Cantervilles, observe, beneath the ruffle of my collar.
Holy cats. A birthmark same as mine.
Now show me thine, please. Holy cats, indeed.
What did I tell you?
Well, I'll be... Well, that makes me your,
Nephew. Great-great-great-nephew.
Aye, thou art a kinsman who can free me from these earthly bonds.
Huh?
By performing a brave deed in his name.
You mean that's all I have to do?
Thou art a Canterville, the bluest blood in all broad England. Wilt wear my signet ring and carry it into battle in my behalf?
You must save him, Cuffy. He's so old and tired.
Okay, it's a deal. The first time they turn me loose on those gnats.
I shall be everlastingly grateful, nephew.
I, too.
Thumbs up, Uncle. It's in the bag.
Good night, Sir Simon.
Good night, and Godspeed. Oh, Father, grant that he be not like the others.
Hey, fellas, get a load of this. Get a load of what? It's a bulletin from the lieutenant.
Well, will you listen to this? Because of inefficiency of the platoon billeted at Canterville Castle, cause of which has not yet been satisfactorily explained, all leaves to London are hereby canceled.
I could tell him the cause. Nobody around here can get any sleep.
How can we sleep with a ghost in a joint?
What gets me is the Louis still thinks we stayed up all night shooting crap. If he'd only seen the ghost.
Hey, wait a minute. Perhaps we can take a picture of the ghost. Yeah, with a camera.
Hey, listen, you guys. Why don't you lay off that poor old ghost? He's perfectly harmless.
Harmless, huh? He just ruined our weekend.
Well, he's just doing his job. A ghost has to groan through keyholes and rattle chains.
Why the sudden sympathy?
Well, I've got a sort of personal interest in him. Gentlemen, I have every reason to believe that I am the long-lost Duke of Canterville, the bluest blood in all England.
Oh, the Duke of Canterville yet, eh?
Seems to me I seen you in the induction center, buddy.
If I were you, I'd be careful what I said and did, see?
Like what?
Well, like loafing on my lawn.
So this is your private lawn, huh, Dookie?
Yeah.
Only you can lie on it?
Yeah.
Excuse me, Your Grace.
Then lie! Hey! Sit on him, Eddie, and leave us remove his royal breeches.
It's an old English custom.
Sure. The pants in the Duke.
Hey, cut it off!
I got him. Here's his pants.
Okay, Dookie, now you can get up.
Hey, fellas, look. Here comes a carriage.
It's Lady Jessica and a dame.
Give me my pants. Get behind us, Cuffy. Gather around him. Gents, his dame's coming. Yeah, cover him up.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
This is my aunt, Mrs. Culverdine.
How do you do?
Cuffy, won't you come and meet my aunt?
Well, if you don't mind, I'd better meet her from back here. How do you do?
Why are you hiding behind the others?
Oh, it's just sort of a military procedure, Lady Jessica.
Cuffy, I mean all of you. Auntie said I might invite you to the party in the village this afternoon.
Oh, thank you very much.
It's only a Saturday at home dance, but there'll be refreshments.
Dames, too? I mean, scoits? I mean, girls?
Oh, yes. And you'll all come? 4 o'clock at the service center. Don't forget.
Hey, fellas, wait! Hey, fellas, wait! My pants!
Auntie, look at Cuffy.
Well, what sort of a uniform is that?
Why, Cuffy's wearing kilts. It's very nice of you to dance with me, Cuffy.
Oh, not at all, my lady.
But I'm afraid I'll never learn this kind of dancing.
Why, you're cutting the rug to ribbons.
Cutting the rug?
Well, what I mean is you give with the jive. How's it feel to be a slick chick?
Fine. But does it always make you so dizzy?
Okay. What do you say to a glass of punch?
Hey, Cuffy. Hey, Cuffy, come here.
What do you want? Oh, hiya, Sarge.
I want you should settle an argument.
Let's see what this is all about, Jessica. What kind of an argument?
Good afternoon, Mr. Cawthorn.
Good afternoon, milady.
Cuffy, I was telling Mr. Cawthorn, the lieutenant thinks it's applesauce about the ghost.
Oh?
As a native of Canterville, gentlemen, I believe you saw the ghost right enough. But the day will never dawn when he'll run from a human being.
Okay, Dookie, you tell him.
Dookie?
Yeah, Cuffy here. He's the Duke of Canterville. Ain't you, Cuff?
Well, in a manner of speaking, I'm, well, what's the joke?
My dear boy, if you wanted to impersonate a British nobleman, you'd never chose a cat Lady Jessica, my profound apologies.
And just what's wrong with being a Canterville?
Well, since you're so well acquainted with the ghost, sir, I suggest that you ask him.
Yes, I think I will.
Cuffy, please, will you dance with me again?
Sure, my lady. Hey, Sir Simon, cut it out, will you? Cut it out.
Who's that?
It's me, Cuffy. I've been looking for you since midnight. Where have you been?
In the north turret, gibbering. I'm sorry you overheard. I'm in poor voice tonight.
Look, if you're supposed to hang around here until a Canterville does a brave deed for you, how come you're still here after 300 years?
Oh, I've been waiting for you to ask that.
And all that time, someone must have tried to help you.
Excuse me, I really must get back to work.
Now, wait a minute. Quit stalling. What's wrong with the Cantervilles? If you're trying to hold out on me, I'll...
Nay, kinsman. I was merely trying to spare thee.
Spare me what? Go on, spill it.
Mayhap it is better if thine ancestors speak for themselves. Come with me into the portrait gallery. This is the portrait gallery, nephew.
Hey, would you look at those pictures?
Gaze upon them, our noble family. Sir Gerald de Canterville, proud skipper of the frigate Cranston. When she sank, he was the first to leave the ship. Sir Andrew de Canterville, he saw a grenadier lose a finger at Blenheim battle and swooned away. And the blessed twins, Lieutenant Paul rode the wrong way in the charge of the Light Brigade. Lieutenant Peter was 10 lengths ahead of him.
You mean they were all cowards?
All aye. Of all the heroic families that for centuries have brightened the glory of England, ours had to be a brood of lily-livered titmice.
So that's why you held out. You thought if I found out I'd be the same way.
Oh, nay, not at all. It never entered my mind.
Well, then what are you making all the fuss about? I don't care what the others did. This is Cuppy Williams, see?
Aye, verily.
Well, all right, then. That's all I wanted to find out. I've got to get back to my bunk before the sergeant misses me.
Adieu, kinsman. Would that I could believe that he were different.
All right, men, this is it. Start loading the trucks, battle equipment. Walker, look after dynamite plunger boxes, fuse and the wires. We're going over.
Okay, Sarge.
Williams, take off that ring. It'll shine in the dark.
Okay.
And don't stick it in your pocket if it's worth anything.
Well, it's sort of a family heirloom.
You better leave it in the castle. Make it snappy.
This is it, huh, Sarge?
I'd not to tell you this, but you'll know soon enough. We're crossing the channel. We're making a raid on the coast of France. All right, let's go. Start bringing up the trucks. Down the double.
You're going away.
Looks like it, Lady Jessica.
And maybe you'll have a chance to do a brave deed. Maybe you'll save Sir Simon.
Listen, lady, I know there's a yellow street down the family back a mile wide. Sir Simon told me.
But you're not going to let it worry you.
Well, how do you think it makes me feel?
Cuffy, you told me yourself you don't have to be afraid.
Yeah, I know.
Cuffy, I believe in you. And if you have any children of your own, I know they'll believe in you.
Children? I haven't any children. I haven't even got a wife.
Well, maybe you'll want to marry someday. Somebody.
Well, that's the last thing on my mind. Now lay off. I gotta get going.
Cuffy. Oh, Cuffy. Goodbye, Cuffy.
Off to the wars. Our kinsman hies himself to battle.
Oh, Sir Simon.
Oh, there. Now, milady.
But I'm so worried about Cuffy.
Tears never steeled a noble heart to valor. Upon the craven foe, our hero's furious might will... You're worried. How do you think I feel?
Our stars, Margaret O'Brien, Charles Lawton, and Tom Drake, will continue with the Canterville Ghost in just a moment. Who are you phoning, Sally?
I'm getting a weather report. Have some blankets to wash soon.
But what's the weather got to do with it?
5 p.m., temperature 73 degrees, humidity 49%, tonight clear, lowest temperature about 64, tomorrow sunny and mild, highest temperature about 75 degrees, gentle to moderate winds. 5 p.m., temperature...
Of course, that isn't really how it will be all over the country tomorrow, but in lots of cities, you can get an up-to-the-hour weather report over the phone.
Will you please tell me what all this has to do with washing blankets?
Why, obviously, you need a good day for it. Not too hot, not too cold, not too windy.
Do women wash blankets in the middle of June?
That's the best time, before storing them away for the summer. Moths are particular. They don't like clean wool as well as soiled wool. So just whisk your blankets through rich, lukewarm Lux suds.
Hold on, Sally. I can't see a woman whisking a wet, heavy blanket through anything.
Oh, it's easy with Lux. Just make sure you have lots and lots of suds. The suds do the work.
Wouldn't a machine help?
Sure, if you're lucky enough to have one. But don't run the machine too long. That's as bad as rubbing. Too much agitation mats and shrinks the wool, leaves it harsh and scratchy. 3 to 5 minutes is about right for a machine. And use gentle Lux Flakes so your blankets will stay soft and fluffy. Be sure to hang the blankets in the shade over 2 or 3 parallel lines. That way the air can circulate through it, and the weight of the water won't pull it out of shape.
Thanks for the tip, Sally. You certainly deserve a B.A. for all that advice.
Bachelor of Arts?
No, blanket authority. Now back to Hunt Stromberg and our stars.
Act 3 of The Canterville Ghost, starring Margaret O'Brien as Lady Jessica, Charles Lawton as Sir Simon, and Tom Drake as Cuffy Williams. In the black of night, a handful of American Rangers have landed somewhere on the coast of France and are creeping stealthily inland. Back in England, the Canterville Ghost rages in the portrait gallery, bolstering his anemic hopes by hurling defiance at his ancestors.
Ye skulking, cringing, misbegotten peafowls, ye insults painted upon canvas, ye wretched poltroons, not for long now shall I have you leering at me with cynical mockery. Not for long, ye dribble pussies. A kinsman worthy of the name now wears my signet ring in battle.
Meanwhile, in the cottage on the castle grounds, a sleepless Lady Jessica bolsters her hopes in the way most mortals do.
Please take care of Cuffy, Lord. Don't let him get hurt. And Uncle Simon, he's such a poor, funny old ghost. And he's so tired. Please let Cuffy do a brave deed for him so he can go to sleep at last. And please let Cuffy come back.
Ye gallery of lily-livered rabbits, ye shake-kneed milksops, well mayest thou cower in thy gilded frame, shamed by a colonial, by Cuffy Williams. As for thee, fat Algernon, who posed for 2 years as a dowager to escape fighting a duel, I spit in thine eye. Thee, Sir Percival, who fought through the 30 Years' War without firing a shot, thee also. From yonder bunk in yonder room has risen a lion-hearted kingsman. Yonder bunk. What gleams there in the moonlight? The ring, the signet ring. Imbecile, dolt, he hath forgotten it. I must speed to him before it's too late, before it's too late.
Okay, men. You're on enemy territory. Remember, we're here for one purpose only. To blow up the oil refinery.
Right.
Refinery's got to go at 2350. Now check your watches. It's now 2307. Jordan, Baker, Williams.
Yes, sir.
Get off the road and set up the machine gun in the ditch. If you see any Jerry's, it's up to you to hold them off till the rest of us get back. Check?
Check.
Jordan, you'll find telephone wires down the road. Cut them and get back to Cuffy and Trigger. Now get going.
Okay, Sarge. See you later, kid.
The rest of us will go up this side road. Now, after the explosion, wait till the last man has reached the shore. Then join us.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and good luck.
Cuffy,
Yeah?
there's a hill right in back of us. Get up there and keep watch.
What about you?
I'll set up the machine gun. If you see anything, get back here on the double.
Okay. Who's that? Who's there? Hold or I'll fire.
Spare your bullets, kinsman. 'Tis only I.
Oh, what the devil are you doing
You
here?
forgot the ring. You left it in the castle. Here, nephew.
Get away from me.
Put it in thy pocket. Only have it on thy person when the test comes.
All right, give it here.
Oh, thank you, nephew. Thinkest thou the enemy will come this way?
That isn't what's worrying you.
Oh, plague take it, man. With but half an eye, one can see that thou hast the courage of St. George.
Horse feathers, get out of here, will you?
I merely thought I could bolster you up in case you were a bit squeamish.
I want to be squeamish.
Hey, Cuffy.
Yeah?
You all right?
Sure. What time is it?
2350. Who dost thou converse with?
Look, Sir Simon, I thought I told you to scram.
Sounds. What mighty blast is that?
The refinery, they've blown it up.
Nephew, look, down yonder road.
Motorcycles. Aries.
Keep a cool head. Keep a cool head. Keep a cool head.
Trigger! Trigger! Motorcycles are patrol!
Get down here and hold the ammunition belt.
Keep a cool head. Keep a cool head.
Get out of here. Beat it! Huh? Oh, nothing. Look. Look, Trigger, Jerry's lots of them. What are you waiting for?
Nothing.
Trigger, what's the matter? What's the matter?
Looks like you gotta take over, Cuffy.
Trigger.
Cuffy. Get him, Cuffy. Get him. The machine gun. Jordan be back soon. To hell.
Yeah, Jordan.
Fire, nephew. Fire. Fire. Nephew. Nephew.
Blood. Trigger's blood.
Nephew, they're drawing closer. Fire.
Blood.
Cuffy, what's the matter with you?
Trigger's dead.
Get out of here. Give me that machine gun. Give me it, you fool.
At ease, men. Well, men, the colonel's compliments, and after last night's raid, he wants me to tell you we're the best so-and-so platoon in the whole outfit. But I'm not satisfied. So we're going to take a little jaunt into these woods and iron out the mistakes we made right now. Williams.
Yes, sir.
Here a minute.
Yes, sir.
All right, this.
Williams, I've discussed your case with the colonel. We both considered what happened last night, and he feels that we have no alternative but to transfer you back to your old outfit.
Yes, sir.
Line up, then.
Now, remember, Williams, there are many men who may be psychologically unfit for combat who can still perform useful roles in service. Now, pack up your things. I'll arrange for your transfer when we get back from maneuvers.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
Good luck, Williams.
So the platoon is formed.
All right, Sergeant. Left. Face. Right shoulder.
Turn! Forward! Turn!
Cuffy, I've been expecting you all morning. What happened?
Oh, you'd better run along home, lady. I've got to go in and pack.
You're going away?
Yeah.
Oh, Cuffy.
That's right. Look at me. I'm a Canterville, all right. Just as cowardly as the rest of them.
Don't say that. You're not a coward. You're brave. I know it. I know it.
All right, lady. Have it your own way.
Cuffy.
I'm sorry it turned out like this. Goodbye, lady.
Oh, Cuffy.
Wretched me that I should have pinned my faith again upon a Canterville.
Oh, pipe down, Sir Simon, will you? And get down off that chandelier. It makes me nervous.
Nervous, aye, that I well believe.
Oh, shut up. Get on. I've got to pack.
Pack, then, and leave me to my fate. Thou who hast raised my hopes only to dash them like a robin on a rock of granite.
Cuffy.
Oh, milady, you can't come in here. I know it's your castle, but... well, this is barracks.
Cuffy, there's a parachute. I saw it coming down.
Parachute?
Maybe a Nazi came down in it. Oh, Cuffy, what'll we do?
Where did you see it?
On this side of the stone bridge.
Where is the stone bridge?
Do you know the old side road?
No.
Then I'll take you there. I know a shortcut.
All right, come on. No, wait. Where's my rifle? All right, come on. We'll grab a jeep. Hurry.
There it is, Cuffy. The parachute.
Yeah, caught in a tree. I don't see anybody, but you'd better stay here. I'm going to look around. Duck down in the jeep. Keep down now.
Cuffy, look over there.
Huh?
All through our woods. Those men. Who are they?
Oh, don't worry about them. They're rangers. Maneuvers. Yeah, that's where I'd be if I hadn't...
Cuffy, what is it?
In the bushes. A parachute mine, a bomb, a blockbuster. Oh, let's get out of here, lady. That thing goes off, it'll kill every living thing within a half a mile. We gotta get... Oh, the rangers. They're scattered all through the woods. They'll be killed. Get back to the castle. Quick, run.
Aren't you coming?
No, I've got to drag it away with a jeep. Dump it over the cliff. Get going. Run now. Run. Hide in the cellar. Run!
Lady Jessica?
Oh, Uncle Simon.
Where's Cuffy? Has he encountered the enemy?
Oh, no. Cuffy's moving a blockbuster. He's doing the bravest deed there ever was.
Egad, darest I believe again? Where?
This way. Down through here.
Oh.
There.
Oh,
Save thy breath, child. Look to his quaking knees, his eyes that tremble with the ague, his hand that shrinks from contact with yon lethal instrument, the portrait of a Canterville.
No, Uncle, no. Cuffy, Cuffy. Cuffy, you're not afraid. You're not.
I can't. I can't touch it. There's a timer on it. The least little jar would set it ticking. Well...
Cuffy, you were doing a brave deed. Don't you see? You can do it. You don't have to be afraid because you're a Canterville. Look, Cuffy, I'm not afraid of the bomb. Look, Cuffy, I'm kicking it. Look, Cuffy, look, I'm not afraid.
That sounds. It's ticking. You started it ticking.
Okay, lady. Thanks for the lesson. I'm all right now. You run for it. Go on, get out of here. This thing goes off in 60 seconds.
Oh, Cuffy.
Hurry, I'm dragging this thing out of here. Go on, get out of my way, milady. Run for it.
Careful, nephew, careful.
Hop in, Uncle. Keep your eye on the tow chain. Let me know if it slips. Well, we're out of the underbrush. Hold on now.
Oops! Egad. Nephew, look out, the Rangers.
Hey, you Rangers, run for your lives. I got a blockbuster on here. A time bomb. Run, blockbuster!
Oops! Ouch! Where are we going, nephew?
To the cliff. We'll dump it in the ravine if we get that far.
How many more seconds?
I don't know, maybe 20.
5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11.
There's the ravine. We better jump. Let the Jeep take it over. There she goes!
Well, we made it.
27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35.
Hey, what's all this hooey about ticking? Oh, it's a dud. We never were in any danger. All that work for...
Auntie.
Oh, Jessica, dear, thank goodness you're all right. It must have been an air raid.
No, it was Cuffy.
Cuffy?
Near the stone bridge. A bomb from a parachute. Cuffy blew it up. Cuffy saved everyone. And if Cuffy blew it up, then he's blowing up, too.
Roll out the barrels, we'll have a barrel of fun. Roll out the barrels, we've got the booze on the run.
Cuffy.
Ding, ding, tararo, ring out a song of good cheer. Now's the time to roll the barrels, for the gang's all here.
Cuffy, you're alive. What happened?
Happened? I just dumped the cockeyed thing right into the ravine.
Like St. George slaying the cockeyed dragon.
What's your Simon?
What, child?
If Cuffy's a Canterville, and if Cuffy did a brave deed for you, then why are you still here?
Yeah. Why aren't you in the garden beyond the pine woods?
Yea, verily. Why not?
Well, if you're going, you better hurry up. Here come the Rangers.
Father! Why am I still in mortal coils?
Look, Uncle Simon's glowing.
Hey, Sarge, Lieutenant, look, the ghost.
Thank you, nephew. Thank you, niece. Farewell.
He's gone.
Did you see that, Lieutenant?
Yeah, that's what we've been trying to do. Hey, Lieutenant. Hey, guys, the Louis has fainted.
Here it is, Uncle Simon's grave.
The garden beyond the pine woods. It looks mighty restful here.
Isn't it nice that he can have a little plot to call his own? And a headstone of his own, too.
Well, that was the Ranger's idea. We had it inscribed, see? Sir Simon de Canterville, 1603, 1943. Gee, that's a long time to go without sleep.
Yes, but you nearly always have to wait for something that you want very much, Cuffy. How old are you?
How old? Why?
I shall be 8 in May.
Our stars, Charles Lawton, Margaret O'Brien, and Tom Drake, return for their curtain calls in just a moment. Meanwhile, here are Patty and Kay planning their vacation.
Oh, I don't think you'd like that place, Patty, even if it is so nearby. I was there last summer, and it was awfully noisy.
Oh, but it sounds good. Beach, tennis, dancing every night.
Well, that's just the trouble. It's right near a Coast Guard station, and the boys come over to the dances. And sometimes everybody ends up singing. It's impossible to get any sleep.
Why, Kay, you sound like an old fuss budget. I thought you liked dancing.
Well, there were more girls than fellows, and...
Well, a little thing like that shouldn't stop a cute gal like you, unless...
What?
Oh, skip it. I forgot what I was going to say.
Patty,
Have you seen the new movie at Proctor's?
Patty didn't forget what she had in mind, but how could she tell Kay what she was really thinking?
Kay's cute enough to get any man she wants. If only she were as sweet and fresh as she looks. But you just can't tell even your best friend that she's careless about daintiness. If I could only give her a hint about luxing underthings after every wearing, luxing her dresses and blouses often. If I could tell her how fresh and sweet it leaves them, then she wouldn't risk offending. She'd have all the fun she deserves.
Gentle Lux Care does protect daintiness, and it's kind to fabrics, too. Keeps lovely underthings new-looking 3 times as long. Don't use hot water, strong soap, or handle nice things roughly. That kind of treatment makes them look faded and drab far too soon. Lux is thrifty care. Here's Hunt Stromberg and our stars.
Back to our footlights come Margaret O'Brien and Tom Drake, along with the ex-phantom of our cast, Charles Lawton, now very much in the flesh.
Must you put it quite that way, very much in the flesh? I think
Well, actually, Charles, you look as if you'd lost a little weight.
Lost a little weight? No, it's around here somewhere.
Well, Mr. Lawton, you carried plenty of weight as a ghost, didn't he, Margaret?
Mr. Lawton's my favorite ghost.
Have you ever met a real ghost, Margaret?
No, but I'd like to.
I think you would, Margaret. There's no reasons why ghosts shouldn't be highly useful citizens.
But rather expendable in wartime, wouldn't you say, Mr. Lawton?
No, there might be lots of useful things a ghost could do in wartime. Frighten the enemy.
Give a pint of blood to the Red Cross?
Well, I'm not so sure of that. Ghosts haven't much to spare.
Well, they could give their clanking chains and creaking armor to the scrap drive.
Maybe they could sell war bonds.
Right, Margaret. They could promote the sale of war bonds over a ghost-to-ghost network.
Wouch. Or indirectly by haunting the conscience of individuals so chicken-hearted as to not to buy their fullest share.
Do you buy war bonds, Margaret?
That's how I spend all my money.
Well, you couldn't find a better way to spend it. And if you go to see Tom Drake in Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's This Man's Navy, you'll get an idea of where your money's going in building the greatest navy in the world, about to meet its greatest test in history.
Well, I don't think any of us need too much persuading to buy war bonds, Mr. Stromberg.
Tell us, what are you going to have in this theater next week?
Next Monday night, we bring you one of the most talked-of dramas of the year, The Woman in the Window, starring Edward G. Robinson, Joan Bennett, and Dan Duryea. If you ever felt sympathy for a murderer, you will in this gripping story of a man who is trapped to kill in self-defense and teams with a woman to conceal their crime from the police.
Well, for sheer suspense, I don't think I know any more exciting play than The Woman in the Window.
We'll be listening, Mr. Stromberg. Good night.
Good night. Good night, Margaret. All our thanks. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theatre presents Edward G. Robinson, Joan Bennett, and Dan Duryea in The Woman in the Window. This is Hunt Stromberg saying good night from Hollywood.
The Canterville Ghost was presented through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the Technicolor musical Anchors Aweigh. Hunt Stromberg's next picture will be Young Widow, starring Jane Russell. Charles Lawton will soon be seen in the Benedict Boge's picture, Captain Kidd. Heard in tonight's cast were Eric Snowden, Boyd Davis, Claire Verdera, Ed Emerson, Gerald Moore, Gloria Gordon, Eddie Marr, Clifton Young, Robert Cole, Charles Seal, and Norman Field. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This program is broadcast to our fighting forces overseas through cooperation with the Armed Forces Radio Service. And this is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear The Woman in the Window with Edward G. Robinson, Joan Bennett, and Dan Duryea.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theatre brings you Myrna Loy and Cary Grant in I Love You Again with Frank McHugh. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Somewhere in the voluminous files of the Lux Radio Theatre, there's a hastily scrawled memo that says, Team Myrna Loy and Cary Grant next week. I think that note was written 4 or 5 years ago. And our chance came last week when we discovered that through some happy studio miracle, Myrna was doing nothing but coaxing her flower garden to even greater glory, and the already tanned Mr. Grant was just lying on the beach tanning. A phone call to Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, and we had a comedy which made golden music at the box office. I Love You Again, from the story by Octopus Roy Cohn. Just imagine yourself walking into your own house with no recollection of what you'd been doing for the last 9 years. That's the situation Cary Grant faces in the role of Larry Wilson. And to complicate things a bit more, Myrna Loy, as Mrs. Wilson, is extremely doubtful of his whole behavior. We have some doubters in this audience, too, I've discovered. They want to know how I, a mere man, can speak so confidently about Lux Flakes. Between the lines of their letters, I can read, "What, my dear sir, have you ever washed in it?" Well, here's the answer. Right now, I'm probably one of the biggest customers our product has. When you're shooting a Technicolor picture like Reap the Wild Wind, you've got hundreds of brilliantly colored costumes to worry about. And in the course of a shooting schedule of about 5 months, those costumes get some pretty hard use. But we've got to keep them looking bright and fresh, and that's where Lux Flakes comes in. I know they're good business for me at Paramount. That's why I feel pretty safe in saying they're good business for you at home. Now the Lux Radio Theatre curtain goes up once more. This time on I Love You Again, starring Cary Grant as Larry Wilson and Myrna Loy as Kay, with Frank McHugh as Doc. You'll meet at least one on every ocean liner. He's usually found in the ship's lounge, drinking lemonade with the boys and talking about himself. He wears black suits and stiff collars, belongs to every club in his hometown, and never forgets his rubbers. He's a first-class bore. In our case, the bore is a certain Mr. Lawrence Wilson of Habbersville, PA. At the bar of an ocean liner approaching New York Harbor, he's been boring 3 tired gentlemen for almost an hour. As yet, there's no sign of a let-up.
Oh, yes, sir, gentlemen. That watch was given to me by the Habbersville Chamber of Commerce. Pretty fine watch, isn't it?
Terrific.
Well, L.J. Hawkesbury himself made the presentation. L.J. is one of the biggest men in our town. Now, I can remember every word he said. He said, "It is my pleasure and privilege to present this token of our esteem to one of our first and foremost citizens, Lawrence Wilson, for his unfading energy as chairman, he said, that's what he said, of the Habbersville Morals and Clean Government Committee."
Oh, fine. I'll bet you're some pumpkins back there in Habbersville.
Yeah, well, you know how it is. Well, gentlemen, last night out, how about having a farewell drink with me? A Dutch treat, of course.
Yes, I figured that one out.
Oh, Stuart, service, please.
Yes, sir.
Well, what'll it be, boys?
Bourbon and soda.
Make mine the same.
All right, Stuart. You know mine?
Yeah, ginger ale and grape juice.
Oh, come on now, Wilson. That's no drink.
Oh, well, I'm sorry, fellas, but that's all I ever take.
Hiya, man.
Hello, Ryan.
Hi, fellas. Hi, Stuart. Fill her up. Hi, Wilson. How's the old sourpuss? Hey, Stuart, give the old sourpuss a drink.
Thank you, Mr. Ryan, but I don't indulge.
I don't indulge, eh? You're too good to drink with me, eh?
I'm sorry. Good night, gentlemen.
Come back here, you.
Now, take it easy, Ryan. Mr. Wilson doesn't drink.
I know, grape juice Wilson, but tonight he does. Listen, Wilson, you've snooted me long enough on this boat. Take off that stuffed shirt. Come on, knock me down.
Mr. Ryan, you're inebriated.
Oh, so I'm inebriated, huh? I'll show you if I'm inebriated. I'll walk a straight line with anybody on this boat. With anybody on any boat. I'll even go out there on the deck and walk along the rail.
Oh, now, here, Ryan. Don't go out on deck.
Inebriated, huh?
Oh, now, come back, Ryan. Come inside.
Oh, I'll show you.
Oh, Ryan, you'll fall overboard.
Let me go. Now get away from that rail.
Listen, Ryan, old man.
There, how's that? Right up on the rail.
Oh, now come down. You're too intoxicated to realize your peril.
What's this one, Wilson? Tightrope walking. I can balance myself like a...
Hey. Hey. Oh, now be careful.
Hold me. I'm slipping.
Hey, let me go.
Help.
Oh, no, let go.
Hey.
Oh, look out. We're both falling. Oh, let go. Let go. Let go.
Oh,
help! Man overboard! Man overboard! Full speed astern and the lifeboat. Lower away there. Lower away.
I saw it. I saw the whole thing. Mr. Ryan fell off the rail and Mr. Wilson jumped in to save him.
Wilson, the grape juice man. He's a hero. Well, are the passengers all right, Doctor?
I think they will be, Captain, but Mr. Wilson is still unconscious.
Unconscious?
Oh, he'll come around all right in the morning, Captain. He had a rather nasty blow on the temple.
How did that happen?
I'm not certain, but I believe when your men lowered the boat, one of your sailors hit him on the head with the oar.
That's the stuff, Wilson, old boy. Open your eyes now.
Oh, dear.
Everything's fine. Wake up, pal.
Oh, my. What happened?
How do you feel, pal? Dizzy? Look at me, pal. It's your old friend, Ryan.
Ryan? You dirty rat. Come here.
Oh, now, take it easy, pal. Take it easy.
You
Let go.
slugged me.
No, pal. Honest, it wasn't me. It was a sailor with an oar.
Huh? Sailor with a... Hey, wait a minute. This is a boat. I'm on a boat. What's the idea? Why was I taken off that train?
What train?
You know what train, you double-crossing...
Wait a minute, look. Don't you remember me? Ryan? Doc Ryan, your old shipmate?
I never saw you before in my life.
Holy smoke, it sure knocked you goofy. Why, you saved my life last night.
What do I want to do that for?
Gee, I don't know. I don't remember much, Mr. Wilson.
Huh? What's that you called me?
Mr. Wilson, your name?
Look, what's going on here? What's happened to me?
Well, you took a dive for me last night when I fell overboard. You were socked in the head.
You're a liar. I can't swim.
Look, pal, I won't be a minute. The doctor's right down the corridor.
Now, sit down. Last night I was on my way to the fight in New York.
What fight?
What fight? Don't you read the papers? The Sharky Smelling fight. Hey, I must have missed it.
I'll say you missed it by about 9 years.
Huh? 9 years? Hey, what date is this?
Here's the ship's news. April 10th, 1941.
Let me see that. 1941? It's a misprint.
No, honest, pal. That's right.
But, oh, wait a minute. It was 1932 last night.
Now, I've got to get the doctor.
Now, sit down, sir. I don't need a doctor. I need a drink.
Okay, I'll ring for you. Ginger ale and grape juice.
What? I want a drink, not a foot bath.
Well, that's what you've been drinking. Buckets of it.
What, ginger ale and grape juice? Well, there's no prohibition on these boats, is there?
There's no more prohibition. Roosevelt did away with that.
Roosevelt? Why, Teddy Roosevelt been dead for...
No. I don't mean Teddy. I mean Franklin Delano Roosevelt, the president. Been elected 3 times.
Oh, he's president. How's he doing?
Fine. Look, Mr. Wilson, I'll go and get the...
Why'd you keep calling me Wilson? My name's George Davis.
George Davis? Hey, wait a minute. You're not the George Davis that was partners with Duke Sheldon in them con games.
Well, what if I am?
Well, gosh, don't be that way. After all, we're in the same business.
Oh, is that so? What's your racket?
Oh, I've been kind of working the boats, you know. Cards, a few tricks with the dice. Say, I get it now. You've been working this boat yourself under the name of Wilson.
Oh, what are you talking about? Last thing I remember is getting on that train in 1932 to go to the fight.
You mean you ain't got no line on yourself since then?
No, I can't. Wait a minute. Somebody slugged me on that train in the card game. Well, what's happened since then? Where have I been? Hey, there's a name for this thing.
Name for what?
Lapse of memory, lost identity. Amnesia, that's it, amnesia.
Is that what you got?
No, it's what I've had. A blow on the head can make you forget the past. You live on as someone else. Perhaps forever, unless another shocker blow brings you back to your right self. Well, you read about these things, you never figure them happening to yourself. Say, what was this Wilson like?
Oh, a novel heel. I like Davis better.
Thanks.
All Wilson did was talk about Habersville.
Habersville? Who's he?
Not he, it. It's some burg in Pennsylvania.
Never heard of it. Hey, wonder if Mr. Wilson has any money.
He should have. Wilson was the closest mug I've ever seen.
Oh, was it? Well, I think it might be a good idea to take an inventory of our Mr. Wilson's luggage.
Say, it's funny, ain't it? Here we are talking about you and a guy named Wilson, and you're both guys.
Look at this suit. I must have borrowed that from an undertaker. What's all this stuff? Hair restorers, saltine crackers, dyspepsia tablets? Look at that, a bottle of gargle. Yeah, certainly took good care of Wilson.
Here's a lot of papers and stuff. Boy, were you a joiner. Rotary, Elks, Owls, Community Chest, Primrose League. Wait a minute. What's it? A bank book.
Oh, no, we're getting somewhere. Give it to me. Habbersville National Bank. Lawrence Wilson checking account C. $147,000.83.
147. Let me take a look at that.
And that's the C account. That means there must be an A and B as well.
It might even go right through the alphabet.
Yeah. Say, why wouldn't it be a good idea for Mr. Wilson to pay a visit to Habbersville? Just long enough to get the money, huh?
Do you think you can swing it?
Well, it's worth trying. There's a fortune in this thing. Hey, Doc, how'd you like to go in on it with me?
You mean it?
I'll cut you in for 25%.
I'd have done it for 10. After all, you saved my life.
Well, look, I'm going to need some money. I think I'll send a radiogram to the Habbersville National Bank. I'll tell them to send me $5,000 at the Whitney Hotel tomorrow morning when we land.
25% of $5,000. Oh, boy, what a cut.
Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. There's one thing, Doc. You've got to stick close to me. If anybody starts asking questions, if I seem to be getting into a tight spot, I'll pull a feint, and don't you forget to catch me.
Trust me, pal. I'll be a regular Florence Nightingale.
Come on, Doc. Snap it up. We go right to the hotel, see if the Habbersville Bank has sent that. Well.
What's the matter?
Oh, boy, get a load of that girl over there. There's a dish for you, huh? Wonder who she's waving to.
Come on. Keep your mind on your work.
Larry! Oh, Larry!
Huh? Larry? Hey, that's you.
Oh, Larry, are you all right?
Huh? Who, me? Well, sure. I'm fine. How are you?
Well, Larry, the papers all said you were injured.
Oh, well, nothing serious. You know how papers are. Well, it certainly is good to see you.
Yes, I know you're surprised.
Surprise isn't the word.
Larry,
Oh, excuse me. This is Doc Ryan. Doc, this is, Yes, sir. Good old Doc Ryan.
How are you, Dr. Ryan?
Well, never better, miss. Thanks to Larry.
You know, Larry, Habbersville is pretty proud of that rescue.
Oh, Habbersville, eh? Well. Good old Habbersville. Did you just leave there?
When I read you were hurt, I didn't know how seriously. Naturally, I had to come.
Oh, well, naturally. Well, it certainly is good to see you.
Yes, so you said.
I know? Well, it's worth repeating.
Larry, you seem so strange.
Who, me? Oh, no, that's just because you haven't seen me for a while. Before you know it, we'll be right back where we were.
Larry, what in heaven's name is the matter with you?
Nothing, why? I'm just surprised to see you here.
Well, what's so surprising about that? Habbersville would think it very proper for a wife to meet her husband.
Oh, I don't know about... Huh?
Wife?
Did she... Oh!
Larry, what is it? What's the matter?
Oh, nothing at all. I'm fine. I'm just, I'm wonderful.
Oh, no, you're not. You're sicker than you think. You need a lot of rest and quiet.
Oh, nonsense. I never felt better in my life.
I'll take you to your hotel.
Huh? Oh, sure.
Oh, now listen, Larry.
Now, go away, Doc. Go away. Can't a man speak to his own wife?
You'll find everything very satisfactory, sir. This suite is one of our very best.
Sure. Thank you very much. That's all for now.
Yes, sir.
Well, dear?
Larry, a whole suite? It isn't like you.
Oh, now the best is none too good for you, Mrs. W. Well, here we are, just us two. Cozy, isn't it?
Larry, I'd like to talk a bit if you feel up to it.
Oh, talk. Oh, talk, yes. Well, of course. Sit down, dear.
If you don't mind, I'll sit over here. I don't know quite how to begin.
Huh? Begin what?
Well, I've had a long time to think things over, and I've decided once and for all to go through with the divorce.
The divorce?
Yes.
Well, oh, but now wait, you can't do that.
I've made up my mind, Larry.
Yes, but a divorce, why, that's awful. After all, we mustn't be too hasty about this thing.
I wouldn't call 5 years exactly hasty.
Well, some mightn't. You know, a thing like a divorce, well, it can break up a marriage.
So I've heard.
Now, what's more, very often what really seemed a good reason for a divorce isn't a good reason for a divorce at all. Now, take, for instance, if if I'd beaten you or something like that.
I'd like to see you try it.
Well, then, say I'd been running around with some woman.
You with a woman? Oh, don't be ridiculous.
Oh, well, after all, you know, sometimes a vacation can change a man a lot, the sea air and all that.
I'm afraid it'll take more than sea air to change you, Larry.
Oh, what's the matter with me? Look. Let's forget the divorce and try it just once more, starting from scratch, huh?
It's too late, Larry.
Nonsense. It's never too late. Why, I'll tell you what we'll do.
There's someone at the door.
Oh, that's all right. Ignore it. Go away.
You might as well answer it, Larry. I'm leaving anyway.
Oh, but listen.
I'll be at the Shore Haven until tomorrow if you want to get the hot.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Wilson. Why, Mrs. Wilson.
Oh, Mr. Billings, how are you?
Oh, couldn't be keener, thanks.
I was just leaving. I'll probably be seeing you, though.
I hope so.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, wait, don't go.
Goodbye, Larry.
Well, Mr. Wilson, there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with you.
That's what you think.
Say, Larry, I met Mr. Billings in the lobby. He came all the way from the Habbersville National Bank.
That's right.
Hey! Oh! well, Mr. Billings, how are you?
Couldn't be keener, thanks.
Shall we get right down to business?
Oh, yes, indeedy. I got your wireless, Mr. Wilson, and here's your money.
5,000?
5,000. Here you are, sir.
Well, I call that service.
Me too.
Now, let me see. These 5,000 here make you 2,700 overdrawn. Yeah.
Overdrawn?
Well, when you went away, you had a deposit with us, $2,800.
Uh-huh.
Then we paid $500 for you on that plot of land at Marsh's subdivision. Oh, by the way, here's your deed for that.
And I owe the bank $2,700?
Uh-huh. Oh, but the bank was only too glad to accommodate you.
Well, what about those other accounts, the B and C accounts?
Oh, those. Well, those are separate.
Oh, well, fine. Go ahead.
Well, here we are. In the C account, we have $147,083.
Look, would you repeat that, please, sort of slowly?
Oh, sure. $147,083. That's the community chest account.
Huh?
I said that's the community chest account. Naturally, all checks drawn on that have to be countersigned by Mr. Sims, Miss Breathwaite, 2 directors of the fund, and yourself.
Oh. What about the National Guard? Don't they have to sign them, too?
Well, now, in the B account, which is the anti-vice league fund, we have...
The anti-vice league, I think I'd rather not know how much we have there.
Oh, well, just you say, Mr. Wilson. Well, I better run along. I trust I've made everything clear.
Oh, terribly clear. Give my greetings to Mr. Sims and Miss Breathwaite, will you?
I will indeed. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, my. The more I learn about Larry Wilson, the more I like termites.
Raising all that good dough for the Anti-Vice League. You certainly were a stinker.
Wasn't I? Oh. Wait a minute. Now, Larry Wilson may be a dope, but in Habbersville, he's trusted and respected, huh?
Sure. A guy that raises thousands of dollars for a chest certainly ought to be able to raise a little for himself.
Let's see. That's Pennsylvania. How about oil?
There's a lot of money in oil.
Oh, we'll do it, Doc. We'll locate Duke Sheldon. He specializes in oil. We'll wire him to meet us down there.
Wait a minute. What about your wife?
Huh? Oh, my wife. Oh, dear. She's divorcing me. I meet a girl, and in 20 minutes she's divorcing me. Now, can't let her do that. I need her more than ever now.
What for?
Oh, with a divorce going on, Larry Wilson couldn't sell peanuts in a town like that. Now, where's my coat?
Where are you going?
To the Shore Haven to call on the little woman. Who is it?
Open this door.
Well, take it easy.
Open this door, I'll smash it down.
Hey, what's the idea?
Where is she? Where are you hiding her? Kay?
Hey, who are you?
You know very well who I am.
Sure? What I mean is, who do you think you are?
Where is she, Larry? Come on.
Well, where's who?
You know who. Where's Kay? She was here with you.
Oh, was that Kay?
Shut up. She's been here. I looked at the register.
Oh, did you now?
Yes, Lawrence Wilson and wife. That's how you signed it, you dirty sneak. What do you mean by that?
Well, after all, she is my wife, isn't she?
Yes, she may be your wife, but she's engaged to me.
Holy smoke. Engaged to you? Now, wait. Why should Kay want to divorce me? Answer me that.
You know why.
Oh, do I? I mean, well, of course I do, but do you?
I'll say I do, and so does everybody who knows you. Why, it's written all over you. Kay wasn't married to you. Kate McLean. He was married to the Rotary, the Kiwanis, the Lions, and the Greater Habbersville Committee. Boy, is that bigamy. Will you please get rid of your wisecracking stooge? We'll settle this thing between the two of us.
There's nothing to settle. Things and people have changed. All bets are off. From now on, it's every man for himself.
You promised Kay a divorce. I might have known you wouldn't keep your word, you dirty double-crossing.
Oh, you've been asking for this.
And you asked for this.
guess you forgot I was the amateur champ of Boonton County. Well, so long, Larry. Hi, pal. Come on now. Wake up, pal. Wake up.
Oh,
Boy, are you going to have a shiner.
well, he might at least have told me his name. Now, get me up. Where's the phone?
What for?
I'm going to call my wife. You don't think I'm going to take this lying down, do you?
You were doing pretty well just a minute ago.
I'm going to call her and take her out to dinner. And just let that guy try to interfere, that's all. A husband has some rights in this state. Champagne. Good old bubbly. Nothing like it, is there, dear? Have some more?
Thank you, I've had enough.
And if you ask me, Wilson, so have you.
Who asked you? Look, darling, did you have to bring your bodyguard along with us?
Herbert and I are engaged, Larry.
Oh, yes, Herbert, and you were engaged. That's what he said this morning, didn't you, Herb?
Now, look here, Wilson. Kay and I came here tonight for only one reason. We want to know what you're going to do about the divorce.
Divorce? Oh, Kay can have the divorce.
She can?
Yes, in a month or 6 weeks. But I am opposed to this unseemly haste. Somebody might get the idea my wife didn't like me.
Oh, you can't fool me, Wilson. It's not Kay you're thinking of. It's the Chamber of Commerce.
Huh?
Of course, I might have known. 6 weeks, you said. And by an odd coincidence, that happens to be the date set for the election for president of the Chamber of Commerce.
Oh, now, wait.
No wonder you ordered the best suite in town and dining here tonight at the most expensive restaurant. Everything you've done since you got off that boat. All for the Chamber of Commerce.
Oh, well, not all. Honestly, Kay.
You're just afraid a divorce will hurt your chances. But I'm not going to ruin my life so you can win an election.
I should say not.
Very well, then. Unless Kay comes back to Habersville with me for 6 weeks and palms herself off as my devoted and loving wife, I'll fight the case. I would feel it my duty.
If he feels it's his duty, Herbert, we're so. We'll have to give in.
Herb, you're taking my wife. The least you can do is give me the Chamber of Commerce.
Well, all right, you win.
Thanks, Herb.
I believe this is your hotel, Wilson?
That's right. Thanks very much, Herb. Well, good night, Kay, dear.
Good night, Larry.
Kay, do you think, that is, if Herbert doesn't mind, if I kissed you goodbye?
Now, listen.
It's all right, Herbert. It doesn't mean anything.
Oh, that's right. Not a thing. I just lean this way a little, dear. Oh, go on. Lift your hat a little. Well, that's the girl.
All right, Wilson. That's enough. I said that's enough. Now, look here, Wilson. Say, what do you think this is? Now, cut it off. Let her go.
For heaven's sakes.
Doesn't mean a thing. Well, farewell, Kay, and don't look back. It'll be easier. So long, Herb.
In just a moment, Mr. DeMille presents Act 2 of I Love You Again, starring Myrna Loy, Cary Grant, and Frank McHugh. Now I'm going to ask Lou Silvers to play a march for us. All right, Lou?
A march? You wouldn't get very far if you traveled at that rate of speed.
Well, now listen to this.
Now that's more like it.
Yes, it's 3 times as fast. And that illustrates one important fact about new Quick Lux. It's 3 times as fast. In water as cool as your hand, new Quick Lux gives you suds 3 times as fast as any of 10 other leading soaps. Not just twice as fast, 3 times as fast.
That's one reason so many women prefer Lux Flakes, Mr. Ruick.
Yes, indeed, Sally. And there are other reasons.
Of course. We know we can count on Lux for purity.
That's right, Sally. You see, some soaps contain harmful alkali which weakens fabrics and fades colors. But new Quick Lux hasn't a bit of harmful alkali. It's safe for anything safe in plain water.
And the little goes so far, it's thrifty, too.
No wonder twice as many women use Lux Flakes for stockings, underthings, sweaters, and nice dresses. Twice as many as use any other flakes, chips, or beads. Buy a big box of new Quick Lux Flakes tomorrow for your pretty washroom. It's fast, thrifty, and so gentle that it keeps things new looking longer. You'll find new Quick Lux at your grocer's in the same familiar package at no extra cost to you. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Act 2 of I Love You Again, starring Myrna Loy as Kay and Cary Grant as Larry, with Frank McHugh as Doc. Larry Wilson, amnesia victim and confidence man extraordinary, is piecing together the jigsaw puzzle of a life he doesn't remember. And with a wife like Kay as one of the principal parts, he's looking forward to finishing the picture. Traveling by separate compartments, they've taken the train back home to Habersville, but to avoid gossip, they get off arm in arm with Doc Ryan, 2 steps to the rear.
Ah, Habersville. Good old Habersville. Why, the very air smells different in Habersville.
That's the glue factory.
Oh.
Hey, Larry, look. It's a welcome committee.
Oh, for me?
Of course, you know you're a hero.
Hiya, Larry!
Well, hi! What a great to be back.
Oh, Larry, darling, let me see you.
Huh? Oh, hello.
Oh, Larry, I'm so proud. Let me kiss you, darling.
Thanks. I got the wife with me now. Scram, babe.
What, dear?
Hello, Mother.
Hey, darling.
Mother? Oh, Mother! Well, how are you, Mother? Doesn't she look wonderful, Kay?
My mother usually looks all right.
Your mother? Sure, well, that's what I mean. She looks fine.
You're looking wonderful yourself. But you've changed, Larry.
Oh,
What is
well,
it?
Vacation, you know. Nothing like a vacation to change a man.
Larry, here's Mayor Carver.
Hello, my boy. Welcome home.
Well. Hello, Mayor Carver. How's the old chief executive?
Habersville's mighty proud of you, my boy, and here's Habersville's highest award, the key to our city.
Well, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, folks.
And now, Larry, it's my proud privilege to present a gift on behalf of the municipal band. A solid silver bugle.
Well, thank you, Mayor. Much obliged, fellas.
And now I hope you lead us all in singing the Habersville Town Song, your own brilliant composition.
Huh? Oh, yes, of course.
Well, Larry, suppose you start us off with the fanfare on your new bugle.
Fanfare on the bugle?
That's it. Go right ahead now, son.
Get behind me quick. Well, here we go. Now, you see,
Dr. Ryan. Larry, my poor boy.
Stand back, everybody, please.
He just couldn't stand all this happiness. Get an ambulance.
Larry, are you asleep?
Oh, come in, Mother. What time is it?
It's after 10. Feel better?
Oh, I feel fine. Where's Kay?
In her room. Now, Larry, about Kay. I know the whole story, and it's ridiculous.
Yeah, well, I hope you brought her to her senses, Mother.
Not yet, but I will.
Good old Mother. When?
The idea. You in this room, her over there across the hall for a whole year. I don't know how you could do such a thing.
Oh, well, neither do I.
But we're going to change all that. I've come to stay for a while. I'm taking the porch room, which should have been a nursery long ago.
Oh, Mother.
Don't argue.
Well, who's arguing?
But you can't win Kay back with a stuffed squirrel.
Huh? A stuffed what?
Those animals you're always stuffing. You've got to stop it, Larry.
I've been stuffed. Mother, believe me, I'll never stuff another animal as long as I live.
And now you better try to get some sleep.
All right. Good night, Monty.
Good night.
Hey. Kay.
Yes?
It's me, Larry.
What do you want?
Well, I'm hungry.
Well, look at the icebox.
Oh, well, all right, dear. Don't you bother. I'll get my own food. That is, if I don't faint again before I get there. Well, good night, dear.
All right, wait a minute.
Okay.
Would you like some eggs?
Well, more than anything in the world. Almost.
Well, come on down to the kitchen.
Kay? Kay, you don't know what this means to me.
Never mind the sentiment. We're going down for eggs.
Yeah, darling. More toast?
No.
Champagne?
No.
Coffee?
A little.
Good.
You know, I can't get over it. The last time we had champagne in this house was 3 years ago on New Year's Eve. And the boss came to dinner. And even that was a bottle my mother gave us for Christmas.
Well, I wish you'd forget about the past, Kay. The fact of the matter is, I've changed quite a bit lately.
Oh, no, not you. You couldn't change any more than one of your stuffed owls could change.
Oh, but Kay.
No, I feel awfully good. Awfully good.
You do? Oh, well, that's fine. Here, let me fill up your cup.
You know, I'm sort of sorry.
Sorry?
I'm sort of sorry I'm not in love with you anymore. Because if I were still in love with you, I'd be awfully in love with you right now.
Kay. I'd like to show you the most wonderful game of two-handed post office.
I think I'd better drink my coffee now.
Yeah, but listen, Kay, how about the post...
Listen, we'd better have an understanding. I'm in this house simply because of our agreement. To convince the general public that I'm still your wife.
Well, all right. Convince me I'm one of the public.
That strikes me as a pretty foul thing to say about the public.
Okay, you're certainly making me pay for those scrambled eggs.
You're not even eating them.
Well, I'm not hungry.
Oh, you're not?
That is, I mean,
Oh, you're not hungry. I see. You got me out of bed and spoiled my sleep, but you're not hungry.
Well, I'm not really, I guess.
You don't want to eat your nice scrambled eggs?
No, dear.
Then how would you like to wear them over your ears?
Kate!
Good night.
Hello, Mrs. Wilson. How's my patient?
Insufferable.
Hi, Larry. How'd you make out with her?
Just dandy.
Hey, what have you got in your head?
Scrambled eggs, what do you think?
I didn't know.
No. What'd you find out in town?
It's pie. The town's loaded with dough. Just right for an oil boom.
Hey, not so loud. Did you phone the hotel?
Yeah, Sheldon just got in. He's going to plant the oil tomorrow.
Good. Now what about me?
You're the manager of a big pottery works here.
What? Oh, I make pots?
Yeah. You may not have any money, but you've certainly got plenty of pots.
Oh, pots. That's just what I've always wanted, a whole lot of pots.
Welcome back, Mr. Wilson. The office hasn't been the same without you.
Oh, thank you, boys. Thank you very much. Right now, we've all got our little jobs to attend to.
That's right, boys. On the job now. Oh, say, Mr. Wilson,
Yeah?
I've got some great news. 70 hours from kiln to shipping.
Oh, fine.
Now, shall we bear down on the jigger wheel or on the pug mill?
On the bugger wheel. By all means.
Okay.
Mr. Wilson, your wife is here.
My wife? Oh, my wife, yes. Well, send her in. Outside, everybody. To your jobs, please. Hello, Kay.
Hello, Larry.
What would you like to hit me with this morning? I can recommend the inkwell. The inkwell, right there.
I'm not going to apologize. You were terribly aggravating.
Oh, well, then I'll apologize. I should have ducked.
Larry, it's the 15th.
Well, certainly it's the 15th. By all means, the 15th. That means tomorrow is the 16th.
Oh, dear.
What? Something wrong?
It's just continually amazing to me the things you can think of to keep from writing a check.
A check? Oh, yeah, the 15th, yes.
I guess we've established that all right.
Well, now, just slip my mind, Kay. All the excitement of getting home, you know, and, well, now, let me see now. That would be how much?
You know perfectly well how much, and don't try to tell me that slipped your mind.
Well, no, certainly not. Now, well, what about $200?
What?
Well, just for the time being, of course. If you run short, just call on me.
Well, don't wake me up. Let me dream. Well, goodbye. I'm going shopping.
Oh, no. We're going shopping. You need a man's advice.
No, thanks. The last time I went shopping with you, I ended up in a cut-price Mother Hubbard.
Yes, and today you may end up in a creation by Charmaine. Come on.
Just a minute. Where did you learn about Charmaine?
I read about it on the boat.
I see. Do you know how much a Charmaine creation might cost?
About 100, 200. What's the difference?
Larry, do you mind if I just faint quietly?
Tea. Ah, yes, tea. Nothing like tea after a hard day's shopping, is there?
Just look at the rain out there. And here we sit warm and cozy. I love this place.
So do I. Now, look, you see those tea leaves? You want your fortune told?
Please.
Well, here we go. I see someone in your life. It's a man.
No.
Yes, it is. It's a tall, dashing, handsome man with a striped tie, just like mine.
Go on.
Well, isn't that enough? He's tall, he's handsome, and very dashing.
That's what puzzles me, the dashing. It's there, all right, and I don't understand it.
Oh, nothing at all.
Give me your cup. I tell fortunes, too.
All right. Well, see anybody I know?
It's a woman.
Wonderful. What does she look like?
Suppose you tell me.
Well, she's about 5'5", lovely complexion, hair just like yours.
Seriously, Larry, I'd like to know what she's like.
Who?
The woman. The one who taught you about Charmaine and dancing and being dashing.
Oh, her.
Where'd you meet her, on the boat?
Yes, sort of.
Of course, if you don't want to talk about it.
Well, no, there's really not much to talk about. I mean, nothing's really happened yet.
Oh, but it will, Larry. I'm sure of it.
Honey? Honey, if you're sure of it, that's good enough for me.
I know it's none of my business, but I've been worried that you might have changed like this, to please me and maybe patch things up. But, of course, that's out of the question. My plans are all made with Herbert.
Ah, Herbert. Should have stuffed Herbert. That's what I should have done. Herbert. Have you ever taken a good look at Herbert?
Now, listen here, Larry. Don't spoil everything.
Well, you can take a good look at him now. He's just outside the window making faces at us. Look at the poor man.
Oh, my goodness. I had a date with Herbert. He'll never forgive me, standing out there in the rain. Poor thing. Goodbye, Larry.
Wait. You can have it cleaned and pressed. You look just as good as new.
Oh, keep quiet.
Evening, Mother dear.
Larry, listen. Herbert's been here all evening. He just left. I don't like it.
Well, neither do I, Mother, but what can I do?
You can go and speak to Kay about it.
Yeah. Where is she?
In her room. And if you have to, kick in the door.
Oh, Mother, you pioneer woman. See you later.
Who is it?
It's me, Larry. Open the door or I'll kick it down.
What?
Open the door. You hear me?
It is open.
Oh! Well, hello. I thought it was locked.
Well, suppose it had been.
I would have kicked it down.
What for?
Well, so I could come in.
Larry, I've just spent 2 hours straightening things out with Herbert. Don't you think you've gotten me into enough trouble for today?
No.
Sometimes you remind me of a high school boy on a street corner, whistling at girls.
Well, it's romantic to whistle at the opposite sex. Birds do it. Lovebirds.
Lovebirds don't whistle. They coo.
They do, too, so whistle. Sort of a low cooing whistle, like this. Gets you, doesn't it?
Not particularly.
Oh, that gets me. I once knew of a case where a female lovebird locked a male lovebird out of her nest. He stood outside and cooed for hours. Oh, it's pitiful. Poor fella. Finally lost his temper and kicked the door of the cage down. And what do you think the female lovebird did then?
Gave him a sharp peck at the base of the skull.
Not at all. She put her soft little wing around him inside. And laid him an egg.
Please, for heaven's sakes, leave me alone.
Oh, okay. I haven't done anything.
Oh, you haven't. You've done everything you could think of to make me miserable.
Okay, what have I done?
I suppose you didn't take me out and buy me the most expensive clothes in town.
Was that bad?
And I suppose you didn't say nice things and pay me dozens of compliments and try your best to please me. You were just as nice and sweet and kind as you could be, and you know it.
Oh, well, when you put it that way, I guess I've been a heel.
You're not getting anywhere, and I wish you'd stop it. I want you to be yourself. Your owl-stuffing, speech-making, pompous old self.
Oh, well, now, let's get this clear. You're upset because I'm acting as though I found you lovely.
Yes.
But you are lovely.
There you go again.
Oh, well, I was only...
Larry! Now, I've got something to tell you. And I don't want you to say another word.
Not a word?
Just keep quiet, understand?
Well, all right.
You said before that I was lovely. Attractive to you. Well, that's not so. It's your pride, that's all. You're losing me, so suddenly I seem worth holding on to. But it isn't me. It's just the idea of ever giving up anything that ever belonged to you. You don't love me, and you never did. Public opinion is the only thing you love. Public opinion, public buildings, public positions. That's why I resent your attentions, and that's why my door is going to stay locked as long as I'm in this house. Now, if you've got anything to say, please make it short. Oh, you get out of here.
Oh, now, gosh, Kay, there's nothing to cry about. I was only...
Oh, please go away, please.
All right, Kay. I'm sorry.
Mr. DeMille returns in a moment for Act 3 of I Love You Again, starring Cary Grant, Myrna Loy, and Frank McHugh. But now, it's a lovely summer night. But Anne's not dancing. She's upstairs, all alone, packing her bags.
There, that's done. Tomorrow morning I can get away from here, thank goodness. I hate it. I've been so lonely. So awfully lonely. Darn that music.
Poor Anne. Of course she's unhappy.
planning all year for that 2 weeks vacation full of fun and dates and dances, only to have it turn out a miserable, lonely failure. Libby, what would you say to girls like Anne?
Well, there's one thing I'd like to say to Anne and to all the thousands of girls who are planning weekends and vacations now. It's just this. If you're looking forward to good times, new friends, perhaps romance, then be sure that everything you wear is fresh and sweet and dainty. For neglect of daintiness is one of the surest reasons for finding yourself left out of things. Not invited, not one of the crowd. People won't tell you what's the matter. They just leave you alone. It's cruel, but it's true. The only thing to do is never, never take chances. And after all, it's very easy to protect daintiness nowadays because new Quick Lux takes away perspiration fast. It takes only a minute or so to Lux under things every night, and then you know you won't offend. Dresses need frequent luxing, too, and that's just as easy. Any dress safe in water, you know, is safe in Lux.
I'm sure if Anne had taken Libby's advice, she would have felt something like this as she packed her bags at the end of her vacation.
There, I guess everything's packed. My, I hate to leave and say goodbye to everybody, but Bob says he won't let me say goodbye to him. Oh, it's been such a wonderful time. Just perfect.
Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Curtain rises on the third act of I Love You Again. There's no use arguing with Kay Wilson because her mind's made up. The door's been closed on Larry and he's shut out of her life. In his office the next morning, Larry has decided to go through with his oil swindle and call it quits.
It's a cinch, pal. Duke's got an option on all the land surrounding yours. Now, here's the map.
Mm-hmm. That my land there?
That's it, Marsh Creek.
Marsh Creek, huh? Well, what about the oil?
Duke planted it all over the place. It's oozing up through the creek to beat the band. But nobody's given it a tumble yet. Say, it might take weeks for anybody to see it out there in that jungle.
Yeah, well, we'll have to fix that somehow. Marsh Creek, huh? Have to get the yokels down there. Did you get a line on any of them?
Did I? Take a look at this. All the big income tax brackets.
Mm-hmm. Land in Harksburg. Look at that. An income of $210,000. Edward Littlejohn, $131,000.
If we can only get a couple of these old boys to go swimming in that creek.
Yeah, swimming in oil up to their necks. How are we going to do it?
Oh, Mr. Wilson.
Yes, Miss.
Is it all right for Corporal Bellinson now?
What do you mean, is it all right?
It's Thursday, you know.
Oh, that's right, so it is.
Who is Corporal Bellinson?
Oh, who is Corporal Bellinson? You tell him, Miss...
Why, he has a Ranger medallion, 2 silver stars, and a community stripe.
Eh?
You don't say.
You may come in, Corporal.
Good morning, sir. Corporal Bellinson reporting to Scout Leader Wilson.
Scout Leader? Who's a scout?
Why, good morning, Corporal.
Mr. Wilson, the troop is very proud of you, sir. That rescue at sea.
Well, thank you.
It's 2 o'clock, Mr. Wilson. The troop's outside already.
Where are they going?
Well, that's up to Mr. Wilson.
Oh, he can't go this morning.
But it's Harksburg's test today, sir.
It is out of the question.
Wait. Did you say Harksburg?
Oh, yes, sir.
What, you mean, Leonard Harksburg's little boy?
Sure, Junior. He's been waiting for you to get back to take the test for first-class Ranger. And so is Little John.
Little John, Well, of course, yes.
Oh, well, I've worked out a special test for today, a sort of a test by water. You remember, Doc, we were just talking about the water test?
Of course, very interesting.
That's splendid, sir. But first, how about shooting the buck?
All right, I'll fade it.
Dr. Ryan.
I'm ashamed of you, Corporal. Gambling at your age.
What? This morning, Corporal, we have a new test. Brand new.
Really, sir?
Yes, indeed. The swimming test. Tell the men we're leaving in 10 minutes for Marsh Creek.
Mr. Wilson, sir.
Yes, Corporal?
We've just taken the test, sir, and I'd like to report that the whole troop is all over tar.
Tar? Well, where did you get tar on you?
In the creek, sir.
Oh, Corporal, this is terrible. Tell the troop to report to their homes. I imagine their fathers will find a way to take it off.
Troop 7, report home and get the tar washed off.
Well, come in, Mr. Hawksburg. Come in, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Sit right down.
How are you, Larry?
Fine. This is Dr. Ryan.
Mr. Hawksby, Doctor.
How are you?
How do you do? This is Mr. Littlejohn, Mr. Bellis.
How do you do, sir?
Well, gentlemen, to what do I owe this visit?
Larry, I'll come right to the point. The responsible element of this town wants to do something concrete to show our appreciation for what you've done for Haverford.
Oh, come now, gentlemen. I've done nothing.
You've done a lot, Larry.
Of course, my boy. And this is what we've decided to do. You own a piece of land here near Marsh Creek.
Yes, I believe I do.
Well, the state is building a new highway through the suburbs, and we've brought some pressure to see that it runs out through your land. We can take it off your hands at a good profit.
Well, now, that's awfully decent of you. I only paid $2,500 for that piece, you know.
Now, what would you say to a check for $10,000? A cool profit of $7,500.
Why, that's 300% of my investment. Oh, it's too much.
We feel you've got it coming to you, Larry.
Of course, my boy.
You make me feel like a profiteer.
Not at all, not at all.
Excuse me, gentlemen. Somebody at the door.
Well, Larry, my boy, what do you say?
Oh, it's a deal, gentlemen.
Splendid. I've got a check right here.
Oh, I've got the deed right here someplace.
I must see Mr. Wilson at once, sir. It's a matter of the utmost importance. But he's busy. Can't be disturbed. He can and will be disturbed.
Just a minute, you.
Stand aside, sir. Sorry to intrude, gentlemen. Which one of you is Mr. Wilson?
Well, I am Mr. Wilson, sir.
Thank you. My name is Sheldon, Colonel E.J. Sheldon.
Oh, well, how do you do, Colonel?
Mr. Wilson, I'll be brief. You're owner of Marsh's subdivision, I believe.
Oh, yes.
Splendid. I'm prepared to make you a handsome offer for that land, $25,000.
What? You mean that?
I am not in the habit of joking, sir.
Oh, well, Colonel Sheldon must have heard about the new road.
New road? I know of no road. I'm in the gravel business, Mr. Wilson, and your land contains valuable deposits of this substance.
Gravel on my land?
Why, it's ridiculous.
Of course it is. Larry, we'll match his offer dollar for dollar.
You will? Why, that's wonderful.
Yes, indeed.
Larry, what are you doing? Are you selling the lots you own?
No, not yet, Kay, but it looks like I will.
You know what's on the land?
Well, yes, dear. Yes, I know all about the gravel deposits.
Gravel deposits? My foot. It's oil.
Huh?
Oh, just
oil?
a wild rumor. Just a wild rumor, I'm sure.
It
These
isn't
things
a wild
start
rumor. This is oil. Gobs of it. I just heard about it.
Colonel Sheldon, you've no right to come in and try to swindle one of our town's leading citizens.
Of course not.
Permit me to inform you that I have options on all the surrounding land. I'll give you $100,000 for a half interest in your property, Mr. Wilson.
Now, look here, Colonel Sheldon.
I couldn't think of
My
it.
final offer is $200,000.
Now, wait a minute. Colonel Sheldon, suppose we buy you out.
With what?
With hard cash.
How much do you want for your ops?
I own 4 parcels. I'll take $50,000 each.
All right, it's a deal. We'll meet later tonight and sign all the papers. Yes, indeed.
That was great work, pal. A clean profit of 200,000 smackers.
Yeah. What happened to Kay?
Kay? Oh, I saw her go out a minute ago with a letter in her hand. Say, that reminds me. How did she know about the oil?
That's what I want to find out. Okay, wait a second.
Hello, Larry.
If your arm is going my way, I'll give it a lift.
Thanks.
Well, I deduce from your lack of hat, as well as the envelope in your hand, that you're going to mail a letter.
Yes, to Herbert. I'm still so mad I could explode. Those crooks pretending to be your friends. And Herbert's no better. He acted as though I were a common thief. Thought I ought to be glad of a chance to pick a pocket legally.
Oh, so that was how you knew.
Yes, Herbert came to me. He wanted me to get the land from you. Larry, you're the only honest one in the whole crowd.
Me?
You're really too good for this town.
No, not really.
Oh, here's the mailbox. And that's that.
Exit Herbert?
Exit Herbert. I want to walk. Let's go up on top of the hill, shall we?
Delighted.
Isn't it a lovely view from here?
Yep. Yes, certainly worth the climb.
Larry, don't tell me you've forgotten this place.
Huh? Oh, forgotten. Oh, no. How could I forget it?
It was right about here.
No. I would have said it was a little more to the left.
I think you're right. Remember what you said?
Vaguely.
You said, Kay, darling, marriage is the soundest investment 2 people can make.
Ooh. Did I say... Oh. Kay, whatever made you marry me?
Well, I felt that underneath that watch chain with all its large pins and trophies, there was another person, an exciting person, the sort of man I dreamt about marrying.
Yeah, he wasn't really there, though, was he?
Oh, yes. But I didn't find him for a long time. I'm sorry I didn't find him sooner.
Oh, now, don't apologize for what you thought about me. You were right. You're still right.
I was terribly wrong. But I was afraid of falling in love with you again.
Well, if you were afraid then, you should be twice as afraid now.
I don't understand that, Larry.
Oh, darling, I hope you never will. Well, I'd better be getting back. Come on, let's go.
Wait a minute. You make me sick, Larry.
Huh?
If there's anything that turns my stomach, it's a man who acts noble.
Noble?
You know darn well you love me. You're just being noble and giving me up because something's wrong. I don't know what it is, but I'm going to find out.
Oh, now, Kay, wait.
Ever since you got off that boat, you've been chasing me like an amorous goat. You've been trying your darndest to make me fall in love with you. And now you have. Now I'm going to do the chasing. And believe me, brother, before I'm through, you're going to know you've been chased. Kiss me. Well?
Oh, I know it right now.
Come on, pal. You gotta get over to Duke's room. All those big shots are gonna be there. Larry, what's the matter with you?
Doc, how'd you like to work in my pottery mill?
What's the angle?
Making pots. What do you think? A chance to eat regularly and sleep regularly. Maybe have a little home of your own with a porch and a garden.
Gee, sounds wonderful.
Well, I'm glad you like it, Doc, because that's what we're going to do.
What? You're crazy. We can't stay here after the oil deal.
You know, you're not very quick today, Doc. The oil deal is off.
Huh? What about the Duke?
Oh, yeah, there's Duke to consider. I don't think Duke cares much for home and the kiddies. He's just a wee bit mercenary.
Yeah, and he likes money, too.
However, I may as well get it over with. It may be a tough fight, but I'm not afraid. Not much, I'm not.
Don't do it, Larry. I seen you fight in one fight and you were awful. I tell you, he'll tear you to bits. He'll cripple you. He'll chew your head off. Let me get with you, just in case.
No, thanks, Doc. This is my job. I'll phone you when it's over, if I'm able.
Larry, wait, listen. He'll be murdered. He'll be... Mrs. Wilson. Mrs. Wilson, where are you?
What do you mean the deal's off? What kind of a double cross have you and Ryan cooked up?
Well, I'm through with rackets, Duke, that's all.
You're not through with this one. Look, friend, this has been a hard winter. I haven't made a killing in months. If this is a rib, stop it, because it's not funny.
It's not a rib, Duke, and it's not a double cross. I'm staying here in Hammersville with my wife.
Save your breath, pal. This moonlight and roses, Huey, don't fool me. You and that dame are up to something.
You're wrong. She doesn't know a thing about it.
Hello, darling.
What? Kay!
She don't know, huh?
Kay, what are you doing here?
It's all right, Larry. I just had a talk with Dr. Ryan. He told me everything about you.
What?
Larry, I had to let her in. I just couldn't help it.
Shut up. Kay, I want you to go home.
Nobody's going home.
Now, she's got nothing to do with this, Duke. Let her go.
My friend, I'm going to brain you.
You overgrown bull, don't you dare lay a hand on him.
Shut your trap, madam. Now, you listen to me, Wilson. If you and this Tootsie want to play house when we get the cash, okay. But this car goes right to the end of the line and nobody gets out till it gets there.
You can't give me orders, you crook.
That's right, lady. I'm a crook. What do you think he is, a Bible salesman?
I don't care if he was an axe murderer. That's all finished.
I've seen him in love before. It usually lasts 4 to 6 weeks.
That's a lie.
Lady, generally speaking, I never sock a dame. But I'm inclined to make an exception for you.
All right, Duke. You asked for it.
Ooh. Okay, pal, just slip this on for size.
Oh, how dare you? You've killed him.
I hope so.
Water. Give him water.
Oh, get the water pitcher. Oh, Larry, darling, look at me.
Here's the water.
Help! I'm drowning.
Oh, Larry, my poor darling.
Kay! But Kay, how did you get on the boat? Oh, this is all your fault, Ryan. Your drunken behavior was inexcusable.
Hey, it's coming back.
Lie still, darling. Don't talk. You'll be all right in a minute.
All right, Davis, get up and quit stalling. Davis.
Were you addressing me, sir?
What do you think?
Well, I'm afraid I don't know you.
Holy Ike, he's back again.
Wait a minute. This isn't the boat. What's happened?
Is he loony? Did I knock him goofy?
Worse.
You've ruined everything. What am I going to do with him now?
Davis. George, don't you know me? Dukey. Duke Sheldon.
Huh? Oh, Duke Sheldon? Well, I'm very flattered to meet you, Your Highness.
Oh, what'll we do?
You think of something. You socked him.
Oh, look, pal, pull yourself together. We got a big deal on.
Oh, well, if you'll call at my office, sir, I'll be glad to show you our full line of pots.
Pots? The guy's nuts. I'm getting out of here.
Now, listen, you
Get out of my way. I'm getting out.
Goodbye, Your Highness.
Follow me out.
Come back here. You hear me? You can't get away with this.
Oh, Larry, darling.
Yes, dear?
You've forgotten everything, haven't you?
Of course not.
I mean, when he hit you, you're Lawrence Wilson again. Do you suppose if you got hit on the head again, you might be George Davis?
Hey, wait. Put down that vase.
I've got to do it, darling.
Oh, no. Listen to me.
Well?
Kay, dear, Kay.
Well? Darling.
news of next week's show in just a moment, and Cary Grant and Myrna Loy will return for their curtain calls. Meantime, a question for the ladies in our audience. How many years do you think women have been wearing silk stockings? Well, the answer is more than 250 years. Yes, good Queen Bess of England was presented with a pair of hand-knit black silk stockings way back in the 16th century. But today's filmy silks and nylons are a far cry from the bulky, heavy hose of Queen Elizabeth's day. Why, some of the newest nylons, for example, are so sheer you can read a newspaper through 6 layers of stockings. And now for another question. What do the people who make today's lovely stockings say about their care? Well, that's an easy question to answer. More than 90% of the hundreds of makers of silk and nylon stockings the country over, more than 90% of them recommend Lux Flakes. Now, that's expert advice, and you'll find it pays. For new Quick Lux saves the vital elasticity of your stockings, the quality that helps them to give under strain, then spring back without running. You see, if you rub sheer hosiery with a cake of soap, or if you use flakes or chips containing harmful alkali, you're weakening the fibers. Soon, a thread may break. Then you've got to run. The smooth texture, the color of your stockings may be spoiled, too. So, for stocking beauty and for longer stocking wear, always stick to gentle, new Quick Lux Flakes. They're fast, thrifty, and safe. There's enough Lux in that generous big box to do your stockings for months. Now, here's Mr. DeMille with our stars.
The spotlight turns to Myrna Loy and Cary Grant again. We'll just say, we loved them again, and I love you again.
I'll bet he says that to all the actors, Myrna.
I thought it was very nice. Thank you, Mr. DeMille. Well, it's been a long time since we worked together, Cary. Years, isn't it?
Yeah, 5 to be exact. Let's see, that makes our next date on Monday, 1946, doesn't it?
It'll be a Monday, all right. A Monday night in the Lux Radio Theatre, but it won't be 5 years.
What, Mr. DeMille? You want us to come back right away?
Right away, Cary.
You like the performance that much?
That much and more.
Oh, well, now, why don't you save yourself a lot of bookkeeping, CB, and pay us both for both jobs right now, huh?
Maybe I'd better call you in 1946, Cary.
What's your play here next week, Mr. DeMille?
Next week, Myrna, we've scheduled one of the most exciting combinations of mystery and glamour that the screen has ever produced. The play is Algiers, and the stars are Charles Boyer and Hedy Lamarr. You'll hear You'll hear Charles Boyer as Pepe Lamoco. The same great role he played in the Walter Wanger picture. And you'll hear Hedy Lamarr as the girl who found an irresistible attraction in the man who lived outside the law. You're all invited to sail for Algiers next Monday night, and I hope nobody will miss the boat.
Well, that sounds swell, CB. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. An A+ for both of you. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theatre presents Charles Boyer and Hedy Lamarr in Algiers. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Myrna Loy appeared tonight through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer and is currently seen on the screen in their production of Love Crazy. Cary Grant has just finished making the RKO production Before the Fact, directed by Alfred Hitchcock, and Frank McHugh is now appearing in the Warner Brothers picture Manpower. Included in tonight's play were Arthur Q. Bryan as Duke Sheldon, Jack Arnold as Herbert, Jane Morgan as Mother, Dix Davis as Corporal Bellinson, and Ferdinand Meunier, Ralph Sedan, Earl Ross, Tyler McVeigh, and Betty Ventura. Our music is directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood.
Lux Radio Theatre brings you Loretta Young, William Holden, and David Bruce in Christmas Holiday. Ladies and gentlemen, your guest producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Probably no modern writer has given us more extraordinary situations in his stories, more excitement and suspense and drama than W. Somerset Maugham. Tonight we bring you Universal's adaptation of his recent novel, Christmas Holiday, the compelling story of a woman whose life is shattered by a tragic crime, who finds herself caught between a hopeless love and a man who tries to free her from its bondage. That woman is portrayed tonight by one of Hollywood's outstanding stars, Loretta Young, making her 18th appearance on this stage. Co-starred with Miss Young is David Bruce from the original screen cast of Christmas Holiday. Also, William Holden, who just last week received his honorable discharge from the Army Air Forces and is making his first return appearance in radio. I had the privilege of following Bill's career when I was in the same branch of the service, and also the privilege of following the productions of this theater, broadcast overseas by shortwave. I can honestly say those broadcasts were as much of a blessing to men in isolated islands, steaming jungles, and waste deserts as a cake of Lux soap. And that is no exaggeration. If people knew how much small luxuries like a cake of Lux soap are appreciated overseas, I'm sure we'd all be doubly grateful for them here at home. Grateful, too, that Lux can bring us three fine stars. Loretta Young as Abigail, William Holden as Jerry, and David Bruce as Robert in Universal's Christmas Holiday. Our curtain rises on the first act. December 24th, 1944. Through heavy skies, a transcontinental plane wings its way westward. Among the passengers are two young Army officers on holiday furloughs.
Jerry will be in Nashville in a few minutes. Why don't you change your mind and get off with me?
I thought we weren't going to talk about it.
Sorry, but you're my best friend, and we've got to talk about it. That telegram you got in camp. What was it? What did she say?
Okay. She got married. She got married yesterday. She wishes me happiness. That's all it said.
That's tough, Jerry.
Yeah. Can I use for a wedding ring? Here's one you can have cheap.
And you're going on to Frisco just the same?
That's right.
Why? Suppose you do see her. What good'll that do you? Look, Jerry, get off with me. We could have a terrific time. It's practically Christmas
Sorry,
Eve.
but I'm going.
Jerry, forget her. Forget her as fast as you can. Now, you're not going to make a fool out of yourself just because
I've already made a fool out of myself. And she's not going to get away with it.
Look,
No,
Jerry...
That's all I've got to say.
Oh, maybe you'll change your mind later. You could always get off at New Orleans.
I'll pipe down and lay off.
Well, I suppose you know what you're doing.
Yeah. I know just what I'm doing.
Say, I thought you said we were coming into New Orleans, stewardess.
We're just outside of New Orleans, sir. This is our alternate airport.
Oh. Gosh, some rain.
Lieutenant, wake up, Lieutenant.
Oh, I guess I must have dozed off.
We're making a landing just outside of New Orleans. Nothing wrong, just unfavorable weather ahead.
Oh. How long are we laying over?
We really don't know, Lieutenant. We're taking all the passengers to a hotel just in case we have to stay here for the night. Watch your step getting off the plane. And Merry Christmas, everyone. Merry Christmas.
Now, if you've all registered here at the desk, ladies and gentlemen, you can go to your rooms. We're keeping in constant touch with the airport, and we'll advise you as soon as we learn anything.
Oh, beg pardon, Lieutenant.
Yes?
I'm Simon Fenimore, the Evening Inquirer. You one of the party that made that emergency landing?
That's right.
Oh, anything happen? Anybody hurt?
No, nothing happened. Not a thing.
Oh, I was afraid of that. Thanks.
Take your bags, Lieutenant?
Oh, yeah. Room 1012.
This way, sir.
Look, you suppose I could get anything to eat down here?
The dining room's closed, sir, but you can probably get a sandwich at the bar.
Okay, here. You can go on up with the bag.
Thanks, Lieutenant.
Oh, hello, Lieutenant. You know, I've been watching you. Ha, what's the matter? Christmas kind of getting you down? Have a drink, Lieutenant.
No, thanks.
No? Oh, Steve.
Yes, Mr. Fenimore?
Double scotch, straight.
Yes, sir.
Oh, you sure you won't change your mind, Lieutenant? You're just a plain old chatterbox, aren't you?
Now, look, I don't want to seem like a...
Forget it. I'll leave just as soon as I finish my drink. Something's wrong, huh? I bet you I can guess. You figured on being in San Francisco bright and early Christmas morning, and here you are, trapped like a rat in New Orleans. Am I right?
Well, I had sort of planned...
I thought so. Planes all grounded, trains sold out. Wait a minute, I got an idea. If anybody can fix anything, I know the one who can. And you and I are going there.
What are you talking about?
About a place called the Maison Lafette. And a dame called Valerie DeMille. Oh, she's the greatest little fixer south of Chicago. Come on.
Now, wait a minute. I don't get it. What and where?
Well, it's a nightclub. Maybe not too high class. But who cares? I'm the public relations counsel. Press agent.
Well, thanks, but I've got to stay here. There's no telling when they may resume my flight.
Oh, just leave word at the desk where you've gone.
You think that's safe?
Of course it's safe. Besides, what have you got to lose? Believe me, they don't roll second lieutenants at the Maison Lafette. They don't generally have more than a couple of bucks on them and a picture of a sweater girl. Come on, what do you say?
Well, just what you said. What have I got to lose?
Well, here she is, Lieutenant. This is the lady I was telling you about. Valerie DeMille, Jerry Mason. Valerie runs this charming little place. How do you do?
Please sit down, Lieutenant.
And won't you sit down, too, Simon? Thank you very much. I will.
Simon told me you're trying to get to San Francisco.
That's just what I told her. Also, that you're a very nice guy, and maybe she can fix it to get you on a train.
Simon has a heart as big as all outdoors, Lieutenant. He likes to help people, if I can do it.
Well, I'd certainly appreciate it, Mr. Morrow.
I had a friend ask me the same thing this afternoon. I tried every connection. It was no use then, and it's no use now. I'm sorry.
Well, thanks anyway.
How about a drink?
Oh, no, he doesn't drink. It's an election bet or something. Look, Valerie, do you think you could arrange it so the lieutenant wouldn't be lonely for a minute or two? Like letting him hear the sound of a human voice.
Oh, no, really,
What about Jackie?
Why not? Eddie,
Yes, ma'am.
see if you can find Jackie. She's probably in her dressing room.
Yes, ma'am.
Jackie's a singer, kid. She's the so-called star of our so-called entertainment here.
Look, now, there's really no need for anything like that.
Relax, will you? You give me the willies. It's Christmas Eve. So you see, Jackie, Jerry here is what you might call an unexpected pleasure.
Hello, Lieutenant.
How do you do?
His plane had to make a forced landing, sort of. Isn't that the way things always happen, Jackie? You're going along, and all of a sudden, boom, you got to make a forced landing.
Suppose you and I just amble along, Simon.
Okay. Oh, just one word in parting. You won't find Jackie hard to talk to, Lieutenant.
He's pretty tight, isn't he?
Oh, not for him. He's been drinking himself into the gutter for a long time. They're running out of gutters now. Do you want to dance?
Oh, I'm afraid I'm not a very good dancer.
Then we'll just sit here and have a drink.
Whatever you say.
Eddie,
Yes, miss?
the usual, and,
Scotch and soda.
Yes, sir.
Well, having a good time?
Oh, hello. Yes, fine.
Our friend Mr. Fenimore just passed out, but don't worry, Lieutenant. He had you on his mind. He just written you a note. Here.
A note?
Well?
It just says midnight mass at the St. Louis Cathedral.
midnight mass.
Oh, maybe you know what he means, Lieutenant. I don't.
You're going to the cathedral? You're going?
Well, I certainly hadn't planned on it.
Oh, take me with you, Lieutenant, will you?
But I don't think I'm going myself.
It would be a big favor, really, it would, and I want to go terribly.
Looks to me like you're on the spot, Lieutenant.
Please.
Okay.
Thanks. Thanks very much. It won't take me 5 minutes to change.
I don't understand. Can she leave here just like that? Doesn't she work here?
She's really a very nice kid. She deserves a break. Oh, you'll need a car to get into town. I'll see what I can do.
Oh, yes, and here's some money.
Oh, that's okay. It's on the house. Christmas.
Oh, well, thanks.
I still don't know quite what to say about all this.
Well, then don't say anything. I'll see you around sometime.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
Yes.
I never attended a mass before. I never knew what it was like.
It's been a long time for me, too.
What's the matter?
Nothing.
But you're crying. Is there anything I can...
No, please. Just let me alone.
Jackie, I think we'd better leave now. The service is over. Practically all the people are gone. But if you want to stay, I'll...
No, it's all right.
Would you like me to take you home?
No, not yet.
Would you like a cup of coffee or something?
You mind?
Oh, no, I was hoping you would.
All right.
But I'll have to stop by the hotel first. There's still a chance that my plane may get out.
Your plane? Yes, that's right.
Well, let's see if we can find a cab.
Well, Lieutenant, any news?
The desk clerk says the airlines are calling back in a little while. There's still a remote chance of leaving tonight.
I better get on home then.
Oh, no, please. We still can have a cup of coffee. There's a bar just across the lobby.
A bar that serves coffee?
Well, let's find out. Come on. Well, we have one thing to be thankful for. The coffee's even blacker than the look the waiter gave us. How do you feel?
All right. How do my eyes look?
Very nice. Well, they're not red anymore.
You know, Sorry I broke down like that in church. I've never cried like that before in all my life. And I didn't cry for the reason you may think.
I didn't think anything.
Do you mean Simon Fenimore didn't tell you about me?
No.
Well, I wanted to go to Mass with you because I thought if I did, I might become a part of it. Share something with some of all those people there in church. Some feeling or some praying, some forgetting.
Well, you had a good cry, and that's supposed to help.
Yeah. You know, I've been alone as long as I can remember. I was born in Maine. I lived there until I was 16, and then I came to New Orleans. You're sure Simon didn't tell you anything?
Nothing.
Well, my name isn't Jackie Lamont. It's Abigail Manette. I thought it best to change my name after the trial. You see, I'm the wife of Robert Manette. I'm Mrs. Robert Manette.
Oh?
3 years ago, my husband murdered a man named Harry Jordan. He was convicted and sentenced to death. And then they changed it to life imprisonment. He's in the state prison right now.
Look, there's nothing you have to tell me. Really,
I want to talk. Really, I want to tell you. Robert and I had been married only about 6 months. I didn't think it was possible to be as happy as we were. Maybe I mean as I was. They wanted me to divorce Robert after he was convicted. They said it was shameful that I should still love him. As if you could stop loving just because it's shameful to love. That night he killed Jordan. He came home very late. I didn't see him until the next morning. He was still sleeping when I went downstairs to the kitchen, and Robert's mother, we were living with her, she was fixing breakfast. Good morning, Mother.
Good morning, Abigail.
Robert's still asleep. He didn't get home till late.
Yes, he stopped by my room. We talked for a while. Didn't he tell you?
Oh, I brought his suit down. I'm going to press it for him. I'll have it all ready for him when he gets up. Oh, dear.
What is it?
Oh, look, there's a stain on his trousers, and it's his new suit, too.
The coffee's ready. Take some up to Robert. It's time he was awake.
But, Mother, he always likes to have it here with me. He'll be down in a minute. And...
Abigail, take his coffee up to Robert.
All right, Mother.
Robert is up.
Robert will have his coffee with his wife and his mother.
Then hurry up, darling.
Good morning, Mrs. Manette.
Good morning.
And good morning to you, Mrs. Manette. May I breakfast in my robe?
Sit down, Robert.
If you look for your trousers...
As I most definitely did.
Well, I was just about to press them.
Thank you, darling. Well, Mother, where is it? The morning paper.
Here. There's nothing in it.
Oh. Just 24 pages of blank paper, huh?
You know what I mean. There's nothing.
Nothing. You're sure?
What's this nothing? Nothing what?
Oh, you should know Mother by now. She says there's nothing. There's nothing. Sit down, sweetheart. You can press the trousers later.
Except they'll have to go to the cleaners. There's a big stain, Robert. And, darling, you should be more careful. We're trying to economize, remember?
Mother, what are you doing?
If this suit has to be cleaned, the pockets have to be empty.
You're not to go through my pockets, do you hear?
Robert, this money. Where did you get all this money? Robert.
You know where I got it.
Oh, you promised us you wouldn't gamble. You promised both of us.
Except it wasn't gambling. It was a sure thing. Money in the bank. Oh, I was going to tell you, but I'll tell you what. You hold on to the money for me, Abigail. If I keep it, it'll just slip through my fingers. But if you keep it...
No.
Now, look, Mother. I know you mean well. Believe me, I do, but I'm capable of handling my own affairs.
Abigail, you'd better go up and do your room.
No? But...
We can't leave the rooms unmade all day. Please go, Abigail.
Yes, Mother? I was hurt and puzzled and so worried. I said nothing to Robert when he came to kiss me goodbye. Nor did I say anything during the afternoon when I saw Mrs. Manette slip into the backyard carrying Robert's suit. She went to the incinerator and threw it in and stood there until it was consumed. When Robert didn't come home for dinner, I made up my mind to get at the bottom of this mystery at once. Mother.
Yes, dear.
I've wanted to talk to you all day. I must talk to you. What is it? What's it all about?
What's what all about, Abigail?
Well, this morning. About there being nothing in the paper. Nothing about what? And Robert's trousers. You burned the suit in the incinerator. Why?
I burned his suit? Robert's suit?
Yes.
Oh, now I know what you're talking about. You remember that old blue velvet dress of mine? Well, I just decided I couldn't stand to look at it another minute. Robert's suit.
I could get nothing more out of her. A little while later, we had a visitor, a detective. He asked us to tell Robert to stop by police headquarters. He said it was nothing important. I went to bed, but I couldn't sleep. 1,000 terrible thoughts stabbed through my mind, and then suddenly the bedroom door opened softly. I turned on the lamp.
It's kind of late, isn't it? I'm sorry.
Robert, are you all right? Where have you been?
I'm all right. Why aren't you sleeping?
Well, I've been worried about you, Robert.
I got tied up. I wish people would stop worrying about me. What is it now?
There was a detective here to see you.
What did he want?
He said you should go to police headquarters tomorrow.
Okay, I will. Why?
I don't know. Robert, what are you trying to keep from me?
It's nothing.
But, Robert, please, I want
Please,
to know.
Abigail, it's nothing.
If there's anything wrong...
Shut up! Shut up and let me alone!
He wasn't gone for long this time. When he came back, he was a different person. Oh, he was so gentle and so sweet. So full of remorse and begging for forgiveness.
Darling, how can I tell you how sorry I am? You know I wouldn't want to hurt you for anything in the world.
Oh, I know that.
Please say you'll forgive me, please.
I do, Robert. I do forgive you. Darling, you must tell me the truth. Where did you really get that money? You didn't win at gambling, did you?
No. Darling, you know how silly Mother is about putting her money in a bank.
Yes?
You know about that cash she keeps in her room. Well, I got in a jam last week, and, well, there was just no other way to get out of it. I borrowed some of it.
I see.
Sweetheart, I know I've said it 100 times before, but this time I mean it. Everything's going to be different.
Oh.
Abigail, after all, those people had to be paid.
What people?
Well, you know, those people I owed money to, Jordan and those other bookmakers.
I don't believe you. What about that detective? And what about those trousers?
Mother couldn't get the stain out. I put this suit on and took the others to the cleaners.
Robert, I saw your mother burn those trousers in the incinerator.
Okay. I lied to you. But if anybody asks you, I got those trousers dirty cleaning the car.
But why?
Do you hear me? Cleaning the car. They got dirty, and my mother gave them away to a tramp. You stick to that story, Abigail. It's a story my mother's going to tell. And about the money, if anybody asks you, you never saw that money. You never knew I had it. My life may depend upon it.
No.
Abigail, if you ever loved me.
I don't know what you've done, Robert. I can't help myself. I'll always, always love you. Robert was arrested a couple of days later, and then it came out. He'd had an argument with Jordan about that money he owed him. There'd been a fight, and Robert had taken Jordan's gun away from him and killed him with it. And then he took his money. The charge was first-degree murder.
Well, it must have been awful. Is there anything I can do?
No, not a thing. You're a nice person, Lieutenant.
Lieutenant Mason. Lieutenant Mason.
So that's you, isn't it?
Lieutenant Mason.
Oh, excuse me a second, please. I'm Lieutenant Mason.
About your plane, sir. The desk told me to tell you there'll be no planes out of New Orleans until tomorrow.
Tomorrow? Oh, well, thanks. Thanks very much.
Well, where were we, Lieutenant?
You were saying I was a nice guy.
And you are. And it's late, and it's time for me to say goodbye.
Where are you going?
I don't know. Maybe home. Maybe back to the Maison Lafayette. I'm tired. I'm awful tired.
Look, the bellboy just then. My plane's leaving in 30 minutes, so that leaves a perfectly good room going to waste upstairs. Why don't you use it?
Are you sure your plane's leaving? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that.
All right. I just thought that, well, you do look tired and something upset you terribly in the
I thought I
trip.
explained all that in my own vague sort of way.
Yes, you did. Let's skip it then. I'll see if I can get a cab.
Oh, Lieutenant. I'll surprise you. I'll take that room.
Oh, swell. I'll have them send my bags down.
You've been nice. Maybe we'll meet again some stormy Christmas Eve.
I hope so. I'd like to very much.
You're not checking out, Lieutenant?
No, but I won't be back tonight. I've loaned the room to a friend of mine.
But your baggage, sir?
Check it down here, can't you? I'll be back in the morning.
Well, yes, if you wish.
Thanks. You see,
Oh, would you care for the morning paper, sir? They just came in.
I was just looking at that headline. Manette escapes from state prison.
Yes, that Manette fellow. He was in there for life. It was quite a sensational case. Good family, you know. Oh, they'll catch him all right.
Yes. Yes, I guess they will. Well, good night.
Good night, sir. Merry Christmas.
In just a minute, we'll bring you the second act of Christmas Holiday. Right now, I see Libby Collins, our Hollywood reporter. What's new tonight, Libby?
Well, it's news when a famous singing star has a brand new type of role in her latest picture, isn't it, Mr. Keeley?
Well, that must be Deanna Durbin, if I know my movies.
Mm-hmm. The picture is Universal's Lady on a Train, in which Deanna's co-starred with one of our stars of this evening, David Bruce.
It's a mystery thriller, and I understand Deanna does a fine job as an amateur lady sleuth.
And wait till the women in our audience see the clothes she wears. A wardrobe specially created by 3 of Hollywood's most famous designers. Wouldn't that make even the men sit up and take notice, Mr. Kennedy?
Well, Libby, Deanna certainly has the looks and personality to set off a beautiful wardrobe, but it was her close-up shots that gave me the thrill. One of the loveliest complexions in Hollywood. A Lux complexion, Libby.
I was waiting for you to mention the fact that Deanna's a Lux girl. She always uses Lux toilet soap. Says it gives her skin real beauty care.
Of course, Libby. That's the reason 9 out of 10 lovely Hollywood stars use Lux toilet soap regularly.
Active lather facials are so quick and easy that busy women everywhere can depend on them. Here's all you do. Cover your face generously with Lux soap's creamy lather and work it in thoroughly. Rinse with warm water, then cold, and pat with a soft towel to dry. That's Deanna Durbin's daily complexion care. It really makes skin lovely, as she says.
Recent tests show that. Actually, 3 out of 4 complexions improved in a short time with this gentle daily care. If you haven't tried Lux toilet soap, why not begin tomorrow? See if you aren't delighted with the new smoothness and softness Hollywood's own beauty care gives your skin. We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Act Two of Christmas Holiday, starring Loretta Young as Abigail, David Bruce as Robert, and William Holden as Jerry. It's early the following morning. Through the fog and rain, Lieutenant Jerry Mason makes his way back to the hotel. In the deserted lobby, still piled on the desk, is a stack of morning newspapers, their headlines bearing out the war news. And in type not much smaller, the escape of a murderer named Robert Manette. In room 1012, a girl who married Robert Manette is about to check out.
Yes?
It's me, Jerry Mason.
Who?
Good morning.
But I thought you said you...
The airline changed their mind. They stayed grounded all night.
You don't lie very well, Lieutenant.
Well, you looked so tired last night and upset, and I got a swell room at the athletic club.
Just wanted to do me a favor, Why?
Oh, I don't know, except that you're a nice girl.
And what do the airlines have to report now?
That it's still raining and the fog is pretty thick. It'll be a while yet.
Oh?
See a newspaper this morning?
No. Why?
Oh, no reason. I just wondered what the weatherman had to say. Think it'll ever stop raining?
They have an answer for that in Maine. It always has, they say.
Yeah.
Tell me, Jerry, what's she like?
What's who like?
Your girl. You left a telegram on the dresser. You shouldn't leave telegrams around if you don't want other people to read them.
Yeah.
So she married another man. Well, I hope she knows what she was doing, but I doubt it. You don't want to talk about it?
Oh, it's something I'll have to take care of myself when I get to San Francisco.
Oh, now, look, you don't want to do anything foolish.
Have you had any breakfast?
No.
Any reason why you shouldn't?
Tell me, why are you pacing back and forth like that? What is there about doing that makes a man feel better?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't even realize.
That's what he used to do, Robert. I often wonder about it now. Not much room for pacing in a prison cell. Jerry, what's the matter?
Nothing at all.
I keep talking about him, don't I? I shouldn't.
Oh, I wish you would.
Oh, come on, let's have breakfast. I'll get my hat and
Oh, look. Why not have it up here? I'll phone and have them send it up.
Oh, sure, if you'd rather.
Do you mind?
No, I don't mind, Lieutenant. It'll be fine.
More toast, more coffee, and more eggs. How about it?
Just coffee? I shouldn't, though.
Why not?
Well, look what I did last night over a cup of coffee. Practically told you the story of my life.
Only part of it. And that isn't right, not to finish. You said you were from Maine.
Yes.
Was he from there, too?
No. No, I came down here looking for a job. I always wanted to live in New Orleans.
How did you meet him?
At a concert.
Oh?
I had a seat in the gallery. The concert finished, and I was trying to get out, and he was just sitting there, looking at the stage, just as if the orchestra was still playing. I beg your pardon.
Oh, excuse me. Yes, I just didn't realize it was over.
Oh.
It was wonderful, wasn't it?
Yes. Now, if you don't mind,
Well, sometimes when a concert's over, I get the feeling that I've left myself for a long time. Of course, you wouldn't know it, but that's the greatest thing that could happen to me. I'm the most wonderful person in the world to leave. And that's what you'd like to do right now, isn't it? Leave me.
I hardly think I can
Coming
stand...
out, please.
Oh, I'm
Coming
so
out.
sorry.
Look, all I want is to walk to the street with you. There's no harm in that, is there?
Well, no, I guess not.
Would you like my views on music? When I listen to good music, I feel that there's nothing that man is capable of doing that I can't do. Then it stops and it's all over.
Oh, I don't think that. I think music adds something to your life. It wasn't there before. And that it stays with you always.
Yeah, I'd like that. You think you could teach me?
Frankly, no.
Well, look, I'm sorry. I should have told you about me. I just go along talking to everybody I meet that I like. And then after a minute, I say something silly, and that's that. Thanks for the minute.
Goodbye.
You come here often?
No.
Why not? Look, there's an all-Beethoven program next Sunday. If you'd meet me out here in front, I know a fellow who handles the publicity, and he generally gets me a couple of passes. How about it?
Maybe. I don't know.
It's at 2 o'clock. I'll be out in front in 10 minutes or 2. If you're there, well, that'll be fine.
I'll see. Goodbye.
Goodbye. And please, I didn't mean to be... Well, never mind. Goodbye.
Yes, Lieutenant, you guessed it. I was there at 10 minutes of 2. After the concert, we went to dinner. The most expensive place in town. That's the way he was. He was always like that.
You keep looking at your wristwatch, Abigail.
Well, that's because I keep thinking of a stack of envelopes at home. I have to have them all addressed by morning.
Why?
So I can get paid. So I can eat.
Well, you've got something there. I told you I worked in a stockbroker's office, didn't I?
Yes.
But I just got fired.
Oh.
I get fired all the time. You don't know much about me, do you?
Well, a little. I'm very observant.
All you really know is that my name is Robert Minette. Now, does that name mean anything?
Well, isn't there a Minette Park down by the river?
Yes. And a Minette Street, and there used to be a Minette Mansion. My great-great-grandfather was Governor General of Louisiana before there was a United States. For 150 years, there hasn't been anything going on around here that a Minette... Well, it does something to you to get standards set for you and ideals and ambitions that you just know are too high for you. You're a Minette, so they expect you to set the world on fire. Except I don't have a match. You do understand that?
Yes, I do.
Well, then you're a genius, because I don't. Anyway, now you know why I am the way I am.
Oh, what's the matter with the way you are?
If you think I'm going to tell you, you're wrong. You haven't caught on to a very important thing.
What?
I'm doing my best to get you to like me. Now, which do you like better? The person I pretend to be or the person I am?
Oh, the person you are.
You're making a terrible mistake.
I don't think so.
Well, if you really don't think so, that'd help an awful lot. Come on, let's dance.
I saw a great deal of Robert during the next few weeks. And then he asked me to go home to meet his mother. I knew how important that was to him. And from the little things that he had said, how desperately she loved him. Oh, I wanted so much for her to like me. I suppose it was really pretty funny because all the time there was only one thing that she wanted. And that was to be able to like me, to approve of me. Because I was her last chance to save Robert. I've often wondered what would have happened if she'd told me all she knew about him that first afternoon when we were alone.
More tea, my dear.
No, thank you.
I hope you'll forgive me, Miss Martin, if I seem terribly blunt. We've discussed a lot of things this afternoon, but I know what's on your mind, and I'm sure that you know what's on my mind. Ever since Robert met you, he's been able to talk of nothing else. Do you always have that effect on young men?
Well, I really don't know. You see, Robert's the first young man I've ever known. Well, what I mean is...
I know what you mean. Tell me, are you in love with my son?
Yes.
Well, this may seem a little silly to you, but ours is a very old-fashioned family, and, well, Robert wouldn't think of marrying without my consent. I want you to know that he has it.
He wants to marry me?
Hasn't he told you?
No.
Well, he does, Abigail, with all his heart.
Oh.
And I want him to, with all mine.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Minette.
There's just one thing, dear.
Yes?
There are certain traits in Robert that you may... Oh, they're nothing really evil, believe me. He just sometimes forgets his sense of responsibility. That's why I'm so glad you're the kind of person you are. Between us, we will make him strong. Now go find him, dear. Tell him he can come in now.
Later, when we were alone, Robert said he wanted to take me someplace. It was very important that we go. Cafe, he said. Not a shabby place, just a cafe. He often talked in silly little riddles like that. I just laughed and went with him.
Have a good look, Abigail. This is the den of iniquity I used to spend so much of my time in.
I see. You know, your mother warned me about you, Robert.
Oh, I can tell you much worse things about me than she can. You see, I know more about the subject. Abigail, do you think there's any hope for me?
Well, maybe. Robert, what is this place?
A hangout, gamblers, bookmakers.
Why do they have to make it so uncomfortable for themselves? It's so full of smoke.
Oh, it's a law. Don't ask me why, but it's a law. I came here to look it all in the face and say goodbye. Do you believe me?
Yes, of course I believe you, darling.
Look, up there at the bar, that big fella.
Yeah?
That's Harry Jordan.
Who?
Jordan. He's probably the biggest bookmaker in town. I've seen him lose as much as $30,000 in... I guess I do get a little too excited over something that doesn't mean anything to me anymore.
Well. Mr. Robert Manette, in person.
Oh, hello, Simon.
You know, you haven't been honoring us with your presence lately. Oh, but now that you're back, all is forgiven. Isn't that right, Miss
Martin, Mr. Fenimore.
Oh, how do you do? Yeah, they tell me our friends the bookies are arranging one of those sucker traps at the racetrack tomorrow. You know anything about it?
No.
Oh, if a fellow was sure he could clean it up. But that's the trouble with these dirty crooks. You never know when they're on the level with their crookedness. Isn't that right, Miss Martin?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Why don't you ask Robert? I don't think I know anybody who can explain things more clearly to a beautiful girl than Robert.
Why don't you just get along, Simon?
Yeah, I've got to go to the paper anyway. Got a lot of good stories to write. Fire of mysterious origin. Bad boy meets good girl. Damage estimated at $3,000. I can't tell you what an interesting life a reporter leads.
You're getting way out of line, Simon.
I don't mean anything. See you later. Goodbye, Miss Martin.
I'm sorry, darling.
He isn't really a friend of yours, is he?
No, just a newspaper reporter I happen to know.
Oh.
Abigail, I'm trying to punish myself. I wanted you to see how rotten I've
Darling,
been.
you mustn't. It's all right now. It's all past.
You'll believe that. You'll help me.
Darling, I love you.
Let's get out of here.
We were married on Christmas Day. Mrs. Manette wanted us to live with her, and it had never really entered our minds to do otherwise. She was completely happy, and so was I. And then, overnight, everything changed. Robert was arrested for the murder of Harry Jordan. Mrs. Manette still had the money she'd found in Robert's trousers. One morning while she was out, 2 detectives came to the house. When Mrs. Manette returned...
What happened, Abigail? Did they find the money? What happened?
Nothing. They didn't find anything.
Oh, thank goodness. I saw their car here. I kept walking around the block until they left.
They didn't find the money, Mother, because I did.
What do you mean?
Sewed into the lining of the draperies.
I had to hide it, Abigail. Robert must have a good lawyer. Lawyers cost money.
Well, I destroyed the money. I burned it.
Oh, no.
We could never use that money, Mother.
Abigail, I swear to you by all my love for Robert and for you that he did not kill Harry Jordan.
You know and I know, Mother, that he did.
Are you going to turn against him, too? From the day you married him, you closed your eyes to what it was all about, to what he was all about, selfishly, just so you could be happy. He needed your strength, not your love. That's why I let you marry him. And all you gave him back was his own weakness.
But, Mother, I didn't know. There was no way for me to know.
You were blind because you wanted to be. It might have hurt you to know that Robert is what he is.
Oh, no.
If you had been willing to be hurt for his sake, you could have saved him.
I love Robert.
No, it's I who love him. Because I'm willing to know all about him and keep on loving him. But you, I relied on you, and you failed.
The trial was short. Robert had confessed. We walked out of the courtroom together, Mrs. Manette and I. Neither of us could say anything. But outside, on the steps of the courthouse, suddenly she whirled and faced me.
You killed him! You killed him! You killed him!
Well, that was about a year ago, Lieutenant. She left here and went to New York. Housekeeper for some wealthy family.
And what happened? It didn't make you feel different about him? About Robert?
No. No, for a while I'd visit him in prison as often as I could, but then...
Oh, excuse me. Hello?
We have some good news for you, Lieutenant. All planes are resuming schedule at midnight.
Not until midnight?
I'm afraid not, sir. There'll be a limousine leaving here for the airport at 11:30.
Okay, thanks very much. Well, looks like I'll be on my way tonight. It's funny, it stopped raining and I didn't even notice.
Shows what an interesting talker I am. Well, I'll run along now. It's been nice meeting you, Jerry. It was even nicer of you to listen to me. Good luck.
Thank you. I guess I should say Merry Christmas. Except it isn't, is it?
Oh, sure. And thanks for the use of your room.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Hello?
This is Simon Fenimore, Lieutenant. Say, that girl, Jackie Lamont, do you happen to know where she is?
She was here, but she left about an hour ago. What do you want? Has something to do with those headlines in the paper?
Yeah, maybe. Something like that. There's nothing wrong. There was something I wanted to talk to her about, that's all. Oh, did she see the paper?
She hadn't when she left here.
Oh. Well, thanks, Lieutenant. Goodbye.
Okay, Simon. What did he say?
I told you he wouldn't know where she was. Now, why don't you get out of here, Manette? My landlady wouldn't like this.
Think of the wonderful story you can write for the newspaper. Escaped murderer hides out in reporter's room. Exclusive.
At least you can put down that gun, Robert.
Tell me again. The woman who runs that joint, what did she say?
Okay. She hasn't seen her since last night when she went to the cathedral with that lieutenant. And what's wrong with that?
What size suit do you wear?
Look, Robert, the cops are looking for you all over town.
And I want to shave, Simon. I want to look pretty when I see my wife again. Clean and pretty. You can understand that, Simon, can't you?
Yeah, I understand. Well, I'll get on downtown. Help yourself to whatever you want.
No, Simon. I'm staying here till it's dark. And you're staying with me. I went to a lot of trouble to see my wife. My wife who gets a job in a place like the Maison Lafette while I'm in prison. I've got things to talk over with her. You can understand that, too, can't you?
What are you going to do?
Just straighten out my family life, that's all. What time does she go to work at that place, the Maison Lafette?
Oh, I guess about 9 o'clock.
That's fine, Simon. And that's where we'll be tonight, you and I. 9 o'clock at the Maison Lafette.
In just a moment, we'll bring you Act 3 of Christmas Holiday. Was there ever a girl in love who didn't sometime or other ask this question?
Come on and tell me, Jim. What was it made you fall in love with me?
And 9 times out of 10, the answer goes something like this.
Gosh, honey, I don't know exactly. Something about you, that's all. You're so sweet.
You see, it's often hard for a man to put into words the way he feels about the girl he loves. But when he says she's sweet, it's pretty sure to mean one thing. It means she has the all-important feminine charm that women call daintiness. Men just know it makes a girl nice to be close to. Here's what a famous screen star, Maria Montez, says.
Without perfect daintiness, no other charm counts.
And she gives you a tip.
It's so easy to make daintiness sure. A daily Lux Soap Beauty Bath does the trick. The creamy, fragrant lather leaves skin really fresh and sweet.
Yes, charming women everywhere have discovered that their complexion soap, Lux Toilet Soap, makes a delightful bath soap, too. They love the luxury of this satin-smooth cake, the delicate clinging fragrance it leaves on the skin. They love the way it lathers, even in hard water. Yet Lux Toilet Soap is thrifty, too. Each cake can be used to the last thin sliver. So, for a real beauty bath, use the soap that's luxurious yet inexpensive. The soap 9 out of 10 screen stars prefer. Hollywood's own beauty soap. Why not get some fragrant white Lux Toilet Soap tomorrow? We return you to Mr. Keeley.
Act 3 of Christmas Holiday, starring Loretta Young as Abigail, William Holden as Jerry, and David Bruce as Robert. It's a few minutes before 9 o'clock at the nightclub called the Maison Lafette. The crowd tonight is unusually large, perhaps because of the holidays, perhaps because the wife of an escaped murderer is billed as the star entertainer. Among the crowd is Jerry Mason. Quickly, he seeks out the proprietor, Valerie DeMille.
Hello, Mr. Morrow.
Well, good evening, Lieutenant. How are you? I thought you were well on your way to Frisco by now.
Oh, the planes aren't leaving till midnight. Mr. Morrow, she's here, isn't she? Jackie Lamont?
Close the door. Yes, she's here, Lieutenant. She's getting ready to do a number. You heard about her husband?
Yes. How is she?
Wouldn't you know? She's waiting for him.
I thought if I came out here, maybe I could help. I don't know how quite I
Well,
could
you
help.
might.
You don't think there's a chance that Manette would risk coming out here, do you?
Well, you never can tell. But just in case, they've got detectives all over the place.
Yeah, I saw one when I got out of the cab.
I hope they catch him soon. You don't really know Jackie, Lieutenant.
I think I do.
I like that crazy kid. I like that one-man look in her eyes. I only wish she were a different kind of guy. When she came here tonight, I told her to go on home, but she wouldn't go. She wants to do a job. But what about you? If your plane's going to leave, what are you doing out here?
Cab's waiting. It'll take me direct to the airport.
Oh, we'll be in Frisco in the morning, huh?
I'm not going. I've changed my mind.
Oh?
No. You see, I've learned 100 years' worth of life in the past 24 hours. I found out that you just don't do things because people have done the same things the same way. The important thing is being honest with yourself. Whatever you feel, whatever you are. That's why I said I think I know Jackie better than you think I do. Or maybe I mean I know Abigail.
You're all right, Lieutenant. Well, that's her number. I think we'd better get out there, huh? Coming, Lieutenant?
Oh, yes. Yes, I'd like to watch it.
Things you plan, need a helping hand, I will understand always.
Did they let you away that easy? Don't you even take an encore?
Robert! Oh, Robert, my darling. Oh, here, let me look at you. Let me look
You
at
look
you,
well, Abigail.
Abigail. Oh, no one has called me that.
Oh, that's right. You're Jackie now, aren't you?
Yes.
Jackie Lamont. No, don't turn on the light. I like it this way. It's a nice effect. The moonlight streaming in the window, and Simon here squirming against the shadows on the wall. Say hello to Jackie, Simon.
I'm sorry, Jackie.
Robert, we can't stay here. There must be a dozen detectives here looking for you.
I keep telling him that. I keep telling him.
I know
to get
they're
out.
here. They're on the dance floor, and they're at the front door, and they're at the back door.
Yes.
Kind of forgot I might not want to come in that way just to please them. Simon and I use the window, and I'll go out the same way.
We'll have to hurry. I can be ready in just a minute, and we'll need some money. Maybe Val
Wait a
will
minute.
give us
You mean you want to come along with me? Why? Tell me that. Why? I've kind of had the idea the last 2.5 years that you'd gotten used to getting along without me. At least it looked like that, didn't it, Simon?
Robert! I'll get the money.
You're staying right here. What kind of a fool do you think I am? You thought I'd rot in jail, didn't you? And you could do whatever you wanted to. Probably I'd never know. And even if I did, it wouldn't make any difference. There'd be nothing I could do about it anyway. Whatever made you think you could get away with it, Abigail?
Robert, I love you, darling. I love you. I love
The way you say it, I could almost believe it. Say it a little louder. I'd like the press to hear it. Say it for Simon.
There hasn't been a second that I didn't love you.
Sure. Right here at the Maison Lafette.
There's only one reason I've been working here. Only one. When it was all over, the trial and everything, I saw that your mother was right. I should have kept you from doing those things you were doing, Robert. I was just as much to blame as anybody. I can still hear them call you guilty. 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 I knew it was meant for me, too, and I wanted to die. But you were in prison, Robert, and you were alive. That's why I had to live like you and to suffer like you. People that I've met here had nothing but contempt for me. And that's what I wanted, was contempt and degradation. And now, darling, now do you know? This is my prison, Robert. But I'm not as strong as you are. I can't break out without you. I need you, darling. I've been holding on to you all this time, Robert, because I love you.
They told me after the trial how my mother stood on the courthouse steps and slapped you across the face. It's time that I give you your reward, too. Anybody that loves as much as you do is entitled to a reward.
Manette, don't. Manette, put down that gun.
You've never loved anybody but me, Abigail, isn't that right? No one else but me.
No.
Of course, people don't understand. They never do. Or there might even be somebody who thinks you didn't love me, that you enjoy your career out here. And maybe that's true. Maybe people are right. Maybe you're what they say you are, a cheap dirt...
Stop it, Robert! Who's in here? What's going on?
Get away from that light switch. Come in, both of you. Close that door. Now, get over against the wall. Yes, soldier, you too.
Now, don't be a fool, Manette.
You ought to know how easy one of these things can go off, soldier.
If you got any sense at all, you put that gun away.
I promise the police won't try any rough stuff if you do.
Get smart, will you, Manette? Put that gun down.
Wait a minute. What do you mean, you? You promise?
They're closing in. I heard them talking just now. I heard them mention this dressing room.
You killed a man once, Manette, and you didn't get away with it. This time they're going to hang you.
Shut up.
You're not going to kill anybody here, Manette. You're not going to shoot me because you'll have to wait until I turn my back on you. And I'm not going to turn my back on you, see? You're not going to shoot Jackie because I just now saw a cop come to that window.
Minette, stand where you are.
I came to kill you, Abigail, and that's just what I'm going to do. Step out of the way, soldier.
Drop that gun, Minette.
I'm not even sorry for you, Abigail. I'm not even...
Robert! Robert!
Sergeant, tell the boys they can go in.
Oh, Robert.
You know, I never saw you cry before. Not once.
Oh, Robert. Robert.
You can let go now, Abigail.
No.
You can let go now.
No, darling, no. Robert.
You heard what he said, Abigail. You can let go now.
Oh, take me home. Oh, please, take me home.
Well, this is it. This is where I live. Thank you, Jerry.
I was planning to go to the airport in a little while, Abigail. Except I'm not going until I know that you're all right. Until I know what you're going to do. I won't leave until I know.
You know, all of it was like a dream. A beautiful dream at first. And then a nightmare that wouldn't end. It would never end as long as I lived. But tonight it did end. I'm alive.
Abigail.
I'm all right. Really, I'm all right. I'll be going back now, Jerry. Back to Maine, I mean. My grandparents, they live there. I think I'd like to see them.
Do you remember what you said a little while ago? You asked me to take you home. I can't tell you how that made me feel. I'd like to do that, Abigail. I want to do that. Back to Maine. Would you let me?
Oh, Jerry, you're looking ahead, and I know what you're thinking, but it would be a mistake. Really, it would. I know it would.
Oh, you saved me from one mistake. I was going to San Francisco, remember? All I want is to take you back, Abigail. And then maybe, if I ever get another leave sometime, maybe I could come and see you. If you'd like to see me.
If I'd like to... Oh, thanks, Jerry. I think that'll be fine.
Now that we've had our Christmas holiday 3 months ahead of time, I think you'll all agree that every minute of it was a great experience. Thanks to Loretta Young and 2 ex-servicemen, we're proud to welcome to this theater, David Bruce and William Holden.
Oh, how about yourself, Bill? Last time I saw you, you were in uniform, too, and with eagles on your shoulders.
Well, Loretta, with your husband in the service, that makes this performance strictly GI. Right, boys?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Oh, come, fellas, let's demobilize. You can treat the colonel like a human being now. He's just a producer.
Quiet, Loretta. Here in Hollywood, you don't refer to a producer as just a producer. Or as a human being.
Now, seriously, Bill, you must be glad to be making feature pictures with established stars again.
I am, David. But I feel that I've directed some of the biggest stars in the world these last few years.
Biggest stars in the world?
The men of the Army Air Forces. Pilots, gunners, bombardiers, and ground crews. Men who have just completed the greatest performance in history.
Oh, I think we'll all agree with you there, Bill.
I missed meeting you in person in the Air Force, Colonel, but I saw your picture Target for today, and it was really great.
Were your Air Force pictures strictly for instruction purposes?
That's right. We made pictures covering every detail of our activities. From taking off a bomber to coming out of a dive.
Coming out of a dive, don't you just sneak out the back way?
Tell us, Bill, do you think that motion pictures will be used for education in civilian schools from now on?
I think they can be, and in many cases should be.
Oh?
They did wonders in the service.
I think I could stand to go back to school again and brush up on my 3 G's.
Don't you mean your 3 R's?
No, 3 G's. Grable, Garble, and Garson.
You know, I'd sort of like to brush up on the Old West with Loretta Young.
The Old West with Loretta Young?
Yes, if the professor will give a showing of Along Came Jones.
Oh, you mean her current Gary Cooper picture?
Yes, but I wasn't thinking about Gary Cooper. Just Loretta.
You mean you're falling for that Lux complexion, David?
And he's not alone in that, Bill.
Well, thank you, kind people. And I'm not alone in using Lux soap, either. Most of the people I know depend on it. It's a wonderful complexion care.
And in return for those kind words, Loretta, Lux has a special treat for all of you next Monday night when we take you to colorful Hawaii for Universal sparkling comedy, It's a Date. Our stars are Brian Ahern as the wealthy bachelor trapped by love, Diana Lynn as the young, ambitious actress training for her first big role, and Gail Sundergaard as the mother who finds herself in the center of a mix-up fit to end all mix-ups. Who gets who and who gets what? Well, you'll hear the surprising answer next week.
It's a date for Monday night, Bill. And thanks a million.
Good night, sir.
Good night, and our thanks to all of you. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theatre presents Brian Ahern, Diana Lynn, and Gail Sundergaard in It's a Date. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Every loyal American is interested in speeding our return to normal, overcoming shortages, and supplying Americans both here and overseas with things they need. So remember, we are still critically short of these very essential products, fats and oils. Waste fats are important not only to the manufacture of medicine for our wounded, but equally important in the manufacture of civilian goods. Automobiles, tires, vacuum cleaners and refrigerators, nylon, plastics, paint, soap, and scores of others. Housewives can render a vital service to their country by saving all waste kitchen fats, every drop, no matter how charred or discolored. Keep a tin can handy and deliver waste fats regularly to your butcher. He'll give you 4 cents plus 2 red points for each pound. William Holden appeared tonight through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, whose current release is Duffy's Tavern. The war is over, but with millions of our men and women overseas, the Hollywood Victory Committee has pledged its continued support to the entertainment program of the USO. To date, almost 4,000 Hollywood performers, stars of screen and radio, have traveled millions of miles to brighten the leisure hours of our fighting forces. With the support of the entire motion picture industry, they'll continue to visit our occupation forces, just as they are currently entertaining wounded servicemen in hospitals and convalescent homes throughout America. This program of the Lux Radio Theatre will be broadcast to our men and women overseas through cooperation with the Armed Forces Radio Service. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear It's a Date with Brian Ahern, Diana Lynn, and Gail Sundergaard.
3 little words when you bake and fry mean surefire results. Rely on Spry.
Rely on Spry for light, full-flavored cakes, tender, nut-sweet pastry, crisp-coated, digestible fried food.
You can say that again.
Rely on Spry.
Pure, all-vegetable shortening at its creamy best. S-P-R-Y.
Be sure to listen in next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theatre presentation of It's a Date with Brian Ahern, Diana Lynn, and Gail Sundergaard. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
It is often stated by opponents of the church that she condemns those who innocently and unwittingly commit deeds which she, the church, regards as sinful. And this is, of course, not so. An action, a word, or thought is only wrong if we know it in the first case to be so. And with this full knowledge, persist in going our own way. Let me conclude by quoting the words that a great poet and dramatist of our times puts into the mouth of one of his characters.
Ah, here it comes.
If we were all judged according to the consequences of all our words and deeds, beyond the intention and beyond our limited understanding of ourselves and others, we should all be condemned.
I told you so. Half a crown you owe me.
Quiet, Colonel.
So, if in your words, actions, and thoughts you do not intend to defy or ignore what your conscience tells you to be the will of God, then you remain as innocent of evil as a newborn babe. Oh, and one final and personal remark. I should like to say how touched and grateful I am that some of you, with all the calls I have to make on your generosity from time to time, still contribute to the fund for the restoration of our crucifixion stained glass window. Indeed, I am hoping, when I empty the box after the service today, that I shall find we have reached the halfway figure to our target, which is, as you know, £200. And now for our final hymn today, we will sing, "Now Thank We All Our God."
Would you like to come back to the vicarage for a cup of coffee, Colonel?
Oh, won't I be in the way?
You can help Stephen count the collection.
Oh, very well.
Good morning, Mrs. Slater.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Glossop. How's Mrs. Glossop?
She's gone to Colchester today. I'm afraid the vicar's just a little too much of a spike for her, if you'll forgive me. But I tell her it's the same God, isn't it? Does it matter where you worship him?
Quite.
And this is a beautiful little church. Beautiful little church. I can quite understand the vicar and his stained glass window. In fact, I've got half a crown for him.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Glossop, thank you.
And how's Mrs. Glossop? Well, she's in Colchester.
Oh, she thinks I'm a bit of a spike, doesn't she? Oh, good morning, Miss Faraday.
Goodbye, Mrs. Faraday. Goodbye, Colonel.
Oh, before I forget, Colonel, here's your half a crown.
Oh, thank you. Well, is this the place to conduct your financial transaction?
Well, it's your fault, Stephen.
Mine?
The Colonel bet me half a crown you couldn't keep T.S. Eliot out of your sermon.
Yes. However, it's an ill wind.
Oh, well, thank you very much.
I've asked the Colonel over for a cup of coffee.
Oh, right, my dear. I'll see you in a few minutes.
Come along, Colonel. We can read the scandal in the Sunday press. Anything spicy in the news?
No, just a lot more about these train robber fellows and what's happened to all that money.
Will they ever get it back?
Nearly £1 million? Well, most of it's outside the country, I should say.
Well, there must be some of it still about. Sugar?
Thank you. A wonderful bit of organisation. We could do with some of these fellows in the government.
Oh, surely we're robbed enough as it is.
Thank you. Well, yes, but if we've got to be robbed, it might as well be with efficiency.
Now, Colonel, you do sound conventional. Look, if you'll excuse me a moment, I must put the oven on. Will you answer that for me, Colonel?
Yeah, right, yes. Hello? This is the vicarage.
Oh, good morning, Vicar.
I'm not the vicar.
Oh. Are you the curate?
You must be out of your mind.
Thank
you,
sorry.
Colonel. Hello?
Hello. Hester Pringle here.
Oh, yes, Miss Pringle. I'm afraid my husband's not back from church yet, but can I give him a message?
Well, I've been expecting to hear from him.
Is it about the stained glass window?
Yes. If he could telephone me, I've got a suggestion for him.
Well, look, he shouldn't be long. I'll tell him as soon as he comes in.
Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Goodbye. That's the artist who's working on the stained glass window.
Oh, I see.
Stephen wrote to the Reigate College of Art, and they suggested her.
Well, I must say I admire him over this appeal. He couldn't have been more determined if it had been the Leonardo cartoon.
Oh, if my husband hadn't been a clergyman, I think he'd have been a patron of the arts, or at least if he had money, he'd have been both. Oh, there he is. We're in the front room, Stephen.
Oh, right.
Look, if you want some coffee, bring another cup.
Oh, haven't we any sherry for the Colonel?
Well, if we had, he wouldn't touch it.
Well, I think I will.
All right, well, put the loot down there while I get the sherry.
Oh, that's no way to refer to the Sunday collection. My wife, I fear, persists in relating my approach to the congregation with that of a robber to his victims.
If it ain't the right reasons, darling.
You can't rob for the right reasons. Huh? Well, if a fellow swindled me out of my money, wouldn't I be justified in employing any means to get it back? Any means within the law.
Don't pursue it, Colonel. My husband's principles are as unswerving as his taste. There, drink your sherry, darling.
Thank you.
Oh, and when you've finished, will you ring Miss Pringle? She's got a suggestion to make.
A suggestion? Oh, I hope she doesn't want any more money.
I thought you'd agreed on the figure.
No, yes, I mean more in advance.
In advance? Do you mean you paid her some already?
No, only towards the purchase of the actual glass.
Wasn't that taking a chance?
Oh, I don't think so. I had a glowing account of her work from Reigate, and she seemed an honest enough girl.
Yes, but what if something happened to her before it was finished?
Oh, that's a thought. Not a very cheerful one.
How would you face your parishioners?
Well, naturally, I should render an account and, well, if necessary, reimburse them. Oh, what with?
We'd have to pawn my jewellery, dear. Both earrings. Oh, that's another thing my husband could have been, Colonel. A gambler.
One has to take a risk sometimes.
Oh, there you are. Oh, well, you ring her up while we count the filthy lucre raised by your trusting flock.
Oh, well, very well. Oh, here's the key.
Right, now let's see. Sweet. Heavens, there's a fiver. Oh, Mrs. Hasty again, I suppose.
Oh, no, she'd have told me.
Oh, Colonel, it was you.
Oh, well, I know my right hand shouldn't know what my left one's up to, but I can't resist it.
Which one do I shake?
Hello?
Oh, Miss Pringle.
Yes, Vicar. I trust that is the Vicar.
Yes, it is. I'm sorry I wasn't in when you rang.
I've been having to hear from you.
Well, I've been waiting till our fund topped the 3-figure mark.
How much do you think you've got now?
Well, I should say £100 odd. A few shillings either way.
That's enough.
I beg your pardon?
Hello? Are you there?
Yes. I'm afraid I don't know what to say.
What's the matter?
It's so very short of our agreement.
That's all right.
You mean you'll complete the job for that sum?
It's completed. That's a surprise I had for you.
Oh, dear me.
Yes.
It's completed and she doesn't want any more money.
Well, say thank you.
Thank you.
Would you like me to bring it down? Or would you rather see it first?
Oh, I'll come and collect it.
Okay. Tomorrow?
Yes. Take the cheque with you.
I'll bring the cheque with you. Me.
There's just one point. If it's not terribly inconvenient, I'd rather you paid me in cash.
Yeah, well, yes, I'm sure that's all right.
Nothing shady. It's just that I haven't a bank account.
Oh.
And it's a little easier for tax reasons.
I didn't hear that. I'll draw the money out first thing and come straight up.
Look forward to seeing you.
Yes. And Miss Pringle, I do thank you most sincerely.
Oh, that's okay. Bye.
Goodbye. Well.
Stephen.
Oh, it's difficult to know what to say. Yes, hadn't you better take me along as bodyguard?
But it is a lot of money to carry about with you.
Oh, the good Lord has looked after us very well up to now. I'm sure he'll continue to do so. Good morning.
Oh, hello there, Father. Oh, I want to know,
Would you be kind enough to tell me, have I must have turned into Farm Lane?
Oh, no, it's just there.
I'm down on a visit to my sister and brother-in-law, and I always miss the way. Proctor, the grocer.
Oh, I know them well. Now, are you staying long?
No, I'm going straight back, sir. You're looking at my suitcase. That's for the goodies. They never let me go without a great parcel of eggs and butter. They can say what they like about Bartry hens, but you can't beat real fresh eggs and butter.
I imagine the hens would agree with you.
They would that. Anyway, I mustn't keep you.
Oh, well, we'll talk again when you're down next.
That we will. Good day to you.
Oh, good day to you.
Hello there.
Oh, it's you.
That's a friendly welcome.
I was expecting you last night.
I had a certain amount of difficulty in encountering your man.
You shouldn't have.
I've only been out 2 days. I wanted a bit of a party. Is Kitty around?
She doesn't even know you're out. I thought it was best not to tell her you were coming. You'd have had difficulty in getting away, and she'd have insisted in preparing a parcel of groceries for you herself.
I'm with you. I take it you've done that already.
A very generous one, including 24 packets of butter, especially packed.
And what?
Roughly £500 each.
That comes to
£12,000, so be careful.
And me, scunt, there's irony for you. I wouldn't say no to a small advance.
Well, I'll let you have a few quid. They'll look after you when you deliver this lot.
So they should. Blowing the town with all their damn stolen currency.
You don't have to do it, you know.
Oh, how are you, my darling?
A sadder and wiser man. Oh, it's grand to see you, Kitty. Really it is.
Oh, you should have told us you were coming down.
Oh, I've only been out 2 days.
What are you going to do now?
Oh, I'm back at the old job.
Oh, I wish I could get away from these bookie shops and all your gambling friends.
Kitty, if a man's a gambler, he's a gambler, no matter where he works.
It's the occasions of sin you ought to worry about.
Oh, there speaks Mama's daughter.
You'll stay for a few days.
I can't, love. I'm down strictly on business.
What kind of business?
Negotiating.
Who with?
Who for, you mean?
Oh, Pat, you're not up to your tricks again.
Indeed I am. You've heard of the big bank robbery.
You're pulling my leg.
Indeed I'm not. I'm up to my ears in fivers.
Oh, give him a cup of tea.
Well, you see, there was this man on the train. He invited me to play a game of poker, you see. And when I won, we got into a bit of an argument.
What about?
Well, he made certain implications, which I was prepared to ignore. And then he called me a damned orangeman. You don't expect me to take that, do you? Imagine what Dad would have done.
And Mar, too.
Exactly.
Oh, go and have tea.
You're a Sassenach. You won't understand. You live in your own isolated world of chicken and eggs and butter.
That's £5, 7 shillings and 6pence, making a total in the account of 6 and 6 is 1, and we take once more, 11, £102 and 11 shillings.
Oh, it's a little more than I thought.
You probably forgot the interest.
Oh, yes. Now, I'd like to give you a cheque for that sum and draw it out in cash.
You mean we can expect to see the new window in the near future?
I'm going to collect it this morning.
Oh, surprise. You never told us yesterday.
I didn't know until the young lady rang me later.
Oh, yes? Young lady?
The artist. She's very kindly not charging me the full amount.
When one thinks what a lot could be done with that money.
That's what the objectors said to our Lord in the house at Bethania.
I beg your pardon?
John, chapter 12, where Mary poured all that expensive ointment on him, and people complained how much better the money would have been spent on the poor. And you'll remember perhaps how he ticked them off. So I feel I have a suitable precedent. And you may recall, too, the name of the principal objector.
Who?
Judas Iscariot.
Yes. Well, you'd like the money in £5 notes, would you, Vicar?
Yes,
The train arriving at platform 1.
is for Chelmsford, Sheffield, Witham, and Liverpool Street.
Would you mind giving me a hand with one of these?
Oh, certainly.
Oh, it's you, Father.
Oh.
It's a small world, isn't it?
Oh, here, let me help you with your suitcase.
No. If you could just open the door, I'll shut the door in.
Yes.
We'll leave the eggs on the floor. I'll put the case up in the rack. There.
Oh. Your relations have certainly been very generous.
How did... Oh, of course, I told you. I've enough butter in here to grease the engines of a liner. Oh, I thought I was going to miss the train with all this to carry. Thanks very much for your help.
Not at all. Oh, well, at least we've the carriage to ourselves.
You don't mind me travelling up with you, Father?
Oh, on the contrary, I'm happy for the company. Do you come down often?
It's a bit quiet for me. I'm a man of the city. I come from Belfast, Father. That is what I call you.
Not many do. I rather like it.
It's the habit of a lifetime. I'm a Roman Catholic. Lapsed, of course.
Roman Catholic? From Ulster?
Why not?
One always assumes, quite absurdly, of course, that all Ulstermen are automatically...
Automatically what?
Well, Protestants or Orangemen.
Orangemen? Orangemen? You don't know what you're saying.
Quite absurd, of course.
I scarred men for less.
Oh, my.
Those bloody Orangemen, they've been the cause of all the trouble ever since Oliver Cromwell. And who was responsible for it in the first place? And who has supported them ever since? You lot, sir. Am I right? Am I right?
Yeah.
We're a minority, a considerable minority. We're treated in the most disgraceful way. There are things happening in the north of Ireland that are a disgrace to any civilized country. Can I ask you again? What do you do for us? Not a single thing.
Well, perhaps the visit of His Grace the Archbishop to the Pope?
What does the Grace know of what goes on the Shankill Road?
Quite. I'm extremely sorry. I naturally never intended to make a derogatory personal remark. Oh, forgive me, please. It just shows how dangerous it is to discuss the subject of religion.
I suppose it's impossible for you to get away from it.
Good point. Would you care for a sandwich?
No, thanks.
Oh. I have a flask of coffee.
I'm not thirsty.
Oh, dear. Oh, how clumsy of me.
Here, let me hold that. You mop yourself up.
Oh, thank you. All over the contents of my briefcase. Oh, how very stupid of me.
Good heavens, Father. Have you been robbing a poor box?
It does look like it, doesn't it?
I wouldn't fancy to carry all that money about.
No, I never have before. This is a particular responsibility, as it isn't really mine.
Other people's money is a great responsibility.
Look at them all. Soaked with coffee.
Don't worry, Father. A fiver's a fiver, no matter what the flavour. Would it be a rude question to ask who they belong to?
To my parishioners.
Sunday collections.
Oh, dear me, no. A special fund to restore a stained glass window. I'm on my way to pick it up now.
And you've collected all that?
£100 and 2 shillings.
What a wonderful flock you have.
It was an answer to prayer.
Do you really believe in that kind of thing?
Oh, I do. And so should you, even if you are a lapsed Catholic.
We don't pray for material gain, Father.
Touché.
I'll have that cup of coffee now.
Oh. I've still a little coffee left.
No, thank you, Father. How much longer have we?
About half an hour.
Would you have any objection if I brought out the carts, Father? Just to while away the time.
Oh, of course not.
Let's pull that up. There we are. Spot the lady.
I beg your pardon?
Don't you know the game, Father? It's a speciality of the boys coming back from the races. See these 3 cards?
Yes.
One of them, the Queen of Clubs. Now, I place them face downwards on the table. You have to pick out the lady, the Queen of Clubs.
I see. that shouldn't be difficult.
It's not. Will you have a go?
Oh, well,
I'll do it again. Watch carefully. There. Spot the lady.
The middle one.
Wrong, Father. Try again. There. Go on, just for fun.
That one.
You're right. That was very impressive, Father. Hey, you wouldn't be trying it on with me, would you?
I beg your pardon?
You haven't played this before?
Oh, good heavens, no.
I don't suppose by any chance you're a card player.
Oh, not really.
Oh, is that so? I like a game of poker. There it's every man for himself. Have you ever played it?
Oh, not since I left theological college. And then strictly for matchsticks.
Oh, that's good, very good. What about a game now for matchsticks?
Oh, good heavens, I couldn't.
You mean you've forgotten the rules?
Oh, no, but I mean, in my position.
Oh, there's nothing immoral in it, Father.
Oh, I know that, and you know it, but it would scandalize many people.
But there's no one here to scandalize. What the eye doesn't see.
Oh, nevertheless.
You're right, Father. Spot the lady.
What? Oh, I wasn't looking.
Right. There.
Oh, that one.
Well, I'll be... You're right. I'm losing my touch. I'll tell you what. I'll give you £1 if you can do it again.
Oh, well.
And no liability on yourself, just to satisfy pride.
Very well.
There.
That one.
You're right again. Oh, here. One greenback.
Oh, no, I couldn't possibly.
No, Father, no. No, I'm a man of honor. A debt's a debt.
Oh, but I didn't actually accept it.
Oh, you didn't say no.
Well, it's extremely generous of you. I shall put it in the collecting box next Sunday.
That's the idea, Father. How about doubling it?
Oh, now. Get thee behind me.
Oh, it wouldn't be the first time I've been compared to all night. Well, at least give me the chance to get it back.
Oh, well, yes.
There.
Oh, that one.
You've done it again.
Oh, dear. Oh, I didn't mean to.
Oh, that's why you did it. When a man's all can't stop and worried, he never succeeds to gamble, you understand?
Oh, I'm not a gambler.
Are you sure? I could have sworn you had that look in your eyes. Gambling. It's a drug. You see a lot of it in my business.
Which is?
I'm a tough accountant.
Oh, nothing to do with horticulture.
That's very good, Father. Horticulture, yeah. Oh, I nearly forgot. Here's your £2.
Oh, no, really, please.
Father, I insist, even if I am nearly skint. But you could give me the chance to recuperate my losses.
Very well.
Oh, don't let me force you.
You want me to nominate this lady again?
Oh, let's give her a break and have a round of poker.
I'm a little rusty.
Look, I'll tell you what I'll do with you. I'll deal us both 5 cards each. If you've got the better hand, you won. If not, I won. No bluffing. Just the straight luck of the hands.
Yes.
We'll have a trial run first. Here, you deal.
Oh, very well. Oh.
What is it?
Oh, do you mind if we just pass through this station?
Ah, of course not, Father. Where are we?
I'm not sure, but there's just the one more stop before we get in.
No. Well, no. Well, I think we're clear. Just one little card different, and I've had a flush.
Oh, that's when all the cards are of the same suit, isn't it?
Ah, I see you haven't forgotten your theological training, Father. What about you?
Oh, just a pair of 2s.
You won that one. Now for £2. Ideal. 2 for you, 2 for me. 1, 2, 3. Ah! I think I got you. 3 kings.
Nothing.
What do you mean, nothing? You were straight. You know a sequence. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That beats my 3. Making another £2 I owe you.
Oh, I am sorry.
Here. You'll be able to buy yourself another one if this goes on.
Oh, no, this is very wrong.
Now, what's wrong about it? You're not walking any fast ones. And even if you were, You wouldn't keep the money for yourself, and that would make it all right.
Indeed, it would not.
Why wouldn't it?
However altruistic my intention, if my action involved breaking one of God's commandments, it would be wrong.
No, I'm sure the Jesuits could go around that one.
They produce some very interesting theology.
Oh, never mind that, Father. Let's get on with the poker. A double or quits.
I beg your pardon?
If you win again, that'll be 8. If I win, we're back to where we started. Are you with me?
But that isn't fair on you.
It's my only chance.
But you can afford it.
Ah, you want to see my money? Is that it? Never mind, Father. I can cover anything you can put down.
Oh, I didn't mean that.
No, you're right. You're right. Just a minute. I have a small sum tucked up the way up here. There we are.
Oh.
There. £10. Are you satisfied?
I never meant to imply that
Oh, you were justified. 2 for you. For me. 1, 2, 3. What have you got?
A pair of queens.
Nothing. Another £8 I owe you.
No, I really don't want to take
You've got to take it.
Even if I tell you, it really distresses me.
We're gamblers, Father.
Oh, please don't say that.
Tell you what. I owe you 8, right? Now put your £2 change in my £10, and we'll play for that.
But I've still got another £2 of your money.
I'll put that on, too.
Oh, and if you lose that...
I can pay you. Look.
Good heavens.
Besides, my luck is bound to change.
Very well. And if you win, no more.
Ah, you're a gentleman, Father. I think I got you. 3 4s. Another flush.
I told you not to...
I don't know what you're looking so miserable for. That's another 14 I owe you. 5, 10, 15. I take £1. There, £28.
I really don't know what to do.
Ah, stop your moaning.
No, please, won't
now,
you
look,
take
if you're going to offer me your money back, I'm warning you. Of course, if we had another deal.
I did say that I wouldn't play anymore.
You only said no more if I won, didn't you?
Yes.
Well, it's up to you. I can't say I wouldn't appreciate it. You see, this money...
Yes?
Oh, nothing. I'll have to explain it to the wife somehow.
It isn't that I don't want to.
You mean that?
I should never feel at ease if I thought that through me you were in trouble.
Well, I am, so what are we waiting for? Let's make it around 30. There. I take 3. Yeah, put down another 5. What do you say?
I'm a little confused.
And if I lose again, I stop.
You give me your word of honor.
That I pay?
No, that you stop.
Yes. That suits you.
Mm-hmm.
Well?
A pair of 2s.
A pair of 3s? Oh, I never thought I'd win with a hand like that. Oh, thank you, Father. You know, I could have sworn you had me beat there. Let's have your cards. Yeah, have you are. Oh, what's wrong?
Nothing.
I thought you'd been pleased.
I am, but...
But what?
What was your hand?
A pair of 3s. I told you.
Yes, of course you did.
Is there something on your mind?
No.
I think there is.
I assure you, I'm very pleased.
You don't look it. What's worrying you?
Nothing. It's just that you usually...
Usually what?
You usually show your hand, and you didn't.
Are you suggesting that I'm cheating you?
No. No, of course not.
Keep your damn money. The first winning hand I have.
I'm sorry. Please forget it.
No, thank you. And it's not even as if you've lost anything. Take it. Take it.
No, I insist. Oh, please, we're coming to a station.
Oh, well, if you insist. Mind you, I've made nothing.
Please pick it up.
Come to think of it, I could just as easily accuse you of cheating.
Oh, I didn't. Now, would you mind putting the money away?
Why? It'd make nice reading in the paper. Poker playing parson accused of cheating.
Oh.
That's my money, sir. Perhaps if we had another game.
All right. Provided no one gets in.
I'll make sure they don't. This is the last stop, isn't it?
Oh, dear.
What are you up to?
I'm having a cup of coffee.
Ah, we're lucky. There's practically no one here. Oh, for crying out, mind the cards. Where are they?
I put them in my briefcase.
Give them to me. Well, there's my money. 30 pounds of it.
Could I finish my coffee first?
Certainly. To prove that I'm not a cheat, you can deal the cards. Face upwards. I'll double the stake.
I never said you cheated.
The last man who dead ended in hospital.
Sure, you don't mean to threaten me.
Out of respect for your cloth, father.
If you like.
Well, let me tell you this. I've no respect for it. You may consider yourself a priest of God, but to me, you're just an English heretic.
That is the remark of an ignorant Irishman.
What's that? Don't push me, sir. Don't push me. I've not much control of my temper.
Look, you've got your money back. Why do you want to go on?
Because I'm a gambler.
And if I refuse?
I wouldn't go back on your word if I were you. There's my money.
I shouldn't be playing with money that's not my own.
You might win.
You're putting me in an impossible position. I'd no idea that you were...
A rogue? Well, I am. Ask any of my friends. But I'm not a cheat. And that's where you made your big mistake.
I repeat again, I never said you were. And if I gave a wrong impression, I can only ask you to accept my apology.
I do. You deal. And I wouldn't try pulling a communication cord unless you want a broken jaw. I mean it.
You'd be had up for assault.
I know that. And I'd go to prison. That'd make an even better story. I've just come from there. For the same reason.
You haven't a grudge, have you?
I wouldn't bother with a psychology, sir. Or perhaps you'd like to hear my confession. Father, forgive me for I have sinned. But you wouldn't know about that.
Don't.
Then stop the gob and let's play. We'll be in Liverpool Street in a few minutes.
You can deal.
All right. Hey, where's your money? On second thoughts, I respect your integrity. Even if you don't respect mine.
You're never going to get over that, are you?
No. For your clubs, 5 of hearts. For me, 10 of clubs, 4 of clubs. For you, 5 of spades. Ha! 3 fives. You see, I'm not a cheat. For me, 9 of clubs, jack of clubs. Wait for it. Another club and I have a flush to beat you 3. Queen of clubs! I've done it! The lady herself! Right!
Yes. I hope you realize what you're doing. 30 pounds. There.
Look, I nearly lost that. If I had, I wouldn't have grumbled.
You've not lost somebody else's money.
Oh, I'd never do a thing like that. Well, you'll just have to pay them back, won't you?
But the window...
Well, would you like to win it back?
I don't know.
What?
I don't know.
Well, make up your mind.
All right.
Well. What do we play for?
What's on the table, and I'll cover your money.
Is that so? Real sportsman, aren't you?
60 pounds.
Right. Your deal.
No, I'd rather play the other game.
Stop the lady! You're out of your mind. Look, I'm a bit of an expert on that. You were just lucky before.
Nevertheless...
Well, it's your own funeral. Where's the Queen of Clubs?
There, on the top.
Ah, yes, so she is. The last of a flush. Well, here goes. Go on, spot her.
That one.
You're right.
Thank you. My money.
Just a moment. We've plenty of time for another.
I don't want another. I just want my money back.
So do I.
All right.
Double the stake. Come on, have a go.
I haven't that amount of money.
Around 100 then. You got that? Tell you what, to give you a chance, make it the best out of 3.
All right. And here's my money.
And here's mine. You seem very confident.
I am.
Look, why not make it poker? You'll have a better chance.
No, thank you.
Well, don't say I didn't warn you. Well, here we go. There.
That one.
You're lucky, aren't you?
You'd better hurry up. We're nearly at the station.
So we are. Now, wait for it.
The middle card.
What?
I'm right, aren't I?
You seem very sure of yourself.
There.
All right. You needn't be so damn greedy about it. You've been having me on. You knew all about this game. You must have. Not one man in 1,000 could have followed the cards therein. Admit it. Admit it.
I admit nothing. I only know that I called right.
Called right nothing. We'll have another one.
We can't. We're coming into the station.
We'll have another. And if you don't agree, I'll yell. Let the whole station know I've been playing poker with a parson who cheats.
It's not I who am the cheat, and I only want my money back.
Keep your hands off that money. Give me this note, you fool. You can have your damn money back when I've sorted them out, but I must have them. No. You're not leaving this carriage with them. Give them to me. Give them to me.
Help, Porter!
Shut up! This money's not mine. Don't you understand?
Stop this and let go of me.
I'm trying to tell you that this money's stolen.
I don't believe you. Let me go.
Yeah, what's going on here? Yeah, turn it over, sir.
Shut your mouth.
Yeah, don't you talk to me like that.
This man is assaulting me.
He's stealing me out of my money.
What's that?
Think you heard me? All right. We'll just have a little matter and the buffet. I want to explain something to you. I don't want explanation.
Let the gentleman be, sir. Let me out.
Stop it!
Yeah.
Keep your eye on my luggage. Hey, come back, sir! Come back, sir! Come back, miss! Come back!
Excuse me, sir.
Now get out of my way. Can't you see I'm in a hurry?
I'm sorry, sir. Police. Are you Mr. Patrick Mulhoney of 6 Castle Buildings, W14?
What about him?
We'd like a word with you, please.
Look, I have to catch my friend. He's a clergyman.
I'm sorry, sir. If you'd be good enough to come with us to the station, we can talk it
What's
all
all this about? Are you arresting me?
We have reason to believe you could help us with some inquiries we're making.
I've only been out of the neck a couple of days.
We know that, sir. I suggest it would be to your own interest.
I don't. I don't suppose I've any choice. All right.
What about your possessions, sir?
Possessions? I don't have any.
You don't mind if we check on that, sir?
But, officer, this is a waste of time.
Now, this was your carriage, wasn't it, sir?
Yeah, I found a couple of fivers on the floor. Am I supposed to look after them, too?
Fivers? I haven't seen one in years.
Then what are all these other bleeders doing in this package? Been robbing a bank, governor?
Now, I can explain all this, Inspector.
Of course, sir. At the station. We'll see to the rest of your luggage. All of it.
Well, all of it's not there.
What do you mean?
I mean, some of it's disappeared. And if you want to get it back, you better find that reverend gentleman. He's got 100 of his stolen notes. Wouldn't it be fair to try and find him? Just to let him know, like.
And where do you suggest we do that?
After what he's been through, I should think he's need a drop of the hard stuff. You might have a look in the buffet.
All right. Come along, then.
Could I please have a glass of whiskey?
Not a large one, dear.
Thank you.
Not feeling too well, dear.
No, a parochial trouble, sinner.
Oh, I have the same in my stomach. You are, dear. 5 shillings and 6pence, please.
Thank you.
There he is. There's your man. Father!
Oh, dear.
Father, don't run away. I'm well under control. These 2 good-looking fellas are from the police.
Good heavens.
Good morning, Padre.
Father. He prefers father. He's one of these high-class heretics. Not that you ignorant lad would understand that.
Ah? Detective Inspector O'Sullivan, sir. This gentleman tells me you're in possession of a sum of money which you gained from him on the journey up from Colchester.
If he has any accusations to make, I should be only too happy to come to the police station and answer them there. But not here, please.
I'm not making any accusations yet. Listen, here. You know I told you that money was bent?
Bent?
Stolen, you. I'm telling you, that money you won from me wasn't mine.
Whose was it?
I don't know whose it was.
We have reason to believe, sir, that the money was part of a larger sum stolen in a recent bank robbery.
Oh. You see, I was telling you the truth.
You mean that the sum of this money is not rightfully mine?
I'm afraid not, sir. If you'll come along with me, we'll be able to sort it out.
Look, he's on his way to pay for a holy window.
We'll drive you there, sir, as soon as we've finished. It shouldn't take long. Take that man to the station, Sergeant. We'll pick up a taxi, sir.
And don't forget the reward. There's a reward for anyone assisting in the recovery of the money. And without your assistance, they'd never have recovered this lot. 12,000 quid. And if they want any corroboration, I'm prepared to commit myself an oath as a gentleman. Although I still don't believe you won the money by fair and square.
Take him along, then.
And I hope one day you'll give me the chance to get it back again.
Good day to you.
And the same to you, Father.
To say the least.
Well, what happened when you got to the station?
It all took much longer than we thought. I rang Hester Pringle several times. Eventually, she very kindly said she'd bring the thing down tomorrow herself.
And what about this reward?
No, apparently there's something in it. The inspector, who couldn't have been more decent about the whole thing, said he'd ring me this evening. Oh, Stella, I shall never forgive myself for being involved in such a mishap.
Oh, why? I mean, you hadn't stolen the money. Oh, look, in a few months we'll be laughing about it.
I don't think so.
Well, at least it was very clever of you to get the better of a crook.
I don't think he was being crooked with me.
You're not being generous, are you, dear?
No, I think that even when he turned nasty and forced me to play, he still intended to get his money back by superior skill.
And you were more skillful than he was.
Hardly.
Well, you picked the right spotted lady, or whatever you call her.
Yes. But that wasn't due to skill.
Oh, well, intuition or luck.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't luck, either. Oh, if it hadn't been for his menacing attitude, I probably shouldn't have done what I did. I was very scared, Stella.
Oh, darling.
No, I've always been rather a physical coward.
Oh, nonsense. Well, go on.
And I only wanted to get back my parishioners' money. I didn't intend to profit myself.
Oh, never mind the extenuating circumstances.
I cheated.
I know. But how?
I happened to know that a certain card was marked.
You mean the spotted lady?
Yes. And I took advantage of my knowledge.
You mean he marked it?
No. I had. Accidentally.
What with?
Coffee.
Coffee?
Oh, no.
Oh,
Stella, please.
Coffee. Oh, no.
Stella.
I'm sorry. Oh, coffee. I honestly don't. When?
But it must have been at the last stop, just before we played the final hand of poker. The Queen of Clubs happened to be the last card dealt, and...
Oh, dear.
Well, I noticed the slightest stain on the bottom left-hand corner.
And?
I'm afraid I succumbed to temptation. I quite deliberately suggested changing to the other game because I knew I couldn't lose.
Yeah. Oh, no, darling, you're being too harsh on yourself.
I was guilty of a double deceit. I've no excuse.
The Lord knows how you'll punish yourself for it.
I can only hope he forgives me.
And it'd be wrong if you didn't. Besides, there is a precedent.
Mm-hmm.
But I seem to remember the second thief on the cross. The one who didn't defy him.
How strange you should say that. Oh, that could be the inspector. Hello? Oh, good evening, Inspector. Yes. I see. Well, thank you for the trouble you've taken.
I feel this is false pretenses. I see. Well, thank you again, Inspector. Yes. Good evening. Well, that's it.
The reward?
Yes. Well, they're undoubtedly stretching a point, but it seems I shall be receiving a sum of around £300.
What?
If I accept it.
Oh, well, I think it would be discourteous if you refused it.
I could at least pay Miss Pringle her full fee.
Yes, quite.
Not only that, I was thinking, on the way back in the train, there's something else I'd like to do.
Yes?
When I commissioned the crucifixion, I always visualized it as a centerpiece of a triptych in glass, so to speak, behind the main altar. I never imagined that such an idea could ever be realized. But with this unexpected windfall, I'm tempted to go ahead with it now.
What is it?
As I've said, the crucified Christ on the center panel, and on either side...
Mary and Joseph? Two saints?
I rather thought the two robbers.
A few hours ago, after serving a term of 14 years, Frankie Madison was released from Sing Sing prison. Now, in a second-rate hotel in Midtown, New York...
Is it all right, Frankie? Rooms are kind of hard to get these days, but
It's fine, Dave. Any room will look fine to me as long as it didn't have bars on it. And thanks for meeting me at the station.
Forget it, will you?
Town looks good to me, Dave. 14 years, and it's still the same.
It only looks the same, Frankie.
Well, it better be the same.
Oh, I bought some clothes for you. Everything's in the closet. Hope you like what I picked out.
Thanks, Dave.
There's some money for you in the bureau drawer.
Dave, you haven't said anything about Niall. How is he? How's the nightclub doing?
Things are okay, Frankie. All's fine. Frankie, I got to get back to the club. I got a lot of work to do. I'll see you later, won't I?
Well, what's the trouble, Dave?
Trouble?
Yeah, you're scared.
Me? No.
I can smell it. I spent 14 years where everybody was scared. What is it?
Nothing, Frankie, honest.
Is it Niall? Has he got his teeth into you? Here, look at this. This magazine.
Huh? Oh, that magazine. That was good publicity for the club, Frankie.
Yeah, lots of pictures, huh, Dave? Pictures of Niall. Pictures of the celebrated Regent Club, one of New York's most exclusive night spots. Niall Turner and his famous Major Domo Maurice. Yeah, and this one, Niall with a dame so rich. What's he trying to do, crash society?
Frankie, wait.
Now, look at this one. Niall and another dame.
That's Kay Lawrence, Frankie. She sings at the club.
Niall Turner coaching Kay Lawrence. Coaching? My pal, now, my partner. Sent me a carton of cigarettes once a month. Never a visit, never even a letter.
Listen,
I was
Frank.
63 minutes away by the new Parkway. He never drove it once. What about you, Dave? You came and visited me, didn't you? And each time I saw you were a little worse, a little more frightened. Is it now? What's he doing to you?
Cut it out, Frankie. Let me alone.
I'm 2 years older than you, Dave, and I've been in jail. Look in the mirror. What's happened to you?
Nothing's happened to me.
His character in the magazine, this Maurice, the Major Domo, who's he?
Don't worry about him, Frankie.
I'm not worried about anybody. But who is he? Where'd he come from?
The Riverside Club. He's got class, Frankie. Brought in a lot of wealthy people.
Guy like that works on a salary?
Well, no, not exactly. Now I'll cut him in for 5%. He figures...
That's okay. He must be worth it. I'll see you later, Dave. Thanks. Stay where you are, Noel.
What? Oh, Frankie.
It's been a long time. Your man said I could wait for you here in the office. Let me get a good look at you now.
Well, how do I look?
Not so good now. You're pale.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's what you get for being cooped up in this nightclub. Now, take me. I got the sun every day. I had to hurry to get a spot in the right corner of the yard, but I got the sun every day. Yeah, I'll bet you're smoking too much. You know, I got along on a carton of cigarettes a month.
Oh,
and
Frank,
the hours you must keep. You know, you can't go on living this way now. I'll have to see to that. Yeah, that picture on the wall. You and me, huh, now? 14 years ago.
I've taken that picture along everywhere I've been, Frankie.
I don't believe you. I think it just went up there tonight. I had the same picture in Sing Sing. After a while, I threw it away.
All right. I should have written you, granted.
Granted.
I should have come up to see you.
That's right.
Would have done more harm than good.
Why?
Building this club's been a long, hard pull. If I'd come up to see you, some shudder-happy reporter might have taken a picture, written it up.
They took a picture of me, front face and profile.
All it would have taken would be one picture. Now Turner, the famous Regent Club, visits criminal friend. Next night we'd fold. Frankie, listen. I got plans, Frankie, for you. Sorry if there's been any misunderstanding, but now that you know I'm on a level...
Very sorry to bother you, Mr.
I thought I left orders not to be disturbed.
I know, sir, but the table...
All right. Be with you as soon as I can, Frankie. We got a lot to talk about.
Well, don't make it too long, now.
Why don't you have Dave show you around the club? You find him at the bar,
Yeah, I'll do that.
Well? He's smart, Maurice. But he's sentimental, always was. Shows great concern for Dave. Get Kay in here.
Kay? But she's got another song coming
I'll have to skip it. Kay's a good listener. Nothing like a good listener to make a man talk. When a man talks, especially a sentimental man, he's bound to soften. Get her in here.
This is quite a bar, Dave. A little longer than the one we used to have in the old Four Kings.
3 times as long. 20 times the inventory, but... Hello, Kay.
Hello, Dave.
Frankie, this is Kay Lawrence. Miss Lawrence, Mr. Madison.
Ah, so you're the famous Kay Lawrence who takes so well to coaching.
I must be famous if you've heard of me.
What song are you going to sing, Kay?
Oh, does it matter, Dave? All the songs sound alike these days. Hey, your tie's crooked. Stand still and let me fix it.
Kay, Mr. Turner wants to see you.
Oh?
Now, if you don't mind.
Your hands are shaking, Kay.
There. That's a lovely tie, Dave, if you'd only wear it straight.
Thanks.
Your hands are still shaking.
They are, aren't they? See what you do to me, Dave?
Now, this girl.
She's all right, Frankie.
In love with him?
I guess so.
Private dining room. Pretty girl. It's very nice now.
It's your welcome home dinner.
Even I'm impressed now.
Well, I'll see you later,
Sure. Oh, I'm expecting someone. Let me know when he comes in, will you?
Who is it?
Nick Palestro. Remember him?
Yeah.
I thought you would.
I'll let you know when he gets here.
Let's talk about something else.
All right. Name it.
You.
Me? Why?
Well, for one thing, I've never had dinner before with a man who didn't keep talking about himself and end up thinking he knew all about me.
Well, what do you want to know about me?
Oh, the usual. Who are you? What you've been doing?
At the moment, I don't do anything. Where I've been wouldn't interest you.
Why not?
It was dull.
Whatever it was, I wish you'd tell me.
Why?
Because I'm interested. But if you'd rather not, how about dancing?
Well, I'd like to, but it's been so long,
Weren't there any USOs where you were stationed?
USOs? Say, where do you think I've been?
Overseas, maybe with the Marines.
Stop it.
Well, I'm sorry.
You trying to tell me that you really don't know where I've been?
Well, should I know?
With Marines, huh? Listen, I'm a jailhouse Marine. I've been 14 years in prison.
Frank.
Not just in prison, but 14 years in prison. 1933 was a good year, he said. Yeah, it was the year I went up the river.
Oh, Frankie, I'm terribly sorry.
Sound like I'm sorry for myself, do I? Well, I'm not. People are walking to a stone wall with their eyes wide open. They got no right to be sorry for themselves.
How did you...
How did I get jammed up?
Yes.
Well, you remember Prohibition. Now that I owned a speakeasy here in town, Four Kings. We brought our own liquor in from Canada by truck. Well, this night we were being followed by hijackers. I was driving and I gave them a rough ride for a while, and they started shooting. And I shot back. They hit a tire and their car packed up in a ditch.
Step on it, Frankie. We're in the clear now.
Yeah, after waking up every cop this side of the border.
Look, we better split up.
Why?
It'll give us twice a chance. One of us is sure to get away. Then he helps the other one.
Okay, get ready to hop off now. I'll stick with the load.
Forget me, Frankie. I want Hayes for a lawyer. keep the Four Kings going till I get out, and I'll have some place to come back to.
Right.
And I'll do the same thing for you. Everything 50-50, Frankie. Right down the line.
Right, pal. 50-50.
But you didn't get away.
No. Cops picked me up a few minutes later. I took the rap, and, well, here I am. Except we shook hands on it. So everything is 50-50. Now Turner and I are partners.
Yes, I see.
Maybe you'll be working for me from now on. Take an order. Supper with the boss after the late show tonight. Maybe we'll feel more like eating.
Frankie, no. Thanks, but no.
I beg your pardon. There's a man to see you at the bar, Mr. Madison. Nick Palestro.
Oh, thanks. About supper. Why not?
Frankie, I've been singing around this town for 6 years. In that time, I've learned more than just how to put a song over.
Look, don't worry about me. I just got out of prison, not college.
Nick, how are you?
Hello, Frankie. Hey, I've been waiting.
Long?
Yeah.
They didn't tell me you were here till just now.
I don't like waiting here. I'm a Third Avenue boy. I like my Third Avenue spot.
I hear you're doing all right since you got out.
I got sprung at the right time, Frankie. Everybody made money during the war. All kinds of grab. Right now, I got a used car lot. And since I still open nights, Frankie...
Sure. I won't keep you there.
Well, not to rush you, but what's on your mind?
Well, I want some information and maybe a little help later on.
My pleasure, Frankie. Anything for you.
Now, I'm a little uncertain at the moment, Nick, but I'll know where I stand pretty soon. And maybe if you had, say, 3 or 4 good boys standing by in case I needed them.
Oh, sure, Frankie. Sure.
Why did you tell me he'd been in prison now?
I wanted to see if he'd tell you himself. If he did, I knew he'd tell you everything.
What's going on in that mind of yours?
Told you. I want to help him.
It sounds good.
You don't believe me?
50-50 on everything?
50-50? Is that what he said?
That's what he said. He said you made a bargain. Why don't you live up to it now?
I don't think I ever realized it before. Why, you're like Frankie. You're sentimental. 50-50, huh? Well, you found out what I had to know. Thanks.
Nice talk you tossed at me, Noel. Have a drink, Frankie. Some champagne. Dinner with a girl. But not a word about what I'm listening for. The oldest trick in the world. When you want to pump a guy, use a woman. And I grab.
All right, Frankie, I was trying to pump you. Now ask me to have dinner with you because he said he was trying to help you.
I know how he'd like to help me, and you're in on it. Well, Noel, what kind of news did your pigeon bring back?
Look, Frankie, if we have some business, let's settle it like businessmen.
All right. Why not?
Let me get Dave. Sit down, Kay. No need for you to leave.
Here's what you asked for now, the file on Frankie.
Thanks, Dave. Now, here, this will interest you particularly, Frank. This photostat. It's a dissolution of partnership, the Four Kings Club.
What? Oh, wait a minute. We had an understanding, you and I.
Sure we did. We shook hands on it. 50-50 on the Four Kings, and nothing else.
Dave, this paper. This looks like one of those papers you kept bringing me to sign.
Yes, Frankie.
But you told me they didn't mean anything. It was just a lot of rigmarole. I didn't even have to bother reading them. Why didn't you tell me?
You can't blame Dave, Frankie. After Prohibition was repealed, the Four Kings started losing money. We had to sell. You were away, so I had to handle it alone.
So what?
Look, I just didn't sell out and move into this place. There were some tough years in between.
I should have sent you cigarettes.
There was a little money left out of the sale. Dave, how much does Frankie have coming to him?
Well, with interest at 6%, a little over $2,800.
Are you trying to tell me that I don't own any part of this place?
How can you collect on a race when you don't hold a ticket? I had Dave make out this check. Here's $3,000, Frankie. Your half of the Four Kings.
Mark paid in full.
That's right.
Why, am I figuring wrong? Dave's a good accountant, all right, but there's one figure he forgot to add in. 14 years. He left out the 14 years I gave you. 14 years to be out in the sunshine, eat good, sleep good. What's 6% of that? What a fall guy I am. 3 of a kind.
No. Are you all right?
Yeah. All right.
Your face is bleeding. Now, let me get some ice.
Never mind. You can go now, Dave.
Okay.
How low do you think I am now? You use me on Frankie like one would use a bar girl to make a man buy drinks. A stool pigeon, he said. Well, he was right.
Okay, listen to me.
Not this time, no. This time you're listening to me. As far as we're concerned, from now on, it's strictly nothing.
Hey, it's about time for you to go on. Hadn't you better change?
Is it time for me to go on now? Or did you push your buzzer like you always do when you're inconvenienced? You'll never have to buzz to get rid of me, darling.
Just say the word.
Hello.
Nick, this is Frank. I'm going to need you sooner than I figured, Nick.
You know me, Frankie. A pleasure.
Get hold of those boys. Bring them over to my hotel as soon as you can.
Tonight?
That's right, Nick. Tonight.
30 minutes have passed, and in his office in the nightclub, Noel Turner is again alone with Kay.
Please believe me, Kay. I'm terribly sorry. I had no idea you'd take it this way about Frankie.
How did you expect me to take it?
Oh, I don't know. Made a mistake, I suppose. Kay, I have something else to tell you. You know I love you, don't you?
Right now, I'm not sure of anything.
Kay, I'm going to marry Helen Richardson.
You love me, but you're marrying her. Well, that makes sense, doesn't it?
Well, there's a lot of things you have to do for business. She puts the club in the upper brackets, not just with money, but with a blue book, and that's real security. That doesn't mean we can't go on seeing each other, Kay. Doesn't mean we can't.
You're not in love with me now. You never were. For 2 years now, I've watched you grow more and more in love with the nightclub. It used to frighten me. Now it just makes me sick.
I've given my life to this club. That's what's made it a big success, a big business.
Big business? It's a place where people come because they don't want to go home, to show off or try to forget. It's exactly like you are now, exactly.
Anything else?
Yes, I'm quitting. But just for the book, you're firing me because I want that week's pay.
So you're in Frankie's league now.
Thanks, Noel. I couldn't ask for better company. Hello, Frankie. Dave told me where you were staying. I had to see you.
They don't care who comes into this hotel, do they? You're going to tell Nell that
Nell didn't send me. Please, Frankie, I just wanted to explain. Nell wanted me to get you to talk about yourself because he said he wanted to help you. I should have realized the only thing Nell ever built up was the Regent Club. Everything else he tears apart.
I thought you were his girl.
I thought so, too. It's all over.
Is that why you've been crying?
I suppose it is. But I'm glad. It might take me a little time to get him out of my system.
You going back to the club tonight?
Yes, I'll work the week out.
I'll go back with you.
I don't think you'd better, Frankie.
I'm not being polite. I was going back anyway, right now.
Frankie...
I gave Noel his chance to do things his way. Now I'll do them my way.
But you can't face them alone.
Well, that's how I figured. Nick Plestro's there now. He and his boys are looking things over till I get there.
Don't go, Frankie.
Oh, I see. It's Noel you're worried about, huh? You said you hadn't got him out of your system.
It's you I'm worried about. I like you too much to see you get hurt again. Noel's smart.
And I'm dumb, huh? Well, maybe I am. Come on, we'll soon find out.
All right, Maurice, settle down. Now, where are they, these tough boys?
They're at the bar. Nick Palestro and 3 gangsters. I'm calling the police.
Postpone the showdown? No. This thing's got to be settled once for all. Isn't that right, Dave?
I guess so, no?
We'll wait for him right here in my office, Dave. You, Maurice, and I.
Stay where you are, Noel. Come on in, boys, and shut the door.
Hello, Frankie.
Nick Palestro here you know. The rest of the boys you don't know. But you know what they're here for.
You gentlemen care for a drink?
Yes, well, what a layup.
Shut up, Skinner.
Maurice, if you do the honors.
Stay where you are, Mouseface. I guess there's only one way to handle you, Noel.
Kill me?
If I have to, yes. Guy's got to fight for what's his. Dave, you and Mouseface, get out of here.
Ain't on my business, they stay. You and your boys. This isn't the Four Kings, Frankie. Steel doors and a peephole. This is big business. Ask Nick.
Today, everything is big business.
We deal with banks, lawyers, and Dun & Bradstreet ratings. The world spun right past you, Frankie. You're finished, as dead as the headlines the day you went to prison.
Nick?
Yeah.
You ready?
Sure, Frankie.
Heinz?
All set.
Skinner?
Sure, that's what I'm getting paid for.
Okay. Now you've got exactly 1 minute.
1 minute for what?
To cut me in for what I own, the half that belongs to me.
Now, listen, Frankie. You're mad, sure. I don't blame you. But I couldn't tell you half this place is yours if I wanted to. If I did, I'd be lying.
I can tell to the second now. It comes from living in a cell, waiting for something to happen. 30 seconds now.
But there's nothing you can take over. Look, I can prove it to you. Business like this, you keep books. I'll get the books here. I'll show you the figures.
20 seconds. 18. 15.
That's what you want. All right, half the business.
See, Nick, you had to be smoked out. All right, now hand it over.
It's not that simple. Ask Dave.
All right, start talking, Dave.
Well, the Region Club, Frankie, is controlled by 3 corporations. Region Incorporated, Region Enterprises, and Region Associates.
I don't care what kind of a region you call it. What's Now's in?
Well, for instance, on fixtures and furniture, that's the property of Region Incorporated. The equipment, on the other hand, belongs to Region Enterprises and Region Associates.
Stop trying to dizzy me up. Now, I just want answers. Simple answers. Now's got the full say around here, right?
Well, yes.
Okay, then.
Except it's revocable by a vote of the Board of Directors of Region Associates.
Stop the double talk.
I'm sorry, Frankie, but that's how it's all laid
Just
out.
what does Now own?
In which corporation?
Take them one by one.
Well, Region Associates is sort of a holding company, a desk.
A desk?
Yes, it owns 51% of Region Enterprises. Region Enterprises is a service company with assets like linen, silverware, glass.
Ah, now we're getting somewhere. Linen and silverware and the liquor.
No, Frankie, not the liquor. That's Region Incorporated.
Right back where you started.
Shut up, Skinner.
Brother, they got you swimming in.
Well, I'm through swimming. I know what I want now. Write out a paper that gives me half of everything you own.
It wouldn't be legal, Frankie.
Why not?
Because in the Articles of Incorporation on file in Albany, no stock can be transferred without the consent of the Board of Directors.
You did this to me, Dave. You're always so smart with figures. You put together all this paper I can't swim through. Okay, Nick. We're moving in. We take over right now. Nick, you heard what I said?
Yeah, Frankie, I heard.
Well, then start moving. I'm giving the orders around here.
Frankie, I'm afraid there is no boss here. Not you, not even no Turner.
I told you, Frankie, the old days are gone and you with them.
I'm sorry about all this, Mr. Turner.
It's all right, Skinner. Drop in sometime. I'll buy you a drink.
Yeah? Swell. Come on, Hines. Let's breathe.
Frankie, it's like that with my used car lot. I got a piece of it, my wife's got a piece of it. My brother-in-law, who never worked a day in his life, he's got a piece of it, too. It's on account of the taxes, Frankie.
Get out of here.
I'm sorry. Really, I'm sorry.
Dave. You cooked this up, Dave. Yeah, you. It wasn't Nall you were scared of. It was me. You know what you've done, cheating me one cross after another. I'm going to kill you, Dave, so help me, I'm going to...
Thanks, Nall.
Well, that's that, I hope. Frankie, can you hear me? There's only one way to treat you, Frankie. I'm going to have some sense beaten into you. And I hope that works, because if you come around here again, I'll have you beaten up and thrown out again and again until you crawl.
No, wait a minute.
Shut up. Get Dan and Mossy. Tell them to work him over in the alley.
Okay.
Dave has a lot of brains, Maurice, but not much stomach.
All right, Nall, you won. But don't push things too hard. This can only lead to trouble.
See that, Maurice. You've already said your 5% worth. Get back to your station.
Frankie, it's me, Dave. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Frankie. I'm awful sorry.
They finished with me?
They're gone, Frankie. Nall told them to beat you up, but I couldn't stop them.
Frankie,
Give me a hand, Dave. I don't want them to see me like this.
it doesn't matter how I see you. Just so I see you.
It's not as bad as it looks. They didn't hurt me much.
Frankie.
Your hands are shaking, kid.
Okay, take him to his hotel. I'm going to see Nall.
Dave, I'm sorry I shut my mouth off. I know you just put the numbers into the books. You don't make them up.
It's all right, Frankie. Anyway, the books don't balance anymore. I'll see you at your room. I have a lot more to tell you.
We'd better go to my place first, Frankie. Maybe I can patch you up. And then we'll go to your hotel and meet Dave.
I didn't know you could take it like this, kid.
There are a lot of things I didn't know about myself. But I'm learning. Come on. We'll find a cab.
Well, Dave, what is it?
About Frankie and all. They beat him up fine.
I already had a full report.
Well, then we'll skip Frankie and talk about me. I've had all I can take. I'm fed up.
Aren't you forgetting a little matter of forgery? I have 3 checks in my vault with my name forged, and not too well, by you.
You don't seem to understand. I'm not scared anymore. Sure, you can send me to prison, but first I'm talking to Frankie. I want him to know how I built this setup for you and how I think it can be torn down. Maybe it can't, but it's worth a try. After all, there's 1 or 2 things like our real set of books that no one's ever seen except you and me.
Don't threaten me, Dave.
You know, I think you're the one who's afraid now. Frankie with his prison record, me with those checks I forged, and you with this setup here. Everyone trying to look out for himself, maybe get something for nothing. How about Frankie paid now? And I paid. Now it's your turn. Well, we'll see what happens. Good night, all.
Yes, Mr. Turner? Dan, there was a fellow with Nick Pilestro tonight named Skinner. Think you could run him down for me?
Sure, boss. I saw him go to that bar across the street. I think he's still there.
Find him. Tell Skinner I want to see him right away. I've got a job for him. Yes?
This is Skinner. About that job. It's been taken care of.
You're certain?
5 slugs. I'm real certain, Mr. Turner. Okay?
Yes. Yes, that's fine. Thanks.
I don't know if you feel any better, Frankie, but you certainly look a lot better.
I'm fine. Thanks, Kay. Thanks for everything.
And what happens now?
Back to my hotel. Dave has something to tell me.
I don't mean about that. I mean what happens tomorrow and the next day.
I don't know. For 14 years, I thought I knew. Now I don't.
You'll find a new place.
I don't have any plans. I don't have much of anything.
You're sounding pretty sorry for yourself, Frankie.
I just got beat up good.
Sure, it was tough. But you faced a lot tougher.
It's not the beating I feel.
Well, you're not the only one. What do you think my life's been?
You? You've got everything.
Including a nice big hole where I used to have a heart. Now tore that out of me. So you see, I took a beating tonight, too.
You'll do fine. I guarantee you. You'll do fine.
The only reason I'll do fine is because I've got sense enough to face the facts. Sure, Niall handed me a rough deal. But I'm going to turn it into something that does me good. I'm not letting Niall win all the way around.
It's okay for you, but it don't work for me.
No, Frankie. I don't think it does either. I think he's one hands down. When I first saw you, I thought you were a man with some strength, not only in your hands, but in your head. Yes. Yes, I think Niall beat you because he's stronger than you are.
Shut up.
Not much of a man for the truth, are you? Hurts to have the facts where you can see them. Or are they facts?
I said shut up.
Sure. I'll shut up. But think it over, Frankie. And then you can leave if you want to.
But I just can't believe it, Lieutenant. Dave dead. Murdered.
That's right, Mr. Turner, about an hour ago. We got a few facts from your doorman here. I'd like to check on them.
They're the police, Mr. Turner. I had to tell them what I knew about that argument. Dave and Frankie Madison.
That was here, in this office?
I'm afraid it was.
And just what did Madison say?
Maurice, tell him.
He said, I'll kill you, Dave. So help me, I'll kill you.
That was when you threw Madison out?
Well, Frankie looked so wild, I was afraid he might try to go through with his threat right here. I had to get a little rough with him.
Madison said that Dave had cheated him, huh?
Can't you take Dan's word for it?
Why not yours?
Well, Frankie and I... He was my best friend, Lieutenant.
Sure, I understand how you feel. Well, it's a clear enough case. Schreiber.
Yes, sir. Start with Madison's hotel and the girl's place. Send out a general alarm for Frankie Madison to be booked for murder.
Still thinking it over, Frankie?
Come on. Let's go to my hotel.
Will Dave still be waiting for you?
Sure. Nothing could stop me. You know, sometimes I wondered what I'd do for a living if Null didn't come through.
And what did you think?
Well, I thought I'd find myself a smart new angle.
Oh, I see.
Now, I don't know. Seeing that guy Skinner tonight, well, it sort of stopped me cold.
Skinner?
One of those mugs that came with Nick. Kid like that, he's... Hey, listen.
What?
Police siren. You never even noticed it.
When there's so many.
Whenever I hear one, I think of the guy they're after. Well, I never again want that guy to be me, Kay. With all the guys I knew fighting the law, not one of them ever grew old. Skinner won't. And I want to. Well, come on, let's go. Let's go talk to Dave.
Extra, read all about the murder. Extra, we feel fell over reading club feed.
Frankie.
Pile of paper, Kay. They may be down the block. Don't you see? That's my picture on the paper.
Frankie. Dave's dead. Look.
Shot in the back. That's not all right.
No, but why?
You remember what Dave told us in the alley? The books don't balance? He went to tell Nolly he was through. Why didn't he tell me? Why did the poor guy have to get himself jammed? I've got to get to Nolly and get the truth out of him. Where would he be?
The club's closed now. He'd be home.
You know how to get there?
Yes, he lives in Jersey. The Millbank Road. We'll need a car.
Yeah. Nick Flestro. He could get me a car. No. I don't dare go to him. He may be watched.
I can phone him.
Hey, that'd be fine. Look, tell him to leave a car outside the old church. He'll know. It's a place we used to meet at in the old days. I'll wait here for you, Kay.
Frankie.
We'll make out. Keeping clear of the police is one thing I know. But hurry, Kay. Hurry.
Crossing the George Washington Bridge into New Jersey, Frankie Madison and Kay, thus far at least, have eluded the police. Now, in the half light of dawn, they draw up to Noll Turner's home in the country.
This is dark. Put a light on.
He's home. That's his car over there. What'll we do now?
The bigger the house, the more chance the front door's open. It's locked. Maybe we can try one of the windows.
Greetings. I heard you drive up. Come in.
Sure.
I don't usually welcome guests with a gun in my hand, but under the circumstances... Well, let's go in the library. And keep your hands out of your pocket, Frankie.
Who killed Dave?
Why, you did. Didn't you know? Papers are full of it. Done on the radio, too. You might turn on that lamp, Kay. It's rather dark in here. Yeah, it's better. Yes, Frankie, it's my duty to call the police. I'm sorry, but...
Take your hand off that phone.
Frankie, I have the gun.
And that's where you went haywire. When it comes to stocks and papers and books that don't balance, you're better than me. When it comes to guns, you're down to my level. Maybe you better call the cops. They'd be interested in what Dave told me in the alley after the working over you gave me.
Oh, yes. Just before you killed him.
Try again now. Remember, you're down to my level now. You've made it just like the old days. When it comes to guns and tricks, you never could score. I was always quicker. Well, go on. Call the cops.
Come any closer and I'll shoot.
Frankie, please.
Yeah, you'd be happy to kill me, wouldn't you now? I'll be out of the way, too. Just like Dave. Nobody to remember what he said.
I warned you, Frankie.
You'll have to kill both of us now because I'm Frankie's alibi. I know Frankie's not guilty. I found him in the alley. Dave was with him. After Dave left, I took Frankie to my apartment. The doorman saw us go in. The elevator boy took us up to my floor. And they both saw us leave later, after Dave was murdered. That's a pretty tight alibi now.
Your hands are sweating now. When you pull the trigger, your finger will slip. Well, you're not even going to... Get down, Kay. The room's dark now. I busted your lamp. How's your aim in the dark? Miss me now. 5 shots left. But it's a big room. Lots of furniture to duck behind. Kay, you all right?
Yes, Frankie.
You're pretty rusty, Noel. I only threw a book at the wall, but don't give up. You still have 3 shots left. 2 shots. You ought to be more careful. It's hard to hit the sound of a voice in the dark. Why, this is just like that night at the warehouse. Remember, Noel? The night Ali Marafi tried to hijack us? Do you remember what I did when he had me covered?
I remember all right. You tipped the table over on him.
And took his gun away. I thought you'd remember. 1 left, Noel. 1 more chance. And if I were you, I'd...
Frankie, you all right?
Turn on the lights. Easy now, easy. This way, if you struggle, you get your windpipe crushed. Remember? I want that gun. I'll only need 1 shot. Drop that gun now. Grab it, Kate. Well, what now? What do you think?
I don't know.
You're slipping now. Now we go for a ride.
You wouldn't kill me. You'd only be worse off.
Who killed Dave? And don't say I did.
I don't know.
Let's ride now. All right, Kay, you can get his car now. Familiar country now? It was around here they found Walt Werner. They took gasoline from their car and they set him on fire.
Where are we going? Kay, listen to me. I know I've been rotten to you, but make Frankie see that killing me won't help. Kay, please stop him.
Do you still think Frankie killed Dave?
I told you I don't know who killed him.
We're coming to the bridge, Frankie.
Don't worry about the bridge. Cops are trying to stop me from getting out of the city. They won't be looking for me to come back in. Unless Noel talks. And if Noel talks, there's still that 1 shot in his gun.
I won't talk, Frankie. I won't say anything.
All right. Then we'll cross the bridge and go to the Regent Club.
What do you want at the club?
You'll see now. We'll be there soon.
Nothing more depressing than a deserted nightclub. Well, where to, Frankie? Bar, the green room, or...
Who's there? Oh, it's you, Mr. Turner.
The watchman.
I was just finishing up my rounds, Mr. Turner. Anything I can do for you?
There's nothing he can do for you. Is there now?
No. You can go, Ed.
Thanks, Mr. Turner.
We'll go to the office, Kay.
Kay, do something.
But I am doing something now. I'm wondering who killed Dave.
You got a safe in here, haven't you, Noel?
Behind that picture, Frankie. And you can have anything. I'll transfer everything to you.
But you can't do that.
Why not?
It's in the bylaws. No stocks can be transferred without the consent of the board of directors.
Oh, but I can have...
Open the safe. You got money in there?
Yes, Frankie, a lot of money.
Count out $2,800.
Well, you can have more, all you want.
I only want what you said I had coming to me from the 4 Kings. Now, hurry up. Count it out.
Yeah, sure, Frankie, sure.
Now, get over to your desk. Here's a pen. Start right now to receipt. Receipt from Noel Turner, $2,800. Paid in full. I'll sign it.
Frankie, look, I'd be glad to make it more. Believe me, I'll give you all I
Do
have.
just what I said. And don't try to open any drawers in that desk. My hand's in my pocket now, and I won't miss.
I've written it, Frankie. The receipt.
Now walk toward the door.
Oh, no, Frankie. No, don't shoot, please.
Don't do it, Frankie. He's not worth it.
Give me 10 minutes, Kay. Then call the homicide squad. Wait for me in here and keep the door shut.
What are you going to do?
It's all right, baby.
Yes, Frankie.
Open the door now. Start walking. We're going to that beautiful, spotless kitchen of yours.
What are you trying to do to me? Well, go on. Kill me, shoot me, get it over with.
Now, who killed Dave?
I don't know.
Who killed him?
All right. I had to do it. He was crossing me. I had to have him killed.
You shouldn't have done that now. Not today. All right, here's that pen again. You're going to do some more writing. Write out just how you did it. Nice and legal now, the way you like it. Remember where we found Dutch Roth? In the freezer now, frozen solid. These pens are great. They write any place. Underwater, up in planes. I'll bet they'd even write in the freezer. Now, I'm going to put you in that meat locker now. And if you can write out a confession before you freeze to death, I'll let you out.
That's wrong.
Yeah. You remember how Dutch looked?
I'll write it, Frankie. Give me the pen. I'll write anything you say. Homicide, Sergeant Carr. Frankie Madison. Where? Yes, ma'am. Never mind the details now. Yes, ma'am. Right away. Open up, Madison. I got a warrant for your arrest. And I'm warning you, if you've got a gun, you...
No gun, Lieutenant. Just a confession. Turner just wrote it.
Turner?
I wrote it, Lieutenant. There's not a word of truth in it.
Why not?
I signed at the point of a gun. He threatened my life unless I signed it. He's got a gun on him, Lieutenant.
Shriver.
Put up your hands, Medicine. There's no gun on him, Lieutenant. Just a roll of bills here.
It's no gun.
You remembered Ali Marathy now, but you forgot the simplest trick of them all. The fountain pen gag. What? You pulled it on me the first time we met. That's one thing I learned from you.
No, he's got a gun. Look, you don't think I'd sign a thing like that unless you had a gun.
Nothing but the money, Lieutenant.
I tell you,
it's a pen that I bought for Dave, Noel. But I never got a chance to deliver it.
No.
Get yourself a lawyer. Maybe he can enter a plea like Hayes did for me. You might get off with 14 years.
This confession, Johnny Skinner, eh? Walters, phone in a general alarm for Johnny Skinner.
Yes, Lieutenant.
You better come along, Turner.
He tried to get my club away from me, the Regent Club.
I'll be back in a minute, Madison. Stay here with the Matthews.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Miss Lawrence, you can come in now.
Frankie.
I did it your way, Kay. From here on in, the cops can take care of now.
This way, Turner. Schreiber and I have a few questions to ask you.
Where do you want to talk to me?
I don't think it matters. I think out in the car might be best.
Before we go, you boys mind if I have a little farewell drink? There's the bar. It's my favorite bar, you know. Ever been here before?
Well, places like this are a little beyond my salary.
Go ahead. Fix yourself a drink.
Thanks. Want to join me?
No, thanks.
Bartender keeps my favorite bottle in this cabinet. It's my only guarantee. Don't make a move, either of you. I never dreamed you'd fall for this one, Lieutenant.
Are you crazy, Turner? Drop that gun.
Put your hands on the bar. Sorry, boys, but I'll have to disarm you.
You're being very stupid, Turner. You know what this means?
Sure, you'll be walking a beat in the Bronx.
At least I'll be walking.
I got nothing against you fellas, but I got a score to settle with Frankie Madison in there. I'm warning you. Stay right where you are and don't make a sound.
I don't understand, Frankie. You had a gun. Null's gun.
I left it at Null's house, in the bushes as we drove away.
Then all the time, all the way down here, you...
I've learned something, Kay. I've learned why I'll never use a gun again.
Look out, Madison! Turner's behind the door. He's got a gun. Nice going, Walters.
Turner must have forgotten about me going out there to telephone.
You all right, Madison?
Null never could handle a gun. Is he dead?
Yeah, he's dead.
It's all right, baby. Come on, let's get out of here. Is it okay, Lieutenant?
I'd like to see you at headquarters for a while.
Sure.
Take over, Schreiber. I'll be back. Thanks for your statement, Madison. Yours too, Miss Lawrence. I don't think we'll want you at headquarters again. Well, I'm going back to the nightclub. Can I give you two a lift?
I don't think so, Lieutenant. I think we'd better walk.
Well, good luck.
Well, here we are. No strings attached. No place to go.
And nothing to stop us. We can go anywhere you wish, Frankie.
If it's together.
It is.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theatre presents Betty Davis and Joel McCrea in Forsaking All Others.
Lux presents Hollywood. We're always glad, ladies and gentlemen, to hear how you like our program. We enjoy your letters, and when you tell us of your purchases of Lux toilet soap as an indication of your appreciation, we're delighted. It is your enthusiasm for our products that makes this program possible. Starred tonight are Betty Davis, Joel McCrea, Anderson Lawler, and Leona Miracle. Miss Kathleen Coghlan of Paramount Studios is also here to tell us about fan magazines and the stars. Louis Silvers conducts our orchestra. And opening our program is your host and producer. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Her mother called her Ruth Elizabeth. Her childhood companions called her clothes hanger. And the world calls her Bet, but should call her Betty Davis. One of the most engaging and talented dramatic actresses in pictures, She has large blue eyes, blonde hair, and weighs 105 pounds. She likes to knit and has been a wizard in the kitchen ever since she won first prize for her coconut cookies in a contest sponsored by the New York Public Schools. Given her first opportunity on the stage, she almost ruined her chances by catching measles. But Hollywood sent for her in haste and dropped her in haste. Then, when she was actually leaving for New York, recalled her and gave her another chance. For Warner Brothers, she made one of the oddest screen tests on record. She had to show the studio how she could handle a fervent kissing scene, but they wouldn't furnish a man for demonstration purposes. So she kissed the air with such sincerity that it won her the part. She's played a Southern girl before, on both stage and screen, but she learned the accent all over again, this time with the Louisiana flavor, for her new film, Jezebel, in which, for the first time in pictures, she sings. To her, a good part is more important than a sympathetic one. Tonight we present this distinguished young actress in another fine role, that of Mary Clay in Forsaking All Others, the stage and screen hit by Edward Robert and Frank Cavett. Co-starred with Miss Davis is Joel McCrea, whose latest hit is the current Paramount picture, Wells Fargo. In the film, Joel rides the mail. In real life, he rides the range. Joel's home is far out in the San Fernando Valley, a 1,000-acre tract where with his wife, Frances D., he spends his time between pictures raising cattle and horses. Joel is no pseudo-cowboy. Drive by his ranch and you'll see him in dusty overalls rounding up the dogies with as much precision as the sombreroed horsemen who call him boss. Joel lays aside his chaps and spurs, however, and comes to us tonight in the role of Jefferson Tingle. Anderson Lawler, who created the part on Broadway, is Dylan Todd, and Leona Maracle plays Constance Barnes. Now for the play. The Lux Radio Theatre presents Betty Davis and Joel McCrea in Forsaking All Others. Park Avenue in New York City. A taxicab darts in and out of the afternoon traffic, clicks hubcaps with a parked limousine, and swerves to a screeching stop in front of a red light. Jeff Tingle, in the back seat of the taxicab, leans forward and taps politely on the window.
Oh, driver.
Yeah?
You know, I didn't think you were going to make that.
I didn't need it for a minute. Pretty good brakes on each of your cabs, though.
They always work, I suppose.
Oh, sure. You ain't nervous, are you?
Oh, no, I wouldn't care for myself. But there's a lady back here who's going to be married tomorrow. If it's all the same to you, she'd like to be married without splints.
I get it. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Very neatly put, Mr. Tingle.
I thought so myself.
I'm sure the driver thinks it's you I'm marrying.
No.
Of course he does.
Maybe I'd better tell him.
Do you think he could stand it?
I don't know. Probably better than I can.
Jeff, you haven't a secret sorrow, have you? Tell me about it.
Well, I'm the old-fashioned type, I guess, but I don't believe in the groom's best friend going shopping with the bride-to-be. You know, I've always felt that the best man shouldn't even see the bride until they meet at the altar.
Is that all? I thought you were going to confess you've been hiding a secret love for me.
No, I couldn't do that.
Have a secret love for me?
That's a leading question I refuse to answer.
I'm disappointed. Think how dramatic it would be. Mary, I have been silent long enough, but now on the eve of your wedding to Dylan Todd, I must tell you, I love you.
And I hope you'll be very, very happy.
Oh, Jeff Tingle, why didn't you speak sooner?
I couldn't. I had laryngitis. You're happy, aren't you, Mary?
Very.
Good girl. Well, this is it.
You're coming up, aren't you?
Well, I thought I might get back to the office.
Oh, come on. Everybody will be there. I invited the whole crowd.
All right, go ahead. I'll see you upstairs.
I'll leave the door open for you.
What's the tariff, Chief?
It's $1.20. Lady sure looks happy, don't she?
Uh-huh.
Great stuff, this here marriage business. I got 2 kids myself.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah. You sure got a nice girl.
Well, that's nice of you to say so. Lonesome Tingle, they call me. Always a best man, but never a groom.
Which is, huh?
You can keep the change.
What is the nice school?
Hello? Hello, is this? Oh, hello, Miss Kramer. This is Mr. Tingle. Everything all right down at the office? Ah, that's fine. Say, did anybody I know buy or sell anything today? Oh, well. Thanks, Miss Kramer. I don't know what I'd do without you.
Jeff!
Just a minute, Paula.
You take care of the flowers.
What? All right, Miss Kramer. Goodbye. What's the matter, Paula?
What about the flowers for the church?
It's all attended to. You worry too much.
Well, I can't help it. No one else around here seems to bother about a thing. I was a friend of Mary's mother. I'm just trying to do my duty to her as if she were my own little girl.
Who, Mary's mother?
Why not? Oh, some people, Jeff Tingle, make a wedding very difficult to manage.
Well, personally, I like the way Mary's managing her wedding. I think I'll let her manage mine.
Jeff, look at this.
Hello, Dottie.
In the newspaper, look. It's Constance Barnes.
What about it?
Anything wrong? What's the matter, Dottie?
Constance Barnes. She's back from Europe. Listen. Also included in the first cabin list were the so-and-sos, the Umtipum, and Miss Constance Barnes. She docked this morning. Well, the woman has a right to come and go. You needn't get so excited about Constance Barnes. Mary might. Mary knows all about her.
Who is she?
Nobody. Take my word for it.
She's somebody. Take my word for it. Well, hardly a person to consider at this particular time. Everybody knows that little story is ended. Ended happily with no hard feelings. Now, I think we needn't say anything to Mary about it. Say what, Paula? Well, nothing, Mary. No, nothing. She'll probably find out anyway. Oh, Dottie Winters, I'll wring your neck. How'll I find out? What you talking about, Jeff?
Connie Barnes is back.
Got in today. It's in the paper. My rival. The dark lady in Dylan Todd's life. Well, I don't think it's so funny. Oh, Paula, you poor dear. Why, I'm very proud of her. Oh, you're not fooling me, Mary. You don't like her, you can't. I don't know her. But she is a definite proof of Dill's importance. If Dill had to be led around by his distinguished nose for a while, I'm glad the lady was as elegant as she is. Now, you make Dill toe the line. And no more nonsense about admiring women who steal other women's husbands. I hope you men see what weak, miserable creatures you are.
Yeah, I'm beginning to. How about you, Jeff?
Oh, I always knew.
Miss Mary, these flowers just arrived for you.
2 boxes at once. Thank you, Dent.
Yes, Miss Mary.
Open one, will you, Shep?
Sure.
Look, Jeff. Orchids.
Orchids. A fortune in weeds just to cover up a lady's collarbone.
What's in the other one, Shep?
I don't know. Here, what do you call them?
Oh, they're cornflowers. How sweet of Dill to remember.
Shep, you and I are intruding on a sacred moment. Cornflowers must have a special meaning for
they're my favorite. Do you mind if I'm a little sentimental? He did remember, you know.
Uh-huh.
Wear one for me. Here, Shep.
Oh, thanks.
You're welcome. And one for you, Mr. Tingle.
No, too bad, Mary, but flowers wither on me in an instant.
I know, just one brief blinding flame.
That's it.
Hello, everybody.
Behold the bridegroom.
Hello, Mary.
Dill, you finally got here?
Miss me?
Terribly.
Hello, Jeff. How are you?
Hi. Say, Shep, aren't you hungry?
Not me.
It's all right, Jeff.
They have swell food in the pantry. Come on, let's get some.
I just said I wasn't hungry.
Then haven't you any tact? Come on.
Yeah, I get it.
Oh, don't bother, Shep. We're leaving ourselves. Come on, Dill. I want to speak to you.
See you later, Jeff.
Uh-huh.
Alone at last.
I love you, Dill.
Swell. I wish it were this time tomorrow.
Darling, if you'd rather, we'll get married by a policeman tonight.
Oh, no. We'll do it right and proper. Excited, darling?
A little.
What?
A lot.
You know, the first time I ever kissed you was in this room. Wasn't it?
Was it?
Well, good Lord, I thought it was. Maybe it wasn't.
Well, I don't remember either. But I love you for trying to remember.
I do remember. Everywhere I look, I seem to see a Mary doing something or other.
Sort of like spots in front of your eyes.
Mm-hmm. Mary, age 15, making everything about Latin very clear.
Well, I couldn't do it now.
Mary is Juliet, age 17.
16? Paula made me be Juliet. I think I would have been much better as Queen Elizabeth.
Still, I rather like Juliet, especially in the solarium, sneaking a cigarette.
Oh, Dill, thanks for the flowers.
They got here all right?
Especially the cornflowers.
I didn't send any cornflowers.
I wouldn't admit it either if I were you.
Admit what?
Jeff will hound you to your dying day, sending your bride cornflowers.
I thought I sent orchids. I give up.
Hello.
Connie.
How are you, Dill? Dottie said I'd find you in here.
I thought you were in Paris, Connie.
Yes, I was a week ago.
Oh, yes.
Well, I can't keep you in the dark any longer, Miss Barnes. I'm Mary Clay.
I knew you were the minute I looked at you. I must apologize for breaking in like this.
Oh, no, we're delighted. It's open house. Besides, I feel Dill owes many of his friends an apology. You know, for marrying a strange woman they know nothing about. Won't you take off your things?
Oh, I can only stay a minute. I've so wanted to meet you, Miss Clay, but it seems as though you travel as much as I do.
Well, I've come and gone. I returned last month for my wedding.
Yes, I heard about it in Paris. You're a clever girl, Miss Clay, for putting Dill through his paces. He always said he hated big weddings. The experience will do him good.
Oh, it's just me, dear. I'm only 2 bridesmaids and Paul and my maid of honor.
Well, can I do anything to help?
Yes, come and see it tomorrow. Well, will you two excuse me a minute?
Certainly. Well, Dill, here we are.
When did you get back, Connie?
This morning. Perfectly heavenly crossing. I think we broke a record or something.
Staying a while?
Oh, perhaps. I haven't made any real plans. I just decided all of a sudden to sail, so I sailed. How are you, Dill?
You shouldn't have come here, Connie. You know that.
I came because I wanted to see you. To get, shall I say, one last glimpse. And I thought there might be a bare chance that you would like to see me.
Well, I don't want to see you.
Why, Dill, you're cruel.
Stop it. It doesn't matter to you. Nothing has ever mattered to you.
You did, Dill.
You never meant it. Any of it.
Not even Sorrento?
Not even Sorrento.
Dill.
Yes?
I did mean it at Sorrento. And in Switzerland, too. Remember that divine little village in the Alps?
I really think you'd better go.
Just as you say. Dill,
Yes?
are you in love?
Utterly?
Happy?
For the first time in my life.
Honeymooning?
Of course.
Continent?
No, London.
Oh, dear, but why London? It's so cold and so gray.
I like London. Mary likes London.
Well, I guess it's London. But if you should happen to get over to Italy...
We won't.
But just in case London does seem a little too gray and too cold, and you wanted to see what sunshine was like, and you suddenly found yourself in Italy, would you do something for me?
What?
Would you look across that beautiful bay and up at the smoke plumes of Vesuvius and think of me? Of you? Of us? Just once?
But we are not going to Sorrento.
Well, that's that. Goodbye, Dill. No hard feelings and bon voyage.
Goodbye, Connie.
Must you go so soon, Miss Bond?
Oh, I'm sorry. I really can't stay. And you must have at least a dozen things to do.
At least. But they can wait.
Oh, no, I've really got to run. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, dear, why don't you drop Miss Bonds off?
Oh, no, I wouldn't think of it. I'll be all right. Goodbye, Dill.
Well, that was a little unexpected. Do you mind?
Why, of course I don't, darling. Why should I?
Oh, Mary.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Come on in, Jeff.
I just wanted to tell you that everybody's gone. I'm on my way now.
Oh, don't go. Let's sit around and talk. The 3 of us.
No, I can't, Mary. I don't know about you, but I've got a big day ahead of me tomorrow.
Oh.
Well, see you in church, Miss Clay.
See you in church, Mr. Tingle. Rain. Wouldn't you just know it? Rain for a wedding. Oh, stop crying, Paula. Rain's lucky for me. The side door driver.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, look at the crowd going in the church. All for me. Oh, Paula, in all my life, I've never had such a fuss made over me. I love it. Hurry up, driver. Hello, everybody.
Oh, Mary, we thought you'd never arrive. It's a fine way to treat your bride.
Calm down, darlings. Take your cue from Mary. Hello, Jeff.
Oh, you're here.
What's the matter? Wasn't I supposed to come today? How's Dill feeling?
Well, I don't know.
What? The best man doesn't
Just
know.
don't get excited. I'll be right back.
What's wrong with him? Well, why don't we start? What is that woman singing for? They ought to be playing the wedding march. The sweetest story ever told. Paula, did you tell that soprano to sing the sweetest story ever told?
No, dear.
Well, neither did I, and I loathe it.
Oh, this hat. May I sit down?
No. Quick, everybody. Who goes Paula? Paula, am I all right? Do I look all right? Listen.
Well, here we go.
I'm weak. My knees are buckling.
Left foot, isn't it?
Starty, start. Goodbye, everybody.
Wait. Mary, don't go out there yet.
Why, Jeff, are you crazy?
Mary, Who told him to start that thing? Tell him to stop. Stop the music.
Why, Jeff, is it Dill? Is he sick?
No, he's married.
What? Did you say married, Jeff?
Yes, Mary.
Married to whom?
Connie Bonds.
To Connie Bonds?
Yes.
Oh, shut up, everybody.
Well,
Jeff,
steady, Mary.
Oh, it's all right. I'm not going to faint. Tell me.
It's true, Mary. Dill wired my house. The boy just brought it. I had the woman sing to stall for time.
The sweetest story ever told.
Mary.
It said he was sorry, didn't it?
Oh, yes.
You poor darling. Oh, yes, I'm sure he's sorry. So am I. It's one of those things you'd like to see happen to somebody else. like a fat lady on a banana peeling.
Oh, Mary, I'm so sorry for you.
Well, we're leaving at once. Tell the papers that. Tell them that Mary Clay decided at the last minute she didn't wish to marry. Jeff, put these lilies in water for me. I might want to get married again sometime. Will someone get Jeff a pitcher or a bucket? There's plenty of water outdoors.
Let's go, Mary. They're sending the crowd away. Let's get ahead of it.
Wait. The benediction. Hold open the door so I can hear.
No, please.
Well, then I'll hold it open myself.
And the ceremony will be indefinitely postponed. Miss Mary Clay will not be married to Mr. Dillon Todd today.
Miss Mary Clay will not be married to Mr. Dillon Todd today. Sounds funny, doesn't it? And I always thought that rain was lucky for me.
That ends Act One of tonight's Lux Radio Theatre play, Forsaking All Others, with Betty Davis and Joel McCrae. We go on to Act Two in a moment. Meanwhile, during our intermission, we have a new game we'd like you to play with us. It's called Last Word Up. Here's how it's played. We've asked a young lady to read a piece to you. The game is that you pick out the last word in every sentence she reads, like this.
I am very anxious to stay beautiful.
The last word in that sentence was beautiful. Remember, pick out the last word in every sentence. Place them together in the order in which they appear, and you'll find they themselves make a complete sentence. See what that sentence is. Ready? Let's go. Sentence 1.
You will notice the most popular girls are always dainty.
Sentence 2.
Daintiness, the most appealing charm of all, should be on the beauty program of all girls.
Sentence 3.
It's a charm they all can have, and one they can keep through the years. In fact, always.
Sentence 4.
It's romance women really want, and the girls who are dainty usually win.
Sentence 5.
But remember, the girl who neglects this charm loses out.
And that's all. Now let's see if we have the right last words up. My little pad reads, dainty girls always win out. Famous screen stars will tell you that's the truth. For instance, here's what the lovely Loretta Young says. No smart girl neglects daintiness. Unless a girl has it, no other charm counts. Use Lux toilet soap as a beauty bath. Its active lather leaves skin really fresh and sweet, delicately fragrant, too. It's the best way I know to ensure daintiness. You'll love it. And thousands of girls everywhere have found from experience that what Loretta Young says is true. It pays to be exquisitely dainty with gentle, fragrant Lux toilet soap. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
We continue with Forsaking All Others, starring Betty Davis and Joel McCrae. It's the following afternoon. Trying bravely to hide her real feelings, Mary is entertaining again at her home, passing the whole affair off as a joke on herself. But there's desperation in her bravery and bitterness in her laughter. Jeff Tingle has just arrived at the house. Still wearing his coat, he stands at the telephone, speaking to his secretary.
Hello. Miss Kramer? Mr. Tingle. Is everything all right down there? It's fine. Now, just between you and me, is there any use in my coming down to the office today? Or tomorrow? I didn't think so either. Goodbye. Oh, Dent.
Yes, sir?
When that gentleman arrives, you'll...
I'll show him to the library.
Good.
Yes, sir. Shall I take your coat, sir? Miss Clay is in the sitting room.
Thanks.
Jeff, darling, come and join the party. We're celebrating my sudden release from matrimony.
You're looking very lovely, Mary.
Thank you. The frock is from my trousseau. I had it fumigated. Sit down.
I called you late last night. Why didn't you answer?
Because I wanted to unpack my trunks and get settled. Oh, then I was tired, so I went to bed after writing a few checks for the monthly bills, and I read myself to sleep on a book that Dill and I received as a wedding present. Being very careful about finger marks, of course, since back it goes. Finally, I put the book down and went to sleep.
Did you have a good sleep?
Best in years.
Must have been a good book.
It was rather nice. I'm going to buy it someday.
I'd like to speak to you, Mary. May I?
Of course. We can go in the library. My ambassadors of goodwill in there, Jeff. They all came to see what a jilted lady looks like.
You're putting on a good show.
Thanks.
Well, they're married, all right.
How romantic.
Justice of the peace, 11 o'clock yesterday
Oh,
morning.
don't spare a thing, Jefferson. What did the bride wear?
I don't know, but knowing Connie Barnes, I'd say something clinging and trailing.
Yes, I imagine so. Oh, Jeff, why did he do it?
I don't know. I've been trying to figure it out.
I have too, all night, all morning.
You're doing swell, Mary.
Jeff, do you hate being told to move on? If you're in some place that you think is all right for you to be, and somebody comes up very roughly and tells you to move on, that's how I feel. Ordered to take my little picnic basket in hand and get out of somebody's private property. I want to go away. I want to go away and hide. But I'm not going to. I'm going to stay and have a big time as if nothing had happened. Jeff, never again as long as I live will I laugh when the gentleman kicks the lady comedian. What is it, Dent?
For Mr. Tingle, Miss Mary. The gentleman.
Oh, all right then. Thank you.
Yes, sir?
What was that all about?
Mary, Bill's here.
What?
You've got to see him.
Who says so?
I do.
What does he want?
I'll let him tell you. I only spoke to him on the phone, but I promised I'd fix it so you'd see him. Your whole life may depend on this.
How can it possibly?
Please, Mary, for me. I'll send him in.
All right, Bill. Go ahead. Yes, thanks. Mary,
Yes, I'm still Mary. Remember me?
it's hard to explain what I did, but
Why do you try? What makes you think I want an explanation?
I must make some attempt to...
Justify what you did.
No, that isn't possible.
Or perhaps you want to be forgiven. All right, I forgive you. So what?
Jeff said you'd see me. Allow me to talk.
You're talking. Go on.
Mary, you've always been a reasonable person.
Have I?
You've always been fair and just.
And generous. That's a good word, too.
Please, these aren't just words. Believe me, I know. I appreciate what I've done. I played you the meanest trick. I know all that. I only want to tell you it was my loss, too.
Two? Who else has lost? Have I? Oh, I was humiliated, embarrassed, naturally. But think when I escaped. Why, I almost married you. Oh, that's something to be grateful for. You know, like missing a train that was wrecked.
You don't mean that.
Don't I?
You can't. No matter what I've done. I know. And you may laugh at me for saying so. But I love you. I've never stopped loving you.
Love? All right, maybe you do love me. What's that got to do with it? Perhaps I love you, too. Yes, I think I do. I think I am in love with you. That doesn't mean I want to be. If I stay in a dark room and do as the doctor says and take plenty of nourishment, I'll get over it.
Mary, listen to me. I haven't slept. All night long I've walked the streets. I don't want... Oh, I know this is a rotten thing to say, but I need you. It's you I want, not Connie.
Oh, Dill. Can't you be loyal with anyone?
What do you mean?
Well, you're married to her, aren't you? Now I think you'd better go.
All right. All right, Mary.
Doesn't want Connie. What's a fine time to think of that. Keeping me waiting at a church all day and... Oh, no.
Mary. Here, have a cigarette. Light?
Thanks. Well, why don't you ask me what happened?
I don't have to. I saw Dill's face on the way out.
You know, Jefferson, I can almost tolerate myself again. I've said things that I didn't know I could. Horrible, mean things. And it felt so good. And you know, you're going to take me out to dinner tonight, Jefferson. I want a good dinner and I want to dance.
Dinner?
Mm-hmm. With you and Shep and Paula and anyone else who'd like to come.
I see. I'm Papa.
I'll wear my new white evening dress.
Who are you trying to make jealous?
Oh, Jefferson, now girls don't do that sort of thing anymore. But you can send me flowers if you like. Heaps and heaps of them.
No. Nothing doing. I sent them already.
Jefferson Tingle, you never sent me flowers in all your born days.
No? Well, it so happens that the day before yesterday I sent you some cornflowers. But you've probably forgotten. Well, I'll see you tonight.
Why, Jefferson Tingle.
I tried to get her to come. I said, Mary wants you to come, Paula. But
what she said. She was just too upset.
There. What do you think of that, Jeff? I'm jilted at the altar, and Paula is so upset she can't come.
Iron nerves, Mary. What do you say we have something to eat? I'm hungry.
Don't be common, Mr. Tingle.
What about a steak all around?
And what else do they have?
Steak.
I'll have a steak, please, Mr. Tingle.
Very good, Miss Clay. Anything else you'd like?
Yes, a smile, Mr. Tingle.
A smile? How's this?
Gruesome, gruesome.
Well, I'm sorry, but that's the best I can do.
So what's the matter with you, Jeff? We're supposed to be on a party.
Yes, whoopee! We ought to have noisemakers.
Mary, you're beautiful tonight.
Thank you, sir.
If you ask me, Mr. Dillon Todd is a dope.
Who asked you?
Well, don't you think he was a dope?
I try never to think about anything.
Yeah, well, that's nice. That's loyalty.
Yeah, well,
I still think he's a dope.
Stop it! I won't have you men quarreling over Carlotta, the dance hall girl. She isn't good enough.
Well, I'll have my steak rare. What about you, Mary?
That guy is hopeless, Mary. That's all. He's hopeless.
Good evening, Miss Barnes.
Oh, good evening, Alfred.
We haven't seen you for a long time,
No,
Miss Barnes.
I've been away. Is Mr. Todd here tonight?
No, I haven't seen him, but will you wait?
Yes, give me a table, please. A quiet one, Alfred.
Right this way, Miss Barnes.
Jeff, you're marvelous. I'm glad you brought him, Jeff.
Just Papa, that's all.
Look.
What's the matter, Mary?
Am I hysterical, or is that really Connie Barnes coming through that door?
It's Connie, all right.
Connie Barnes. She's heading right for us.
Oh, let's get out of here. I don't want to see her.
We can go upstairs. Come on.
No. No, I won't. I haven't done a thing to be ashamed of. Sit tight, Mary.
Mary, if I were you, I wouldn't go looking for trouble.
Why, Connie, how do you do?
Oh, good evening.
Well, hello, Connie.
Hello, Connie.
Hello, I was looking for... I told Dill I'd meet him here.
We've just ordered. Won't you join us?
Why...
Oh, we'd love to have you, wouldn't we, Jeff?
What? Oh, yes, delighted.
We're celebrating. Paula couldn't come, so you can have Chef Connie.
Well, thank you. That's very sweet.
Sit down, won't you? Sit down, Chef. Sit down, Jeff. You're not going to stand up all evening, are you?
We'll clear the ring when we hear the gong.
Oh, shut up. Sit down.
Well, if you think it's safe, have a seat near the door, Chef.
Thanks.
I know what you all must be thinking.
Yeah? You're good.
Jeff, please.
Miss Clay, I'm glad we had this chance meeting. I feel there's some sort of explanation, do you?
Explanation?
Yes, it was really unfortunate. I mean that our marriage should have to be at such a time.
Yes, it was a bit inopportuno.
I'm so sorry. I really blame Dill. He knew how it was with us.
And just forgot for a time.
Yes. And you are attractive, Mary. May I call you Mary? I can imagine Dill found you hard to resist.
Hard, but not impossible.
But it's not Dill I'm concerned about.
No.
After all, you're the one
Who lost?
Well, it amounts to just that, doesn't it?
Really? You're not flattering me, Mrs. Todd.
That's it, Shep. Outside the ropes.
Let's go.
Can't we look at this thing impersonally?
Oh, of course. I'll be Exhibit A.
I like your saying that. To carry out the idea, I'll be Exhibit B.
And Dill, Exhibit C.
It's the new World's Fair, Shep. I'll sell you the popcorn concession.
Oh, Jeff.
I know you grew up with Dill. You were taking your marriage as a matter of course, just one of those things.
A love match.
I don't doubt your sincerity, Mary. But I should have married Dill a year ago.
Oh, what's a year, more or less?
When I heard he was going to marry you, I knew suddenly that I had to see Dill again. To know once and for all if he was important to me. Any woman would have done the same.
But not so successfully.
Do I detect a note of sarcasm?
Oh, not a bit. Oh, you have my best wishes. And so has the bridegroom.
Thank you. I wish you'd say that to Dill yourself. Heaven knows I want you to be friends with Dill. I know you can be. I think you're good for certain things in his disposition. Dill is accustomed to going to you. He needs you.
Well, he said he needed me.
Yes?
Yes, he said he needed me this afternoon.
This afternoon? Dill saw you this afternoon?
Yes, for the very thing you said, because he needed me.
Well, you two had a lot to talk about if Dill went to you.
Oh, I think he stopped by the church first to see if she was still waiting.
I see. It's not pleasant to be left waiting.
You should know, Mrs. Todd.
Really, should I?
When did you see Dill last?
Well, what do you mean?
Well, shortly after the wedding, wasn't it? Nearly 2 days. It's a long time for a bride of 2 hours.
How do you know that?
Dill told me.
You've seen? You know where he is? Where is he?
My house.
Where's that?
I've moved.
Answer me. Jeff, what have you planned, all of you? What have you planned?
It's not pleasant to be kept waiting.
Are you insinuating that
Oh, Connie, Jeff, please now don't quarrel for my sake. Fighting in a restaurant, it's vulgar.
What have you and Dillon planned?
Nothing.
Good. Because Dill and I understand each other. Why, this will all blow over. I know all about your childhood sweetheart. But now he's mine.
He's nobody's. He belongs to himself like any decent human being.
I think I can speak for Dill in that matter.
I resent that. I resent it for Dill.
You might ask him how much he resented what I said night before last.
Oh, you can't hurt me, Connie. Tell me what you said. Or shall I tell you? She'll make you such a good wife. That's what you said. A sweet girl. Go on, marry her, Dill. Forget me and better not think of the things that might have been. That's what you said, Connie. Well, probably not as plain as that, but with the same meaning. Hail and farewell, you said. No, don't kiss me, Dill. Remember Mary, poor dear Mary. And you swept him in with your tenderness. Oh, how beautifully you do it. And once again, the world was lost for love.
And it always will be. You'd better learn that.
Rose or pink at your wedding, Connie? Which did you wear? Or blue or green or black or white?
Whatever I wore, it suited the occasion. A grown-up occasion and not for little girls. Good night, Miss Clay.
And good night to you, Mrs. Todd.
Well, you won.
Yes. Yes, I won. But for some reason it tastes a little bitter. Shall we dance, Mr. Tingle?
Delighted, Miss Clay. Excuse us, will you, Chef?
Have a good time, children.
Jeff, tell me, is it true what you said before she hasn't seen Dill?
Not since
He told you?
he went to my house when he left you.
Then at least he meant what he said to me.
Oh, he's been miserable, Mary.
Oh, has he? Are you going to tell me that-
Nothing. He deserves it.
Oh, let's stop, shall we? I don't feel like dancing.
Come on back to the table.
I'm sorry, Jeff. I guess I'm just all over.
Mary.
Dill, what are you doing here?
Mary, I couldn't stay away. I've got to speak to you.
Did you tell him to come here, Jeff?
Well, I told him you'd be here.
Why?
Well, he asked me and I told him, that's all.
Well, I guess I'd better wait outside.
No, Shep. Stay where you are. You too, Jeff. He can talk as much as he likes. Well.
Thanks. I won't take long, and I'll try not to embarrass anybody. It's just that I've got to say this.
Yes?
It started a year ago.
With Connie?
Yes, in Europe. I saw her for months. Then as suddenly as she came into my life, she went out of it. I felt disloyal to you even then. You see, I'd never thought of anyone but you since I was a kid. But something happened to me. I was fascinated, I guess. When I left for home, I promised her that... Mary, try to understand me. I was insanely in love with her. It didn't last. When I saw you again, my love for her seemed... Well, it was unreal. That's all.
That's all. Is that the story you wanted to tell?
Wait a minute, Jeff.
She called me the night before our wedding. She was a little hysterical. She said she had to see me right away. I said I couldn't see her, that I wouldn't. Then I got to worrying. I thought I'd better go. Finally, I took her for a long drive up the Hudson. We talked and talked until morning. Just at dawn, we stopped and watched the sun come up from the Palisades. She told me she loved me over and over again. She was crying a little. I was confused and bewildered. And having her so near, well, I lost my head. I'm not asking you to forgive me, Mary, but I had to tell you the truth.
Well, your truth comes a little late, doesn't it?
Jeff.
You lost your head, huh? Getting married's a pretty deliberate action.
Jeff, this is my affair.
Take it easy, Jeff.
We did get married. Then for the first time, I realized what I'd done. We left the Justice of the Peace office, and it seemed to me like I was just coming out of a dream. I left her.
You left her? Then?
Yes, in the car. I took the train. I was crazy, Mary.
You left her. Then?
Mary, you do believe me, don't you? Say you do, please. I can't spend another night like last night.
You can't. Well, what about her?
Never mind about me.
Never mind you. Good Lord, Mary, there's a limit.
Yes, and there's a limit to what I can stand. He's sorry, isn't he? You heard him say that.
Yes, I know.
Well, that's enough. I don't care what he's done. I love him, do you hear? And he loves me.
I do, Mary. Believe
what if he
me.
did let me down?
I'm sorry, Mary.
Oh, I'm sorry, too. I love you, Dill. I love you.
Oh, Mary.
Well, that's that. Shep, may I have the honor of this dance?
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. have finished the second act of Forsaking All Others. And now, before going into Act 3, we observe our custom of bringing you one of the backstage personalities of motion pictures. Among other things, Hollywood is noted for providing more strange occupations than any other town in the world. On our payroll are cobweb spinners, echo testers, fly chasers, professional screamers, and telephone cord untwisters. We meet one of these odd jobbers now. Her name is Kathleen Coghlan, and we call her our fan magazine contact. Kathleen gets paid for digging up unusual facts and ideas about the stars to be used in various screen magazines.
In other words, Mr. DeMille, my job is to find new angles on Paramount personalities, new slants that are news.
From the women's point of view?
Oh, no, from the man's point of view, too. Almost half our fan mail comes from men. That's why the fan magazines print so many success stories. That's the type the men like to read. And then there are those which appeal to both men and women, stories with what we call a problem slant. For example, the personal handicaps which many stars have had to overcome.
Meaning whom, Miss Coghlan?
Meaning Fred McMurray. To see Fred today on the set of Coconut Grove, you would never suspect that he used to be so shy he'd go into a panic every time he had to meet people. He cured himself by centering his attention on other people and so developed his present easy manner. How he did it furnishes an interesting story.
Still, I presume that today, as since the dawn of time, the type of story that interests a woman is a love story.
Correct. But she's interested in the love stories of the stars from much more than a curiosity angle. You see, that woman has a Robert Taylor or a Clark Gable or a Tyrone Power of her own. Someone she wants to fascinate and keep enchanted. And so we found that a reader's main interest in the love story of an actress is to learn the means by which that actress succeeded in her Hollywood romance. Hollywood, you see, has become a school, teaching a widely diversified list of subjects, and with all the world as its pupils. It's become a sort of national proving grounds, and that's why I think the sponsors of this program are to be congratulated on their product. The fact that Lux toilet soap is so popular with the stars can be taken by every girl as adequate proof that it must be about the finest complexion care obtainable. I've seen Lux soap in the dressing rooms and homes of any number of stars, actresses who could afford to spend almost any amount of money.
Thanks for telling us that, Kathleen. But your job is to get good ideas for fan magazines. The 14 of them that appear every month have a combined circulation of 10 million. Each one prints about 10 articles, which means that out of somewhere must arise 140 ideas every 30 days. Where do they come from?
Well, take that recent article called The Story of Claudette Colbert's Second Honeymoon, which appeared in Photoplay magazine while Claudette was making Bluebeard's eighth wife. In reality, that story outlines her plans for a trip she's now on in Europe. That in itself wouldn't make what we'd call hot copy, but it suddenly became warm when Miss Colbert dropped a stray remark that she hadn't had a honeymoon because she'd been so busy making pictures. Then and there we had the basis for an article that would interest thousands, again because it could be applied to themselves. All brides, of course, don't have to hurry back home to make motion pictures, but all of them in their hearts want the romance of a honeymoon, even if it's only a 2-week vacation. That's why such a story is so successful.
But do our leading stars welcome interviews of that nature?
Every star will give a good interview if the conditions are right. Conditions are right for Fred McMurray when he comes into my office, drops down in my chair, and props his feet up on the desk. Carol Lombard is highly conversational in a noisy atmosphere and talks most on the set between scenes. Irene Dunn prefers to wait until her picture is finished and then will entertain graciously at home for the interviewer. Gary Cooper is most uncomfortable when an interview has been planned for him. He's much more helpful if you can arrange to just bump into him. In fact, Gary gave the finest interview of his career, basking in the sun on a pile of old lumber. There's a little tip for the next time Gary appears in the Lux Radio Theatre. Thanks, Mr. DeMille, for interviewing an interviewer.
Thanks for the starlight, Kathleen. Betty Davis and Joel McCrea return to us in Forsaking All Others. 1 month has passed, and Dylan Todd is in Mexico to free himself from Connie. Jeff, always the good friend, has gone along to keep him company and stands by the window of their hotel room, looking across the little town.
Well, tomorrow's the day. Hey, Jeff. I said tomorrow's the day.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Are you sure?
That lawyer said positively. Final papers and everything. Lord, I'll be glad to get out of here.
Why, it's not such a bad place.
What are you talking about? You've been beefing about it for a month. Now we're going home, you suddenly take a liking to it. Just the same, we're catching that train tomorrow afternoon.
Well, I'll tell you what, dear. Would you mind very much if you went alone? I think I'd like to stay on here for a while.
What for?
Well, just for a few weeks. I think I'd like it.
You're crazy. Why, if you stay... You won't even make the wedding. Mary would kill you.
No, I'll make it all right.
You'd better. You're still best man, you know.
No, I don't know. Yeah, I thought maybe you'd pick Shep.
What's the matter? Don't you want to be best man?
Well, if it's all the same to you, Dill, I think everything ought to be, different. You mind?
No. No, of course not. I guess I know what you mean. It will be different, too.
Sure it will.
Well, I think I'll shoot an airmail to Mary. Shall I give her your love?
Oh, yes, do that, will you? Hello, Dent.
Mr. Tingle, welcome back, sir.
Thanks. Am I expected?
Oh, yes, sir. I heard Mr. Todd say you'd probably be here today.
Jeff!
Hello, Mary.
Jeff, you finally got here. I was ready to kill you. Do you know I'm getting married tomorrow?
Same place, same piano, same crowd, same wedding.
Same Jeff.
It's good to be back.
Come on, I want to speak to you. Now tell me all about yourself.
No, there's nothing much to tell.
How was Mexico? How are you?
Feeble.
Let me look at you. Jeff, you're thinner.
No, I got too much sleep down there.
Well, you didn't dare sleep before you reported here.
No, I tried to, but I couldn't, so I leapt out of bed and fixed myself up cute and rushed right over.
Oh, you did? Well, you can go right back home again. Oh, I got your wretched little postcard.
Did I send you a postcard?
Just too sweet for words. Where is it? Oh, yes. Yes, here it is. A whole month away in one postcard. At least I had the sense not to write to you.
Oh, I read your letters to Dill. It's good the judge didn't know he was getting letters from a giddy young girl. Is that my postcard you're tearing up? The pretty picture of the lake?
That's what I think of your pretty picture?
Well, at least you waited until I got here.
Just for the stamp.
Oh, well, I've got something to tear up, too.
What's that?
Your last letter to Dill. He gave it to me for my stamp collection. Too bad I hadn't read it yet.
Jefferson Tingle, I ought to slap your insufferable face.
Well, you better not. I've been down in a country where a slap in the face means business. Say, where's Dill?
Oh, he's around. We're both trying not to look self-conscious, so we steer clear of each other in front of company. Oh, it's good to see you, Jeff. It makes me feel good.
Dr. Tingle at your service. How are you, really?
Feeble, Moss Tingle, feeble.
No, I don't believe it. What'd you do while I was away?
Well, I caught up with my classical reading. I went shopping and didn't buy anything. Shep and I tore up the town. We became famous far and wide. That pale, interesting woman and that very young-looking boy.
Is he the best man?
Yes.
Too bad I won't be here.
What?
Well, now, don't yell. I've got to eat. I've got a job, and the boss suggests I work at it a bit now and then. He's sending me out of town tonight.
We'll delay the wedding.
I'm flattered, but you won't.
Oh, but I won't see married unless you're there.
Oh, I'm a jinx. If I stay away, everything will go all right.
Will it? I wonder.
What's the matter?
Are you good at diagnosis, Dr. Tingle?
Very. What are your symptoms?
A sort of unsatisfactory few weeks I've had. I've straightened out every dresser drawer and every closet in this house. I don't suppose that means anything to you, does it?
Well, certainly you're a neat woman. Go on. You probably counted the linen, too.
Oh, a lot of the good old stuff Mother had was mildewed. I was so mad I cried.
And then one rainy day up in the attic?
You'd be mortified to know that I did spend such an afternoon. I sat in the middle of my ancestral trunks and bawled.
Oh, what over?
I've just told you. Over the fact that life was far from satisfactory.
Didn't you feel better afterward?
No.
Well, what's the sticker, Mary?
Whether or not I should marry Dill.
What? Well, have you said anything to Dill?
No, what is there to say until I've made up my mind one way or another?
Well, you haven't much time, less than 24 hours. Make up your mind. Either you are or you aren't. You ought to know.
Yes, Papa.
Say, are you one of these women who worry themselves into a fever trying to decide between pink and green? Haven't you got enough strength of character to know what it is you want and ask for it for a loud, clear voice?
A loud, clear voice. That's easy to say. Because you know what to ask for and I don't. That's the difference, Jefferson. Your life seems very simple to me.
Well, that's because I'm a very complex person. I see more than floats on the surface. I've practiced holding my breath for 3 minutes and walking around on the bottom with my eyes open. And you can do it, too. I've always considered you a person who knew the passwords. I've watched you out of the corner of my eye. You're shocked by the right things, stupidity and glitter and cheap sophistication. But this marriage business has you all mixed up. One of your little pet illusions cracked up about a month ago, and it's got you down. Well, you've got to patch it up again. You've got to keep your pet illusions, and you've got to make them shatterproof.
Wait till I get my copybook, and I'll write all this down.
No. Either you know it or you don't. You don't get it by writing it down, and you don't get it out of books either.
Then how is a poor girl to get it?
Listen, you know what I'm talking about, and if you didn't, you wouldn't be trying to joke about it. You'd be cussing me out because you'd think I was saying you weren't sophisticated. And in this day and age, to say that to a person is to insult him to his non-existent soul.
Well, I know the truly wise is simple. But it doesn't necessarily follow that the simple are truly wise.
You're not being simple now. You've got to make up your mind. Do you want Dill or don't you?
I told you I don't know.
Mary, what is this? You're not trying to get even with Dill.
I thought you knew me better than that.
Oh, I do. You're above that.
Thanks. If I weren't and I found out that I didn't love him, the best way to get even would be to marry him, wouldn't it?
No, but you wouldn't do that.
Of course I wouldn't.
Mary, I don't know what this is all about.
Neither do I. I told you I didn't.
Well, have you spoken to anyone else?
Oh, I couldn't. Still, I can speak about it to you. It's funny, isn't it?
Well, we're old friends.
Oh, that must be it.
Well,
what's
your problem, Mary? And it's a big one. You haven't much time to decide.
The minister's coming in a few minutes to make the final arrangement.
Well, whatever you do decide, it'll be right. I know that.
Thank you, Jeff.
Goodbye, Mary.
Bye.
Well, where to now?
Go around the park again.
Okay. Well, that makes 4 trips around.
Go on. You're getting paid for it. I got all day and all week, and I'm not in a hurry.
Okay, Lonesome.
What?
Remember me? I remember you.
Oh, you do, huh?
Yeah, Lonesome Dingle. All the time a best man. I picked you up on Park Avenue once, remember?
Oh, yes.
Lonesome Dingle. That killed me. I thought you were screwed.
I wouldn't be a bit surprised. Turn around.
Huh?
Go back to the house where you picked me up and step on it.
But I thought you said about...
Go on.
Okay.
Oh, why, Mr. Tingle.
Oh, where's Miss Mary, Dent?
She's in the library.
Thanks. Mary.
Well, glad to see you back, Mr. Tingle. We've got your old room ready for you.
Oh, well, thanks. The conductor said 30 minutes for lunch, so I thought I'd get off and talk to the pretty waitress.
That's nice. Sit down.
Listen, Mary, I've been thinking, and I want to ask you something. Well, if you want to laugh at me when it's all over, I'll laugh with you, because maybe it's hilarious, only I don't think so now.
Go on.
Well, when I left here before, I realized I'd turn tail and run from the most important thing I'd ever had to make up my mind about.
Is it made up now?
Yes, it is. The taxi driver did it. He called me Lonesome Dingo, and that's what I am. And you know why. Because I never took my own advice. I never yelled out for what I wanted in a loud, clear voice. Well, I'm doing it now. Listen, Mary, if you do change your mind about Dill, if you aren't going to marry him, sometime after a decent interval, only I hope the interval won't be too long or too decent, would it ever occur to you to marry me?
Yes, Jefferson, it would.
Of course it would. Why not? Jefferson Tingle, that charming old fellow. Wouldn't it be amusing to think of being married to him at some time or other? Well, all right, Mary. Let me know. My office will give you my address any time in the next 3 weeks.
So you didn't mean it?
Did you?
Yes.
I did mean it.
So did I.
Mary.
Jeff.
What's happened?
I don't know. Have I always loved you? I must have.
Oh, we've got to find Dill and tell him.
He's still here. We'll tell him together.
Wait. Let me have a look at you. That Tingle chap fell into a pretty good thing.
So did that Clay girl.
Mary, where in heaven's name have you been?
Here, dear, why?
Well, you might have let me know. Your friend Paula's been on my trail all day, bawling me out for I don't know what. What is this mysterious thing known as my duty to you? Just what have you suffered that I don't know about? Don't you think I've had a little private suffering of my own?
Well, I didn't sick Paul onto you, dear. You know how she loves to manage destinies. I thought you knew it was best to seem devoutly grateful and then go your own little way. You haven't any duty to me, and I've forgotten that I've ever had a single pang.
Well, all right, Mary. You mustn't mind my getting all steamed up. Sorry to let you in for all this, Jeff, but after all, you were in from the start, and you have a right to be in at the finish. Please excuse me, Mary.
And you must try to excuse me. Dill, I don't know how to put it, except that I'm not going to marry you tomorrow.
What? Oh, well, that's all right, Mary. If you want to wait a little while, I understand.
No, Dill, I'm not going to marry you at all.
Why not? Why not, Mary?
Dill, Mary's going to marry me.
You and... All right, children.
It's
all
not
right.
a joke.
Not one of Jeff's ideas?
It's both our ideas.
I don't believe it. I'll never believe it. You're kidding.
Wait a minute, Dill.
Cut it out, Jeff. Do you mean it, Mary?
Yes, Dill.
Then I am a complete fool. Congratulations on making me one.
Oh, Dill, I'm sorry.
Oh, don't say that. You can't be sorry. Not if you're marrying that fine chap, that true friend, Jefferson Tingle. What I can't understand, Jeff, is why you went all the way to Mexico to get me free.
Wait a minute, Dill. This has happened to Jeff and me in the last half hour. We haven't had time to tell you.
Yes, but you were going to tell me. How considerate. Perhaps you can tell me something I can tell my friends.
Oh, Dill, don't say such things. We've always had so much fun together. Dill, that's it. We were getting married on the strength of the past.
So I'm just a friend. Is that it? Just a friend that stuck his hand in the buzzsaw for you to find out if it was sharp. So you want to marry Jeff Tingle instead of me. Is that it?
That's it, Dill.
All right. But promise me this. Don't ever talk about me. And give me time to get out of town.
There goes Dylan Todd.
I'm sorry. You know, Jeff, he didn't think of me at all. I'm glad of that.
Why?
Because then I won't have to sit up nights worrying about him.
I think he took it nobly.
Don't you think I took it kind of nobly when he let me down?
As far as I'm concerned, I think you take everything nobly.
Jeff, you're not going to start complimenting me at this late date.
Well, Miss Clay, my position is slightly altered. As a bridegroom, I hardly know what to say.
Darling.
Miss Mary, Reverend Duncan is calling about plans for tomorrow.
Oh, the minister. Jeff, kiss me.
Good afternoon, Miss Clay.
Good afternoon, Reverend Duncan.
And this is Mr. Dylan Todd?
Well, not exactly.
What?
I mean, there's been a slight substitution. Mr. Tingle for Mr. Todd.
We take leave of our play, forsaking all others, and devote the next 2 or 3 moments to a meeting with our stars, Betty Davis and Joel McCrea. A couple of weeks ago, Miss Davis, the Hollywood columnist Jimmy Starr reported on this microphone that you've just moved into your new home.
Good work, CB, but don't stop there.
Don't whisper, Joel. Speak up if there's anything on your mind.
Oh, no, not a thing.
Well, you know, Joel here is in the cattle business, and after all, Betty, what is home without a cow?
Now, Mr. DeMille, what would I want with a cow?
I'm sure I don't know, Betty. I'm only trying to help Joel out. He said that if...
Well, Betty, a cow... Well, you see, a cow is... Why, well, anyway, they're swell. They're quiet and restful, and they have big brown eyes, and I'm sure if you saw the one
Joel, I don't wish to buy a cow.
Oh, you don't wish to buy a cow?
No.
Oh. Well, how about a horse?
No.
Well, can I at least sell you a load of hay?
It's very good hay, Betty.
You two aren't partners by any chance.
No, not exactly. You see, I own a herd of deer.
But I don't want any deer either.
No, but they eat so much hay that Joel said he'd give me all I need if I helped him sell you a cow.
Oh. I see. Just a couple of boys in the movie business.
Maybe we'd better change the subject, Mr. DeMille.
No, wait a minute, Joel. Since you and I have formed a sort of mutual admiration society for our friend Willie Wyler, why don't you send a cow to him as a token of your esteem?
Excuse me, Betty, but Mr. Wyler has interrupted his picture directing and is now in Sun Valley, Idaho.
Yes, far, far away from Hollywood with nothing to do but ski and ice skate and toboggan. Poor man. That's why I think a cow might be just the thing to keep his spirits up.
Tell me, Betty, is it true that after directing you in Jezebel, poor Mr. Wyler had to go away for a rest?
Oh, don't be silly, Joel. I'm the one who had to have the rest. You've worked with Willie, you should know.
My secret agents informed me, Betty, that the real reason you worked night and day was to enable your co-star, Henry Fonda, to dash to New York and be there at the time he became a papa.
That's quite true. And in appreciation of our efforts, Henry promised to name the baby Jezebel. But he double-crossed us and named her Jane Seymour Fonda instead. I don't know, I suppose that's better. Jane's really kind of nicer than Jezzy.
By the way, didn't Henry play in Forsaking All Others on Broadway?
That's right, Joel. He was hardly more than an extra then. And now, 5 short years later, he's right up among our leading men. But getting back to you. Now, just what is all this about your ranch?
Well, the best way to find out is to come up and have a look for yourself.
A real ranchman? Corrals and roundups and wooden bathtubs, too, I suppose.
Well, not quite that authentic, Betty. I'll own up to one small swimming pool.
Well, speaking of bathtubs...
And goodness knows you're the one to speak of bathtubs, Mr. DeMille.
Well, anyway, I was about to remark that the first bathtub in this country almost caused a minor revolution. Its presence in the home of a Cincinnati gentleman in the 1840s brought forth a storm of protest from politicians, newspapers, and the medical profession. It was denounced as an Epicurean innovation designed to corrupt the democratic simplicity of the Republic. Not long after, the Philadelphia Common Council went into a turmoil over a proposed ordinance prohibiting bathing between November 1st and March 15th. It failed to become a law by only 2 votes.
That's lucky for you, sir. This is the 20th century. Lux soap would have found it rather rough sledding back there in the unscrubbed 40s. And lucky for us, too. I'm very happy to say that Lux soap is the soap in our new home.
Well, thank you, Betty.
And thank you, sir, for inviting me here to play Forsaking All Others. Many of you will remember the stage production with Miss Tallulah Bankhead, whose performance is one I know I shall never forget. And now, good night.
Good night, CB.
Good night, Betty. So long, cowboy. And now I have some wonderful news for you. Next week, we bring you the great W.C. Fields. The old guard that never surrenders. Beneath the magnificent flaming canopy that is his nose, there beats the heart of a Don Quixote. He's the ghost of the old family album, come back to shake the world with laughter. He's the last stand of old-fashioned chivalry and wisteria-draped sentiment. His speech gushes with 18-carat invective and 18th century elegance. He's the minstrel boy in top hat and velvet collar, slightly frayed. He's that glorious charlatan, W.C. Fields. We dispatched an invitation to Mr. Fields to be with us next Monday night, and by carrier pigeon, Mr. Fields has sent his acceptance. And will reenact his great screen success, Poppy, assisted by Anne Shirley, Skeets Gallagher, and John Payne. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theatre presents W.C. Fields in Poppy with Anne Shirley, Skeets Gallagher, and John Payne. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Joel McCrea appears the courtesy of Samuel Goldwyn and Louis Silvers, new 20th Century Fox Studios, where he directed music for the new film Sally, Irene, and Mary. Heard during tonight's program was Sweet Someone from Love and Hisses. Your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
From the archives of the greatest dramas in radio history, we proudly present Hollywood.
The Radio Theatre, starring Maureen O'Hara, Dick Haynes, and Barry Sullivan in Do You Love Me? Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keighley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. There's music in the air. And our gift to you is a special musical package filled with laughter and romance and decorated by 3 sparkling stars. Dick Haymes of The Matchless Voice, lovely Maureen O'Hara, and Barry Sullivan. They appear in 20th Century Fox's screen hit, Do You Love Me?
the story of a lovely woman who not only finds herself, so far as poise and beauty go, but finds two ardent and persistent suitors in the bargain. Here's Act One of Do You Love Me, starring Maureen O'Hara as Catherine Hilliard, Dick Haymes as Jimmy Hale, and Barry Sullivan as Barry Clayton, with John McIntyre as Herbert Benham. In the suburbs of Philadelphia stands a dignified, vine-covered cluster of buildings known as the Hilliard School of Music. For 100 years, each generation of Hilliard has devoted itself to the art of classical music and the advancement of the school. Today, the dean of the school is the last of the Hilliards, a serious young woman named Catherine, who, at this moment, has just concluded a report to the Board of Trustees.
My dear, that's the finest report we've heard in years. Thank you, Mrs. Crackle.
You've worked wonders with the school, Catherine, wonders.
Now, what can you tell us about the Christmas Music Festival?
Well, as a matter of fact, Ralph and... Oh, I'm sorry. I mean, Mr. Wainwright and I have a surprise for you.
Now, we all know that you two are engaged to be married. There's no need to be so formal.
Thank you, Mrs. Crackleton. It has been rather awkward, particularly since we're planning on being married right after the Christmas festival. Thank you. Now, getting back to the Christmas festival. As treasurer of the school, I'm delighted to say we have ample funds for the most ambitious concert we have ever undertaken.
And since you've all approved my request for a trip to New York, I'm leaving this afternoon to confer with the distinguished composer and conductor, Mr. Herbert Benham. And I think I can safely say that Mr. Benham and his orchestra will accept our invitation.
I will rise and go to thanks to Miss Hilliard. Yes, and a pleasant journey.
And a quick return. I shall miss you, Catherine.
I shall miss you too, Ralph. I'll be back just as soon as I've arranged the program details with Mr. Benham.
But there just don't seem to be any seats.
I'll try the car ahead, conductor.
Oh, sorry, but that's a special car. Barry Clayton's band.
Oh, well, then I just stand in the vestibule. Thank you.
Oh, I beg your pardon. I didn't know you were leaning against the door. No seats inside?
No.
Well, you can't just stand. Come on in here. We've plenty of room.
Why, thank you.
Here, I'll take your bags. It's my Boy Scout training. Wolf Patrol. Well, how's this?
This will do splendidly, thank you. I think I'll just read for a while.
A good book?
Very. The influence of Bach on Wagner.
Oh, you like music?
Yes, intensely.
Well, good. Oh, Dilly.
Yeah?
Tell the gang to pick up their instruments. We've got an audience.
Huh? Oh, put down your cards, boys.
And get ready to pay off that bet, Mr. Dillon. Oh, and miss, you wouldn't mind if we tried out a number, would you?
Oh, no, not at all. I pride myself on being able to concentrate no matter what goes on around me.
Oh, now, honey. Okay, boys, here we go. Let's see you concentrate now, miss, I tell you.
Do you love me? Do you love me? Do you love me? Do you love me? Tell me, do you? Do I really mean all world to you? Do you get a glimpse of heaven when your lips meet mine? Do nightly dreams of me pursue you? Do I thrill you? Do I thrill you? Do I thrill you when I come closer to you? Was your life a bore before I knew you? Tell me, do I send that certain feeling surging through you? If you love me, tell me that you do.
Well, how did you like it?
Yes, sister, how'd we do?
I'm sorry, but I didn't like it.
$50, Barry, come on.
Relax, the bet's off.
Oh, no, you don't. You said the first time we played that tune for a female customer, she'd melt like butter in the oven.
I said the average woman would. This one here isn't a fair test.
Well, look at her. She's one of the most average-looking dames I ever saw.
Oh, no, she isn't, and I'll prove it to you. Madam, when you walk down the street, do men ever go... at you?
They most certainly don't.
There you are, Dilly.
Don't prove a thing.
It certainly does. The hottest number in the world wouldn't warm up a dame like that. She's ice water. If a mosquito ever bit that gal, Dilly, he'd get double pneumonia.
Hey, she's leaving.
Well, let her leave. And the bet's off.
I don't think that tomato likes you.
I'm worried to death. Come on, let's run through that number once again.
how pleased they were when I told them you'd conduct the Christmas festival for us. After all, Herbert Benham, well, you're quite a prize for us.
Well, thank you, Catherine. Now, tell me, what's the matter with you?
Matter with me?
Yes, what's wrong?
I don't quite know. Herbert, I met a man on the train.
What?
Oh, it's not what you're thinking. Oh, Herbert, what's wrong with me?
Well, I'm sure I don't know.
Well, last night, after I checked in at the hotel, I walked around the block for over an hour. Many men went by, all shapes, all ages, but not one of them went at me.
Well, should they?
Could that vulgar, raucous leader of a jazz band be right? Am I ice water? Would I give a mosquito double pneumonia?
Now, just a minute. Evidently, you met a low character on the train who reflected upon your ability to bring out the call of the wild. Is that your tragic tale?
You think I'm being ridiculous?
Oh, no. Your vanity was bruised, and naturally you rebelled.
It's an awful admission, but you're right.
Here, let me look at you. Well, it's sinful.
What's sinful?
Why, the way you hide those pretty eyes of yours behind those ugly spectacles, and your hair pulled up in a tight knot on top of your head, your figure all bundled up in this tailor-made atrocity. Catherine, have you ever thought of what you might look like?
Why,
Take off those glasses.
Take off my glasses?
Yes, and let down your hair. Come on. There's nothing like letting your hair down. That's better. Now, fluff it all out. Fluff it. Makes all the difference in the world. Yeah, well, look in the mirror.
Oh.
Now you behold merely the faintest possibilities. Not to exploit them is positively criminal.
But how? When? I mean...
Well, how should I know? But my secretary would.
Yes, Mr. Benham?
Miss Peters, I'm turning Miss Hilliard over to you. Take her to your beauty salon, to your hairdresser, and take her shopping. I want Miss Hilliard to rise and shine, if you know what I mean.
But the Christmas festival, Herbert, we've hardly begun to...
Forget about it for a day, can't you? And just promise me one thing. When Miss Peters gets through with you, take another walk around the block.
That I should slug that wolf?
Oh, no. It's wonderful.
Huh?
Oh, never mind. I want to go to a nightclub.
What one, lady?
The El Sudan.
Where Barry Clayton makes with the hot swing?
Yes, where Barry Clayton makes with the hot swing.
Do we pick up somebody else?
No.
To meet them there, huh?
Maybe.
That's no go at the El Sudan, lady. If you ain't got no guy inside waiting, no one going in with you, you're out.
Oh. You mean I have to have an escort?
Yeah, a boyfriend or your husband or somebody else's husband. They ain't particular, but a guy is a must.
Oh, well, in that case, you'd better stop. Oh, I have an idea. That man there standing in front of that restaurant.
What, lady?
Oh, don't go away. I'll be right back. Oh, I beg your pardon.
That's all right. You like to look in restaurant windows, too, huh?
I've always been a bakery window fan myself.
Oh, look at that roast duck in there. Me without a solid meal for almost 2 weeks.
You've been hungry for 2 weeks?
Hungry? I'm starved. All I do is stand in front of windows like this and drool.
Well, how would you like to eat anything your heart desires?
Oh, lady, would I?
Good, then come with me.
With you?
Well, you can do me a favor, too. I want to go to a nightclub, and they frown on unescorted ladies.
And, I'm to be your escort, is that it?
That's right. Nothing more, nothing less.
You're on. This I have got to see. The El Sudan, huh? One of Barry Clayton's fans.
Why do you assume that?
Well, anybody who goes to the El Sudan go to listen to that so-called sweet swing of his.
As far as I'm concerned, swing musicians are crude exhibitionists.
Oh, is that so? Well, what about the groaners? You know, the fellows who croon the words to the music. Maybe you like them, huh?
Oh, I imagine they're about in the same class.
Oh, fine. Fine. You're really going to enjoy yourself tonight. You are now in the El Sudan. Is this table okay, lady?
Quite. Oh, you obviously can't go on calling me lady. My name is Catherine Hilliard.
Oh, nice name, Catherine. But I think I'll make it Kitten. You know, you're quite a dish.
Thank you.
Now tell me, just why did you come here?
Well, I'm from out of town, and I understand the Amsterdam is quite the place to go. Now, what would you like to eat?
I can't get my mind over that roast duck.
Well, then, if you'll call the waiter, we'll...
Well, what's happened to the music? Did Mr. Clayton get tired waving that baton of his?
Sorry to interrupt the dancing, good people. Don't be alarmed and don't scream, but there's a burglar in the house. Yes, sir, the Jimmy Valentine of Song, the crown prince of crooners, my pal, Jimmy Hale. Okay, Jimmy, take a bow.
What are you standing up there?
Because I'm Jimmy Hale.
You are a crooner?
Oh, a buck here, a buck there. Fellas got to make a living in it.
But you told me you haven't eaten for 2 weeks.
I haven't. I'm on a diet. Means they like us lean and hungry.
Well, just don't stand there, Jimmy. Come on up here and bat one out for the folks.
I'm sorry, kitten, but I'd better oblige.
Here's a song I know Jimmy knows on account of we made the recording together. Folks, Jimmy Hale.
The more I see you, the more I want you. Somehow this feeling just grows and grows. With every sigh, I become more mad about you. More lost without you, and so it goes. Can you imagine how much I love you? The more I see you, as years go by, I know the only one for me can only be you. My arms won't free you. My heart won't try.
Hello.
Good evening, Mr. Clayton.
The least I can do is to keep Jimmy's gal company while he takes care of those autograph letters.
Oh?
A wonderful fella, Jimmy, wonderful. But let's talk about us.
Very well, let's.
Well, to begin with, I think you're the most beautiful thing I've ever seen.
That's a very nice beginning, Mr. Clayton.
Mary's the name from now on. Oh, I've got plans for us, honey. Big plans.
How exciting.
What are you looking for? A cigarette?
Oh, no. Just these, my eyeglasses. There we are.
Your eyes bother you?
No, not especially. I just wear glasses when I'm in nightclubs and when I travel on crowded trains. They prevent me from stumbling over loud-mouthed band leaders.
Oh, no, you couldn't be. Not her, the girl on the train.
Yes, Mr. Clayton, the Icewater girl in person.
Oh, please, look, I'll get on my knees. I'll fast 10 days. I'll cut my throat.
And deprive womanhood of your flattering speeches.
Now, look, I don't blame you for hating me.
But you've done a great deal for me.
I'll make it all up. Every day, every hour, on the hour. I'll tell you how lovely you are, how charming, how... McGroner's back. Well, how are you, chum? Fine. Would you mind, beautiful, if we drop this brash character in the side pocket and talk about us?
Excuse me, boss, but the customers are clamoring for your talent.
Right away, Dilly. You're going to stay and dance?
Perhaps.
Well, just save a couple for me. Oh, James, I know you hate to see me tear away, but don't break up. I'll be back.
No, I'll try to pull myself together.
Always kidding.
Well, I've got to hand it to him, kitten. A little while ago, he was a crude exhibitionist. Just a little bit of howling, and you've joined the pack.
How unkind, Mr. Hale.
No, I'll leave the corny lyrics to Barry. He's got the market cornered in that department.
Well, it was a brief evening, but a highly successful one. Thank you.
What are you talking about? You're not leaving.
Certainly. I wanted to prove something, and I have. Now, if you can get the check...
No, it's on the house. Professional courtesy, you know.
Then I guess everything's been taken care of. Good night.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Clients have to be escorted to their homes. That's rule number 1 of the union. Come on, we'll get a cab.
Tell me something, Jimmy. What sort of a man are you? Could just any woman have come along and met you the way I did tonight?
No, not just any woman, kitten. What I mean is she'd have to be somebody pretty special. Like you.
Oh, am I special?
You're wonderful. If you don't believe me, just look in your mirror. And somebody else agreed with me, too. That look in Barry Clayton's eye, oh, brother.
You know, I do think he rather likes me.
Certainly he likes you. But then he likes all girls, especially the ones that go with me.
Are you trying to tell me that Barry Clayton paid attention to me just because I was with you?
No, but it's a feud of long standing. If Barry knew where to find you, he'd be howling on your doorstep right now. But that isn't going to happen because I have no intention of moving over.
This is all very interesting. Now tell me, whatever made you choose the profession of groaning?
Like some music? I'll turn the radio on.
I asked you a question.
Yeah, that's right. Why do I groan? Well, I told you before, it's a living just like anything else. The pay's pretty good, and the work's not too hard. You see, all you do is, do you love me? Do you love me? Do you love me? Do you love me? Tell me, do you? Do I really mean the whole world to you? Do you get a glimpse of heaven when your lips meet mine? Do nightly dreams of me pursue you? Do I thrill you? Do I thrill you? Do I thrill you when I cuddle closer to you? Was your life a bore before I knew you? And that certain feeling surging through you. If you love me, tell me that you do. Anything wrong with that?
No, nothing.
Here's your hotel, eh?
This is where I say goodbye.
Oh, now the very least I can do is take you inside. Here you are, Skipper.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Hale. Good luck.
Now, I know a nice, quiet little corner in the lobby, kitten.
Sorry, but I'm going straight to bed. I've got a very busy day tomorrow.
Oh, that's right. We have, don't we? Including breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
I think I'd better tell you something right now, Jimmy. I'm engaged.
Yes?
Engaged to be married.
I'd be surprised if you weren't. But that's no reason to starve. Only groaners have to starve. Don't engaged women eat?
Very well, then, lunch. But just this once. You've heard of Herbert Benham.
Oh, definitely. Hey, wait a minute. You're not engaged.
No, Jimmy, not to Mr. Benham. But I'll be in his office all morning. Suppose you try me there at noon.
If I can hold out that long. Good night, kitten.
Good night, groaner.
Do You Love Me, starring Dick Haymes, Maureen O'Hara, and Barry Sullivan, will continue in a moment. Here's your producer, William Keeley.
We continue with Act 2 of Do You Love Me, starring Maureen O'Hara in her original screen role as Catherine, Dick Haymes as Jimmy, and Barry Sullivan as his namesake, Barry. Well, sir, it just goes to show what a little determination will do, and the right clothes, and the right hairdresser. In a matter of a few hours, the highly conservative Catherine Hilliard has become a creature of dazzling glamour, to whose charms Barry Clayton, the band leader, and Jimmy Hale, the crooner, have completely succumbed. It's the following morning now, and Catherine has just entered the office of Herbert Benham, the conductor.
By Rimsky-Korsakov's beard, Catherine, it's you.
Good morning.
Let me look at you. Well, it's miraculous. Tell me all about it. You walked around the block.
Oh, yes, and then I went to the El Sudan, and I made him squirm, and then I made him crawl, and then... Oh, Herbert, it was delicious.
No doubt. But who squirmed and who crawled?
That band leader. Oh, Herbert, I'm indebted to you for life. Well, what ideas do you have for our Christmas festival?
Well, how about talking it all over at lunch?
Splendid. Oh, I forgot. I have a luncheon date. He said he'd phone me here.
After he got through crawling, he invited you to lunch?
Oh, no, not the band leader. Another man. I met him in front of a restaurant.
My. You did have a triumphant evening.
Yes. He's a singer, Jimmy Hale. Of course you wouldn't know him. He isn't from our world, so to speak.
Oh, yes, I know him quite well, and you'd be surprised how easy it is to step out of our planet onto his. Excuse me. Yes? Oh, put him on, Miss Peters. Hello? Who? Kitten? Oh, just a moment. It's for you, Kitten.
Oh, hello? Yes, Mr. Hale. Meet you in front of Mindy's restaurant? All right, I'll leave right now. Goodbye. He insists upon calling me Kitten.
I wonder what Mrs. Crackleton of the Board of Trustees would think.
They must never know, especially Ralph. It would be disastrous.
Then I have you in my clutches, haven't I?
Oh, Herbert.
And the first tribute I'll exact is that you go out and start having some fun for yourself.
Oh, thank you. I'll be back here promptly at 2. After all, we simply must start planning the program. I've enjoyed lunch tremendously, Jimmy, but I really...
Oh, now you've got plenty of time, Kitten. Now, as I started to tell you... Oh. Well, how do you do?
Oh, hello. Jimmy, why didn't you tell me that Mr. Clayton was going to join us?
Because I'm an optimist. I like to look at the brighter side. Look at me, beautiful. I couldn't sleep last night. I couldn't eat a bite of breakfast. I couldn't eat... Well, then why don't you find a nice little table in the corner and get some sleep?
And I thought you two were good friends.
Oh, but we are. Why, I can hardly bear to have Jimmy out of my sight. Especially when he's with you, Miss... Now, isn't that ridiculous? I can't seem to...
Hilliard. Catherine Hilliard.
Sorry to barge in, Barry, but... Hiya, Jimmy. But Earl Williams is here. Wants some news for his column.
Well, give him some news, Dilly. I'm busy.
Yeah, okay. I'll tell Earl how you and the band took over Pittsburgh last night.
Catherine Hilliard. What a beautiful name. Oh, now, just a minute, Barry. Jimmy, why don't you blow? Can't you see Miss Hilliard and I? Why, we're inevitable. You tell him, honey. I just want to sit here and stare at you.
Every record in Pittsburgh, Earl. Every record.
Yeah. Well, what I want to know is, who's the babe with Barry?
Oh, some out-of-town tomato's got a crush on him.
Yeah? And what's Jimmy Hale in with her for?
Well, you know, Earl. She's using Jimmy for kind of a bait. She came into the El Sudan last night with Hale and went hook, line, and sinker for the maestro.
Oh, thanks, Billy. That's a nice little item. Oh, you might tell your boss that Jackson's here.
Al Jackson, the music publisher?
Yeah, he's in Mindy's office. Wants to talk to Barry and Jimmy about the new song.
Oh, yeah, well, thanks, Earl. I'll tell him right away.
But she was sitting right here, waiter. Miss Hilliard, what happened to her? She left. But didn't she leave a message for me?
No message.
Oh, this is awful. Jimmy, look. Here's your chance to square yourself with me for life. You give me her address and phone number, see, and I'll appear on your radio program. Yeah. But, Jimmy, you don't understand. I'm on the level. Now, what does a guy have to do to prove it to you? All right. Just let me handle it. I'll talk to her. You will? Yeah, on our honeymoon. Be seeing you, chum. Oh, great. Billy, come here.
Yeah,
come over
Barry,
here.
what did Jackson have to say about the
Forget
song?
Jackson. Follow Jimmy Hale, see?
Yeah?
Don't let him out of your sight. I've got to find out where Miss Hilliard lives.
Jimmy, what are you doing here in front of the hotel?
Waiting to see you. I've been trying ever since you ducked out of Mindy's.
Oh, but
Oh, it's all right, really. True, I phoned you 20 times, only to be told each time that Miss Hilliard was not in. But now that you've made an appearance...
You've been standing out here waiting for me?
Well, eventually you'd have to come out.
But it's cold. It's snowing.
I hadn't noticed. Thinking about you gives me that nice, warm feeling.
Jimmy,
Look. I know you're engaged to another man, but that's no reason to run out on a luncheon date.
I had an appointment with Herbert Benham, but whether I did or not, I should never have consented to go with you.
Let's talk about it over a nice dinner, huh?
I've already had a nice dinner.
Let's take a walk. Oh, you should see Central Park with the snow coming down like this. Oh, kitten, it's near Christmas. You're supposed to love your fellow man.
I do, collectively.
Well, it couldn't be that you're afraid.
Afraid? Jimmy, I'm engaged. The man I'm going to marry is also associated with me at the music school. Our lives are inseparably bound together.
How does Barry Clayton fit into the picture?
He doesn't. Oh, you're exasperating.
You're very pretty. Now, look, I promise to behave, and not for a moment will I forget that you're madly in love and engaged to somebody else.
Oh, all right. But just a short walk.
Now you're purring, kitten.
It's almost like another world, Jimmy, here in the park. Beautiful.
I never used to think those pictures on the Christmas cards were real. Snow falling slowly, kids singing Christmas carols.
I love thee, Lord Jesus, look down
You cold?
Oh, no. I'm fine. Oh, look, there's even a moon.
Pretty wonderful, isn't it? Watch out for that moon, kid, and it's dangerous. And don't pay any attention to those stars either. They're dynamite.
Jimmy.
Huh?
I feel so strange. What is it? You never should have brought me here, you know. It's much too...
Romantic?
Bewitching.
Chestnuts roasting on an open fire. Jack Frost nipping at your nose. Yuletide carols being sung by a choir, and folks dressed up like Eskimos. Everybody knows a turkey and some mistletoe help to make the season bright. Tiny tots with their eyes all aglow will find it hard to sleep tonight. They know that Santa's on his way. He's loaded lots of toys and goodies on his sleigh, and every mother's child is gonna spy to see if reindeer really know how to fly. And so I'm offering this simple phrase to kids from 1 to 92. Although it's been said many times, many ways, Merry Christmas to you.
Thank you, Jimmy.
Kitten,
You shouldn't have kissed me.
I know. I promised I'd behave, didn't I?
It wasn't fair.
That guy you're gonna marry, I wonder if he knows what a swell girl he's getting.
Oh, good morning, Miss Hilliard. Some flowers for you.
Well, I was just going out.
Hey, this way, fellas.
How many of you bellboys are there?
Well, just 4 of us, Miss Hilliard. You see, we were told to give you a message. It's kind of embarrassing, but I guess we gotta tell you.
What is it, please?
You're lovely, you're charming, you're gorgeous. That's true. I love you, I love you, I love you. Guess who?
Sorry, Miss Hilliard, but we had to do it.
Oh, that's all right. But now you can take the flowers and give them to your girlfriend.
We tried to tell Mr. Clayton it was awful corny.
Oh, when you go down to the desk, would you mind leaving word for me with the clerk? Just tell him if any messages come. I'll be at Mr. Benham's office.
Good thing you weren't here 5 minutes ago, Catherine. Ralph telephoned.
Ralph?
He tried to get you at the hotel. You weren't in.
Well, naturally, I was on my way here.
Where were you last night? It seems he phoned last night, too.
Oh, I was out walking with Jimmy.
Well, as far as Ralph's concerned, you were with me. Do you understand? We were listening to composers at Malinsky's farm in Connecticut. Well, Catherine, I had to tell him something. He trusts me.
But not me.
Of course he does. Oh, I'm afraid we really started something when I told you to rise and shine.
Oh, Herbert, I'm in love. Terribly in love.
Not Jimmy Hale.
Yes.
I knew it. I knew something would happen the minute you fluffed your hair. What about Ralph? Ralph thinks I'm his friend.
Oh, pardon me, Miss Hilliard. There are 4 messenger boys here. They insist on seeing you.
Oh, well, have them come in.
What in the world?
We can't help it, Miss Hilliard. We'd lose our jobs.
Yes, I know, gentlemen. Just go ahead and get it over with.
You're lovely, you're charming, you're gorgeous. That's true. I love you, I love you, I love you. Guess who?
Thank you.
I sure am sorry, ma'am. You know, during the war, this sort of thing wasn't allowed, and I never thought I'd see the day that I'd be wishing for another war. Well, come on, fellas.
Jimmy Hale, huh? Well, I suppose a whirlwind courtship has its point.
Oh, Jimmy didn't send those messengers. It was that other man.
Other man? The band leader?
Yes, Barry Clayton. Earlier today, it was 4 singing bellboys.
Catherine, my dear, you are in a mess. A newfound love, an ex-sweetheart who doesn't know he's an ex, and a persistent suitor.
Oh, Herbert, what shall I do?
Well, obviously, the green light must be given to Jimmy, the red light to Ralph, and for our dear ambitious Barry Clayton.
Oh, he's not so easily put off, believe me.
Well, why don't you just phone him and tell him the truth?
Of course.
Yes, Mr. Burnham?
Get Barry Clayton on the phone, will you? From the studio.
All right, Barry. I'll see you at my hotel at 5 o'clock. Yes, goodbye. Well, I'm meeting him at 5, Herbert.
Well, you can dispose of him by 5:30, but that still leaves us with Ralph.
I just have to go home tomorrow and tell him.
Good. Well, they're all straightened out now, right?
Right.
Then if it's not asking too much, suppose we sit down and think about me. After all, kitten, I have a concert coming up at the Hilliard School of Music. Hello? This is Mr. Benham. Who? Western Union. Yes. Would you mind repeating that, please? Yes, thank you very much. Miss Peters, where are you?
Yes, Mr. Benham.
Get a hold of Miss Hilliard right away. Tell her Ralph Wainwright's arriving from Pennsylvania any minute. He wants to surprise her.
The hors d'oeuvres look delicious, Catherine. Oh, here, have some orchids.
Thank you.
And what is this champagne? Oh, you shouldn't have.
I didn't. Room service sent it up in your name.
Oh, well, just a slight sample of what's to come. Wait till the man from Cartier's gets here.
From Cartier's, the jewelry store, but you must stop him.
Too late, baby. I've already bought it.
Bought what?
Well, I'll give you a hint. It's in a gold setting with rubies. It's as big as a hunk of ice and has a deep blue color. Guess what?
Oh, this is awful. Oh, no.
That must be the man from Cartier's.
Barry, please, don't go to the door. He mustn't find you here.
Who mustn't find you here?
A man, a friend of mine from Pennsylvania.
Well, I'd like to meet him.
No. He doesn't know what's happened to me. I mean about us. I've got to tell him myself. You must go, please.
Anything you want, baby, is okay with me.
Oh, no, not out that door.
Oh, that's right.
The other room. Use the fire escape and hurry.
What about us?
Later.
I'll tell you what. Meet me at Carter Holden's penthouse. It's right here in this hotel. He's throwing a cocktail party.
All right. In an hour, maybe.
And don't be scared, honey. You tell that lug, whoever he is, that no one's going to push my future wife around. Fire escape.
Oh, it's just you, Herbert.
A trifle wilted from waiting, but still recognizable.
I nearly had a fit. I thought you were Ralph, and here I was, trapped with Barry Clayton.
I don't see Clayton.
He just left. The fire escape.
Oh. Well, I thought I'd better be here when Ralph arrives. It might soften the shock.
Thank you, Herbert.
You're still certain you want to go through with this?
I've never been more certain of anything.
Well, you'd better be in the bedroom then when he arrives. I'll welcome Ralph myself and break it to him as gently as possible. Oh, dear. What's this?
Caviar and champagne from Barry Clayton.
Oh, I'm afraid Ralph won't like this at all. I'll just have to sit...
Oh, excuse me. Hello? Jimmy. Oh, I've been hoping you'd call. Oh, I'd love to. But someone named Carter Holden is having a party, and I've promised Barry Clayton I'd be there. No, Jimmy, I don't want to go, but I must, and I want you to take me. Oh, please. You will? I'll meet you in the lobby in an hour. Thank you, Jimmy. Goodbye, darling. Oh, Herbert, I'm so happy I could...
Ralph.
What'll I do?
Oh, go on, disappear. Just leave everything to me. Courage, Benham, old fellow. Courage. Why, Ralph. Hello. Herbert. Well, come in, old man. I just thought I'd drop over to welcome you.
Well, thank you. Where's Catherine?
Catherine? Oh, she's in the bedroom, cleaning up a bit. Have a herring.
No, thank you.
How about a glass of champagne?
I guess you've forgotten, Herbert. I don't drink.
Oh, yes, that's right. Ralph, you and I are old friends. We have mutual interests, mutual ambitions. Yes? Well, what I'm trying to say is that since Catherine came to New York, we've worked closely together, and...
I'm sorry, Herbert, but I don't follow you.
Well, to come straight to the point, Catherine's in love with another man. What? Yes. From a chance acquaintance, they drifted unwittingly in love. I lied to you last night about being up at Malinsky's farm. She was with this other man.
Herbert, if this is your idea of a practical joke,
No, believe me. I'm dead serious. You see, in a sense, I've taken your fiancée away. That is, I've had something to do with it.
But, what's this?
What's what, old man?
This card with the orchids. You're beautiful, you're gorgeous, you're lovely. Signed B. B for Benham.
Oh, no, Ralph. You've got this all wrong.
Or is it for Benedict, like in Benedict? And you can tell Catherine if she has any explaining to do, she can reach me at the YMCA.
After a brief intermission, we'll bring you Act 3 of Do You Love Me, starring Dick Haymes, Maureen O'Hara, and Barry Sullivan.
Mr. Keeley at the microphone.
Act 3 of Do You Love Me, starring Maureen O'Hara as Catherine, Dick Haymes in his original screen role as Jimmy Hale, and Barry Sullivan as Barry Clayton. It's a few seconds later. Herbert Benham, the eminent conductor, has just conducted himself off the floor, while Catherine stands by, helpless but sympathetic.
Oh, my goodness, Herbert, are you all right?
Oh, I'm just fine. It seems I omitted one small point in my little talk with Ralph, the name of your newfound love. He thought I was the lucky dog.
Oh, I'm so sorry. You're sure your jaw's all right? Oh, Herbert, but for you, I might have married that...
That blue-nosed, pompous sack of cornstarch. Well, my dear, that's one down and two to go. Barry Clayton and Jimmy. You're meeting Jimmy downstairs, is that it? And he's taking you to the party so you can meet Barry?
You see, it's all working out very well.
I'd say there were two schools of thought on that subject, Catherine. But have a lovely evening. You must see me sometime and tell me all about it.
Jimmy, glad to see you. No, hello, Earl. This is Miss Hilliard, Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams is New York's most famous columnist, kitten.
How do you do?
Seen Barry around, Earl?
Barry? Oh, he's in there playing the piano. Our host put him to work.
Want to talk to him now, kitten?
I think I'd better, Jimmy, if you don't mind.
Run along, I'll wait right here.
You know, I didn't expect to see you here tonight.
Well, it was Miss Hilliard's idea. She wants to talk to Barry.
Well, I always knew you were a good sport, and as long as I spelled your name right...
I don't get it.
Well, I want you to know there was nothing personal in it. Well, see you later. How goes it, Groner?
Oh, hello, Dilly.
Hey, I didn't think you'd be talking to Earl Williams.
Why not? What goes on, Dilly?
You, didn't see his column?
His column? What about it?
Nothing, Jimmy. No, nothing at all.
What's the matter?
I just wanted to see you, kitten. Alone.
Oh, about Barry? I haven't had a chance to talk to him yet, but I'm...
I was just reading the evening paper, kitten. Earl Williams' column.
Oh?
Here. Thought you might like to read it, too. Well?
If you notice Jimmy Hale's face turning red, it's because a beautiful lady from out of town was crazy to meet Barry Clayton. So she used Jimmy as a stooge at the El Sudan to get an introduction. But what Jimmy hasn't caught on to yet is that the lady has fallen but hard for the maestro. And all that's left for the groaner are groans. Those in on the know are very, very amused. Jimmy.
Yeah?
You can't believe that I'd do anything as contemptible as that. It isn't true. I did have reasons for wanting to meet Barry at the El Sudan, but...
And you used me as a stooge, huh?
I didn't even know who you were then. You were just a man I picked up.
Yes, that seems quite obvious.
Oh, you know I didn't mean it that way. I met Barry once before, and he ridiculed me, and... Well, I suppose I have been vain and silly, but what you don't know...
No, what I know is enough. It all adds up, every little trick.
Well, how are you, Joe? Glad to see you. Did you tell him, Catherine?
Did she tell me what?
And I took an option on the lady, and she said yes.
Barry!
Well, that's great, pal. Exactly what we were just talking about. I'm tickled to death. She knew what she wanted. She knew how to get it.
Your understanding is overwhelming, Mr. Hale.
Yeah. Why don't you go to the piano with Barry and jam out a couple of choruses of the wedding march? You might as well double-cross Mendelssohn, too.
A wonderful suggestion. Perhaps you'd like to join the joyful chorus. Come on, Barry.
Well, what's the matter with him? Hey, Jimmy, that girl, what'd you say her name was?
Catherine Hilliard, for the time being. You can put that in your column, pal, and this on your chin.
Oh! Hey, Jimmy, what columnist was stocked last night at Hilliard? Catherine Hilliard, School of Music.
Girl, what's the matter with you?
Oh, darling, did it hit you so hard you're talking to yourself?
Out of my way, baby. I've got to get to a phone. Have I got a story? Pennsylvania papers, please copy.
Sit down, Jimmy. You too, Mr. Clayton. I invited you to drop in because I thought you might both be interested to learn of Catherine's whereabouts.
Now, where is she? Trying to find her
Catherine's
everywhere.
gone back home. Just why she's gone home, I don't know. You see, the Board of Trustees of the Hilliard School of Music has decided to get a new dean. I'm afraid the board's a little narrow-minded when it comes to crooners, band leaders, and publicity in Earl Williams' column.
If it wasn't for this hot-headed character...
Oh, I
suppose I invited her to the party.
Gentlemen, please, we're all to blame. If you're guilty, so am I. It was I who persuaded Catherine to burst her Hilliard School cocoon and emerge as a butterfly. You two gave her wings. Now it matters little to me in whose garden she'll finally light. But we must, if possible, prevent her from being permanently dismissed from the school.
Yeah, but what can we do? A bunch of long hairs like that, they wouldn't even let Jimmy and me in the front door. Why don't we go through the back door, then? Very funny. Oh, that's too simple for you to understand. Look here, Mr. Benham, just how far are you prepared to go to help Kitten?
Just this side of murder.
Uh-huh.
I have a concert to conduct at the Hilliard School tomorrow. I'm leaving in an hour, so if there's any little thing...
All right. Now, look, listen. You too, Barry. Now, here's my idea. If we can...
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, all radical changes in art are born of inspiration and very often of strife. So in music there sometimes arises a difference of opinion. You just heard the orchestra in a composition in the tradition of the classics, conducted by your humble servant. I would now like to depart from the printed program and offer for your approval and judgment a composition in the tradition of modern popular music, conducted by Barry Clayton and sung by the eminent vocalist, Mr. Jimmy Hale.
Popular music at our Christmas fest. Oh, Mrs. Clayton, this is unprecedented. The Benham must be out of his mind. He's taking himself to the Board of Trustees.
Ever since that certain night when we first danced and dined out, I've been wondering how I stand, and now I've simply got to find out. I'm prepared to hear the worst, so speak your mind out. Do you love me? Do you love me? Do you love me? Tell me, do you? Do I really mean the whole world to you? Do you get a glimpse of heaven when your lips meet mine? Do nightly dreams of me pursue you? Do I thrill you? Do I thrill you? Do I thrill you when I cuddle closer to you? Was your life a bore before I knew you? And that certain feeling surging through you, if you're
Mr. Clayton and Mr. Hale seem to suddenly left our stage, may I thank you in their behalf. I'm sure that your response to their offering will help convince anyone present that the Dean of the Hilliard School of Music, Miss Catherine Hilliard, committed no unforgivable sin in her recent association with these two artists.
Dilly, where is she, Miss Hilliard? Did you find her?
Don't stand there, Dilly. Where's Miss Hilliard?
She ain't here, boss.
What are you talking about?
Miss Hilliard, she wasn't allowed to come to the concert. She's in her office packing, getting ready to leave town.
Oh, that's all I want to know. Hey, Usher, where's Miss Hilliard's office?
Administration building, it says. This is it, Jimmy.
Yeah. What am I worked up for? Go on in, pal. You're the one she wants to see.
Thanks, Jimmy. We'll be seeing you around sometime, Catherine and I.
Oh, well, I'm not leaving just yet. I'll just wait out here. I'd like to wish Kitten good luck.
Oh, that's very swell of you, chum. I'll bring her right out.
Well, where's Kitten? I said, where's Kitten?
You want a Christmas present?
Huh?
Here.
Barry! You mean she...
Yes, go on in there. She's waiting for you, you groaner.
Merry Christmas, Kitten.
Jimmy, oh, Jimmy, darling. Oh, your eye, Jimmy. Who hit you?
Oh, Barry just hung up his sock on me.
Oh, I've got something for you, too. From me, darling. With love.
Oh, who says there ain't a Santa Claus?
This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theatre brings you Joan Fontaine and Brian Ahern in Suspicion with Nigel Bruce. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. We Americans are a nation of mystery lovers. The sliding panel, the creaking stair bring a shiver of pleasure to 100 million spines. We wait with bated breath for the next chapter to reveal whodunit. And don't tell me there's nothing new in mysteries either, because we have it here tonight, the RKO drama, Suspicion. It's the same gripping yarn that gave Joan Fontaine the part that won her an Academy Award. And tonight she co-stars with Brian Ahern. There are no sliding panels or creaking stairs in Suspicion. But in just about 3 acts from now, I think you'll agree it's one of the most absorbing mysteries of the year. 2 young people in love with a strange threat hanging over them. These are the ingredients of Suspicion. Shake well, and you have an excellent spring tonic. And in the spring, a housewife's fancy usually turns to thoughts of house cleaning. But we got a different slant on the subject the other day from a listener in North Dakota. I don't believe anyone is happier to see spring come than we are up here, she writes. And so it seems like a good time to thank Lux Flakes for bringing us the Lux Radio Theatre. It's our most valued entertainment all winter long. We aren't snowed in all the time, but we don't go very far when the sky is gray. The snow's gone now, and so is that supply of Lux Flakes we acquired last fall. Thanks again for making life on one North Dakota farm a little more cheerful in the months just past. To the lady from Dakota, our best wishes for a pleasant summer. She'll find that Lux Flakes, unlike snowflakes, will be just as welcome in the months to come. Now the curtain for Suspicion.
starring Joan Fontaine as Lena and Brian Aherne as Johnny, with Nigel Bruce as Beaky.
Let me go! Let me go!
You little fool. What's the matter with you?
Let me go!
Hilltop overlooking the English countryside, the trees bend low before the moaning wind. Smoke-gray clouds weave swiftly across a smoke-gray sky. Against this sky are silhouetted the figures of a man and a woman. The man's arms are about her shoulders. She struggles wildly, fiercely, then breaks away. Again his arms reach out. Her hands are caught and held as in a vice.
What did you think I was trying to do? Kill you? Nothing less than murder could justify such a violent self-defense. Why, look at you.
Let me go.
Oh, I'm beginning to understand. You thought I was going to kiss you, didn't you?
Weren't you?
Well, of course not. I was merely reaching around you, trying to fix your hair.
What's wrong with my hair?
I'm glad you asked me that. It would have been extremely discourteous for me to bring the subject up.
Are you serious?
Of course I'm serious.
You always give me the feeling that you're laughing at me.
No, I give you my word.
Well, what's wrong with my hair?
Let me show you. No. Don't back away. I'm not going to hurt you. Now, let me see. Yes, this'll do it. What are you thinking of?
A week ago, I'd never even seen you.
And now here we are on a Sunday morning missing church while I unbraid your hair.
I think you've done enough fooling with my hair.
There we are. Have you got a mirror? You look splendid.
I must be quite a novelty by contrast to the women you're photographed with in the newspapers.
Oh. Well, how do you like your hair? Oh, Nan, don't screw up your face like that. You look like a monkey. What does your family call you? Monkey face?
I have to go now. I'll be late for luncheon. Anyway, if my father saw me come home both late and beautiful, he might have a stroke.
Are you sure Miss Lena isn't in her room, Burton?
I knocked, sir, just before I announced luncheon.
She said she was going to church.
Try again, Burton.
Yes, sir.
What were you saying just before, my dear?
About Lena. I do wish she'd get married, Stanley.
I don't believe Lena will ever marry. She's not the marrying sort.
Oh, I suppose you're right. She is rather spinsterish.
What's wrong with that? The Old Maid's a respectable institution, and all women are not alike. Lena has intellect and a fine, solid character.
Sorry I'm late.
Oh, Lena, dear. Come and sit down.
Lena?
What kept you so long at church, dear?
I didn't go to church. I went for a walk.
A walk?
With a man.
A man?
Yes. His name's John Aysgarth.
John Aysgarth?
Is that Tom Aysgarth's boy?
How did you meet him? Pity he's turned out so wild. Rough luck on Tom.
What do you mean?
Well, he was turned out of some club for cheating at cards, wasn't he?
I don't know. I didn't ask him.
What's he doing down here?
Well, he's staying at Penn's Hayes. I shouldn't have thought Lord Middleham would have had him there if he'd ever been turned out of a club for cheating.
Well, perhaps it wasn't cards. May have been a woman. He was correspondent or something, I believe. Or ought to have been correspondent.
Well, anyway, I'm going to see him again this afternoon. He's calling for me at 3.
Miss Lena, you're wanted on the telephone.
Oh, thank you, Burton.
Stanley, she seems quite excited. You suppose...
Hello? Oh, hello, Johnny. What? Oh, yes, a long time ago. When are you coming? Oh, you can't? Yes, of course I understand. Yes, please write, and thank you for calling. Goodbye. Hello? Yes, this is Miss McNaidlaw. A telegram? Will you read it, please? I will see you, yes. Thursday, yes. At Beecham Hunt Ball. Signed, Johnny. Yes, I have it. Oh, Johnny.
I believe this is our dance, isn't it? Hello, Monkey Face.
Hello.
Hello, Monkey Face.
Hello, Johnny.
Come on. We're getting out of here.
Oh, but we can't.
Oh, of course we can. This way, Monkey Face.
Johnny, where are we going?
Now then, which is your car?
Oh, but this is ridiculous. It's over there.
Good. Come on. Tell me, have you ever been kissed in a car before?
Johnny.
Johnny what?
Well, you mustn't joke with me. I'm no good at joking. I don't know how to flirt.
Well, I'm not joking. I'm serious. Have you ever been kissed in a car?
No.
Would you like to be?
Yes.
Well, you're the first woman I've ever met who says yes when she meant yes.
What do the others say?
Oh, hanged if I know. Anything but yes.
But they kiss you.
Well, usually.
Have there been...
Have there been what, monkey face?
Well, have there been many?
I'm afraid so. Quite a few.
Are you always frank with them like this?
No, not particularly.
Well, then why are you frank with me? Because I'm different?
Oh, no, it isn't that. I'm honest with you because, because I think it's the best way to get results.
Johnny, I hope I'm not saying the wrong thing, but I love you.
No. No, you haven't said the wrong thing, monkey face. I think I'm falling in love with you, too. That's why I stayed away for a week. I was afraid of you. I never thought it would happen like this.
Oh, neither did I.
Dear Mother and Father, Johnny and I were married last night.
Married?
We're off for a month's honeymoon on the continent. Please forgive me. I love him very much.
Just put those grips there. Thank you. The trunk goes up on the landing. Well, darling, how do you like your new house?
Oh, darling.
Because if you don't like it, just blame it all on Mr. Bailey here. He rented the house while we were on our honeymoon.
Yes, sir.
Why, he even decorated the place.
Oh, I adore it.
Mr. Aysgarth, I shall have to be getting along now, so what shall I do about the bill?
Oh, just drop it on that pretty little table on your way out, old boy.
Oh, yes, thank you, Mr. Aysgarth.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey.
Johnny, I never dreamt I'd ever have such a gorgeous place. Are you sure you can afford it?
Here, look. Just press that button there on the phonograph. There we are.
Oh.
I dance, I believe.
Oh, yes.
Where are we?
At the Hunt Ball.
And where else?
In Venice.
And
Naples and Capri and Monte Carlo and Nice.
And
Paris.
Paris.
I beg your pardon, sir.
Yes? Oh, darling. This is, I'm so sorry, I've forgotten your name.
Ethel, sir.
Oh, yes. Well, Ethel, what is it?
A telegram for you,
Oh,
sir.
thank you, Ethel.
Yes, sir.
What do you think of Ethel?
Oh, she seems perfect.
Oh,
Oh, it isn't bad news, is it, dear?
Oh, no. It's from an old friend of mine. Stupid fella. He wants £1,000. You couldn't spare 1,000, could you?
1,000? What does he want it for?
Oh, hanged if I know. Probably because I borrowed it from him.
You borrowed it? Why?
Because I was going on a honeymoon with the loveliest girl in the world, and I wanted her to be happy.
Didn't you have any money of your own?
Well, no, not a shilling.
But I thought I had the impression... Johnny, are you broke?
Monkey face, I've been broke all my life.
Why didn't you tell me? And whatever made you take this extravagant house?
Well, I didn't want you to live in a shack. Why, a girl like you who's going to come into plenty of money someday.
Oh, wait a minute. I can't quite get this into my head. Were you thinking of my inheritance? Oh, I don't know what to say.
Oh, now, darling, really? Isn't it silly to spend the best years of our lives waiting? Why not be comfortable now?
Johnny, I'm just beginning to understand you. You're a baby. Oh, I know you didn't marry me for my money, but my income will never pay for all this, never.
But what about your father?
I couldn't possibly ask my father or even mother. Anyway, you wouldn't actually want to live on your wife's allowance, would you?
Of course not, darling.
Well, then.
Well, I suppose if the worst comes to the worst and there were no other way out of it, I suppose I'd have to...
What?
Well, borrow some more. I haven't touched old Middleham yet. Why, he ought to be good for a month or two's housekeeping.
I think you must be mad.
Oh, darling, let's
Johnny,
not...
listen to me.
Well?
There's going to be no more borrowing.
Well, what else is there to do?
You've got to go to work.
Work?
Yes, work.
What, you mean put on old clothes and go out with a shovel?
Don't be flippant.
Well, what do you mean? Well, do you realize that in order to be a plumber or a carpenter or an electrician... Oh, darling, you just haven't been around.
There are all sorts of jobs, Johnny.
Well, I'm broad-minded. Let's have some tea and talk it over. We can make out a list of jobs. Why, it might be fun. Hello, who's that, I wonder? There it is, right behind you, darling.
Hello? Oh, hello, Mother. Oh, yes, it's wonderful, a most beautiful house. And would you tell Father how badly I felt? And... Oh, is he? Oh, wait a minute, and I'll tell Johnny. Johnny.
Huh?
Father is sending us a wedding present.
No.
Oh, I can't tell you how much this means to me.
Oh, me too.
Yes, Father, yes?
Go on. Ask him when he's sending it.
Shh, it's coming over right away by messenger.
Well, invite them over for dinner. And if you can slip it in, just say that we were in the throes of job hunting when he telephoned.
Johnny, really, you are the limit. What, Father? Oh, yes. Johnny and I were just discussing that very subject, and he has several interesting ideas of the kind of job he'd like to do.
Oh, Mr. Aysgarth, there's a messenger from General McLeodlaw.
Oh, it's just come, Father. Hold on. Bring it in, Ethel.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, I think I know what it is, and... Oh, Johnny, you'll be thrilled.
In here, please.
Oh, it is. Oh, how wonderful, Johnny. Look.
What the... Yeah, what is that thing?
It's a chair, darling. A Queen Anne chair.
Ah.
Here's another one, ma'am.
Yeah, how many more, for heaven's sake?
Just these two, sir.
Oh, he sent us both of them. Oh, Johnny, these are our first heirlooms to be handed down to our children and then to their children.
That's the thing to do with them, all right.
Oh, well, I must tell him. Oh, Father, you're so good to me that it makes me want to cry. You've made me so very happy, and you've made Johnny very happy, too.
Oh, yes.
Wait a minute, Father. He wants to say something to you.
No, I don't.
Say something very nice. These chairs really belong in a museum. Now, go on.
Hello, General. Yes. Oh, but really, sir, shouldn't you have sent them to a museum? Oh, but of course we're thrilled, yes. What? A job? Oh, yes. Lena and I were just going into that. Well, I have several excellent opportunities. I've just had a letter from my cousin, Captain Melbeck. He wants somebody to manage his estate for him, you know. I thought I'd take the job. Yes, well, I'm glad you approve, sir. Yes. Well, we'll get together soon. Goodbye, sir.
That was a fib about Captain Melbeck, wasn't it?
Was it? Listen to this letter. We'll give your idea the fullest consideration. Let me know if you would like to take the job. Yours sincerely, George Melbeck.
Did you have this letter all the time?
I did.
Why didn't you tell me?
Because, dear, I never dreamed I'd be using it. Any more than I ever dreamed we'd be receiving these two beautiful chairs.
Oh, good afternoon, ma'am.
Hello, Ethel. Is Mr. Aysgarth at home yet?
No, ma'am. There's a gentleman waiting for him in the drawing room.
Oh, thank you.
Hello. I say, a nice place old Johnny's got here. Oh, yes, I'm Beaky Thwaite. You must be old Johnny's wife.
Yes, I am.
Well, didn't he ever tell you about me?
Beaky? Oh, you're Beaky.
That's what they used to call me at school. I happened to be driving by. I thought I'd just pop in for a cup of tea.
Oh, I've heard so much about you, Mr. Thwaite.
Yes, Johnny told me about you, too. I ran into him at Newbury races last week.
The races?
Oh, put my foot in it as usual, have I? I mean, didn't he tell you?
Johnny has a job. He couldn't be at the races. Besides, he's given up betting.
Yes, has he? Well, don't you believe it, not Johnny. He's a great lad, he is. You mustn't mind Johnny cutting up. That's what makes him Johnny. Besides, he thinks you're a topper.
Won't you sit down, Mr. Thwaite?
Oh, I don't see why not.
Well, I'm sure Johnny will... Oh.
Something wrong?
Yes, there were 2 chairs here this morning before I left.
Chairs? Disappeared ever?
Yes, apparently.
Were they expensive?
Yes, they were. They were museum pieces. Queen Anne.
That Johnny, you will attest to me. Don't you understand?
No, I don't.
I'll bet you 20 to 1 that old Johnny sold them.
Sold them? What for?
For money, of course. Fellow's got to pay his racing debts, hasn't he? You know, those bookie fellows, they don't trust a chap for long. Not a chap like Johnny, that is.
I don't believe you. I don't believe a word you're saying.
Oh, put my foot in it again, have I?
He couldn't have sold them. He wouldn't without asking me.
Mrs. Aysgarth at home, Ethel?
Yes, sir.
Here he comes. Now, don't tell him I've said a word. If you want to see Johnny at his very best, you just say something about chairs.
Beaky!
Johnny! How are you, old bean?
Fine. Well. What are you doing here?
I just popped in to see you, old boy.
Good. Well, how's my little monkey face? Hello, what's the matter, darling?
Nothing.
Are you sure?
Your wife seems to be missing some chairs, old boy.
Beaky, your pipe's not lit. Here, let me give you a match.
Oh, thanks, old boy. About those chairs, old bean.
Huh?
The missing chairs, old man.
What? Oh, yes. Oh, the chairs, yes. Oh, I suppose that American must have come for them this morning.
What American?
Oh, didn't I tell you, darling? Stupid of me. Well, he dropped by about a week ago, a friend of Melbeck's.
Gone, what?
Well, anyway, he admired the chairs and offered $100 apiece for them. Anyone would take that.
I wouldn't.
Oh, wouldn't you really, dear? Oh, I'm sorry. That never occurred to me.
Why didn't you mention it?
I'm sorry, darling. I thought I did.
Oh, well, that's all right. If they're gone, they're gone.
Yeah, they're gone, all right.
Shall we change for dinner?
You're an angel.
Yeah, hold on a minute. You say that he offered you $100 apiece for him?
That's right.
Well, let's have a look at the check.
Oh, he'll send it along.
I'll bet you £10 to a shilling you wouldn't dare let your wife pick up the telephone and ask old Melbeck or whatever his name is if he ever saw this American.
Are you implying that my husband is a liar, Mr. Thwaite?
Oh, now, monkey face, don't mind Beaky. He's only joking.
Well, I prefer jokes on other subjects. Are you staying for dinner, Mr. Thwaite?
Dinner? I'm spending the weekend, unless you throw me out.
Johnny's friends are always welcome, as long as they remain Johnny's friends.
Mr. DeMille presents Act Two of Suspicion, starring Joan Fontaine, Brian Ahern, and Nigel Bruce, in just a moment. Now, here's a last-time announcement about the Lux Flakes Garden Club. Yes, this is the last time we can tell you on the air about our wonderful flower bargain. 3 hardy vitamin-treated chrysanthemum plants, a whole dollar's worth, for only 10 cents on the opening tab from a large box of Lux Flakes. Single and double chrysanthemums, pom-pom and button types, in all their full range of glorious color, are included in our offer. Some will grow as big as 3 or 4 inches across. Plant them now, and from early next fall right up until killing frost time, you'll have armloads of blossoms, dozens from each plant, to cut and arrange indoors at a cost of almost nothing. These Lux Mum plants are all first-quality, well-rooted, field-grown plants. They'll bloom year after year, and one in each set of 3, the feature mum, blooms in a soft, glowing shell pink color that's specially lovely indoors under artificial light. And an extra special feature of our offer, every one of our plants has been given a special vitamin treatment with transplantone to strengthen the roots and produce earlier and more perfect blossoms. Now, even though you haven't a garden, you can still enjoy the luxury of fresh flowers for your home. For these Lux chrysanthemum plants will thrive in flower pots or window boxes in any Sunday window. Order as many sets of 3 plants as you want, but order them promptly. Don't forget, this is the last time you will hear this premium offer. So get your order in the mail right away. If not tonight, then tomorrow, if you possibly can do so. But by all means, send it not later than next Sunday, May 10th, as this radio offer expires on that date, May 10th. Because of the tremendous rush of orders, we ask you to allow at least 2 weeks for your plans to reach you. Now, here's what you do. Write your name and address on a piece of paper or on the handy order blank which your dealer has. Mail it with 10 cents in coin. No stamps, please. 10 cents in coin and the opening tab from a large box of Lux Flakes to Lux Garden Club, Hollywood, California. With your chrysanthemum plants, we'll send you a leaflet of planting instructions and another leaflet telling you how you can get several other flower bargains. Remember, for each set of 3 plants you order, send 10 cents in coin and the opening tab from a large box of Lux Flakes to Lux Garden Club, Hollywood, California. Be sure to include your own name and address, of course. The offer is good only in the United States. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of Suspicion, starring Joan Fontaine as Lena and Brian Ahern as Johnny, with Nigel Bruce as Beaky. A week has passed, but in Lena's mind, there's still a dim shadow of doubt, a faint, indefinable fear, the dawning of suspicion. Now in the quiet main street of the town, she meets the local celebrity, a writer of mystery stories.
Lena, dear.
Oh, hello, Isabel. I've just been admiring your display in the bookshop.
Murder on the Footbridge? Yes, they're doing very nicely by it. How's Johnny?
Oh, he's fine. He's an ardent admirer of yours. I don't believe there's one of your stories he hasn't read.
Splendid. By the way, have you seen Telbrook's window?
The antique shop? No, not lately.
Well, my dear, they've got the most beautiful things. 2 lovely old Queen Anne chairs. I'd give my soul to own them.
Chairs?
Lovely. Well, goodbye, my dear. See you for dinner soon.
Yes, of course.
I'll phone you, Lena.
The
chairs. He said he sold them to an American. He lied to me. Why did he lie to me?
Hello, old girl. Back so soon?
Beaky, I owe you an apology.
Good. I mean, what for?
Well, I'll explain to you later.
I say, you seem to be a little hot under the collar. Must be about old Johnny.
Would you excuse me?
My dear, you mustn't be angry with Johnny. It's a waste of time. Now, if you want to get sore with me, it's a different thing altogether. I annoy everybody, always did.
Lena! Beaky! Where are you? Oh, hello. Now then, don't move either one of you. Just stay like that. I must watch the expressions on your faces.
I say, what have you got in those packages, Old Bean?
You'll find out soon enough. Oh, Beaky, this is a red letter day. Lena, look. Do you remember that little necklace you admired in the shop window in Regent Street? Here.
I say.
Beaky, here's a little present for you.
What is it, Old Bean? Oh, stick. Thanks, Old Bean.
Darling, do you remember this fur coat? I saw the hungry eye you gave it the last time we were up in London. Well, it's yours. What do you say?
Johnny, I don't understand what made you do all this.
Oh, now, dear, don't be angry.
Well, Johnny, I want to know what this is all about.
Yes, what is it all about, Old Bean?
Well, my friends, I have the pleasure of announcing that the Goodwood Cup was run today, and I happen to have backed the winner. A 10-to-1 shot, ladies and gentlemen, and I had £200 on him.
£200 at 10 to 1? Well, that's 2,000 quid.
Darling, what's happened to your tongue? Oh, come on, darling, smile.
Johnny, where did you get the £200?
I say, old girl, that's not a very tactful question.
Where did you get it?
Oh, you know very well there was no American. I got it for the chairs, of course.
You sold the chairs to gamble all your money on a horse.
Well, not exactly. I owed the bookies some money, but then along came this hot tip. Oh, darling, come on, give us a smile.
Yes, come on, old girl. Come. Oh, I know.
What?
You tickle a chin, I'll make a noise like a duck.
Come on, old man. More duck.
More duck, Old Bean.
No, it's no good, Beaky. No. Oh, I forgot something. Darling, look at this. It's a receipt from a certain antique shop. Paid in full for a certain pair of chairs. They'll deliver within the hour.
Johnny.
There, you see? She's smiling.
By Julia, so she is.
Oh, Johnny, darling.
Well done, Old Bean. I say, what about celebrating?
Oh, trust old Beaky to say the right thing at the right time. Come on, darling, look at me. Are you happy?
Yes.
Of course she is. Here you are, Lena. This is yours, old girl.
Thank you, Beaky.
And here's yours, Old Bean. And now for a toast.
Yeah, wait a minute, Beaky. What are you drinking? Brandy?
Oh, just this once, Old Bean?
You know that's not good for you.
All right.
Oh, well, maybe just this once.
Oh, thanks, Old Bean.
Monkey Face, I drink to the last bet that will ever be made by Johnny Aysgarth.
The last bet, Old Bean. Well, bottoms up.
Beaky.
What's the matter with him?
Sit down, Beaky, sit down. Here.
Johnny, get some water, quick.
It won't help. I've seen this happen before. There's nothing much you can do about it.
Open his collar, he can't breathe.
That's no use, darling. It'll either kill him or it'll go away by itself.
Sorry, Old Bean.
One of these days, it'll kill him.
Oh, good afternoon, Mrs. Aysgarth.
Good afternoon. Is my husband in his office?
Mr. Aysgarth? Why, no.
When do you expect him?
Well, I really couldn't say. Perhaps you'd like to talk to Captain Melbeck.
Yes, I would. Very much, please.
This way. Mrs. Aysgarth to see you, sir.
Oh, come in. Mrs. Aysgarth, what a pleasure to see you.
Good afternoon, Captain Melbeck.
Do sit down.
Well, I don't want to impose upon you, but you're Johnny's cousin as well as his employer, and I thought I'd come and see you.
Of course. I've been feeling pretty badly about Johnny ever since I had to discharge him.
Discharge?
Now, don't worry, Mrs. Aysgarth. I told him I wouldn't prosecute.
I don't understand.
I told him I wouldn't prosecute.
What on earth are you talking about? When did you discharge him?
6 weeks ago. We had an unexpected audit, and the accounts showed a deficit of £2,000. When I looked into Johnny's records, well, I'm terribly sorry, Mrs. Aysgarth. He should have told you.
Johnny, I am leaving you. It is very important that we never see each other again.
Lena.
Yes?
Oh, Ethel told me she'd packed your grips.
Yes.
Oh, then Then you've heard, eh?
Yes, I've heard.
I'm so sorry, darling. I'm terribly sorry. This telegram just came from the doctor. It tells how it happened.
Telegram?
There aren't many details. I deeply regret your father died early this morning from heart failure. Your mother wishes you to come at once. Lena. Tired, darling?
A little.
It's been a nasty week for you. I'll be glad to get you home. Lena, do you ever have any regrets that you married me?
Why do you ask that?
Seems pretty obvious that your father would have left you a lot more than his portrait if you'd been anybody else but Mrs. John Aysgarth.
Oh, is that what you meant?
You haven't answered my question.
What about you? Have you any regrets?
Monkey face. Marrying you is the one thing I've never changed my mind about.
Do you really mean that, John?
Yes, I really mean that. What about you?
I couldn't stop loving you if I tried.
Have you tried?
Yes, once.
When?
When I found out you'd lost your job with Captain Melbeck.
How long have you known?
Since last Friday.
Who told you?
Captain Melbeck, I met him.
Did he tell you why?
No. Suppose you tell me why.
Oh. Oh, well, we just didn't get along. Say, it's quite nice here. Shall we stop and have a look at the sea? Pretty, isn't it? Gee, it'd be quite a drop off this cliff, wouldn't it?
Why didn't you get along with Captain Melbeck?
Oh, I don't know. He's a bit of an old fogey, you know. Monkey face, the way to make money is to think in a big way. Now, look at all this land, for instance. Look at the view from these cliffs. Now, why isn't something done about it? You know, if I had £10,000, or still better, 20,000, I could start a development here.
All you need is £20,000.
£20,000. That's all I'd need.
£1,000, eh? You think we could swing it for that, Orbin?
Well, of course. Now, you see, Beaky, this is the ground plan.
That's wonderful, Orbin. Then we could put the large hotel up here on the cliff, eh?
That's the idea.
Hello. What's going on in here?
Oh, Monkey Face. We're organizing a real estate company. We're about to buy a very beautiful piece of land right by the sea.
What a view. What sun. What air.
And then we sell part of it at a profit.
Oh, I see, but you'll need financing for all this.
Of course.
Have you found someone to put up the money?
Of course.
Who?
Me?
Oh, I see.
Well, the idea's mine, but the money's Beaky's. And the corporation, well, Beaky's going to borrow against some securities he has in Paris.
Yes, but...
Oh, look, darling, let me show you how simple it is.
Does Beaky understand it?
Oh, perfectly. I think.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Aysgarth.
Yes, Ethel?
You're wanted on the phone, sir.
Oh, thank you. Oh, excuse me.
Yes, right, old boy.
Now, Beaky, please explain it to me, will you?
Well, you see, my dear girl, well, you see, we buy up this land and then we sell part of it. That gives us a 100% profit in no time. Then on the other part, we build something or other.
Oh, yes, but from whom do you buy the land? To whom do you sell it?
Well, that shouldn't be difficult, do you think?
Beaky, isn't it about time you grew up?
I say, old girl, you're scolding me.
Yes, you need a scolding.
Shall I go and stand in the corner?
Oh, Beaky, you're not being fair to Johnny.
I say, old girl, that's a bit thick. Why, he's president of the whole bag of the thingamajig. Gets a salary, writes his own checks.
Yes, that's what I mean.
Well, what's wrong with that?
Yes, what is wrong with it? Well, Lena?
I say, Lena's telling me that you're a bit soft in the head. Is that it?
Sounded like that to me. Yeah, hadn't you better be changing for dinner?
Oh, right, old boy. I shan't be a jiffy.
What right have you to interfere in my affairs?
But I wasn't really. I was only...
You were only what?
Well, I was only trying to tell Beaky that he shouldn't leave everything to you. It's not as if you were both experienced businessmen.
What the devil do you know about business?
Oh, very little.
Suppose Beaky had taken you seriously. You'd have ruined the whole scheme. Do you realize that?
Yes, but if it weren't good...
That's my business, not yours. If I say it's good, it's good. And I don't want any interference from you or anybody else. Is that clear?
Yes, that's clear. Yes, who is it? Yes, Johnny?
Oh, I thought you might like to know. I'm calling off that real estate plan.
Why? What happened?
Oh, I don't know. Perhaps the land isn't any good, or perhaps I don't like the idea of risking Beaky's money, or perhaps it's a stiff job, and I'm just too lazy.
know what it is, but every time I play anagrams, I can only make 3-letter words. D-O-U-B. D-O-U-B is no such word.
Try this.
D-O-U-B-T. Doubt. Oh, thanks, old girl. I said, Johnny, I don't see why you want to call off this real estate business.
It's no good.
But the corporation's formed already. The money's been put up in your name, old boy.
The deal is off, Beaky.
Why do we have to drive all the way up there to look at it?
I won't be responsible for calling the scheme off without first proving to you that it's no good. So we're going up to the cliffs early tomorrow morning and take a look.
Well, why are you so insistent?
Because, as I told you, I won't be responsible.
Oh, all right, old boy. What's it you got there, Lena? M-U-D-D-E-R? There's no such word, is there? Try the R instead of the D. M-U-R-D-E-R. Murder. That's more like it.
Murder.
Okay, Johnny, I don't like going up there in the morning. Well, why do we have to go up so early?
Now, Beaky.
Murder.
Oh, well, if we have to, well, let's get on with the game. It's your turn, old girl.
The money in his name. Murder. The cliffs overlooking the sea.
I say, Lena.
The edge of the cliff. Stay away, Beaky.
Lena, I say.
You push him off, you kill you. Murder, murder.
Lena, what's the matter?
Lena.
Here, give me a hand here, Beaky. She's fainted.
What time did Mr. Aysgarth leave?
Why, about 7, ma'am.
And Mr. Thwaite went with him?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, why didn't you wake me?
Well, Mr. Aysgarth said not to disturb you.
What car did they use?
Well, ma'am,
What
I
car?
don't...
Which one? Listen.
Oh, that's Mr. Aysgarth now, ma'am.
He's back. He's come back.
Hello. Morning, Lena.
Johnny.
You feeling better? Oh, what's the matter? You're as white as a sheet.
Where's Beaky?
What?
Hello, old girl. How you feeling?
Oh.
Any better?
Oh, Lena, what is it?
Oh, Johnny. Oh, darling, I'm so glad.
Well. What is all this? Why, I've only been away a few hours.
It seems like 1,000 years.
Yeah, seems like that to me, too.
Oh, shut up, Beaky. It was nothing.
Nothing? I came very near to losing my life. Do you call that nothing?
You nearly lost your life.
Came very close to it.
Oh, let's drop the subject.
No, go on, Beaky. I want to hear about it.
Well, there we were on the top of the cliff. I was trying to turn my car near the edge.
Was Johnny in the car?
No. He was a few feet away.
Go on.
Well, I didn't realize that I was backing the car right towards the edge, but I was. And if old Johnny hadn't taken a flying leap and grabbed the brake, I should be in Kingdom Come by now.
Johnny saved your life. Johnny. Oh, I can never tell you how much this means to me.
To you, darling?
Yes, it means a good bit to me, too. I mean, the old fellow deserves a reward. I say, how about a night out? A spot of celebrating on me, old bean.
Very kind of you, Beaky, but don't you have to go to Paris?
Paris?
Oh, yes, of course, so I do. My security's over there. I've got to go over and cancel the arrangements for them. I say, why don't you come over with me?
Why, the cat seems to forget that I'm a married man. I tell you what I might do, Beaky. I might drive up to London with you. Hey, how about that, Monkey Face?
Yes, Lena, do let him come.
Well, it seems to me...
Yes, I know. It seems to you that I should be looking for a job. Well, it seems to me I'll have much more chance of getting a job in London than I would anywhere around here.
Yes, of course he would. I say, do let him come, Lena.
Well, I don't see very well how I can stop him.
Good girl.
Mrs. Aysgarth.
Yes, Ethel?
There's an Inspector Hodgson in the hall, ma'am. He wants to speak to Mr. Aysgarth.
Show him in, Ethel.
Very good, ma'am. Will you come this way, please, sir?
Thank you. Mrs. Aysgarth?
Yes?
My name's Hodgson, Inspector Hodgson from the county police.
Oh, how do you do?
I understand your husband's not in, ma'am.
No, he's been up in London for 2 days.
Well, perhaps you might be able to help us.
Yes, of course.
I believe you know a Mr. Thwaite.
Yes, he's a close friend of my husband's.
Well, I don't know how to put it quite. Perhaps it would be easier if I showed you this in this afternoon's paper. Right here, ma'am.
Englishman found dead. An Englishman met with a mysterious death in a house in Paris. He's believed to be Mr. Gordon Cochrane Thwaite of Beaky.
I'm sorry to have to do this, ma'am, but we're making inquiries on behalf of the Paris police. They found some papers on Mr. Thwaite's person which indicated he just formed a corporation with your husband.
What do the French police think caused the death?
Well, this is a copy of a telegram that we received from Paris. Thwaite visited the place in the company of another Englishman. On arrival, Thwaite ordered a bottle of brandy.
Brandy?
According to the statement of one of the waiters, Thwaite's companion asked for the brandy to be served in large beakers. Apparently, as a result of a bet between the two men, Thwaite filled one of these beakers to the brim and drank it all. The other man was not present when the actual tragedy happened. I'm sorry to upset you, ma'am, but do you or your husband happen to know of any friend of Mr. Thwaite's who might have been there with him?
No.
Then perhaps you could enlighten us about this corporation.
Yes, I believe I can. My husband had planned a real estate development with him, and Mr. Thwaite had gone to Paris to dissolve the corporation.
Thank you, ma'am. That's all. Good day.
Good day. He didn't go to Paris. He's in London. Johnny's in London. He's at the club. He's got to be at the club. He didn't go to Paris. He didn't. Hello? Hogarth Club? May I speak to Mr. Aysgarth, please? He left? He left when? Yesterday morning? No, it doesn't matter, thank you. Murder. Murder!
We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille returns with Joan Fontaine and Brian Ahern for the third act of Suspicion. Meantime...
Say, Mr. Ruick, do you know how Mother Goose did her dishwashing?
Well, it sounds like a gag to me, Sally, but go ahead.
Well, it was very easy. She made everyone eat with a spoon. And when they were all through eating,
Why, the dish ran away with the spoon. Now, Sally.
Why, it was a wonderful system. Quick, easy, no dishpan hands.
But you couldn't exactly call it thrifty, Sally. There's no record that the dishes and spoons ever ran back again. Now, I can tell you a way to wash dishes that saves you from dishpan hands and is thrifty, too.
The Lux Flakes way. You're right, Mr. Ruick.
Scores of tests have proved how gentle Lux is, have shown that hands, reddened and roughened by strong soaps in the dishpan, grew lovely again after changing to Lux Flakes. Yes, simply changing to Lux took away that red, rough look without the use of any creams or lotions. And new Quick Lux goes further, gives you more suds, ounce for ounce, even in hard water, than any of 10 other soaps tested. It's very thrifty.
So you needn't have red dishpan hands. You save your hands when you wash dishes the thrifty Lux soap way.
Get the generous big box first thing tomorrow morning and use it for your dishes every day. One big box of new Quick Lux will do dishes for about 45 meals. Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
The curtain rises on the third act of Suspicion, starring Joan Fontaine and Brian Ahern. In Lena's mind, the sharp sting of suspicion has given way to the dull, sickening ache of certainty. Certainty that her husband is a murderer. Returning to the house, he stands framed in the doorway, looking at her. She turns toward him with fear in her eyes.
You've read about Beaky, have you? I was terribly fond of Beaky.
Were you?
Yes, I loved that silly, generous, good-hearted fool.
Did you?
Of course I did. Next to you, I loved him more than anybody in the world.
Next to me?
Oh, poor monkey face. Here I am thinking only of myself and forgetting about you. You liked him, too, didn't you?
I liked him very much. The police were here.
The police? What did they want?
They wanted you to help them. It seems there was an Englishman who made a bet.
Yes, I know. The whole story was in the late edition. What else?
The inspector wants you to phone him. He thought perhaps you could help identify this Englishman.
What did you tell them? Did you mention the corporation?
Naturally, I told them Beaky was planning to dissolve it.
I wish you'd left all that to me. Hello. Wickstead Police Station, please. What else did you tell them?
That's about all.
Hello. Hello, Inspector. This is Mr. John Aysgarth. Yes. Yes. Well, I drove up to London with him on Tuesday evening, and we dined at the Savoy. Yes. Well, then I saw him off at Croydon Airport. Oh, no. I stayed in London until this afternoon. At my club.
Lena, how nice to see you. I don't see half as much as you as I'd like.
Well, that's sweet of you, Isabel. You know, I couldn't put my light out until 3 this morning. I was so interested in your last book, and I had to come over and talk to you about it.
That's the most thrilling compliment I ever got.
I was completely fascinated by the way your villain enticed his victim across the footbridge, knowing that the bridge had been sawn through.
And he also knew his victim couldn't swim. Don't forget that.
Well, what I want to know is this. Would you call that an actual murder?
Well, from the moral standpoint, there's no question at all. It is murder.
I suppose it is.
What does Johnny think?
Johnny, I haven't discussed it with him.
I should think he'd be interested. The same situation with this friend of his in Paris.
The same?
Well, that brandy business is just like my footbridge. By the way, this brandy thing isn't new at all, you know.
Oh, it's been done before?
Oh, yes. And in real life, too. I have it here. A book called The Trial of Richard Palmer. Now, where is that book? Trial of Richard Palmer, the trial of... Oh, I remember where it is. It's in your house.
My house?
Yes. Johnny borrowed it a week ago.
Hello?
Hello. May I speak to Mr. Aysgarth, please?
He isn't in. This is Mrs. Aysgarth speaking.
Oh, well, this is the Guarantor's Life Insurance Company.
Yes?
Would you tell Mr. Aysgarth that there's been a slight delay in replying to his inquiry? But we've written him fully on the matter, and he should get our letter by first post in the morning.
Dear sir, replying to your inquiry regarding a loan of £5,000 against your wife's insurance policy, we regret to state that such a loan cannot be granted. According to the terms of the policy, payment can only be made in the event of your wife's death. If you...
Morning, dear. Any letters for me? Oh, what's the matter?
Nothing.
Darling, you're not shivering, are you?
I have a bit of a chill.
Cold in all this sunshine? My poor little shivering baby. Oh, what are we doing tonight?
We're going to Isabel's to dine.
Oh, what a bore. Well, let's get back to that new book of yours, Isabel. You mean to tell me that a fellow comes into a room, sits down and starts to strum on the piano, and 2 seconds later he's shot? Is that the idea?
Yes. A certain note on the piano was wired to a revolver concealed in the wall paneling.
Oh, I don't care much for that, Isabel. You're slipping, old girl.
What's wrong with it?
Oh, it's too complicated. If you're going to kill somebody, just do it simply.
How would you do it simply, Johnny?
Oh, I don't know, dear. Just use the most obvious method.
For instance?
Well, for instance, poison, say arsenic.
Arsenic can be traced in the body, of course.
But it isn't always.
No. This very minute, there are probably hundreds of murderers walking about.
Thousands.
Johnny, do you suppose those murderers are happy?
Oh, I don't know. Why shouldn't they be? Anyway, Isabel, it seems to me that by now somebody would have discovered a poison that can't be traced.
What's that?
What about it? Isn't there?
An untraceable poison? Nonsense. There's no such thing.
Isabel, you're hiding something from me.
Johnny, you're locking up. What about Ethel?
Oh, it's Ethel's night off. She won't be back till morning.
What about Cook?
Have you forgotten? Cook's away on holiday.
Oh.
My darling, you're shivering again. Do you suppose you're catching cold?
Yes, I think that's what it must be.
Oh, well, we'll have to tuck you into bed and get you nice and warm. Come along.
No, Johnny, please don't.
What's the trouble?
Johnny, I'm in a state tonight. I don't know why, but I'd like to be alone. Would you mind sleeping in your dressing room?
Well, of course I'd mind.
Please, Johnny, I haven't been sleeping well.
Oh, I understand. You used to sleep badly when I wasn't here, and now you... Well, all right, if that's the way you feel about it. Good night.
Poison. Arsenic. Poison. Untraceable. In the event of your wife's death. Poison. In the event of your wife's death, your wife's death, your wife's death.
Lena, wake up, dear. You feeling better?
Yes,
Hello, darling.
Isabel.
I came over this morning. We were quite worried about you, Lena.
This morning? Have I been sleeping all day?
The doctor gave you a pill, darling. That's all you needed. Rest. Here, I'll run down and tell Ethel to fix something for supper. I'll be right back.
He's 1 in a million, that Johnny of yours.
Isn't it?
I warn you, you'd better get well, because if you leave me alone much longer with him, my career will soon be over.
He flirted with you, I suppose.
Flirted? Worse than that. He's worming all my secrets out of me.
Did you tell him anything today?
Did I? Now, honestly, have you ever been able to deny Johnny anything?
It was about that poison, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. And if he writes a story on that one before I do... Lena, imagine. A substance in daily use everywhere. Anyone can lay his hands on it, and within a minute after taking, the victim's beautifully out of the way. And mind you, it's undetectable after death.
Is whatever it is painful?
Not in the least. In fact, I should think it would be a most pleasant death.
Lena, are you awake?
Yes.
I brought you a glass of milk. Here, darling, I'll put it here. Drink it before you go to sleep. Good night, darling. Why don't you let me help you pack?
But there's no need to.
What's the matter with you this morning? You're still annoyed with me, aren't you?
No, Johnny, really, I still don't feel well, that's all.
And a few days at your mother's will do you more good than staying at home.
Oh, not exactly that. Dear Mother telephoned me.
She got on that phone awfully early, it seems to me.
Well, Mother gets up early. I happened to mention that I was a bit nervy, and before I knew it, I'd agreed to spend a few days with her.
Oh, all right. I'll run down and get the car ready.
Oh, no, please, I'll drive myself.
I prefer to drive you.
You're going so fast, Johnny.
You want to get there, don't you?
Well, did you have to go by this
Oh,
road?
why not? It's the shortest way, isn't it? Ha! There's the hotel site. And that's another thing I've failed at.
The cliffs. He's going to kill me. That door is open. He's going to kill me. The curve up there, the door was free. He's going to push me out and down. No.
Look out! Get your hand off that door, Lena!
Let me go!
Lena, come back!
No!
Lena!
Let me go!
Lena, what's got into you?
Oh, leave me alone.
Stop it, you little fool, stop it! I've had enough. How much do you think a man can bear? Listen to me. You turn me out of your room, you go running away to your mother's, and now you shrink away from me as though you hated me. You're my wife, Lena.
But I thought...
Why, you almost killed us both back there, because you had to pull away even when I was reaching over to save you from falling out of the car. Well, you don't have to put up with me anymore.
Johnny, wait. Where are you going?
First, I'm taking you on to your mother's.
And then what?
Oh, don't you worry. I won't bother you again.
Johnny, you mean you're... Johnny, why were you asking Isabel about that poison? What were you planning to do with it? Johnny, you were going to kill yourself. Oh, my darling.
Yes, but I saw that was a cheap way out. So I'm going back to see it through. Prison term and everything.
Prison? You mean they'll beg that money you...
I can't pay it back. I made the last attempt to raise the money when I went away with Beaky.
To Paris.
Paris? I didn't go to Paris. I went to Liverpool. I tried to borrow on your insurance. But it didn't work.
You mean you were in Liverpool when Beaky... Then you didn't go to Paris?
Well, of course not. Do you think I'd have let some idiot give poor old Beaky that brandy if I had?
Oh, Johnny. If only I'd known. I was thinking only of myself, not of what you were going through. Oh, if I'd been really close to you could have confided in me, but you were ashamed to. Oh, if I'd only understood. Oh, Johnny, it will be different now. We'll make it different.
People don't change overnight, Lena. I'm no good.
Oh, let's turn back, Johnny. Let's go home and see it through together.
No, it won't work.
Oh, it will work. I know it will. Johnny, please, you can't shut me out. Turn the car around and let's go home. Please, Johnny.
Get in the car.
Johnny, where are we going?
We're turning back. We're going home.
Our stars will return to the microphone in just a moment for a curtain call. Meantime, some news of interest to women about the new rayon stockings that stores are featuring today. You know, these new rayons have greater elasticity and greater strength than earlier ones. New finishes make them more beautiful, too. Of course, you'll need to give these new rayons the right care for best results. Rayon is temporarily weak in water, so handle it gently. Don't rub. Don't use strong wash-day soaps. Just squeeze lukewarm Lux suds through the stockings, then rinse, just as you do with silk and nylon. Roll the stockings for a moment in a Turkish towel to press out the moisture. Then unroll them at once and hang them over a smooth rod. Always be sure you get rayon stockings really dry before you wear them again. Let them dry from 24 to 48 hours. This is important, because even though the stockings may feel dry before this time, the inside of the rayon threads may still be damp, and rayon regains its natural strength only when thoroughly dry. You'll find this easy Lux way pays big dividends in cutting down runs and giving you long wear from these lovely new stockings. Now, here's Mr. DeMille with our stars.
It's no secret to most of you that in private life, our stars are Mr. and Mrs. Brian Ahern. And it's no secret to any of you that they gave a fine performance tonight in Suspicion.
Oh, thank you very much, C.B. Joan has been looking forward to weeks to her first visit to the Lux Radio Theatre.
And to playing opposite Brian, too, Mr. DeMille.
Sounds as though she married you because she admired your acting, Brian.
Well, that's the best review I've had yet, C.B. Confidentially, though, I married Joan for her Academy Award. I had a suspicion she'd win it.
Ooh. I think you'd better buy an extra war bond this week, Brian, for a pun like that.
Definitely. What's the news on the front on Hollywood's all-out battle of bonds, Mr. DeMille?
I was talking with headquarters just today, Joan. And the noon communique is we're advancing on all fronts. The goal for the entire industry, you know, is 10% or more of everyone's income for war bonds.
That should buy a lot of tanks and planes, C.B.
About $300,000 worth a week, Brian. Perhaps 100 bombers a year will be paid for by bonds Hollywood will buy through our voluntary payroll savings plan. And that doesn't count our regular cash sales of bonds either.
It sounds like a system that every business might adopt, Mr. DeMille. How is it organized?
The Motion Picture Committee for Hollywood was formed at the request of the Treasury Department to represent every part of the motion picture industry, labor, management, and creative branches. The producer with 4 telephones and 3 secretaries is no more important than the carpenter who builds the set or the electrician who lights it. We need everybody. You know, at a meeting the other day, the 2 best suggestions were made by a lovely extra girl who just come from the set in makeup and a man who just come from the same set in overalls.
In other words, Hollywood's payroll savings plan is democracy at work to sell war bonds.
Like that carpenter I was talking about, Brian, you hit the nail on the head. In a few weeks, we expect to tell the Treasury Department that every actor, stenographer, writer, musician, makeup man, costumer, hairdresser, executive, business manager, agent, cameraman, sound technician, director, carpenter, clerk, electrician, and set dresser has signed up. That every man and woman who works in motion pictures and the allied branches of the industry is in the payroll savings plan and is voluntarily putting at least 10% of his or her salary in United States war bonds. Not just this week or this month, but every payday for the duration of the war.
And it's one production with a starring part for everyone.
Well, who's starring here in the Lux Radio Theatre next week, C.B.?
First, let me tell you the play, Brian. It's Frederick Lonsdale's famous comedy, The Last of Mrs. Cheney. And our stars will be Norma Shearer, Walter Pidgeon, and Adolphe Mongeau. The Last of Mrs. Cheney ran a whole season on Broadway and twice made a hit in motion pictures. I fully expect it to keep up that brilliant record here next Monday night with a cast like Norma Shearer, Walter Pidgeon, and Adolphe Mongeau.
Well, that play is one of my favorites, CB. Thank you and good night.
Good night, Mr. DeMille.
Good night. Good night. Remember, a bond every payday keeps the Axis away. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theatre presents Norma Shearer, Walter Pidgeon, and Adolphe Mongeau in The Last of Mrs. Cheney. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Ladies and gentlemen, modern medical science can cure cancer if the disease is discovered early. The Women's Field Army of the American Society for the Control of Cancer deserves your support in its campaign to spread knowledge of cancer control. Joan Fontaine appeared tonight through the courtesy of David O. Selznick and will soon be seen in the title role of the David O. Selznick production, Jane Eyre. Brian Ahern, star of Columbia Pictures, will be seen in their production of Salute to Sahara. Nigel Bruce appeared through the courtesy of Universal Pictures. His next picture is Universal's Sherlock Holmes Saves London. Heard in tonight's play were Jill Esmond as Isabel, Vernon Steele as General McLeodlaw, Gloria Gordon as Mrs. McLeodlaw, John Abbott as Melbeck, and Eric Snowden, Claire Verdera, and Pax Walter. The Lux Radio Theatre is shortwave to American armed forces throughout the world. Tune in next Monday night to hear Norma Shearer, Walter Pidgeon, and Adolphe Mongeau in The Last of Mrs. Cheney. Our music was conducted by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Broadway Playhouse. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Broadway Playhouse, presenting the world's most famous stars. Now, here is our producer, Mr. William Keeley.
In tonight's play, Edward, My Son, we have an excellent example of forceful drama. The tragic effect on an entire family when the father is determined his only son shall have the world with a fence around it. Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer brought this gripping story to the screen. And as our stars tonight from the original cast, we present that beautiful and talented actress, Deborah Kerr. And in another of his excellent characterizations, Walter Pidgeon.
Practically every business in the world that depends upon the goodwill of the people employs what is known as a public relations man. He's the fellow who explains how the business works, what it produces, and how it serves the public welfare. You of our armed forces are located in widespread locations throughout the world. You are there to preserve the peace that was won only after a long, hard war, and to assist all the free countries of the world to maintain their rightful place in the community of nations. Part of the success of that job depends upon good public relations. Every serviceman and woman is a representative of the United States. You must be able to give truthful and complete answers to questions that will be asked. Only through this free exchange of ideas all over the world will mutual understanding become a reality. Remember, a country is known by its people. What people think about your country depends on you.
Now, Edward, My Son, starring Walter Pidgeon as Arnold Bolt and Deborah Kerr as Evelyn.
My name is Bolt, Lord Bolt. Some of you may have heard the name before. I own the Shelton Motor Company, a great national newspaper, and 2 or 3 biscuit companies. I don't tell you this to boast, merely to establish some sort of contact with you because I want your opinion. I want your answer to a question. Trouble is, of course, that none of you knew Edward. Edward was my son, my only son. He was 23 when he was killed, a lovely boy with a charming smile. I can remember when Edward was a baby. We were plain Mr. and Mrs. Bolt then, living in a little place in Hammersmith.
Arnold. Oh, how wonderful, darling. It's just beautiful.
Best baby carriage they had in the store.
But of course. Oh, he'll love it, dear.
And that isn't all I've been buying. Look.
Champagne.
Uh-huh.
Oh, Arnold, what a birthday. Look what I've made for him.
Oh, magnificent. I've never seen such a birthday cake.
I wrote that myself on the icing.
Happy birthday, Edward. Well, that seems to cover it.
But don't you think happy birthday to Edward would have been better?
Oh, no. This is perfect. Oh, and this is happy birthday to Mother from Edward.
Oh, Arnold, a necklace.
Mm-hmm.
And real imitation pearls. However did you manage it?
Someday you're going to have real pearls. Big ones.
I?
You believe in me, don't you?
Why, yes, of course. Why do you ask?
Because I've just gone into a new business.
Arnold.
And I thought I'd like to do it on Edward's birthday. Might be lucky. Well, I've got to wash up.
But, Arnold, what business?
Americans call it installment buying. Instead of saving up to buy something, you buy it right away and pay for it gradually.
Not so loud, dear. You wake Edward. Pay for what?
Well, furniture chiefly. Stoves, too, I think. Maybe ice boxes.
Well, it must be a very nice kind of business. You make people happy.
That isn't quite why I'm going into it. Now, suppose we open that champagne.
Oh, but Dr. Woodhope will be here any minute. Oh, dear, he's here now.
Might be Harry.
Harry?
Harry Simpkins.
Oh, darling, don't be silly.
He's my partner in this new business.
But he's been to prison.
Well, he's out now. Harry was unlucky, that's all.
I don't understand, Arnold.
He's got some capital and a good business brain. It's the chance of a lifetime for me.
He might trick you into something.
Don't you worry about that.
I just don't want anything to be different, that's all. I'm so happy with things as they are. And Oh, Arnold, he's still waiting.
Well, let him in.
But what can I say to him?
Ask him how he liked being in prison, dear.
Oh, coming. Just a minute, please. Oh.
Wasn't I expected?
Oh, yes, of course, Dr. Woodhope. I just thought... Oh, dear. Please come in, Doctor.
Thank you. This is for Edward. It's a teddy bear.
Oh, you are kind. He'll just adore it. Darling, do look what Dr. Woodhope brought.
Oh, wonderful. Wonderful. It's got Edward's ears, too, hasn't it? And look what I've got for him, Doctor.
Champagne?
Mm-hmm.
Dear.
He can mix it with his milk, can't he?
That's a very interesting experiment, Mr. Bolt.
Unfortunately, the young man's still sleeping.
Don't be so sure, dear. Perhaps I'd better run in there and see. Excuse me, Doctor.
Mrs. Bolt tells me Edward's doing very nicely.
Oh, he's fine. Do you think his eyes should be examined?
Why? Is he finding it difficult to read?
Oh, no, seriously. I just thought that you might want to check on them.
Oh, you have a fine, healthy boy, Mr. Bolt. Don't worry about him. It is a shame he can't come down and see his presence.
Or hear the speech I'm about to make.
Oh, dear, a long one.
Oh, don't worry, Mrs. Bolt. There's a doctor present.
We'll drink to Edward. Edward, my boy, you're sound asleep, I hope. You've kicked your covers off, I'm sure.
I just tucked them back.
This is just to let you know that we have the matter of your future well in hand. Sleep safe, Edward. The world shall be your oyster.
Here.
What does that mean, Arnold? The world his oyster?
It means that nothing is going to be too good for him, ever. Yes, that was 1919. 5 years later, Evelyn and I were in the waiting room of a doctor's office. Some specialist Woodhope had sent us to. Edward was ill, seriously ill. And while we waited there, in agony, Woodhope and the specialist were deciding the fate of our little boy.
Boy 6, you say? Only child, Woodhope? Yes, Dr. Klebner. I attended Mrs. Bolt when he was born. I don't believe she can have another.
It's too bad. The father, what are his circumstances?
Oh, he has a furniture store. Hasn't been doing so well lately. Why?
I was thinking of Schmidt in Switzerland. He does an operation for this condition, but it's quite expensive and no guarantee.
No,
Better not mention it.
Then,
Immobilize the leg in plaster of Paris for a year, and after that we'll see.
could I make it sound as hopeful as possible, Doctor?
Of course, of course. Now, suppose you have them come in.
I don't mean to be rude, Dr. Kedner, but if you could just come to the point and tell us...
Well, Mr. Bolt, your son is suffering from what we call an atrophy of the nerves in the hip.
Permanent?
Oh, no, not necessarily at all. In a year, I'm sure we'll have him up and about again.
He's to stay in bed?
For the present, yes. We'll put him in a plaster cast.
But after the year, he won't have a limp or...
I have known of several most amazing recoveries, Mr. Bolt.
Then he will limp.
Now, you mustn't fret, Mrs. Bolt. That would be bad for the boy.
Isn't there something we could do? Isn't there an operation or electric treatment or something?
Nothing that I can recommend, Mr. Bolt.
Oh, we're very grateful, Dr. Kedner. I know that Edward's in the very best hands.
But if he needs anything, I mean anything at all, we want him to have the best.
Of course you do. But we must be patient.
Yes. Goodbye, Doctor.
Thank you.
Not at all. Not at all.
Well, I suppose Kedner knows what he's talking about.
The best in London, Arnold?
Can you come home with me?
I can't, darling. Harry's waiting for me at the shop. You take a taxi. Oh, there's one across the street. I'll get it for you.
Larry, Edward won't get any worse, will he? You'll promise to tell me if he does.
No, Evelyn. He won't get worse.
But is there any reason for this? Anything I should have done? Anything I've done wrong?
No, of course not. It could have happened to any child.
But to Edward, my son, my only son, I can't just look at him and pretend. I can't.
Yes, you can.
I can't.
Evelyn, please.
I'll be all right.
Yes, of course you'll be all right.
The taxi's coming, dear. Why don't you go with her, Larry?
Well, would you mind if I went on the bus with you, Arnold? I've got a few things
I'll be all right. Just try to come home soon, darling.
Why didn't you go with her?
Because I didn't want to mention this in front of her. Arnold, how much money could you raise?
Why, I couldn't raise... Why do you ask? Is there something we could do?
It isn't always successful, but there's a surgeon in Switzerland. Now, can you get hold of £1,000?
You mean Edward? You mean no limp?
All I can say is that if Edward were my boy, that's what I'd do. If I could, that is, if it were possible. I'm sorry, Arnold. I shouldn't have mentioned it.
Now, look. Don't say anything to Evelyn till it's all been arranged. Just go back in there and tell that doctor my son is going to have whatever is best for him. Go on. Go in and tell him that. Tell him he's going to have what's best for him. Then I came straight here to the shop, Harry. I've got bad news for you. I've got to get out of the firm. Yes. I'll surrender whatever interest I have for what I put in 5 years ago.
Well, it's very nice of you, old man.
I wouldn't do it if it weren't for Edward. He needs that operation, Harry, and I need £1,500.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that, Arnold, but now I've got bad news for you. While you were gone, Baker paid us a visit.
Baker? From the bank?
They give us 4 weeks. I put all my money into this, everything I had.
It wasn't enough.
I'm so sorry.
No. It wasn't your fault, Harry. But I've learned something now about bankruptcy. People who owe just a little go bankrupt. The little people. Next time I'll owe so much they won't dare let me go under.
Now, do you know there'll be a next time?
There'll always be a next time for me. Couldn't we sell out to some other firm?
We could, except our stock has never been paid for. I got a sort of prejudice about going to prison again.
Supposing Edward were your son.
Listen, Arnold, I'd do anything within reason, anything. But the sad truth is, we're broke.
How much fire insurance do we carry, Harry?
3,000. Are you crazy? I want no part of it.
Just an idea.
What makes you think you could get away with it?
Get away with what?
Oh, well, I'm glad you're not that crazy. There's back premiums due.
That's why I thought you might like to, put 200 more in the account.
200?
For the back premiums. Then I could increase the insurance to 5,000, just in case something did happen around here.
You said you only needed 1,500.
Did I? You know, There's a tide in the affairs of men which, taken at its flood, leads on to fortune. Do you know who wrote that?
No.
Neither do I. But it wasn't a little man. And I'd be careful of that pipe. All this stuff around here, why, it could go up just like that. Yes, you be careful of that pipe. 2 weeks later, an early Sunday evening it was, I found Harry Simpkins waiting outside my house.
I'd have tried giving you a pound. I'm glad I waited. I had to see you.
Come on in, Harry.
Where's the missus and the little boy?
Don't worry. They can't hear you.
Now, listen on it. I've been thinking things over. This fire insurance scheme of yours is off, see? It's off.
Is it?
I was crazy to agree to it. Come to think of it, I never did agree to it.
Didn't you? Then why did you give me the money for the back premiums?
Well, I want it back. And don't try to get smart with me on it. Just give me back my money. Now.
I didn't use your money for the premiums, Harry.
Well, you mean the scheme's off? Why didn't you tell me?
The scheme isn't off. I started the fire an hour ago.
You what?
I only needed 100 for the premiums. The other 100 sent Evelyn and Edward to Switzerland. First class.
I'll tell them the truth, that's what I'll do.
Why not wait and see what happens? You'll sleep a lot better tonight if you do.
Well, how will we know when it happens?
Well, I suppose we'll hear the fire engines. They go practically right by here, you know. Then I imagine the police will telephone me. Do you know how much we're insured for now exactly?
You said 5,000.
6. I hope we haven't been too greedy.
I think you've gone mad.
So do I.
Then why did you do it?
I did it because I was pushed. And if it works out, I'll never complain about my luck in the future, no matter what happens. I'll gamble it all tonight gladly. I believe if you want anything enough, you can get it. And I want Edward to walk properly through life without a limp. That's all I ask, and nothing else matters in the slightest.
So it seems.
Oh, come on. I have a feeling this is my lucky night, and if you're... It's a bit too soon.
Well, answer it good and act surprised.
Well? Yes, this is Mr. Bolt.
Say you're coming along right away.
Yes? What? Thank you. Thank you very much.
Oh, you fool. Is that how you think a man acts when the police
That
call?
wasn't a telegram, Harry. That was a telegram, Harry, but it was from Switzerland.
Now, listen, it started.
They operated this morning. Successfully. Successfully. Do you realize what that means? My boy's going to be well. My boy won't lip. It means that Edward... Come over to the window, Harry. Yes, there's quite a glow in the sky tonight.
You are listening to the Broadway Playhouse. Act 2 will begin in just a moment.
About 150 years ago, an Italian philosopher made the statement that the world is a beautiful book, but of little use to him who cannot read it. You of our armed forces can realize better than most people how true that statement is. You have the opportunity to meet new customs in old civilizations, to find increased enjoyment from the exchange of ideas with people of various countries. Many parts of the world that you had only heard about before are now open to you. It's a wonderful opportunity for you to help others understand a little more about the United States. There are many misconceptions throughout the world concerning our beliefs, our principles, and our way of life. You know the answers. You are first a citizen and second a serviceman. Help others to know us better. Help to make our part of the world an open book. Remember, a country is known by its people. What people think about your country depends on you.
Here's our producer, Mr. Keeley. Act 2 of Edward, My Son, starring Deborah Carr as Evelyn and Walter Pidgeon as Arnold Bolt.
During those next few years following the fire, my luck was phenomenal. Everything I did brought success, money, and honors. I was Sir Arnold now, Sir Arnold Bolt. Edward, of course, was in school. And one day, in answer to a letter, I had an occasion to visit Mr. Hanray, the headmaster.
If you're waiting so long.
No, not at all. I've been walking through the grounds. Beautiful, simply beautiful. You must be very attached to Grangery, Mr. Henry.
I am indeed.
I don't get to the country much anymore, so I must thank you for writing me.
It's not a pleasant letter to write, Sir Arnold. We don't often admit failure here.
That's where you differ from me. I never admit failure. Now, why do you want to expel my son?
I'm not expelling him. I'm perfectly willing that Edward remain until the end of the term.
I find it difficult to see the distinction.
Sir Arnold, have you considered that this may be for the good of the boy? Believe me, I have Edward's interests at heart as well as the school's.
The schools? How?
I find Edward a corrupting influence.
I find the idea of my small son corrupting anyone rather absurd. If I didn't, I should be very angry. You don't like Edward, do you?
My feelings have nothing to do with it.
Well, mine have. I love him. Well, shall I ship him off to a reformatory?
No, of course not. There are many excellent schools that specialize...
I am not interested in excellent schools that specialize. I wish my son to remain here. I think that Edward is a normal, nice child, and with a little understanding will be a credit to Grangery. And where do you suppose he learned these things you complain about? From me? From his mother? He learned them here. It's your responsibility, and you're not going to shelve it.
I can't accept that, Sir Arnold.
Well, you're going to accept it, Mr. Henry.
Are you threatening me?
I am. Mr. Henry, there are certain mortgages outstanding on this school.
Well?
Those mortgages were in the hand of Dobson. One holding the mortgages is in a position to foreclose, forcing yourself and the school into bankruptcy. I now hold them.
You?
I'd twirl my mustache, Mr. Henry, if I had a mustache. Yes. I acquired them when Edward entered here, just in case something like this should arise. Well, it has arisen, and I am now fighting with anything I can lay my hands on.
I can't believe it.
I'd be a hypocrite to say I'm sorry for you. I am prepared, however, to allow you to remain until the end of the term. I believe that's the prospect you offered Edward. Well, I wonder what will happen to all these buildings, those playing fields out there. Factory site, perhaps? One of those luxury hotels?
And you really believe that what you're doing will benefit your son?
I shall do my best to see that it does.
I can't believe it. I can't believe that one man can destroy another man's career. A whole tradition. Nothing safe anymore. No standards, no principles, no...
Good day, Mr. Henry.
Sir Arnold, wait. Wait, please.
Yes?
I don't care about myself. I do about Grangery. You win, Sir Arnold.
Win? No, it isn't a question of winning or losing, Mr. Henry. Let's just say we've worked out a solution.
And I suppose it is conceivable that we haven't done our utmost here to understand your son.
Yes, of course. Mr. Henry,